Chapter 276 That Kick. Seeing that the short orc had lost all his breath, Gervais was slightly relieved. He looked cool just now. But in fact, he was broken into a cold sweat by fright. He originally thought that if he had a chance, he would take a break. He didn't expect the short orc to have his mind set on him. Fortunately, Gervais learned the illusion today, and was blessed by the energy spirit fruit. The illusion he cast for the second time was much better than the one during the day. So the short half-orc fell under the illusion and was fooled. Weiss wanted to run and change the direction of the long knife. Who would have thought that Gervais was so talented and so bold that he didn't even move? Little Gervais, are you okay? Gandalf rushed to Gervais like he was desperate. But he didn't expect that the short orc warrior would die in such a strange way, being able to withstand the siege of him and Bernie for so long. There is no doubt about the strength of the short orc. However, in the end, the half-orc's long sword slightly adjusted to miss Gervais, and instead pounced on Gervais's sword without hesitation. This made Gandalf didn't know what was happening. Gandalf wanted to ask Gervais what was going on, whether it was the short orc's own mistake, or Gervais's special method. But Gandalf held back in the end. But the look he looked at Gervais was full of strangeness, and Gandalf realized this time that he seemed to no longer understand his second son. Little Gervais. Father! I'm fine. Gervais suppressed his smile, and then said to Gandalf with an expression of lingering fear. It's okay, little Gervais. As a Seignior, safety is the most important thing. Father! I understand. Father! Are you injured? Gervais rolled his eyes. Gandalf added a small word every time he called him, which made Gervais feel awkward. However, this is also a reflection of Gandalf's love for his children. So Gervais can only endure this title silently. It's good to know, little Gervais. You will be the glory of the Gale family, no matter what. Gervais is his son after all. Gandalf did not ask Gervais about anything before, nor did he want to know how Gervais did it. He only hoped that Gervais could grow up safely. By the way, lead the Gale family on the road to glory. Father is not injured, thanks to you today. With a satisfied smile on Gandalf's face, he felt that with Gervais's performance today, his future was promising. While Gervais and Gandalf were talking, 2 other half-orc warriors also died under the swords of other silver knights, which made Gervais feel slightly disappointed. 5 energy points. If you kill another one, you can directly earn back the consumption of the previous lottery. After the vassals killed the orcs, they began to check the other 2 injured silver knights lying on the ground. One was protected by them just now, and the other was lying in the pile of orc corpses. The former was still there at this moment. There is breath, but the latter is already miserable. The latter was the viscount named Pallant, a silver mid-level knight. However, he was sneak attacked by the orcs, and was quickly submerged in the orcs. His body was somewhat broken, but the vassals did not care. The 2 vassals quickly he picked up the 2 men and rushed to the gate of the inner castle. Seeing the appearance of the Pallant, Gandalf fell silent for a moment. Just now, he was only anxious to care about Gervais' comfort, but he left everything else behind. Gervais, you go to the inner castle to rest first. Baron Bernie and I still have to deal with the remaining orcs. Gandalf was silent for a moment, and when he saw other vassals starting to kill in the distance, he gave an order to Gervais. Okay, father, then be careful. Gervais had no objection, knowing that his father was feeling sorry for his teammates. So he nodded obediently. There should not be many orcs left in the castle now. Only about 100 at most. They are basically scattered ordinary orcs. The orc leaders have just concentrated on the battlefield in the center of the vestibule. Some orc leaders were killed by Gandalf and others, and some were eliminated by Gervais and became his energy points. Since there are no energy points to earn, and the remaining orcs can no longer make waves, Gervais is unwilling to fight anymore, because his whole body is extremely sore at the moment. And he feels like he has returned to the morning when he first met Anna's little maid. When he first fought, the effect of adrenaline was not so obvious, but now that he was relaxed, Gervais felt that it was a little difficult to lift his feet. Watching Gandalf and the others walk away, Gervais walked cautiously toward his men. Boom! The gate of the inner castle was called open by the 2 silver knights. Knowing that there was no danger, the servants in the inner castle hurried out under Lena's command and began to run in the vestibule and on the city wall, holding hands in their hands. They put on cloth strips and stretchers and began to treat the wounded. Lord Gervais! After Lena arranged the male and female maids, she immediately ran towards Gervais when she saw him. She walked up to Gervais and saw that Gervais was walking in a weird way. She reached out her hand to support Gervais without hesitation. He didn't care about the blood stained on his armor, and asked eagerly, "Sir, are you okay? Come back to the inner castle with me, and let the male servants in the inner castle check it out." Although there is no permanent priest in such a large castle, there are still many ordinary doctors. Of course, their normal status is still that of male servants. But they were sent to the church by Rose Castle to learn medical skills from the priest for a period of time. "I'm fine, Lena. How is Alice?" Gervais shook his head. The most seriously injured part of his body was probably his shoulder. But the blood had already condensed at this moment. So Gervais was still going to check on his men first. In the battle just now, Gervais saw many slave soldiers being attacked by orcs, who occasionally broke through the defense. He wanted to see the casualties before returning to the inner fort to rest and heal. "Sir Gervais, the Earl is already recuperating in his room. Although his fighting spirit has recovered, his internal organs are injured, and he is still unable to move. I will ask someone to go to the church to invite a priest later." Lena supported Gervais and walked towards the stairs of the city wall, answering in a low voice as she walked. "Call a priest? Does Alice know?" In fact, Gervais already had a vague feeling in his heart that the church was highly suspicious of what happened tonight, although he didn't know what the church's motives were. In this principality, Gervais could produce so many purple elf bugs and elves. C thinks it should be the only church. After all, the church has been acquiring purple elf bugs, and purple elf bugs are a bit useless to ordinary nobles. Even if they get resold, they will sell them and keep only one or two at most. It is impossible to have a large number of purple elf bugs and elves. After hearing the inquiry, Lena looked at Gervais in surprise. Others might not understand Gervais's incomprehensible question, but Lena could understand it, because they didn't really ask the priest to come here just to give him something. Alice was healing her wounds, but just wanted to see the church's reaction. "Lord Gervais, the Earl knows," Lena replied quietly. "Oh, Lena, go ahead and do your work. I really don't need to help you. Go and get some more strips of cloth, boil them in boiling water, and then use them to wipe the wounds of the injured soldiers." Gervais nodded and did not mention anything about the church again, since Alice knew that. Alice was not a fool, and she must have her purpose. Gervais took out the arm supported by Lena, and then said something. "Okay, Lord Gervais." Lena saw that although Gervais walked strangely, her tone of voice was normal. She indeed had a lot of things to arrange now. So she responded and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Lena, who had already taken 2 steps, turned around and said to Gervais, "Sir, thank you just now." Then he ran away as fast as he could. Gervais didn't know that when he was at the pool, the kick he just made out of desperation hit the person's chest. This made Lena feel pain and shame. After coming out of the pool, she saw Gervais, and some irritation. However, Gervais still thought of saving her in critical moments. So even though Lena was a little angry, she still remembered the grace of saving her life. Chapter 277 Casualties. At the stairs of the city wall, all the slave soldiers were still standing, holding their spears and tensing up. Originally, the slave soldier spear phalanx had a total of 50 people, but at this moment, there were only 39 people still standing. In addition to the 3 people who were seriously injured at the beginning, there were 8 more casualties under the city wall. The spear phalanx was backed by the city wall, and there were surviving guards on the left and right sides to support them. So the orcs rushed from the front, and the newly injured slave soldiers were also in the first 3 rows. The injured slave soldiers who fell to the ground were all lying quietly in their original positions, and there were more than a dozen broken spears on the ground. It was precisely because of the impact of the orcs that the spears were broken, and the breaking of the spears meant that the offensive performance was lost. The gap in the formation was immediately exposed. The orcs broke into this gap and caused damage to the slave soldiers. Fortunately, the few in the rear of the slave soldiers in the platoon discovered the situation and repaired the loopholes in the phalanx as soon as possible. Otherwise the phalanx might be torn apart in the next second. Seeing the 8 slave soldiers lying motionless on the ground, Gervais' heart tightened. Could it be that all these slave soldiers were killed? Otherwise, if they were just injured, they would always be moving and wailing. Gervais couldn't help but want to speed up and step forward to check. But just after he stepped slightly faster, the muscles on both sides of his thighs felt extremely sore. Gervais couldn't help but take a breath and had no choice but to slow down, rush towards the foot of the city wall. But at this moment, the valet of Rose Castle also rushed to the front and began to treat the wounded. "You guys, hurry up and separate a few people to treat the soldiers in the phalanx. Gervais frowned when he saw that the servants did not immediately enter the phalanx to check on the slave soldiers, who fell to the ground. Although the lives of others are also lives. If it were not for the slave soldiers tonight, most of the people present none of them would survive now. So Gervais shouted a little biasly, at least to check whether his soldiers were really dead. When the servants heard Gervais's instructions, they did not dare to neglect, and immediately separated a few people and ran into the square formation. In fact, these servants were not to blame. The injured guards and servants under the city wall were rolling on the ground in pain and wailing loudly. But the slave soldiers in the phalanx did not make any sound. Of course, the servants first rescued those who were obviously still alive. Several servants walked into the square formation and stepped forward to check. The next moment, they were surprised to find that the slaves who fell to the ground were alive. For example, a slave soldier fell in the front row. His body was curled up and motionless, but his eyes were open. Of course, these slave soldiers did not fall to the ground and pretend to be dead to avoid fighting. When the servants took a cursory look at his injuries, they found that the slave soldier's arm was broken and one of his chest ribs was broken. Is this still a human being? Glancing at the still silent slave soldier, the male servant stood in awe, then quickly called a companion, carried the slave soldier to a clean place aside, and began to treat him. Seeing this scene, Gervais felt a little happy and unspeakable in his heart, rejoicing, of course, that these slave soldiers are still alive. What Gervais then thought about was what cruel methods these slave soldiers went through to be trained like this. Screams and wails have always been the main theme of the battlefield. Even the modern era of the past life cannot avoid it. After all, wails caused by pain or fear are unavoidable for living things. But these slave soldiers did it. In this world of cold weapons, the wails of the wounded can sometimes easily irritate some soldiers with poor psychological endurance, and can easily cause them to flee and collapse. As long as one person in the infantry square escapes, the consequences are likely to be destruction. Sexual. These slave soldiers lay on the ground without making any sound after being injured. No doubt to prevent such a thing from happening. Only now did Gervais understand why the slave soldiers sold by slave owners were so highly regarded by the nobles that they did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to buy them. No need to be alert. The battle is over. Everyone rest where you are. Gervais finally walked up to the slave soldiers and gave orders to the expressionless soldiers who were still holding their spears. Fortunately, there were not many people fighting tonight. After all the servants in the castle were dispatched, there were more servants here to help. All the soldiers who fell to the ground were carefully carried to the clean ground by the servants. Several male servants, who knew medical skills, also began to bandage and treat them. Gervais watched silently for a while, sighed in his heart, and said nothing more. Life and death are the norm in this world. Although these men of mine were seriously injured, they were much better than those who died without intact bodies. There were at least 300 guards and servants killed by the orcs in the wooden house on the spot. After instructing Ike to take care of the injured slave soldiers here, and waiting for arrangements from Rose Castle, Gervais walked towards the corpses of the orcs he had killed. The mounts of these 3 orc priests did not escape Gervais's 3 critical blows, and they all became dead souls under the mithril's sword. Since they were the monsters he killed, Gervais was still thinking about the monster crystals on them. Gervais walked to the nearest corpse of the orc priest. This is the corpse of a goathorn priest. The mount under his crotch is a thunder lizard, which can release lightning from its mouth. When Gervais stepped forward to fight, the thunder lizard released an arc of electricity towards Gervais. However, he was dodged by Gervais again and again, and was finally hacked to death by Gervais's sword. Gervais did not immediately start searching for the Warcraft crystal, but instead picked up the orc sacrificial staff that fell aside. During the gambling match in the arena this morning, Gervais was very interested in the staff in the hand of the Ramhorn priest. However, in the end, the Ramhorn priest chose to self-destruct. Not to mention the staff. Not even the scum was left for Gervais. Down, and also blew up Gervais's trophy, which was the magical wolf that could attack mentally. This orc sacrificial staff is not long, just over 50 centimeters, and is very light. It is made entirely of wood. The texture on the top is clear. It is not ordinary wood at first glance. There is also a head of an unknown creature on the top of the stick, a completed skull, with a Warcraft crystal inlaid on the skull's forehead. But this Warcraft crystal has now been shattered. Again, there are strengthening inscriptions and Warcraft crystals. It seems that these orcs either have their own alchemists or have channels to obtain these things. The broken Warcraft crystal was useless. Gervais looked at the complex patterns around the Warcraft crystal and came to a conclusion. This is the second time he has seen orc weapons with Warcraft crystals and inscriptions. This shows that the area where the orcs are located is no worse than the Eurasian continent in terms of weapon strengthening and manufacturing. And it is probably even higher. After checking for a while, and finding no other special features, Gervais threw the damaged staff directly on the ground. Not to mention that the staff could not be used by humans. Even if it could be used, it was already damaged. And Gervais is not surprised either. He now owns the purple elf, and will have plenty of opportunities to meet orc priests again in the future. Gervais looked around and found that everyone was busy, and no one was paying attention to him. So he squatted next to the head of the thunderous earth lizard. Soon, the mithril sword that Gervais was stirring in the head of the earth lizard hit a hard object. Gervais gently picked up the sword in his hand, and a transparent crystal with a little blood stained it appeared. It fell out of the ground lizard's head. Gervais didn't mind it being dirty, so he quickly held the Warcraft crystal in his hand, and then wrapped it in the rags he had prepared. Next, Gervais followed the same method and quickly found 2 Warcraft crystals from the corpses of the other 2 World of Warcraft, which were Wood Attribute and Water Attribute Warcraft crystals. After putting away the Warcraft crystal with satisfaction, Gervais walked towards the gate of the inner castle. If anyone knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. Every time you kill a monster, you can get a monster crystal. Is that a myth? If this is really possible, then there is no need to develop a territory. It is better to kill 2 more monsters. The sale of 1 monster crystal can be worth the tax of an average small noble for 4 to 5 years. Chapter 278 Viscount Gervais. An hour later, in the side hall on the first floor of the castle, Alice and Gervais sat at the main table. Gervais has now removed his full body armor. His chest and shoulders are also wrapped in thick bandages, and there are countless bruises all over his body. Gervais's 2 most serious injuries were to his back and shoulder. The back was okay. There was no need to suture the wound. Just apply some ointment. However, Gervais suffered a lot when dealing with the wound on the shoulder, because the long black cone released by the orc priest not only caused physical damage, but also contained toxins. It not only pierced a hole in Gervais's shoulder, but also caused the surrounding skin to be contaminated with toxins. If Gervais was not a titled knight, he would have died long ago. Deadly? Of course. Even if Gervais is not poisoned, the flesh and blood contaminated with poison cannot be taken away. There is no anesthetic in this world. Gervais finally experienced Guan Erie's bone scraping therapy. Who can try it? You know. Gervais's face is still pale. As for Alice, she has also asked the priest to check it out, and he said that it is not serious, and that she can recover as long as she cultivates for a period of time. At this moment, all the orcs in the castle have been cleared, and the group of Rose Knights has returned to the castle after receiving the news. So Alice summoned all the vassals to come to this side hall for a meeting. What happened tonight happened without any warning. Commander Roar's rebellion was unexpected. I would like to thank several uncles and uncles for their heroic battles. At the same time, I feel sad that Viscount Pallant was killed in the battle. Alice's face was no longer pale. She now looked serious and her eyes were cold as she scanned the vassals in the room. Your Majesty, it is our duty to fight for you. Viscount Pallant sacrificed his life for his ideals. He died on the battlefield, and his death was worth it. I believe this is what he expected. The glory of knighthood will accompany him. The ones closest to Gervais and Alice at the scene were Gandalf and the 8 vassals who participated in tonight's battle. After receiving Alice's verbal thanks, they all said that this was what they deserved. Alice nodded to everyone and continued. Although the traitor Roar has been killed by several uncles and uncles, the real person behind the scenes has not yet been found. So I hope that all vassals will be more vigilant in the future to prevent tonight's situation from happening again in the territory. Yes, sir. The dozens of vassals in the room immediately responded. This was related to their vital interests. Of course, no one dared to be careless. They were all Alice's vassals. If the Jones family fell, most of them would definitely have a hard time. Very good. Now that I have finished talking about the things that need everyone's attention, I would like to award rewards to the heroes who participated in the battle tonight. After talking about the rebellion and the battle, Alice's tone began to become more soothing, and she glanced at Gervais inadvertently when she said that she was handing out rewards. First of all, the person I need to thank the most tonight is my husband, Gervais. If Gervais hadn't discovered Rawl's conspiracy and used unicorns to help everyone get rid of the poison of the bellflower, Rose Castle might have fallen tonight. So in order to thank Gervais for everything he did tonight, I decided promoted to the title of Viscount Gervais. After speaking, Alice glanced around and found that no one had any objections. She just looked at Gervais with envy, and then continued, "Because there is no free land near Gervais's fief. So I decided to reward Rawls' mansion to Gervais." Wow! When they heard that Gervais had received the title of Viscount, everyone had no reaction. However, when they heard that Gervais's reward included Rawls' blessed land, the vassals began to whisper among themselves, "I actually gave Rawls' mansion to Gervais. This time Gervais made a lot of money." "That's right. I heard that Rawls' mansion is very big, and it's on Champagne Avenue. It's worth at least 2,000 gold coins." "Right. 2,000 gold coins? What you were talking about is just the price of the land in Luoyer's mansion. If you add the buildings of the mansion, the value will increase by at least 500 gold coins." The vassals discussed in low voices, and looked at Gervais with envy from time to time. As Alice's husband, it was not surprising to them that Gervais received the title of Viscount. But Alice actually rewarded Rawls' mansion to Gervais, which was real money. If Gervais did not live in it and sold it, it would be worth thousands of gold coins in one transaction. You must know that not many people in the entire Jones territory can afford that kind of mansion. Most nobles basically buy single-family houses with gardens in Rose Castle, but they are not comparable to Rawls' mansion. Hearing the discussion below, Gervais was also startled by Alice's reward. So he turned to look at Alice, only to see that Alice seemed to know that he would turn around, and was also looking at him. And he also smiled slightly at Gervais. "It's over. It's over. This cheap wife has become less and less reserved recently. She always smiles at me. How can I stand it if this goes on?" Looking at each other with Alice, Gervais was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly and immediately turned his head, looking straight ahead. But his mind was full of random thoughts. Gervais was very worried that his cheap wife would wear away his will to fight. After all, no doctor had ever said that he had a bad stomach and needed to eat soft food. Moreover, Gervais also thought about one day looking for elves. Where's the dragon? As the so-called tomb of heroes of Woman Township. Gervais expressed that he was a little scared. The discussion among the vassals below lasted for more than a minute, and then everyone consciously closed their mouths. Alice did not rush or be impatient in the process. This is the case with noble meetings in this world. Whenever the Lord finished speaking, he would give his vassals a little time to discuss. At about the same time, the vassals would consciously stop talking and wait for the Lord's next words. "The following is about the reward for Viscount Pallant. Viscount Pallant fought bravely against the orcs, although he paid with his life in the end. The Jones family will not forget his meritorious service. In order to show that the Jones family fought bravely against Pallant, with recognition, I decided to reward the Viscount Pallant family with 5 war horses and 2 green elf bugs. In the past 3 years, the Jones family will ensure the stability of the Pallant family so that the heirs of Viscount Pallant can have a better life. Take control of the territory. My lord, be kind. My lord, be kind." Everyone was moved when they heard Alice mention Pallant's reward. Although there is a lot of difference between Pallant's reward and Gervais's reward, it is still a generous reward. 5 war horses are worth at least dozens or hundreds of gold coins. After all, the war horses rewarded by Rose Castle will definitely not be low-grade goods. Everyone has been rewarded with this before. Gandalf's big flower is like this. As for the green elf bug, not to mention, the reward Alice gave Pallant is worth at least 300 to 400 gold coins. After the vassals had finished expressing their opinions, Alice looked at Gandalf and the others, and said slowly, "Viscount Alder, Baron Gandalf, and Baron Bernie want to commend you for your heroic battle tonight. I decided to reward each of you with a war horse and a green elf bug. Thank you, sir. I swear to serve you to the death." When Gandalf and others heard the reward given to them, their eyes widened and they quickly thanked Alice. Although the rewards were much less than Pallant's, they were killed directly in battle, and they were still alive. They were satisfied to get a good war horse and a green elf bug. You must know that this is because the Jones family was in turmoil and the Rawl incident occurred. So Alice specially generously rewarded her, not only to improve the relationship between herself and her vassals, but also to appease the vassals' heart. In the past, the reward of a war horse or an elf bug was normal, but now the reward given by Alice has become a double reward. That's it for the rewards. Although the Jones family is encountering some difficulties now, as long as everyone works together, there will be nothing to fear. And I firmly believe that my father will come back. Yes, sir. We are willing to go through fire and water for you and overcome all obstacles. All the vassals looked serious and shouted loudly. Thank you, everyone. Everyone worked hard tonight. The food at the banquet has been recooked. You can continue to enjoy the food in the banquet hall. Alice nodded with satisfaction, then stood up and gave the order to dissolve the meeting. Yes, sir. All the vassals bowed respectfully, and then filed out of the hall door. You guys should get out too. After the vassals left, Alice gave instructions to the servants. After the servants also left, Gervais and Alice were left in the hall. Chapter 279 Spiritual Energy Liquid. After everyone walked out of the side hall, the room suddenly became quiet. Gervais and Alice fell into silence at the same time. After waiting for a moment, Gervais finally spoke first. Ahem. Ahem. Alice, do you have anything else to do? This cheap wife has taken everyone away, so she won't have any bad thoughts about me. Right. Or maybe she wants to give her life for saving my life today. He was asking something, but Gervais's eyes were constantly looking at Alice, looking up and down and swallowing his saliva several times, as if he was expecting something. Should I give in half-assly later? To be honest, Gervais coveted this peerless beauty. The Earl, however, Gervais's strength and power were not as good as hers, so he never considered it. Now that he has this opportunity to save his life, Gervais thinks that he probably won't mind. After all, he already knows the ins and outs of Alice's rumored boyfriend, and the colorful hats should not fly around. While Gervais was thinking about it in his head, Alice turned to look at Gervais, and immediately noticed that Gervais's eyes were wandering, and his gaze was a little weird. With this look, you could tell that he was thinking about something impure. Alice's face turned dark immediately, and she spoke angrily. I just wanted to ask you, where did your unicorn come from? Alice originally wanted to thank Gervais privately, but seeing Gervais's weird expression, she immediately gave up the idea. As for unicorns, it's not just Alice. Most people didn't take Gervais's unicorn seriously a few days ago. If the unicorn hadn't detoxified Gandalf and others in public in the banquet hall tonight, Gervais would have seized Demon Pet will probably be regarded as a Shibe goods for who knows how many years. Things in fairy tale are lies. Gervais was mentally prepared, but he didn't expect that Alice only asked about unicorns, which made Gervais's expectations come to nothing. I met the unicorn when I was wandering around the edge of the dark forest. It took the initiative to find me. I thought he looked good, so I fed it some food, so he was willing to become my magic pet. Gervais told the truth, but only slightly modified it. For example, he said that he was robbed by a monster and said that he was actively fed, and the kiwi fruit that was fed was also blurred. Alice's face turned darker, obviously thinking that Gervais was fooling her. If capturing a unicorn is as easy as Gervais said, can it become the king's mount? To become the duchy's only unicorn in a matter of decades? Forget it if you don't want to say it. Why do you have to deal with me like this? Alice said angrily. Since Gervais didn't want to talk about it, Alice was not prepared to explore it. She felt that Gervais had many secrets, but it didn't matter as long as Gervais was not detrimental to the Jones family. After saying that, before Gervais opened his mouth to argue, Alice took out an exquisite small wooden box from the square table next to her, and then pushed the small wooden box in front of Gervais. This is for you. What is this? Gervais was a little confused. Didn't he already reward himself generously? Why was he sent another box now? But since it was a gift from Alice, Gervais was also curious about what was in it, which made Alice so solemn. So Gervais took the wooden box, placed it in front of him, and then opened the small wooden box. When the wooden box was opened, what came into view was a light green glass potion that exuded a soft light. This glass potion was very small, but Gervais did not dare to take it lightly, because in this world, basically everything that can emit light on its own is something of relatively high value. So Gervais raised his head and looked at Alice, wanting to seek the answer. This is the original liquid of spiritual energy. As long as you have it, the Silver Knight can become the Golden Knight. Alice knew what Gervais meant, and said it calmly without Gervais asking. This potion to advance to the Golden Knight? Isn't it too expensive? Hearing the explanation, Gervais's eyes almost bulged out. He had long heard that there were other conditions needed to become a Golden Knight, but he didn't expect that it was this thing in front of him, and that Alice was willing to give it to him. Of course, if Gervais knew that most of the reason for Roar's rebellion was this small tube of spiritual energy liquid, he would probably be moved to tears. It's indeed very valuable, but if you don't want it, you can give it back to me, Alice replied calmly. Yes, of course I want it. But do you still have this thing? Gervais immediately closed the box, and then quickly put the wooden box into his arms. He was joking. If he didn't want the treasure he got, he would be a fool. This is a must-have item for becoming a Golden Knight. Just thinking about it, Gervais knows how precious and rare it is. If you have the money, you probably won't have anywhere to buy it. Seeing Gervais's actions, Alice was amused and angry. But when she heard that Gervais even knew to ask herself if she had any, Alice's tone became more soothing. My father left a bottle for me. But this spiritual energy solution is very precious. There is only one bottle in the entire Rose Castle. It is no longer available in Eurasia. You have to keep it yourself. I understand. Thank you, Alice. But why is this spiritual energy liquid no longer available? Gervais's gratitude comes from the bottom of his heart, no matter whether he can use it in the end. A bottle of spiritual energy liquid represents an opportunity to become a golden knight, as long as he can cultivate to the peak silver knight. With this thing, it will be 100% by became one of the few strongest people on the continent. Alice nodded when she heard Gervais's thanks and questions, and began to tell Gervais about the aura liquid. A long time ago, it was very difficult for a silver knight to be promoted to a gold knight. At that time, the total number of golden knights in Eurasia was less than 20. But one day, the church was born. No one knows exactly when the church was established. However, since there were traces of the church on the mainland, they have spread their faith among civilians and serfs. This kind of thing has been hostile to all nobles. But at the same time that the church was born, they also brought the holy knights, which made the nobles extremely fearful. But out of fear, the nobles were worried that the church's mission would affect their rule. So they submitted the matter to their respective kings. Kingdoms across the continent knew the seriousness of the matter. So they prepared to unite to go to war against the church. Prepared to destroy the church. But just when the war was about to break out, the church sent messengers to all the kingdoms, big and small, and donated something. Is this the spiritual energy liquid? Gervais was a little shocked. It turned out that this was the history of the church. If Alice hadn't told him, Gervais really wouldn't have been able to get such a secret elsewhere. Yes, it's this spiritual energy liquid. Alice nodded, and then continued. I learned these things from my father. After all the kingdoms at that time learned about the spiritual energy liquid, they all wanted to get this treasure. It was from that time on that the church really gained a foothold and developed in Eurasia. The church was able to collect taxes from each kingdom, which was also the result of negotiations at that time. Originally, the church would take out 1 or 2 bottles of spiritual energy liquid every year. However, decades ago, the church stopped providing spiritual energy liquid to the principality on the pretext that the spiritual energy liquid had been exhausted. So now, except for a very small number of big nobles who still have the original liquid of spiritual energy in their collections on the continent, it is estimated that there will never be any excess liquid of spiritual energy in the entire continent. Alice finished talking about the church and the spiritual energy liquid at once, then took a cup of tea and took a sip and looked at Gervais. What about the reaction of the king and nobles? Gervais rolled his eyes. His cheap wife would still whet his appetite. He took a sip of tea and looked at himself in silence, obviously waiting for him to ask questions. At that time, the strength of the church was many times stronger than when it was born, and basically all civilians and serfs believed in the church. Moreover, the former kingdom had just unified the entire continent at that time. After years of fighting, the nobles could no longer compete with the church. Chapter 280 The Mastermind? After listening to Alice's words, Gervais realized that the church had once controlled the principalities of the entire continent. At the same time, Gervais also thought of a terrible thing, thinking of the consequences of faith overriding the kingdom in the Western world in his previous life. Will this world become like this in the future? So, in fact, the kingdom and the church have been in a state of hostility over the years. Can the 3 principalities still compete with the church now? Indeed, although on the surface the church and the kingdom do not interfere with each other, since the church cut off the supply of spiritual energy liquid, it still requires the kingdom to provide taxes and various requirements that were originally negotiated. This caused the rejection of all the nobles. But because the church it is so powerful that the opposition of the nobles is of no use. The former king of the kingdom, Emperor Trajan, originally planned to wait until the kingdom recovered its strength before annihilating the church. Unexpectedly, Emperor Trajan suddenly passed away in 205 AD, and the entire kingdom was divided into 3 principalities. Now Eurasia, the church, is the strongest, and the 3 principalities have no power to resist and can only survive under the breath of the church. But fortunately, there are still many golden knights and golden peak knights in the 3 principalities. This maintains the stability of the principalities. Alice nodded and said slowly, as the heir to the earl's position. Even though Alice was a woman, The old Earl told Alice these secrets without reservation. Then the disappearance of the old Earl. Is it possible that the church is responsible? The Golden Knight and the Golden Peak Knight are a deterrent. Especially the Golden Peak Knight. Gervais knows this very well. But then Gervais thought about the disappearance of the old Earl. The old Earl was a Peak Golden Knight. If the old Earl's disappearance was man-made, then the church might be the most motive. Gervais asked Alice for confirmation with some uncertainty. Gervais, please don't leak out what I'm talking to you about below. Otherwise it will lead to death. Alice solemnly confessed to Gervais, and was not prepared to hide it. The biggest contributor to Rose Castle's ability to survive this crisis tonight is Gervais. In order to prevent Gervais from being unknowingly plotted by the mastermind behind all this, Alice made these things that only the nobles know about. The secret was told to Gervais. Do you know where the bottle of spiritual energy liquid I gave you came from? It was found from Roar. Because the church stopped supplying spiritual energy liquid decades ago. There is only one bottle of spiritual energy liquid in the entire Rose Castle. Although Roar has been a Peak Knight for 5 years, my father did not reward Roar with the remaining spiritual energy liquid. Instead, he kept the bottle of spiritual energy liquid for me to use. It is estimated that the mastermind behind the scenes used the spiritual energy liquid as a lure to persuade Roar to betray the Jones family. In addition, when Roar kidnapped me tonight, he also admitted that he was indeed involved in my father's disappearance. So I can conclude that the person behind my father's disappearance and the person behind the plan for Rose Castle tonight is probably the same mastermind. Not only can the mastermind behind the scenes produce so many purple elf bugs and elves, but he can also give away spiritual energy liquid as reward. I don't think there is anyone else on this continent other than the church. Hearing this, Gervais felt his scalp numb. If the mastermind behind the scenes was really the church, then the conversation Gervais heard in the corridor was also from the church. You must know that the language of the conversation between the two people was exactly the same as the language of the orcs. Gervais did not dare to think about it anymore. Where did the church come from? Who founded it? And what was their purpose? Is it related to orcs? All these questions appeared in Gervais's mind, making his head suddenly become as big as two. But if the man behind this is really the church, then what they did tonight is probably to overthrow the regime of the Principality of Jean. The church used the original spiritual energy solution to seduce Commander Roll, and planned to have Commander Roll force Alice to marry Carl. Of course, this is not the real purpose of the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, after the success of this plan, the biggest benefit lies in Roar. The real target of their rebellion against Roar was actually the Knights of the Rose, and the nobles attending the banquet. If Roll wants his rebellion plan to proceed without any hindrance, he must move the Knights of the Rose, who are loyal to Alice, far away. At the same time, Roll also poisons the food provided for the banquet with bellflower poison. All the title knights present lost their fighting spirit. These 2 points are what the church really wants. Roar is just a mantis that has been fascinated by the aura liquid. The purple elf bugs and the orcs in the elf space are the real orcs. After the Knights of the Rose were mobilized, the defense of the entire Rose Castle became empty. All the guests at the banquet were poisoned by the bellflower, and the entire Rose Castle became fish on a sticky board. When thousands of orcs appear in Rose Castle, the entire Rose Castle will become hell on Earth, and everyone will be slaughtered by the orcs without resistance. As long as this happens, the entire Principality of Jean will surely fall into turmoil. All the vassals of the Jones family will die, and it is possible that even Alice, the only bloodline of the Jones family, will die. At that time, the land and wealth of the Jones family will be truly ownerless. This is a huge piece of cake, and no one can resist coveting this piece of cake. At the same time, representatives of the 7 earls died in Rose Castle, which just gave them a legitimate excuse to snatch benefits. There are huge interests and legitimate excuses, and even the king cannot prevent this from happening. At that time, everyone will want to swallow more profits. What was originally just a small private conflict between the Jones family and other families may have evolved into a war between several nobles of the Principality of Jean. Who benefits if the principality becomes chaotic? Except for the other 2 principalities, there is only the church. Anyway, the church is the strongest. It will not be up to them to decide how to deal with the Principality of Jean. Alice, what are you going to do next? Do you have any clues about looking for the old count? After thinking about all this, Gervais raised his head and looked at Alice. Now the church has its mind set on the Jones family, hoping to use the Jones family as an opportunity to mobilize internal strife in the principality. However, if the old Earl can return, then with the intimidating power of the old Earl's Golden Peak Knight, the Jones family will be as stable as a mountain. Gervais is now on the big ship of the Jones family. If the Jones family falls, Gervais will definitely suffer. The only way is to quickly improve my strength. If I become the Golden Knight, then all these conspiracies and calculations will be far away from the Jones family. As for my father, there is still no news. At present, I can only confirm that my father is still alive through the elf bugs in the castle. When talking about the old count, Alice's eyes darkened again. Alice, everything will be fine. The old Earl is the Golden Peak Knight and will come back to you one day. After the elf bug signs a contract with its master, no matter how far apart they are, as long as the master does not die, the elf bug will not disappear. This is why Alice is sure that the old Earl is only missing, not dead. Seeing that Alice was depressed, Gervais immediately comforted her and prepared to change the topic and talk about other things. Chapter 281 Investigation Results. Boom, boom, boom. Just when Gervais was about to find some relaxing topics, there was a gentle knock on the door. Come in! With Alice's permission, the door to the side hall was pushed open, and it was Lena who walked in. Lena, how did things go? Seeing Lena come in, Alice, who was originally a little depressed, immediately recovered and asked in a serious tone. Sir, Carl was sent to the manor outside the city by Roar. However, when the soldiers arrived there, Carl was already dead. All the guards in the manor were killed, and no one survived. Lena immediately replied respectfully. Alice frowned. Carl's death frustrated her original plan to get the details about the old Earl's disappearance from Carl. But this is not a surprise. Since Rahl is just a mantis, the mastermind behind the scenes must be eradicated. But Rahl never imagined that the moment he got on the line with the church, his death was doomed. Not only him, but also his family could not escape the fate of death. Then how did the orcs in the castle come tonight? Have you found out? Sir, we have already investigated. There are many traces of orcs in the small courtyard where ingredients are stored at the back of Rose Castle. After the enemy sneaked into Rose Castle, they opened the orc space there and released all the orcs. According to the information provided by Baron Gandalf and the others, there are thousands of orcs appearing in Rose Castle tonight. And there are also half-orcs. It can be estimated that the enemy has used at least about 20 elves and one big elf in Rose Castle. Is there any more purple elf? Alice nodded. In addition to a bottle of spiritual energy liquid, there were also more than 20 elves and big elves, which could prove that the only one who could mobilize such a large amount of resources tonight was the behemoth of the church. In fact, orcs who can cultivate like half-orcs will generally not appear in the space opened by the elves. Even if they occasionally appear, there will only be one in number. But the dozen orcs tonight show that the enemy has used the big elves. In addition, I also checked the records of entering and exiting the castle tonight. The soldier on duty at the castle gate said that there were more than 10 guests bringing servants into the castle tonight. But only Viscount Kevin brought 4 servants before the banquet started. Enter. And there are 2 large boxes. Viscount Kevin explained that the boxes contain gifts prepared for you. Baron Kevin also took the initiative to open a box, which was the cage containing the ice crystal silver fox. As for the other box, the guards were worried that it would be rude, so they did not continue to check it. After Lena finished speaking, she waited silently for Alice's instructions. As the Earl's castle, the inspection is of course very strict, and not everyone can come in and out at will. It seemed easy for Gervais and others to enter and exit Rose Fort, but that was because they had invitations from Rose Fort when they came. And later most of the soldiers knew his identity, so no one dared to ask Gervais more. Sri Lanka. As for other nobles and their servants, they must register and inquire when entering or leaving Rose Castle, especially for those servants entering and exiting. They must be checked carefully and verified before they can pass. More than 20 purple elves appeared in Rose Castle tonight. It takes a lot of effort to bring these things into Rose Castle. It is impossible to do it without internal response. Gervais said he heard a conversation between 2 people in the corridor. Have you found out who they were? How did they sneak into the inner castle? Alice did not immediately express her attitude towards Kevin, but continued to ask. There are 2 checkpoints in the castle. Entering the castle does not mean that you can enter the inner castle. There are male servants and guards at the entrance of the inner castle, unless they are nobles. Other strange servants will be stopped and asked about their identities. They must be allowed to enter. Enter. Sir, 2 servants were found killed in the room where ingredients are stored at the back of the castle. Those 2 people probably changed their clothes and sneaked into the inner castle, and then went to the kitchen to poison them. Currently, all servants and guards in the castle are being screened. Okay, Lena. Then go ahead and do your work. I'm going to the banquet hall. Sir, do you want the soldiers to come in? Lena asked carefully. Alice being held hostage tonight really scared her. Such a big thing happened in Rose Castle. In addition to Rawl's responsibility, Lena also had negligence. After all, she was the castle steward. No need. Except for Baron Gandalf and the others. No one else in the banquet hall can use fighting spirit yet. Alice shook her head and said no. Yes, sir. After Lena walked out of the room, Alice turned to look at Gervais and said slowly, I'm going to the banquet hall first. Gervais, you can go back to the room to recover first. All right, get on with your work. Gervais nodded. He was indeed not feeling well now. The wound had been bandaged, but there was still unbearable pain. Seeing Gervais frowning, knowing that he was enduring the pain of the wound, Alice's eyes softened and she said, Thank you, Gervais. After saying that, before Gervais could react, Alice stood up and walked out of the room with elegant steps. It's better to have a kiss or something to make it more real. Gervais looked at Alice's back, feeling a little disappointed. The promised life-saving grace was all a lie. Patting the wooden box in his arms, Gervais stood up with satisfaction, and then walked slowly towards the door. Kevin, tell me honestly, does what happened tonight have anything to do with you? In a corner of the banquet hall, Caroline asked Kevin. Caroline, how could I have anything to do with what happened tonight? Kevin denied Caroline's question without hesitation. But Kevin's face didn't look very good at the moment, and there was a trace of panic in his eyes. Someone used purple elf bugs to release the orcs in Rose Castle. Everyone knew about this now, and they were very frightened. You must know that everyone has been poisoned by the bellflower. If Gervais had not used unicorns to detoxify more than a dozen silver knights, everyone would have died at the hands of the orcs tonight. Kevin was thinking at this moment whether the person who released the elf bug fell to the ground, and was the same guy who came to him in the afternoon. This afternoon, Kevin drank heavily at Snowland Manor. He bet with Gervais twice, and not only lost the family shop and the royal blue elf, but also the slave soldiers prepared for him by the eldest prince. This made Kevin feel that his life had hit rock bottom. Just when Kevin returned to Rose Castle, someone approached him. It was a man wearing a linen white robe. The man stopped Kevin. Kevin was originally planning to teach this ignorant thing a lesson. But when Linen White Robe asked Kevin if he wanted to make a lot of money, thousands of gold coins, Kevin took the bait. If Flax had offered him tens or hundreds of gold coins for nothing, Kevin would never have paid attention to it. But Kevin felt that if he got these thousands of gold coins, he would be able to recover part of the losses caused by losing the gambling. And he would also have an explanation for his family. The request of the man in linen and white robes was simple. Help them send 4 people and a small box into Rose Castle. Kevin asked them what they wanted to do by sneaking into Rose Castle, and the explanation they received was that they wanted to steal something. Kevin was not allowed to ask anything else. As for whether they wanted to let Kevin have fun, looking at the 500 gold coins that were handed to him as a deposit, Kevin didn't hesitate at all. No matter what the purpose of these people entering Rose Castle, Kevin doesn't care. After all, there are only 4 of them. Even if they sneak into the castle, they won't make any waves. And he has to get through this difficulty. Otherwise, he will be punished by the family. That is definitely not Kaiwen wanted. But what Kevin didn't expect was that such a big thing happened in Roseburg tonight. After it happened, Kevin immediately thought of the 4 people and a small box he brought in. Although he didn't want to believe it. It should be. That's the truth. If you don't admit it, I can't help it. But the 4 servants I brought with me when I entered the castle in the afternoon all had unfamiliar faces. If Alice wants to track them down, it will be easy. It was precisely because Caroline saw the scene when Kevin entered the castle in the afternoon that she called Kevin over alone and asked in a low voice. Originally, she was a little surprised as to why Kevin brought a servant she had never seen before. But thinking about what happened in Rose Castle tonight, Caroline quickly thought of a possibility. The reason why she is asking Kevin now is to confirm whether it is related to Kevin. If it is really related to Kevin, then she needs to explain to the eldest prince when she goes back this time. Kevin may not be a good candidate because he is too stupid. When Caroline said that it was easy to trace, Kevin's face suddenly turned pale. He actually knew this. But he still had some luck. Maybe even if all the guards on duty tonight were dead? Your Majesty, the Earl is here. Chapter 282, Kevin's Death. When Gervais stood up and walked towards the door, 2 servants immediately came forward to help Gervais. But Gervais pushed him away. He was young and let the 2 male servants support him. It always feels weird. And this is true for Alice. She is a man after all. So why not send 2 maids to support her, and let these male servants clean up the corpses in the vestibule? After rejecting the valet's kindness, Gervais's random thoughts were immediately interrupted by his stomach. Goo goo. I'll go. It seems I haven't eaten for a long time. Gervais had just moved a few steps in the corridor when he heard his stomach growling in embarrassment. Until this moment, Gervais had never thought that he hadn't had dinner since noon. The only thing he ate at the banquet was a few bites of barbecue. But he was poisoned by Raul, the man who killed thousands of people, and ended up vomiting it all out. Caressing his growling belly, Gervais felt helpless. Originally, Gervais was so bruised that he didn't want to go to the banquet hall. After all, he also had a lot of bruises on his face, which detracted from his tall image. But now I can only go to the banquet hall to fill up my stomach first. Otherwise I will be hungry. And then see how Alice will deal with Kevin's matter. Because Gervais refused the valet's clothes, Gervais could only endure the pain and walk slowly. When Gervais finally arrived at the banquet hall, he found that all the guests were gathered together to watch the show. This made Gervais less stressed and walked in with his head slightly lowered. Don't come over here, Alice. It's none of my business tonight. I don't know those people will use purple elf bugs to attack Rose Castle. When Gervais took a closer look, he saw an incredible scene. Kevin actually held Caroline hostage with a table knife. What kind of fuss is this? Gervais said low. Didn't Kevin always regard Caroline as the leader? Why is he holding Caroline hostage instead? Gervais was very interested in such a drama. So he quickly grabbed a few pieces of cake from the table nearby, and then squeezed towards the front of the crowd, preparing to watch a good show. Kevin, let Caroline go. As I said, I'm just asking you to find out about the man in the linen white robe. As for whether you are guilty in the end, I will leave you to the noble council to decide. Alice was standing not far away, and Kevin was surrounded by Gandalf and others. The status of nobles in this world is high. Generally, there are only 2 ways to judge nobles. The first is to be judged by the prince to whom the noble is loyal. This situation is usually used when there is a dispute between 2 vassals under the prince. As for the other kind, there is the noble council. This noble council is composed of members from the 8 major families of the Principality of Jean. The president of the council is the king. For the heirs of counts like Kevin, Alice cannot punish them directly, so she can only submit them to the noble council. Conduct a trial. Although some exchanges of interests also occurred in the Parliament of Nobles. After all, they still need face. If they are really guilty and the evidence is conclusive, they will be implemented in accordance with the law. However, for some powerful nobles, the verdict will be the severity of criminal laws may change slightly from time to time. Like what Kevin did tonight, bringing an unknown person with ulterior motives into Rose Castle, and having such serious consequences. Usually he could be sentenced to death by hanging directly. But if Kevin's family is willing to go up and down to deal with it, then make corresponding compensation to Alice. And it may also be punishable by depriving her of her noble title. It is impossible for Kevin not to pay the price this time. After all, the castle is the fortress of the nobles, and its status is particularly important. Some people actually send enemies into the noble castle to do evil things. No one dares to condone such a thing. Alice, I said, this is none of my business. I don't know them. I just took the money to bring those 4 people into the castle. I don't know anything else. Alice, let me go. As long as you promise to let me go, I will let Caroline go. Originally, Kevin would not have come to this point. But when Alice came to the banquet hall and brought Gandalf and others to question Kevin and told the results of the investigation, Kevin knew that he could no longer hide it. When he heard from Alice about the casualties in Rose Castle tonight, Kevin was even more frightened. Especially when a silver intermediate knight died. Seeing Alice preparing to take him away, Kevin, who was unable to explain himself, couldn't help but appeal to Caroline for help, hoping that Caroline could put in some good words for him. Unexpectedly, Caroline knew that Kevin had still lied to her just now, and was extremely disappointed. Instead of interceding for Kevin, she said that she would inform the eldest prince of Kevin's actions when she returned to the capital, and even made it clear that from now on, from a moment later, Kevin had been kicked out of the eldest prince's queue. For a moment, Kevin was scared and angry, and he directly held the knife on the dining table to Caroline's neck. The most surprising thing is that Kevin can still use fighting spirit. It turns out that Kevin didn't eat any food at the banquet tonight. Kevin knew that the guys he brought into the castle couldn't just steal it, so he was careful and didn't dare to eat any food. This allowed Kevin to still use his fighting spirit to steal food under the eyes of Gandalf and others. Caroline held hostage. Things have come to this point. How can Kevin give in? What he wants to do most now is to return to the Larkin family and ask his mother, who loves her, to help him find a way. At this moment, Kevin couldn't believe the death of Alice, a silver middle-level knight. Kevin was worried that he would not be able to get out of Rose Castle. Even if Alice really handed herself over to the noble council, it would be because Kevin would like to see. Because he was transferred to the Parliament of Nobles. The Larkin family would not only have to pay a higher price to rescue him, but his title would probably be in jeopardy. In that case, it would be easier to kill him. Kevin, if you hurt Caroline, not even the Larkin family can protect you. Alice frowned. She really didn't expect that Kevin would still have the fighting spirit, and even be able to kidnap Caroline. When she was at the royal school, Caroline wanted to help the eldest prince win over people. But in Kai, a lot of investment goes into getting a tattoo. Kevin, if you do this, my father and the eldest prince will not let you go. Even your father can't protect you. Caroline, who was held hostage by Kevin, had no expression of fear on her face, but was filled with anger. Once upon a time, Kevin was just her follower, and she took great care of people like Kevin. But today Kevin actually held a knife to her neck. This was not only a humiliation to her, but also more likely that the eldest prince would look down on her because of this. Caroline herself is also a high-level bronze knight, but because of the poison of the bellflower, she is now powerless to resist, and can only be held hostage by Kevin in full view of the public. I can't help it. You guys force me. I just want to earn some gold coins. Gervais. If it weren't for Gervais, I wouldn't be in this situation. Kevin's words became hoarse, and even the hand holding the knife kept shaking because of nervousness. Suddenly, Kevin saw Gervais, who was squeezing out of the crowd. Seeing Gervais holding a piece of cake while eating and watching a show, Kevin's eyes were a little red. His current situation was not only due to the person in front of him. Now that he is desperate, this pretty boy is eating with limited means. Viscount Kevin, why did you say that? The bet between the two of us was conducted in full view of the public. You have to accept the bet and accept defeat. You can't slander anyone. As a noble, you must have enough courage. Look at Boris. He also lost a lot of gold coins and a purple elf. Now he has to eat and drink well. Gervais was cheerful and not worried at all that his words would anger Kevin. Because in his opinion, Caroline was not a good person. She actually helped Kevin to bribe him, so that she would not hinder Kevin's pursuit of ally silk. Gervais doesn't look kindly on people who want to wear colorful hats. More importantly, because of Kevin, so many innocent soldiers died in Rose Castle tonight, including more than a dozen of his own slave soldiers who were seriously injured. And Alice lost a silver mid-level knight. Gervais hoped that Kevin would take action now. As long as Kevin hurt Caroline in front of everyone, he would definitely get nothing good, and even the Larkin family would not be able to protect it. Gervais! When Gervais finished speaking, Alice came to Gervais and shook her head at him, obviously worried that Kevin would really hurt Caroline. Although Caroline has always been at odds with Alice. In general, Caroline is the granddaughter of the Lord of the North. If anything happens in Rose Castle, Alice will feel guilty. Gervais, one day I will make your life worse than death. Kevin was angered by Gervais's words. But at this moment, he still knew that the most important thing was to escape from Rose Castle. So he glanced at Gervais resentfully and said a harsh word. Pay no more attention to Gervais. When Gervais heard Kevin's cruel words, his eyes flashed with cold light. This time was different from the past. Gervais could feel that Kevin really wanted to kill him just now. Alice, if you don't let me go, I won't be able to survive. And neither will Caroline. Like a trapped animal, Kevin's emotions gradually fell to the edge of losing control. He inadvertently increased the strength in his hand. Because of Kevin's increased strength, the sharp knife blade had already scratched the skin on Caroline's snow-white neck. Bright red blood was already flowing out along the skin. Gandalf, Bernie, get out of the way and let Kevin go. Seeing such a scene, Alice finally relented. Gervais may not care about Caroline's life or death, but as a count, Alice cannot ignore it. Gandalf and Bernie raised their swords, and after hearing Alice's words, they could only step aside helplessly. They also hated Kevin to the core, blaming Kevin for most of the cause of Viscount Palant's death. When Kevin saw Alice relenting, the banquet hall had already made way for a passage. Without hesitation, Kevin carefully moved Caroline towards the door. During this period, the knife in his hand never left Caroline's neck. When everyone was staring at Kevin's every move, Gervais suddenly closed his eyes. Kevin faced everyone and held Caroline hostage to the door of the banquet hall. At this time, Gervais opened his eyes again and walked straight in the direction of Kevin. Kevin saw that no one was approaching. After walking out of the banquet door, he felt slightly relieved. As long as he continued to hold Caroline hostage and left Rose Castle on horseback, he could leave Joan's territory without stopping. "You are not allowed to come out. When I leave the castle, I will let Caroline go," Kevin yelled, glanced into the hall, and suddenly saw Gervais again. Gervais actually looked at him with a smile again. Kevin glared at Gervais fiercely, and prepared to walk along the corridor towards the exit. "Go." At this moment, Kevin suddenly felt as if there was a black shadow surrounding him. Kevin looked up without doubt, but he saw an ugly pig-headed man standing next to him, with wide nostrils. "It almost sticks to my face." "Ah!" Kevin, who was unprepared for the sudden appearance of the pig-headed man, was startled. The knife in his hand subconsciously left Caroline's neck and stabbed the pig-headed man in the head. In the perception of everyone in this world, orcs are bloody and cruel. As long as they see humans, they will kill them directly without any negotiation. Although Kevin was very confused, he had clearly observed his surroundings just now. Except for a few servants standing in the distance, there was no other figure. Why did a pig-headed man suddenly appear? However, instinct still prompted Kevin to take action against the pig-headed man. Kevin's knife hit the target without any suspense. Just when Kevin didn't know why, a huge explosion came from his ears. Bang! With this explosion, a huge bloody hole appeared on Kevin's neck. Kevin let go of the dinner knife in his hand and covered his neck. At this moment, the things in front of him returned to normal. There was no pig-headed man in the hall. There were only white smoke slowly drifting away, and Gervais's a hateful smile. Kevin wanted to say something, but the huge wound on his throat made him only make a weak roar, like a big bellows that was leaking air. After holding on for 5 seconds, Kevin's whole body went limp, and he could no longer breathe. Chapter 283 Secret Technique Decomposition. Late at night, Gervais was lying in his room, like a salty fish, looking at his system panel intently at the moment. Kevin's death didn't create much of a stir, at least for now, because the appearance of orcs in Rose Castle can be said to be indirectly caused by Kevin. If the gate of the inner castle is not closed tonight, and if Gandalf and others do not recover their strength tonight, then everyone in Rose Castle will die because of this. Therefore, no one would sympathize with Kevin's death. After Kevin's body was taken away, everyone still had to eat and drink, especially with the help of wine. The banquet hall soon became lively again. Gervais quickly ate some food and returned to his guest room after filling his stomach, because the bruises on his face affected his image too much. Gervais was the most handsome boy tonight, and attention was definitely on his side. However, this made Gervais even more uncomfortable. Gervais faced the system panel and directly clicked on the plus sign of the martial arts function with his command mind. 2 lists will appear immediately below. 3 critical strikes deduction decomposition. Hidden breath, deduction decomposition. Looking at the 2 lists, Gervais first clicked on the deduction button, and then a level LV0 progress bar immediately appeared below the deduction button, and there was a text box above it. Do you want to spend 5 energy points to deduce the 3-sword critical attack? The current martial arts level is LV0. It can be upgraded to LV1 after the deduction. The martial arts after deduction can enhance the power. This broken system is much easier to use after the upgrade. At least it has a manual. 5 energy points? It doesn't look very expensive. I just don't know if the effect is as good as the explanation. Do you want to try it out? Looking at the text box, Gervais was thinking in his mind that he still had 17 energy points. It would be enough to deduce the 3-sword attack with 3 critical strikes. But Gervais was not yet sure what the effect would be after the deduction. Forget it. Let's see what the subsequent decomposition is. In the end, Gervais still resisted the urge to deduce for the time being, and looked at the subsequent decomposition first. And it would not be too late to make a decision then. Gervais manipulated his mind and clicked on the decomposition. This decomposition page was not as complicated as the deduction. There was just a question asking whether to spend 5 energy points to decompose it. After decomposition, the martial arts moves can be taken apart and used individually. Moreover, the power of moves will not be reduced due to disassembly. Because moves are disassembled, the route of fighting energy in the body will be shorter and faster. On the contrary, the consumption of fighting energy in the body will be greatly reduced. This is good stuff. Seeing this, Gervais suddenly felt hot inside. The martial arts skills mentioned on the system panel are actually secret skills. Every time a secret skill is used, a large amount of fighting spirit is consumed. Especially a powerful combo secret skill like the critical 3-sword slash. It can consume most of the Bronze Knight's fighting spirit in one use. Gervais can only be used twice in a short period of time. But if this decomposition skill is used, Gervais does not have to use 3 consecutive slashes to critically strike with 3 swords, but directly changes it to 1 critical strike with 1 sword. Not only does the sword come out faster, the power will not be weakened. And the most important thing is it can also greatly reduce the consumption of fighting spirit. Hey, no matter what, I have to decompose the 3 critical sword slashes tonight. Gervais has already thought about it. He must learn this critical strike with 1 sword. It can be imagined that when he fights with people, every sword he swings has the power of a big move. And he still uses 10 swords continuously. With so many swords, even a Bronze Knight with a higher level than him might not be able to withstand it. In Gervais' view, this decomposition is more important than deduction. Deduction can upgrade the secret technique of critical strike 3 sword cuts to make it more powerful. But greater power means greater consumption. Of course, this is only for the current Gervais. Once Gervais has enough fighting spirit, he will not have to worry about the consumption of fighting spirit, and can start to pursue the most powerful requirements. After watching the 3-sword strike with a critical strike, Gervais clicked on the hidden breath technique and looked at it. It was deduced that it can be upgraded in the same way as the 3-sword strike with a critical strike. However, the decomposition function of the hidden breath technique cannot be turned on. Gervais thought that the decomposition function can only be used by secret techniques with continuous moves. The hidden breath technique itself has only one function. And of course, it cannot be split. Gervais then clicked on the illusion in the magic function and checked it. But it could not be decomposed. So he directly moved his eyes to the system mall. Golden kiwi fruit can comprehensively strengthen the body after taking it. Purple kiwi fruit, after the monster eats it, it automatically signs a master-servant contract, which can increase the monster's cultivation. There is a certain chance of causing the monster to mutate. Green kiwi fruit increases mental power and has a certain chance of instilling random knowledge. Blue kiwi fruit, after taking 10 elves, the elf bugs can advance to become elf. After taking 10 pills, the elf can advance to become a big elf. There is a certain chance that the elf bug space will mutate. When Gervais scanned the 4 colors of kiwis one by one, annotations immediately floated out from above the kiwis. This is also a benefit brought by this system upgrade. Before upgrading, Gervais faced this system like a blind fisherman. After redeeming the kiwi fruit, its functions were completely guessed. He was not even sure whether it could be eaten by himself. It's better now. It's clear at a glance. Gervais originally wanted to exchange the blue kiwi fruit for one to try the effect. But after reading the introduction, it was for elf bugs. Gervais gave up the idea of exchanging it now. He currently only has 17 energy points. It will cost 5 points to decompose the critical strike 3 swords later. The remaining 12 points can only be exchanged for a kiwi fruit. Gervais should consider this carefully. In fact, Gervais kept looking at the big wheel of fortune. To be honest, Gervais was still very interested in the new kiwi fruits. It's just that this system is quite confusing. The black kiwi fruit not only occupies half of the lottery wheel, but it is only effective for 1 hour after taking it, which makes Gervais hesitant. Forget it. Let's break down the 3 critical sword slashes first, and we'll talk about the rest in 2 days. With a decision in his mind, Gervais directly clicked the decomposition button behind the 3-sword strike. As Gervais's energy point value changed from 17 to 12 points, the 3-sword strike move was decomposed and divided into 3 parts. Each of the 3 critical strikes has a fixed sequence and fixed moves. Now it is broken down into 3 moves, which can be divided directly into the left slash with the first sword, the right slash with the second sword, and the third sword. Slash from top to bottom. With a thought, Gervais clicked on the first sword slash. Immediately, the skills of fighting chi circulation, and chi accumulation in the first left slash came into his mind. As the independent fighting chi operation method and power charging skills were absorbed by Gervais, Gervais became proficient immediately. Gervais lay on the bed and tried it with his bare hands, and his eyes immediately gleamed. It's a big profit this time. After Gervais used the new method to circulate his fighting energy, he could immediately feel that the fighting energy quickly gathered into his arms, without the stagnation feeling, and the time for accumulating energy was accelerated by an unknown amount. You must know that the critical 3-sword slash requires 1.5 breaths to accumulate power when used normally. Even a veteran like Nathan, who has been practicing for many years, needs 2 breaths. However, Gervais now uses a critical strike without any need to accumulate energy. It is as fast as a normal slash with fighting spirit. Chapter 284 New Mansion A. Early the next morning, as soon as Gervais got up, There was a knock on the door, and it was his unreliable sister who knocked on the door. Gervais, who was neatly dressed, opened the door and looked at the door. Bonita and Vivian stood there happily. "Brother, are your injuries feeling better?" The person asking the question was Bonita, but looking at the smile on her face, Gervais could not see any real concern. On the other hand, Vivian beside her was full of concern, but she was embarrassed to speak for a moment. "I just got hurt last night. How could I heal so quickly? Tell me, what do you want from me?" Gervais knew that this girl came to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing, and there must be something waiting for him. So he asked angrily, "It's nothing. Didn't you get 2 elves yesterday? Can you let us play with them? We haven't touched the elves yet," Bonita said with excitement. Gervais was relieved when he heard this. He thought Bonita was coming to him for shopping again. It would be easier to take a look at the elves, since they are in the room anyway. And Gervais is also preparing to rename the 2 elves. "Last night, I was only busy studying my system, but I forgot to take a look at the only 2 elves I currently own." "Come in! The elf is in my room." Gervais got out of the way, and Bonita rushed in quickly, not caring about waiting for Vivian. "Gervais, does it still hurt?" Vivian entered the door and asked in a low voice when passing by Gervais. "It doesn't hurt anymore. You'll recover in a while." Vivian was different from that little girl Bonita. Gervais responded to her concern in a soft tone. "Kindness." Vivian nodded and then walked towards the house. After both of them entered the guest room, Gervais closed the door again and walked to the living room. The jade boxes of the 2 elves and the 3 elf bugs were placed on the table in the living room. At this moment, Bonita had already begun to open the jade boxes. The jade box containing the elf was opened, and immediately an elf in a blue dress jumped out and flew into the air, looking at Bonita warily. Then the elf turned his attention to Gervais. After seeing Gervais, he immediately flapped his little wings and flew to Gervais's shoulder, stretched out half of his little head, and secretly looked at Bonita and Vivian. After signing the contract with Gervais, the little guy naturally got close to Gervais. As for Bonita, she was too excited and probably scared the elf by moving too much. "Don't be afraid, little one. They just want to play with you." Gervais touched the little guy's little head and said slowly, "By the way, I have to give you a name first. Let's call you Del." Del. When the little guy heard the new name Gervais had given for himself, he immediately started spinning in circles happily in the air, shouting his name non-stop. And his milk was full of milk. The elf has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to the elf bug. Apart from its body shape and the pair of wings, it is almost the same as a human being. However, the elves still cannot speak. They can only utter some simple syllables such as babbling and gurgling. The most complex words the elves can say are probably their own names. This is also their characteristic. "Del, come to my place. I have delicious food here." Bonita, who was at the table, looked at Gervais with envy and kept calling to Del in the air. She even took out a piece of delicate cake in her hand, hoping to seduce Del. Gervais ignored them and came directly to the table, opened the purple elf's jade box, and then named it Seely. As for the other 3 purple elf bugs, Gervais is even simpler. Nisi, Neil, and Nini. This is the name Gervais gave them. It's no wonder that Gervais is so casual, who told them to huddle together and sign a recognition contract with him. Gervais's naming is inherently weak. It's really not easy to come up with 5 names at once. Bonita Vivian played with the elves, and Gervais went to the bathroom to wash up. About 10 minutes later, Gervais's door was knocked again. "Good morning, Lord Gervais." When Gervais opened the door again, the person who appeared was the castle housekeeper Lena. Lena was wearing slim but strict housekeeper clothes. She looked very capable, but she was not very energetic. Gervais estimated that Lena must not have had much rest last night. After all, there was such a big mistake in the castle, and Lena was very busy. "Lena, morning! What's the matter?" "Sir, this is the deed of the Luoer mansion. We have already completed the inspection there, so now I will hand this deed to you. You can go and check it at any time." "Okay, thank you, Lena." Gervais took the house deed handed over by Lena and said thanks. He originally thought it would take at least several days, but he didn't expect it to be so efficient and completed in one night. After all, Roar was rebelling. So of course, the mansion needed to be inspected and searched before it was handed over to Gervais to see if there were any other items related to this incident. "Sir, I won't disturb you anymore. I'm going to leave first." Lena bowed respectfully to Gervais, and then walked towards the stairs. After watching Lena leave, Gervais took the house deed and walked towards the house. Just when he reached the living room, Bonita grabbed his arm again. Brother, show me! Show me! This is a big house in Winterfell. I heard it's very luxurious. Isn't it? Vivian and Bonita heard clearly the conversation between Gervais and Lena. In this world, Bonita and the others regard Winterfell as being similar to the Emperor in the future. Having a mansion here is no less effective than owning a luxurious villa in the center of Kyoto. Huh? Huh? Senna always showed off in front of me, saying that her sister married to Winterfell, lived in the east end of Winterfell, and owned a house with a small garden. Now my brother has a big mansion. Let's see how I scold her when I go back this time. Bonita took the deed and looked at it for a long time. But she couldn't figure out why. She was not familiar with Winterfell at all, even if the address was written on it. She couldn't tell what Gervais's mansion looked like from the deed. But last night, I heard from her father that it should be quite luxurious. So Bonita was ready to go back to the countryside with this news, to compete with those aristocratic ladies. Even Vivian's eyes lit up when she heard Bonita's words. Apparently she had often heard the noble lady named Senna show off. Brother, how about you take us to your new house to have a look? We will go back in 2 days. I don't know when we can come to Winterfell again. You can take us to see it now. And we will come to Winterfell later. We can also find a place in Winter City. Bonita's mind was spinning fast, and she was talking non-stop. She was completely different from Vivian next to her. Gervais really didn't know how they became good sisters. Vivian, do you think what I said is right? Bonita was afraid that Gervais would not agree. So she immediately pulled Vivian beside her, wanting to add some weight to her request. Gervais was a little speechless. Bonita used the same method last time when she came to him to accompany them shopping, and she roped in Vivian to convince him. However, Gervais is indeed curious about his new mansion. Although he usually lives in the castle in Stormland, it feels good to have a mansion in Winterfell. After all, the country where Gervais lived in his previous life had a fascination with houses. No matter how many houses there were, he would not despise them. He wished he could change his house every day and spread them all over the country. Although Gervais is now a Seignior and does not have such a strong need in this regard, it is still necessary to check and identify the door. Okay, but I have to check on my men after breakfast. You go and prepare first. Yeah, brother. You're the best. Why, Wyan? Come on. Let's go back and choose a beautiful hat first. Bonita and Vivian left Gervais's guest room happily. After Vivian and Bonita left, Gervais called Pat to have breakfast together, and then came to the wooden house near the stables in the front yard. Because the wooden houses originally used for it, and the slave soldiers were basically destroyed by the orcs. All the guards and servants brought by the guests were arranged here. The house here was originally used to store fodder, but it can be occupied immediately after being tidied up. When Gervais came to Ike's residence, Ike was playing with plaster. Although the technology in this world is underdeveloped, it does not mean that people are stupid. Gervais just demonstrated it in person yesterday. Ike has already learned how to do it. Make plaster molds to fix the wounds of soldiers with broken bones. Although it may not be useful, this is Gervais's idea of treating a dead horse as a living horse. At least things will not get worse. After briefly telling the slave soldiers and the injured guards to take a good rest, Gervais took Ike and 6 other guards to check out his new mansion. Chapter 285 New Mansion B. Arriving in the vestibule of the castle, Gervais rode a unicorn and Pat waited for Vivian and Bonita to come out. After last night's incident, it can be said that Gervais has become a famous noble. Not for anything else but because of the unicorn riding under Gervais. How Gervais rescued Alice and how he fought against the orcs was not known to many people because of the protection of Gervais. But Gervais's unicorn detoxified Gandalf and others in the banquet hall, which was done in front of everyone. Therefore, whether they are Alice's vassals or guests from other places, when they meet Gervais, they will politely come forward to say hello and chat, taking the opportunity to get closer to some unicorns. Being able to own a mount that is only available to kings shows Gervais's strength and heritage. People used to hear rumors that Gervais was just a lucky boy. But after last night's incident, people felt that the rumors were not credible. I would like to ask which pretty boy can own a unicorn, and which pretty boy can give away 2 Warcraft crystals at once. After waiting for a moment in the vestibule, Gervais met no fewer than 10 nobles who came forward to greet him, and then kept observing the appearance of the unicorn, which made Pat's eyes grow hot. Today, Pat is completely convinced of Gervais. Of course, this is also what he expected after his first visit to Gervais Castle. Gervais will definitely become a successful person. But Pat did not expect that Gervais would become so successful. Quick! Gervais was still a baron when he came. But now he has become a viscount. You must know that Pat's own baronetcy has been passed down for 4 or 5 generations. But they have not made any progress and are still standing still. After Bonita and Vivian arrived, Gervais gave the order and the group left the castle and headed straight to the East District. The streets of Winterfell were not aware of the impact of last night's incident at all. There was an endless stream of pedestrians passing by on the streets. Gervais and others soon arrived at the square in the East District. From a distance, Gervais saw many aristocratic women and children queuing up to buy ice cream in front of his store. Gervais did not stop at the store, but walked directly across the square and continued walking along Champagne Boulevard. As the group of people moved forward, the streets soon became wider and the number of pedestrians became sparse. Exquisite and tall gates appeared on both sides of the road. It should be right here. Number 16 Champagne Avenue. Looking at the gate of the mansion in front of him, which was made of pure white marble and carved with many murals, Gervais took out the house deed and checked it again, and found that this was his new mansion. Lord Gervais. After Gervais dismounted, he immediately attracted the attention of 2 soldiers on duty at the door. When the soldier saw Gervais's appearance and the huge unicorn under him, he immediately saluted respectfully and shouted, "Well, is this Luoir's mansion?" Gervais nodded and asked the soldier, "Yes, sir. Butler Lena asked us to guard here, waiting for you to receive it. Thank you for your hard work. These are rewards for you." Gervais nodded and took out a silver coin from his arms. There are no locks on the outside of the doors of these luxurious mansions. They all need to be locked from the inside. So in order to prevent someone from sneaking in and damaging them, Lena specially asked people to stay here. "Thank you, sir, for the reward." Seeing Gervais's generous move, the 2 soldiers were flattered and took the silver coin from Gervais's hand, becoming even more humble and respectful. "Wow! So beautiful! Gervais, if we come to Winterfell in the future, can we stay with you?" At this time, Bonita was walking in front, looking under the marble door from time to time, touching the reliefs on both sides of the door frame, and exclaiming as she touched it, "Let's go in and take a look first." Gervais ignored the irritable Bonita and led everyone directly into his new mansion. When Gervais walked into the gate of the mansion, what he saw was a large lawn and garden. The lawn and garden were carefully manicured. Rather than calling the house a mansion, it would be more appropriate to call it a manor. "Gervais, I'm a little envious of you. If I could exchange it, I would trade my castle with you for this mansion. This is the residence that nobles enjoy." Pat was also surprised by Gervais's new mansion and joked with Gervais with a smile. Although the castle is the symbol of every noble seigneur, the castle is mostly prepared for war. But this manor is truly the most suitable place to live, with a wide view and a comfortable environment. In front of Gervais and the others was a wide and flat avenue, with gardens and lawns on both sides of the avenue. This avenue extended to a huge 2-story marble building in the front. This marble building is full of the characteristics of medieval architecture. Both its shape and craftsmanship can represent the highest level of outstanding craftsmen in the world. Moreover, Gervais also saw that the rows of windows were actually made of transparent glass made of crystal flakes. The colorful windows not only make the entire building more gorgeous, but also provide the best lighting for the entire house. "Ha ha! Pat, if you like it, how about selling it to you for 3,000 gold coins? I usually live in the Storm territory, so I really don't have time to live here, and it costs a lot to maintain this mansion. Although this mansion is large, it must be taken care of and maintained by someone. Gervais feels that without investing more than 10 or 20 gold coins a year, it is absolutely impossible to guarantee the maintenance of the mansion. I don't have that much money." Pat rolled his eyes. Although he often ran to Winterfell as a seigneur, his territory was still on the border of the Jones territory, so he couldn't be a hands-off shopkeeper like some nobles. Otherwise, he would be a loser every time he went there. After many weeks of journey, I don't know when the territory will be lost. Besides, it is not easy to take out 3 or 4,000 gold coins at once. After chatting and laughing at the door, Gervais and others walked along the stone-paved avenue to the main house. And then Gervais pushed the door directly in. "Cheap wife is very kind to me. All the home furnishings are still there." Seeing the rich decoration in the house, with countless artworks on the walls and along the aisles, Gervais praised Alice again. Alice only said that she would reward him with the mansion. In fact, if Alice wanted to, she could move all the valuable things out of the house. However, seeing the various decorations, Gervais knew that Alice must not have touched the house. There is not a single thing missing from the house. So the search was probably only for some letters and other things. There is a large hall on the first floor of this building, where a dance party can undoubtedly be held. After walking through the hall and along the corridor, we arrived at the restaurant. The decoration of the restaurant is several levels higher than that of Gervais's golden castle. Not only is the decoration exquisite, it is also full of decorations. Even the floor is paved with exquisite glazed tiles. Ceramic tiles. The lines composed of ceramic tiles are full of artistic sense. Ah! Brother! Look! There is a lot of gold here! When they came to the restaurant, Gervais only looked at the surrounding decorations. Bonita and Vivian were attracted by the items lined up in some cabinets. When they walked to a cabinet with utensils, it was shouted, "I saw more than a dozen sets of cutlery. Forks, cups and bowls made of gold placed in this exquisite wooden cabinet. There were even several wine bottles made of gold, with many gems inlaid on them. They were as golden as works of art." "It seems that Commander-in-Chief Roar is living a very prosperous life," Gervais sighed. "There really is no gold cup or bowl like this. Most of the vessels in the castle are made of silver, because gold is too soft and requires a lot of money to customize. Most nobles only have a small amount. The gold vessels were used as decorations. And the cabinet that Bonita saw actually contained more than 10 complete sets of dining utensils, which meant that Roar might actually be using gold utensils to eat. In this regard, Gervais can only say one thing: arrogant. Of course, these things all belong to him now. And Gervais is even more grateful to Alice for keeping this mansion intact for him. Chapter 286 News Spread. Next, Gervais took Bonita and the others around the manor for a while. And then, they truly saw the arrogance of the nobles in this world. The second floor is used as the main activity area, such as the owner's bedroom. And it all reveals luxury. The sofas, beds and chairs are made of the best materials and carefully crafted by the best craftsmen. There are many gold-cast furnishings in both the corridors and bedrooms. These furnishings are not the gold-plated Shibe goods in Gervais' castle, but genuine gold and silver forgings. This made Gervais very happy. If these decorations were melted into gold coins, it would be a considerable amount of wealth. However, Gervais currently has a lot of funds in his hands. And of course, he would not do such vulgar things. Instead, Gervais planned to move all these valuable and exquisite furnishings back to his golden castle. After all, he didn't have much time in this mansion, so putting them here would be of no use, and they would be remembered by others after a long time. It has taken Gervais more than 2 hours to complete the tour of the entire mansion. The area of the mansion is about the same as that of a snowy manor. It is surrounded by gardens and lawns. Only in the southwest corner are there some rooms used for storage and supply, inhabited by servants. After feeling that he had seen enough, Gervais left 3 personal guards in the mansion and asked Alec to lead the team to guard here. The 2 soldiers just saw that they had left after taking over the mansion. There were so many precious things in the mansion, and Gervais was worried that no one was guarding them. After leaving the mansion, Gervais went around the shop, took some ice cream, and gave it to Bonita and Vivian, and then sent the 2 back to Rose Castle without stopping. After sending the 2 off, Gervais and Pat went to the arena. Now that the system has been upgraded and its functions have become more diverse, Gervais has become even more thirsty for energy points. Just because he is poor, he still dare not use his remaining 12 energy points. So Gervais will not let go of the opportunity to get energy points so easily. In the blink of an eye, time flies, and a week has passed since Alice's birthday. During this week, the guests who came to attend the banquet gradually left. Many people left Rose Castle on the 3rd day after the banquet, after the poison of the bellflower was automatically released. As these guests returned to various parts of the principality from Rose Castle, news about what happened on the day of the Rose Castle banquet spread. These news also caused huge waves in the principality, especially the rebellion of the Grand Commander of the Rose Knights and the almost capture of Rose Castle by the orcs, which suddenly caused the entire principality to be boiling. Many people are speculating about the reason for Roar's rebellion. Is it because the slaves are strong and the master is weak, which makes Roar ambitious and wants to take away the Jones family's wealth? At the same time, many families who were originally waiting and watching are beginning to make moves. Originally, except for some particularly greedy small families who were making small moves in private. Now many families who are waiting and watching can't bear it and want to take a bite out of the Jones family. Although the military strength of the Jones family is still strong today, the highest combat strength is only 3 high-ranking Silver Knights, namely the 2 deputy commanders of the Rose Knights and a Viscount Vassal. However, Such top combat power cannot match the huge wealth of the Jones family. At the same time, Roar's rebellion also made people underestimate the strength of the Jones family. As for the attack of the orcs, it had a huge impact on the nobles of the principality. Many people were discussing who was behind the scenes. Some people said it was someone from the Earl family who did it, and some said it was the king. However, the spearhead was, but there are only a few who point directly at the church. Because of the love-hate relationship between the church and the kingdom, it was difficult for some small nobles to know the truth. Only a few major Earl families, and the king had vague speculations that this might be the work of the church. Although Alice was unable to make any counterattack against the church, the most suspected mastermind behind the attack, she sent the detailed investigation report on the attack on Rose Castle to the royal capital and handed it over to the king. But she hid the spiritual fluid in the middle. And Gervais. Alice's purpose is simple: to let King Lawrence make his own choice. If the king continues to allow other great nobles to suppress and rob the Jones family, the one who will suffer the most in the end may not be the Jones family, but the king. After all, although it was the Jones family that was assassinated by the church this time, the church's real purpose was to cause chaos in the Principality of Jean. Even the former Snow Eagle Kingdom could not compete with the church. When facing the church, all the nobles of the Principality of Jean were on the same boat. The Jones family was like a section of the ship's hull. If the boat is in a shoal, it will be broken if it is broken. Just mend it slowly, and it will not sink. But now the church has begun to take action. The water has become deeper. And if the ship of the Principality of Zeon has a big hole in its hull, everyone will die together. Therefore, it is up to the king himself to decide whether to continue to seek the interests of the Jones family, or to stop and prepare to face the church's attack at any time. In addition to the bad news spreading, news about Gervais, the second son of the Baron, also spread. The deeds of Gervais, as the most representative pretty boy in the principality, have long been known to the nobles. However, the news about Gervais this time is all positive, which at least allows Gervais to gain huge benefits from it. There are two things that spread about Gervais. One is that Gervais owns a unicorn as a mount. When talking about unicorns, people exclaim for a while, feeling incredible and expressing disbelief. But no matter how rare a unicorn is, it is just a magical beast, and the substantial benefits are not very great. So everyone exclaimed for a while, and that was it. What the nobles discussed more intensely was Gervais's invention of golden wine. After tasting the golden wine that Alice brought out at the banquet, many guests were conquered by the delicious taste of the golden wine. Although the guests felt unbelievable, the wine was in their hands, so they couldn't help but not believe it. So before leaving, these guests ran to the East Square and bought 5 bottles of golden wine. As these people showed off the wine everywhere, invited their friends to taste it, and completely spread the delicious taste of the golden wine. The golden wine became an existence that everyone knew about among the nobility of the principality. The mellow and sweet taste, the gorgeous and noble color of the wine, made all the nobles who were lucky enough to taste it crazy. They wanted to come and buy it. As for buying golden wine, more people were asking around about this golden wine. What kind of raw materials are used to make wine? Some people even offer high prices to get the technology of making wine. People all remember Carlton Beer Earl, who invented beer. He made his fortune from beer. Not only did he eventually become an earl, but he also made countless wealth because of beer. While they are eager to drink wine, they are also eager to draw some benefits from the huge cake of wine, especially the several major earl families. And even the king is the same. After the king tasted the golden wine brought back by the envoy, he also specifically asked about the wine and Gervais. Even the fact that Gervais had the same mount as him was temporarily forgotten. However, whether it is the king or other interested people, they are destined to be disappointed, because neither Gervais nor Alice concealed the information about the raw materials of golden wine. When people went to the square shop to buy wine, Yura and other servants would take the initiative. The raw material for making wine is revealed, which is the wild fruit called grape. Grapes are only available in the Storm territory. From the perspective of raw materials, they cannot realize their plan to quickly snatch the benefits of golden wine. Chapter 287 Magic Plant. While everyone in the principality was talking about golden wine, Gervais was sitting leisurely in the study, reading books, with his beautiful and cheap wife on the desk beside him. His life was not too moist. Gervais, are you really going to leave tomorrow? Don't stay for a few more days. After all, your injury is not completely healed. Alice sat at the desk and kept reading the letters. But today is different from the past. The relationship between Alice and Gervais has become much closer because of what happened on their birthday. Alice is no longer always a cold goddess when facing Gervais. Sometimes she will take the initiative to talk to Gervais about something. For example, at this moment, Alice took the initiative to start a conversation with Gervais, who was reading a book with gusto. We can't stay any longer. We will be marching south next month. I have to go back as soon as possible to train soldiers and arrange things in the territory. And you also know that there will be an invasion of orcs in my territory during the winter. If I don't prepare in advance, I'm worried that my territory will be in a mess when I return from the southern expedition this year. As for my injury, it's almost healed. Gervais put down the book in his hand and turned his gaze to Alice. To be honest, every time he saw Alice's beautiful face, Gervais wanted to stay in Rose Castle and never leave again. With such a beautiful and powerful wife, I can't even fight so hard. I just hug my thighs and it's okay. This is the voice of Gervais. But at the same time, another opposing voice will arise in his mind. Gervais, as a good young man with upright views and a great appetite, you can't do anything like eating soft food. You will be despised by others. In the end, Gervais chose to fight hard. After all, he was still young, and the Jones family was not very stable without the old Earl to support them. Gervais felt that he had to work hard. At least wait until one day Alice's soft rice could be eaten safely forever, and then he would consider it again. After Gervais finished speaking, it was not known whether Alice was too absorbed in reading the letter and did not accept Gervais's words. The room fell into silence for a while. Gervais glanced at Alice for a few times, and suddenly remembered that he had something to give to Alice today. So he took out a small metal ball from his arms, stood up, and came to the desk. After noticing Gervais's actions, Alice finally raised her head and looked at Gervais doubtfully. Gervais came to the desk, and Alice was sitting directly in front of him. However, Gervais did not see the erotic scene he imagined. Alice usually wears round-neck clothes, and there is no such thing as Gervais. In his previous life, he saw that the necklines of aristocratic ladies in those movies were all V-shaped. The hotter the figure, the bigger the V-shaped neckline. Alice, there's nothing I can do to help you. I'm giving this to you. As I said in the arena that day. Gervais placed the small metal ball in his hand in front of Alice. Is this mithril? Alice picked up the metal ball that Gervais placed on the desk, just looked at it for a moment, and immediately raised her head and was surprised. Alice thought that Gervais was telling lies that day, but she didn't expect that Gervais really sent mithril. Yes, 50 grams of mithril was sent from the Storm territory. It just arrived this morning. This should be enough for you to help the Rose Knights forge mithril weapons. Gervais nodded. Not proud, only a faint smile on his face. Gervais, thank you. Alice was very considerate and did not ask about the origin of these mithrils. She just sincerely said thank you to Gervais, with a different look in her eyes. You're welcome. I am where I am today thanks to you for choosing me in the first place. Gervais still smiled and continued. But Alice, I have a request. I saw some large crystals in your birthday gift that day. I wonder if you can give me a few. Crystals are not a rare thing for nobles in this world. A vassal baron whom Gervais met at Alice's birthday party gave Alice a large box of crystal stones as a birthday gift. If calculated in terms of value, those crystal stones are worth more than 10 gold coins. Because those crystal stones are in excellent condition and are very large, with the largest ones being as big as footballs. Do you want those crystals? Just tell Lena later. I asked Lena to put those gifts in the storage room. If you need them, just take them all. Okay. In fact, crystals are also sold in Winterfell, but the quality is not as good as the one given by the vassal. Gervais took it to prepare an object, so the higher the quality of the crystal, the better. Boom, boom, boom. After talking to Alice, just when Gervais was about to return to the sofa and continue reading, there was a knock on the door. Alice answered, and soon Lena pushed the door open and entered. My lord, Lord Gervais. After Lena entered the room, she saw Gervais standing in front of the desk. He was obviously talking to Alice just now, and looked at Gervais strangely. Sir, a green elf bug in the castle has transformed into an elf. After Lena bowed respectfully to Gervais and Alice, she began to report the matter. Oh, is it a space for planting what kind of plants? To the great nobles, elf bugs are not uncommon, but elves are enough to attract attention. Especially the newly transformed one is a green elf. Sir, this is the space where the elf bugs grow wheat. And after the elf bugs transformed, the wheat also mutated and became a potion plant. Really? That's great. Let's go see it now. Alice finally couldn't sit still after hearing the words, magic plant. This was also a big event for the Earl family. You must know that magic plants are many times rarer than elves. At least in Rose Castle for so many years. There has only been one kind of magic plant. Rose powder. Of course, there are good and inferior potion plants. And the rose potion plant in Rose Castle is the best potion. Magic plants are plants that contain aura within themselves. Different types of magic plants can be eaten by humans, elves, insects, animals, and even monsters. After flowers and plants become magic plants, they can be used as food for elves, insects, and animals, while magic plants such as wheat can be eaten by humans. After eating the magic wheat, the cultivation level of the titled knight can be increased. However, in addition to the effect of increasing cultivation, some high-quality potion plants sometimes also have some unexpected and wonderful effects. For example, the potion roses of Rose Castle are used to feed evil spirit insects, which can improve the transformation of spirit insects into the odds of an elf. In the Principality of Alban, there is even a magic plant called pistachio that can make people relax physically and mentally, and make them extremely happy after being eaten. This effect can last for half a month, and has become a hot commodity in the mainland. Chapter 288 Golden Melon Seeds. With Lena leading the way, Gervais and Alice quickly arrived in the vestibule. There are 3 fairy bug courtyards in Rose Castle. When Gervais and Alice followed Lena into one of the courtyards, Gervais immediately saw the background of the great nobles. I saw that there were more than 30 space gates fluctuating in this small courtyard. In total, the Jones family has at least hundreds of elven insect spaces, and there are probably many elves among them. As for the great elf, Gervais had heard his chief father say long ago that the space for planting magic roses was the space opened by the great elf. The space opened by the great elf was extremely wide, with hundreds of acres of land. So the Jones family had enough potion roses to make rose powder for sale. Soon Gervais was led into a space door. As soon as he reached the door of space, Gervais saw a very open field, which he had never seen before. Gervais's only 2 elves had only been obtained a few days ago, and they had to wait until they returned to Balfong. It will be opened after receiving it, because the elf in this space has just successfully transformed. Although the land inside is wide, there is only about 1 acre of wheat land. The other 9 acres are uncultivated wasteland. The wasteland is covered with green grass, and there is a 2-acre field. A clear stream more than a meter wide runs through it. With a little cultivation, this scene can be turned into good farmland in no time. Sir, you see these wheats are the magic wheat that just mutated. Lena walked to the wheat field and pointed to the ears of wheat for Alice to check. Gervais Yuanqing also looked over, and saw that the rhizomes of these wheats were very strong, and even the ears were heavy. The grains of the wheat ears were almost the size of melon seeds. In addition to larger rhizomes and ears, this magic wheat is also very different from ordinary wheat in color. Although the color of the original wheat grains is yellow, it is not intense, but the color of this magic wheat is close to the golden color, with this faint luster on it, can truly be called golden wheat ears. If he hadn't known that the magic wheat was a real plant with roots still growing in the mud, Gervais might have thought of it as a golden melon seed. Speaking of which, this was actually the first time Gervais had seen a mutated potion plant. Although he had heard about the incredible things about potion plants before, he could only truly feel how strange they were after seeing them with his own eyes. After looking carefully, Gervais picked a wheat plant at random, and then pulled a wheat kernel from the ear. Alice and Lena could see Gervais's movements clearly, but neither of them said anything to stop him. Lena, this wheat should be ripe soon. Right. Starting with wheat grains, although they look like golden melon seeds, you can tell the difference from the weight, which is much lighter than gold. Yes, Lord Gervais, this wheat will be harvested in a few days. Unexpectedly, the elf bug suddenly transformed today and mutated the wheat. In a few days, we can harvest these wheat ears and use them as seeds for next time. Seed? Lena nodded. Obviously, she had a clear understanding of the situation in this space before reporting. Ha ha. Alice, congratulations. He nodded to Lena, and then Gervais smiled and congratulated Alice. After the magic plants mutate, as long as their seeds are collected and sown, the scale of the magic plants can be continuously expanded. This is equivalent to having more hens that can lay golden eggs. Moreover, magic wheat is the staple food, and it can also increase the number of repairs, because, no matter where you go, you don't have to worry about sales. After speaking, Gervais peeled off the thin skin of the wheat kernels in his hands, then put the wheat kernels into his mouth and chewed them. Oh, Alice, it seems that I want to congratulate you again. This magic wheat has a very high spiritual energy content. When the wheat grains enter his mouth, Gervais can feel the strong aroma of grains. Just like eating peanuts from his previous life. The mutated wheat not only contains spiritual energy, but even the taste has been greatly improved. However, because there are also other substances in this wheat, there is moisture, so the taste is not as good as peanuts. Of course, Gervais ate raw wheat grains not to test the taste, but to feel the spiritual energy contained in the magic wheat. When Gervais tasted it carefully, he immediately felt a trace of spiritual energy in his mouth. Circulation, although it is very weak, almost undetectable. Gervais can feel it if he only eats 1 grain of wheat now. What if it is a large handful? At least it is comparable to 2/10 of the effectiveness of Warcraft meat. Really? Gervais? Alice and Lena's eyes were also bright. Lena had just run to report to Alice because she was in a hurry. She just checked the appearance of the wheat ears and confirmed the mutation. She did not take the wheat kernels to taste like Gervais. Now that Gervais said this, both of them were a little moved, and they actually imitated the same. Under Gervais's gaze, they tore off a few wheat ears and put them in their mouths to taste. I didn't lie to you. Gervais couldn't help laughing when he saw the appearance of the two of them, especially his cheap wife, who usually acted like a cold goddess and seemed to disdain everything in the world. Now she actually learned to eat the half-cooked wheat by herself. So Gervais asked the two of them with a strange smile. Alice also realized that what she had just done was a bit inappropriate. She just hummed slightly and ignored Gervais. Instead, she straightened her expression and said to Lena, Lena, keep these seeds of the magic wheat. Sow them all next season. Okay. Sir. The security level must also be improved. After all the wheat is harvested, this space will be moved to the Rose Courtyard to prevent the seeds from being stolen. There will never be a shortage of nobles in this world who are willing to do anything for their own interests. As long as the news spreads about a good thing like magic wheat, there will definitely be many people who want to mislead them. As long as the seeds of the magic wheat are stolen and successfully planted, the scale can be gradually expanded in the future. So Alice has to pay attention to it. After seeing the magic plant in the space, Gervais and Alice returned to the study. Gervais continued to read the book, while Alice continued to check the letters. The two occasionally chatted for a few words, and then fell into silence. Although they were still married in name only, they had already treated each other with respect and were no longer strangers. In the early morning of the next day, there was a bustle of people at the foot of Roseburg Mountain Road. Hundreds of people gathered, including men and women, many old people and children. Most of these people were in ragged clothes and skinny as sticks. Master Gervais, you are here. Gervais was riding a unicorn, wearing leather armor with a long sword hanging on it. The red cloak on his back was dancing in the wind, making him look very heroic. When the slave trader Pili saw Gervais's outfit and the tall unicorn, he stepped forward. When he saluted, his head almost bent to the ground. After stopping the unicorn, Gervais did not immediately pay attention to the slave trader Pili, but glanced at the dirty slaves in the distance. There were about 700 or 800 of these slaves, including more than 500 young adults. Among the people, the rest are old people, women and children. The number of old people is the smallest, about 40 or 50 people, and half are women and children. This ratio makes Gervais quite satisfied. Although Gervais's request is to support the family, he does not want to raise more idle people. Chapter 289 Return. Pili, are these all the slaves you brought? Gervais withdrew his gaze and looked at the slave trader in front of the unicorn. Mr. Gervais? Yes. This time, I brought a total of 735 slaves and 196 families, including 479 young male slaves and 170 young women. 33 are elderly, and the rest are all children. Pili did not dare to neglect, and answered Gervais's question in detail, and then looked at Gervais with some anxiety. After all, although the more than 30 old people were not too old to move, they were no longer able to do heavy physical work. At most, they can only do ordinary farming work. He was just a small slave trader. Gervais was the husband of the Earl, and looking at the hundreds of fully armed soldiers behind Gervais, Pili was afraid that his slave this time would not satisfy Gervais. Pili, do you still remember that before I left that day, I told Lud to recruit craftsmen? Did you do it? The proportion of slaves satisfied Gervais. Now Gervais began to care about whether there were craftsmen. His territory was in dire need, but the population was sparse and there were almost no craftsmen. Without craftsmen, construction could not be carried out. Gervais was in urgent need of talents. Remember, Master Gervais, I do my best to serve my lord. I have recruited all the slave craftsmen I can find in Winterfell City. Pyrie quickly nodded and bowed to show that he was working for Gervais attentively. As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his arms and named the ragged slaves not far away. Soon, Pyrie read out the names of more than a dozen slaves. The slaves whose names were read all stood out from the crowd timidly, standing there not daring to raise their heads and look directly at Gervais. Master Gervais, these are the craftsmen you need. 10 masons, 7 carpenters, 1 tailor, and there is also a blacksmith. Pyrie introduced Gervais with a flattering look on his face. Gervais looked at the slaves whose names were called. Although Gervais did not ask whether they were real craftsmen, some clues could be seen from their appearance. The other slaves were all sallow and thin, but these people's bodies were much stronger. Obviously, after becoming slaves, these people did not suffer from hunger like others, and they were probably treated much better than other slaves. Slave traders or owners who only care about money. Being able to provide more food to these people shows that they are valuable and can earn back from them in the future. After all, craftsmen are also considered talents in this world. Very well. Pyrie! Gervais finally nodded with satisfaction, and nodded to Anna behind him under Pylai's expectant eyes. Anna immediately rode forward and handed a money bag to Pylai. Master Shedwise! Master Shedwise! Pylai first opened the money bag and saw the golden coins inside. He immediately smiled from ear to ear. He turned around carefully and nodded. He even took out a gold coin and put it in his mouth and bit it to confirm the quantity and quality of the gold coins. After everything was fine, Pylai's face almost broke out with laughter. Okay. Pylai! Don't block the way. Sir, I want to go back to the territory. Gervais didn't mind Pyrie's actions, since he wouldn't cheat anyway. And this transaction was indeed a big deal for a small slave trader like Pyrie. And it wasn't like there were no nobles who used deception to deceive people. Yes. Yes. Master Gervais. Walk slowly. If you need anything in the future, you can come to see me. I will definitely bow to you. Pylai did not dare to neglect, and immediately stepped aside with a few of his helpers, saluting Gervais. Gervais did not respond to Pyrie's words, and urged the unicorn to move slowly towards the road ahead without looking away. As Gervais moved, everyone behind him also moved, including personal guards, spearmen, and even slave longbowmen and swordsmen. These longbowmen and longswordmen won the bet from Kevin. They are only loyal to the person who owns the scepter. Now the small whip that symbolizes the scepter is in the hands of Gervais, so Gervais can use it with confidence. In addition to soldiers, Gervais's team also has dozens of carriages. These carriages carry the most food and other living supplies. The slaves Gervais bought today include more than 700 people. If he doesn't buy food and go back, the the leader simply couldn't afford the supply. And if he wanted these slaves to be able to support themselves and produce crops, they would have to wait until next year at the earliest. As for the remaining carriages, they are filled with various exquisite utensils that Gervais moved from the new mansion. Gervais does not have much time to return to Winterfell. Of course, he will move these good things back to the Storm territory. More importantly, Gervais there is also a small thought. That is, when he comes to Winterfell in the future, he would prefer to live in Rose Castle. Don't get me wrong. This is not because Gervais is coveting Alice's beauty. Gervais has a very legitimate reason. That is, living in Roseburg allows him to go to Alice's study to read books. As the team slowly advanced, there were naturally some personal guards arranging the newly purchased slaves at the rear of the team. More than 700 slaves joined the advancing team. In an instant, Gervais's convoy was more than a mile long, which was really spectacular. However, the slaves had been hungry for a long time, and their hearts moved very slowly. They were seriously injured, reduced the team's travel speed. However, Gervais was not in a hurry, and now he returned with a full load, including both population and gold coins. After returning this time, the Storm territory will definitely improve. This trip also verified that Gervais's business strategy is correct. Gervais is full of confidence in the main direction of the Storm territory in the future. Suddenly, Gervais seemed to notice something in his heart, so he turned around and looked up at the towering Rose Castle on the mountainside. Thanks to his eyesight that was far beyond ordinary people, Gervais vaguely saw a person on the balcony on the 3rd floor of Rose Castle. The purple figure stands. This cheap wife doesn't come out of the castle to see me off. What's the point of standing there and watching? The wind is so strong. Although the face of the purple figure could not be seen clearly, there was no doubt that Gervais was Alice. Gervais murmured in his heart, But by chance, he showed a proud smile, and suddenly raised his hand, and waved reassuringly towards Rose Castle. Regardless of can Alice see? "Sir, it's windy here. Let's go in first." Lena stood behind Alice, and saw the hem of Alice's skirt being blown up and down by the cool breeze, and reminded her slightly, now that autumn has entered, the end of summer has also slipped away, and the weather is gradually getting cooler. Standing high on the balcony, the cool breeze blowing on people brings a slight sense of coolness. Alice held her hand on the railing and saw Gervais in a red cloak in the distance suddenly turned around and waved here. Her cold and pretty face couldn't help but smile. Then she turned her back to Lena and said slowly, "Autumn is coming. This year's recruitment order will be issued soon. The mithril I gave you, Lena, must be forged into weapons by the blacksmiths as soon as possible. I think the southern expedition will not be as easy as in previous years." In the past, every year's southern expedition was a good opportunity for nobles of all sizes in the principality to seize merit, because the principality of Alban was weak and was attacked by two countries. The principality of Alban is suppressed by the principality of Jean every autumn, and can only defend itself hard. If it were not for the secret support of the church, the principality of Alban would probably have been destroyed long ago. But this year, the church took the initiative to interfere with the internal affairs of the principality of Jean. Alice had a vague feeling that the church could no longer stand it. "Sir, I have summoned all the blacksmiths to start forging and ensure that it is completed before the southern expedition." Alice hummed, then said nothing, and continued to watch the distant team out of sight. Chapter 290, Chapter 291, Chapter 292 together. In the palace of Duke Jean's capital, King Lawrence sat on the golden throne that symbolized authority, while the eldest prince and several ministers whom the king relied on stood below. "Derek, this is a letter sent by Count Alice of Rose Castle. It records the details of what happened that night in Rose Castle, including the results of the subsequent investigation. Please take a look." The king held a thick letter in his hand, with as many as 4 or 5 sheets, and the letter paper was densely written with words. Soon the attendant respectfully took the letter from King Lawrence, and then delivered it to the eldest Prince Derek. After Prince Derek received the letter, he bowed respectfully to Lawrence, and then began to look through the letter in his hand. Originally, when Derek looked at the previous few pieces of paper describing the events of Roar's rebellion and the orcs' attack on Rose Castle, he didn't pay much attention to it, because this matter had already spread throughout the principality, and was not considered a secret. But when Derek saw the next 2 results of the investigation of this incident, as well as the final direction of the Black Hand, the eldest prince frowned, and his face turned a little pale. Such a performance by the eldest prince made several ministers on the side become even more curious as to what could possibly make the eldest prince lose his composure. Lawrence, who was sitting on the iron throne, did not make a sound, but just watched the eldest prince's reaction silently. After Derek read the letter, he raised his head and glanced at King Lawrence, then handed the letter in his hand to the ministers, who had already stretched their necks to read the letter. Several ministers quickly took the letter. One of them held it, and the others stretched their necks to watch it together. As they watched, the 4 ministers, who were originally full of curiosity, became more and more frightened. In the end, they even broke out in cold sweat. They looked worse than the eldest prince. When several ministers read the letter and handed it to the attendants, the meeting hall fell into silence for a while. "Have you read it all? Do you have any comments? Do you think the things in Count Alice's letter and the person behind it are credible?" There were a total of 4 ministers and his eldest son at the scene. The 4 ministers were the palace prime minister, the finance minister, and the 2 army commanders. These 4 people can be said to be the people Lawrence trusted and relied on the most. So he presented Alice to him. The letters that came up were also shown to them. Facing the king's inquiry, the 4 ministers did not answer immediately. Instead, they glanced at each other and began to consider how to answer. "Father, I don't think this matter can be concluded so quickly. Although all the evidence shows that the culprit may be the church, there is no guarantee that the other 2 principalities will not deliberately frame the problem and want to provoke conflicts between us and the church. Moreover, the church and the kingdom have coexisted for so many years. Why did they choose to be enemies of the principality of Jean in the first place? You must know that the weakest principality should be the principality of Alban." While the 4 ministers were still organizing their words, the eldest prince took a step forward, bowed slightly, and obtained Lawrence's permission before expressing his opinion. "Everyone is afraid of the church. So much so that most people are now like ostriches. Even the eldest prince. He only hopes to safely inherit the throne from his father, and then work hard to unify the continent. As for the church, there are no plans to become an enemy now. because the church is too powerful. With the eldest prince taking the lead, several ministers also stood up and said, "We also agree with what the eldest prince said. Your Majesty, the church has a history of hundreds of years. Although it has always been at odds with the nobles, they are just using cheap food to win people over. The church can only benefit by cooperating with us. Otherwise, without the restraint of the nobility, how can the common people work hard to farm and pay taxes? You must know that the church can get half of the tax revenue from us out of thin air every year. Yes, Your Majesty, didn't the poison of the bluebell come from the Grand Canyon of the Principality of Alban? The Principality of Alban is also very suspicious." After the words of the ministers fell, they all carefully observed Lawrence's reaction. However, Lawrence's face never showed any emotion or anger. They didn't know whether their words could satisfy the king, but they wanted to agree with the eldest prince. Words. Even if the king is dissatisfied, it will not matter. Bang. Unexpectedly, when several ministers were relaxing, a huge noise came from the golden throne. I saw that the originally expressionless King Lawrence's face was now clouded, as if he was about to explode. Lawrence's palm slapped heavily on the iron armrest of the throne. The delicate iron armrest was deeply dented by King Lawrence's slap. "That's a solid iron handrail." Several ministers, and even the eldest prince, trembled. They did not expect that the king would be so angry. This was the first time they had encountered him recently. I remember that the last time they met was 6 months ago, when the second prince was explicitly rejected by Alice, and the old earl wrote a letter to ask King Lawrence to restrain the second prince. "In your high position, have you forgotten how the kingdom was divided? Have you forgotten that the church's desire to destroy the principality has never been eliminated? Especially you, Derek. You let me down so much. More than a dozen orc warriors and thousands of orcs. Even we can't come up with such a feat, how can other principalities be able to come up with it?" Lawrence sat on the golden throne and yelled, pointing at the eldest prince and 4 ministers and yelling curses. The reason why the king cursed several people was certainly not based solely on the one-sided report in Alice's letter. The king also had many spies in Winterfell, although not many people knew what the battle was like that night. After all, the castle gate was already closed at that time. Is closed. But the next day, many people saw the corpses of the orcs that were cleaned up. Alice did not immediately dispose of the corpses of the orcs and half-orc warriors, but deliberately displayed them for everyone to see, especially the noble representatives who attended the banquet. They all saw the orc corpses with their own eyes. Being able to use elf bugs to produce such a huge number of orcs, Lawrence can conclude that the church is definitely involved. Moreover, as the king of the Principality of Zeon, Lawrence is the eldest prince of the former Kingdom Snow Eagle dynasty and the biological son of Emperor Tree Jean. He knows more secrets about the church. But although these secrets cannot be shared with others, but he was constantly reminded to be wary of the church. The reason why the Principality of Jean marches south every autumn is because King Lawrence is eager to unify the kingdom so that the kingdom can have the strength to compete with the church. It's just that the pace of unification has not yet progressed. But the church is likely to start taking action. Do you know why I asked all the counties to build an orc arena for 10,000 people in the main city last year? It's because I think there may be some kind of conspiracy in the church's acquisition of purple elf bugs. So I want to make the purple elf bugs valuable, so that people are no longer willing to sell elf bugs to the church. After venting his anger, Lawrence finally calmed down a little, took a few sips of a drink from the waiter's tray, and then continued in a slightly calmer tone. Whether Count Alice's guess about who is behind the scenes is correct or not, we should pay attention to the church's issues now. Fortunately, Rose Castle wiped out the orcs this time. If Rose Castle falls, the principality will definitely fall into turmoil. In the report, Alice hid the fact that Roar rebelled after receiving the spiritual liquid, and only wrote down how to undo the poison of the bellflower. This made the king not 100% sure that it was actually planned by the church. Although he was not 100% sure, coupled with Lawrence's original understanding of the church, Lawrence no longer cared whether Alice's guess was correct or not. Because from the disappearance of old Earl Jones to the siege of Rose Castle by thousands of orcs, it has been revealed that someone wants to start with the Jones family and plunge the Principality of Jean into turmoil. Father, I realize my mistake. Your Majesty, I deserve to die. Please calm down. Your Majesty. Seeing that Lawrence's tone had softened, several people quickly apologized, and several ministers even half knelt on one knee. Get up. Thank you. Your Majesty. Prime Minister Culver. Go notify the 6 earls and ask them to stop all actions against the Jones family. Yes, Your Majesty. The leader of the kingdom hurriedly saluted. After the shock just now, No one dared to say another word. Antony, Babette, you two go back now to strengthen the Legion's armaments. I am planning to capture the Alban Principality in one fell swoop this year. Only by capturing the Alban Principality can we quickly increase the Principality's strength with the help of its rich mineral resources. Yes, Your Majesty. The two commanders hurriedly accepted the order, their eyes flashing with light. As commanders, as long as there is a war, it means that the time has come for them to make a fortune. As the commander-in-chief of the Legion, although they have noble titles, they do not have real fiefdoms. Of course, all this is temporary, as long as their merits are sufficient. They will also be rewarded with fiefs when they retire from the position of commander. This is also a way for the monarch to ensure that the commander's strength will not expand to the point of devouring the master, and also to give them an expectation, ensuring sufficient loyalty. Therefore, whenever a war comes, the generals will fight hard to kill the enemy without hesitation. The more wealth and merits they accumulate now, the higher their status will be and the better their life will be in the future. Derek, send someone to send 30 grams of mithril to Count Alice. Yes, Father. Since the potential enemy was the church, Lawrence did not dare to neglect it. Originally, he wanted to weaken the strength of the Jones family so that he could annex the Jones family in one fell swoop. But now that there was a more powerful hidden enemy, Lawrence had to express his attitude and even ensure the stability of the Jones family, so as to avoid turmoil in the Principality and then go all out to capture the Principality of Alban. In the next few days, as King Lawrence's orders were conveyed to all parts of the Principality, it once again caused an uproar among the nobles of all sizes. They never expected that this was originally the weakest moment of the Jones family. Everyone was gearing up to take a bite of the Jones family's flesh. But now this opportunity was shattered. Although it was the king who issued the order, their monarchs and several counts also agreed with the king's order and issued the same order to their vassals. Even Lanny received stern orders from his father, Count Yolanda Kerwin, to suspend activities within the buffer zone. Of course, Lanny still agreed to the old count's order on the surface, but privately he still went his own way and kept sending people to repair the camp in the buffer zone. In addition to Lanny, there was actually one person in the Principality who sneered at the king's orders and cursed loudly, and that was Kevin's mother Valerie Bacchus. At this moment, Valerie was crying in Earl Avery Larkin's study. Avery, that's your son. A blood heir. Are you just going to watch him die in the hands of that bitch and a pretty boy and remain indifferent? When Valerie saw Kevin's body being transported back, she went crazy and wanted to launch a war at all costs, vowing to make the Jones family pay with blood. As for Kevin bringing the four unscrupulous people carrying elf bugs into Rose Castle and holding Caroline hostage, they have all forgotten him. In Valerie's view, no matter what the reason, Kevin died in Roseburg, and it was Gervais's hand. That is, Alice and Gervais need to be responsible for Kevin's death. What do you? A woman? No. The king has now solemnly stated that he will not do anything detrimental to the Jones family again. If we launch a war against the Jones family at this time, it will drag the entire Larkin family into the abyss. Avery frowned, his face livid. Although Kevin was the third son, he was not very popular with him. But after all, he was a direct descendant of the Larkin family and his son. Avery originally planned to let his vassals take over several strongholds on the borders of the Jones family and plunder the wealth. Even if he was betrayed by the king and the Lord of the North, he would not have to worry about attracting criticism, as he had Kevin as an excuse. But now the king suddenly issued a strict order prohibiting any family from attacking the Jones territory, and also sent 30 grams of mithril, which forced Avery to carefully consider the consequences of launching an attack now. As an earl, Avery still has sense and will not be dazzled by hatred. But Valerie didn't have such a mind. Kevin, the youngest son, was the one she loved the most. At this moment, she was blinded by hatred and wanted to break into the Jones family immediately to pay Kevin. King! It's not the king's son who died, but my Kevin. I want to avenge my son. Even the king can't stop it. Let's talk about it. You are still cowardly. You coward. My poor son died in Rose Castle like this. But you, as a father, dare not take revenge. Snapped, being so ridiculed by Valerie. Avery finally couldn't bear it anymore and slapped her in the face. Valerie was slapped by Avery, and she felt dazed for a moment. She covered her face and stood there in disbelief. After a moment, Valerie finally reacted. Her face distorted, and she roared loudly at Avery. You actually hit me. You coward. Your son is dead, and you don't dare to take revenge. But you still dare to hit me. Okay, Since you are not willing to help my son get revenge, then I will go find my father. After saying that, Valerie ran out of the study, covering her face that was red from being beaten. Charmian! After Valerie ran out of the study, Avery shouted to the door in a deep voice. Grown-ups! Soon, a middle-aged man came in outside the door. This man was the steward of the Larkin family Yijin Castle. You go and inform people overseas and let them prepare for sailing. I have something to tell them to do. Yes, sir. I'll do it now. Charmian couldn't help but look serious when he heard about the people from overseas. This was a force secretly cultivated by the Larkin family, and any task assigned to them would be a big event, etc. Just when Charmian turned around and was about to leave, he was stopped by Earl Avery. I will write a letter, and you will give it to the guard later. Ask him to take the envelope with the lady to the Earl of Bacchus, and then give the envelope to Earl Custer Bacchus. Yes, sir. The reason why Valerie had the confidence to face Avery and clamor for Alice and Gervais to pay with blood was because Valerie also came from a noble family. From the Earl of Bacchus family, one of the 8 major families in the Principality. Although Avery can ignore Valerie's feelings, he cannot ignore Earl Custer's feelings. Chapter 291 Serf's Wedding. Gervais led a huge team all the way through most of the Jones territory, and it took 9 days to finally reach the Dead Leaf River, although the return journey took a little longer. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, which is why give Gervais a little peace of mind. In fact, many times, the Seignior of this world will occasionally come to roleplay and stage the drama of, I am driving this road. Gervais's carriage contains several carts of valuable objects, and there are a lot of gold and silver utensils and furnishings. Gervais was also worried that some short-sighted people would take advantage of his team. Gervais was not worried about the safety of himself and others at that time, but because there were so many newly purchased slaves in the convoy. If they were really attacked, it would be inevitable to escape with casualties, which would also be a loss at that time. But now it seems that Gervais is overly worried. In fact, he doesn't know that he is now a famous figure in the Jones territory. He owns a unicorn mount, and even shows off his skills in the arena with his bodyguard. No one wants to fate dares to use role-playing on it. The most important thing is that Gervais is now obviously highly regarded by Alice. The title has been promoted to the first level in just a few months, which is the best proof. My lord! My lord! You are back! Gervais's huge team had just arrived at the bank of the Dead Leaf River, when a small group of guards appeared on the opposite side of the bridge. The leader was Audrey. After seeing Gervais's team, Audrey immediately rode his horse to Gervais's side. He turned over and jumped off the horse, and then said excitedly. Gervais saluted. Well, I'm back. Ha ha. Audrey, how is the territory during my absence? Is it still safe? The team crossed the Dead Leaf River, and Gervais rode a unicorn and asked Audrey, who was accompanying him. Sir, the territory is very stable. The serfs have been busy harvesting during this period. They almost finished harvesting the farmers in the past 2 days. This year's harvest is very good. Butler Thomas has been busy collecting taxes recently, and recently the serfs are still preparing for the harvest festival, which has been approved by Butler Thomas. I'm just waiting for you to come back and say, okay. Audrey was riding on horseback. He probably hadn't seen Gervais for a long time, so he talked a lot more than before. When Gervais asked him, he answered cheerfully, oh, that's good. Gervais knew when the harvest festival arrived. It was also a characteristic of this world. Serfs in this world were busy working in the fields all year round, but there was no such thing as a day off. Therefore, a harvest festival was held every year after the harvest. It was also considered the only time for serfs to festival. In this way, Gervais talked with Audrey all the way. After nearly half a day, Gervais finally saw the golden castle standing on the top of the mountain in the distance. Although the scale was much smaller than Rose Castle, Gervais did not, although he was disgusted. He became quite friendly after seeing him. After all, this is his hometown. Gervais walked into the intersection of Binhai Town first, but found that the streets in Binhai Town had changed. The originally bumpy and dirty roads had been renovated, and gravel and sand were laid on them, which not only made the roads smoother, and it's also a lot cleaner. Gervais's long team entered Binhai Town, and many residents of the town walked out of their homes to watch after hearing the news. Now that the wheat harvest has been completed, the serfs in the storm territory basically have nothing to do, apart from digging some wild vegetables and picking up some wild fruits. Most of them usually stay at home. Lord Seignior! Lord Seignior! When the serfs walked out of their houses one by one, they were first surprised by the endless procession on the road. and finally saw Gervais riding a unicorn at the front. Only then did they realize that they all knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, saluted Gervais. Seeing that his serfs were in good spirits, Gervais' mood was also improved, and he continued riding the unicorn with a smile on his face. When Gervais passed the entrances of the trails, he looked inside and found that the trails were also paved with gravel, and the stench that originally wafted from the trails could no longer be smelled. It seems that Thomas was very attentive during my absence. Gervais was very satisfied with the neat appearance of the town. This was his ideal village or town. Although the houses were still dilapidated and the population was smaller, but at least the living environment has been improved, and Gervais can start planning for the next step. When passing in front of the stone house, Bernard Blacksmith and Brian Alchemist also walked out of the house. When they saw such a huge team, their expressions were like those of the serfs. Gervais just smiled when he passed by them, and did not talk to them. After passing through the town square, just when Gervais was about to walk out of the town, he suddenly saw a group of people eating and drinking in an alley in the open air. Gervais was quite curious. This was the first time he saw such a scene in the storm territory. So he stopped and moved forward with some curiosity. Audrey, is there anything happy about that serf's family? Gervais saw 3 tables placed on the open space in the alley. There were meat, bread, and fruits on the tables. More than 20 people were enjoying themselves around the 3 tables. Gervais and others were not found outside the alley. People. The food on those 3 tables was a rare delicacy for the serfs. Gervais guessed that if it were not for a wedding, no serf family would treat guests to dinner so extravagantly. Sir, I heard 2 days ago that a family in the town did hold a wedding banquet today. But I don't know if it was the family in the alley. Oh. Ha. It's rare. I've been in the storm territory for several months, and this is the first time I've met a serf getting married. Gervais laughed heartily. The population of his territory was too small. Only more than 2,000 people. And there were really not many people holding weddings all year round. Perhaps it was Gervais's laughter that spread to the alley. And the serfs who were sitting at the table eating and drinking happily finally discovered what was happening outside the avenue. When they saw clearly that the person standing and watching on the avenue was actually their master Seignior, everyone's expressions changed. The alley that was originally full of laughter, and laughter suddenly became silent. A group of people could no longer sit still, and quickly he left the table and ran towards the alley. Lord Seignior! When these serfs ran to the intersection of the alley, everyone knelt on the ground quickly, trembling. Gervais didn't care, looked at everyone in front of him with a smile, and said, Get up! Thank you, Master Seignior. The group of people immediately stood up obediently and continued to lower their heads, not daring to look at Gervais. Gervais is not surprised by the reaction of the serfs. This is how the world is. Even if Gervais behaves kindly and Lord Seignior's kindness is spread in the territory, when the serfs actually face Gervais, they will still act like a frightened rabbit is generally confused. Are you 2 the newlyweds getting married today? Gervais saw that the clothes on 2 of them were obviously brand new. So he asked, Yes, Lord Seignior. When the 2 of them heard Gervais' question, their bodies trembled obviously, and the young woman's figure was even more obvious. In the end, the man stammered and answered Gervais. You 2, don't lower your heads. Raise your heads and show me. Gervais continued with a soft tone and interest. After hearing Gervais's instructions, the woman and the man trembled again and hesitated to raise their heads immediately. Gervais was a little speechless. But this is also the normal state of this world. When Gervais was about to say forget it, Audrey on the side spoke up. Master Gervais told you to raise your heads. Do you hear me? Do you want to be whipped? The hesitation of the 2 newcomers made Audrey a little worried, fearing that Gervais would be unhappy. Gervais has been away from the territory for so long. If these serfs are so ignorant and anger Gervais, I wonder if Gervais will blame them. Following Audrey's scolding, the 2 newcomers finally did not dare to neglect, and slowly raised their heads. But their eyes still did not dare to meet Gervais. Gervais was still thinking that today was their wedding day, so he was not going to continue to embarrass them just now. But unexpectedly Audrey spoke. Gervais did not object. Now that the 2 of them raised their heads, Gervais looked at them carefully. Well, you are very young. The reason why Gervais asked the 2 of them to raise their heads was to see the ages at which the serfs got married. But now, he could see clearly that both parties were probably around 16 or 17 years old. According to their previous lives, they were still underage. But in this world, they are already adults. And both of them have obviously worked for many years. And their skin color is dark and rough. The 2 newcomers didn't know what Gervais meant by saying, You are young. Although they wanted to lower their heads to avoid Gervais's gaze, they finally held back. But the look of fear in their eyes was particularly strong. Seeing the two people behaving like this, Gervais didn't want to disturb their wedding anymore. So he took out a silver coin from his arms. With a flick of Gervais's finger, the silver coin made a crisp sound, and then drew an arc in the air and fell into the pocket of the groom's linen gown. You are the first couple to get married since I became the Seignior of the Storm Territory. This silver coin is for you. After saying that, the wealthy Gervais did not wait for anyone to react and urged the unicorn to ride towards the castle. Chapter 292, Preventing the Exodus of Grapevines. After passing through Marina Station, Gervais saw a long red carpet extending from the castle to the bottom of the gentle slope from a distance. And Thomas had already led a group of servants to wait for Gervais's arrival at the bottom of the gentle slope. Thomas! When did he learn to be so extravagant and wasteful? He cursed secretly in his heart. But the smile on Gervais's face became even brighter. There is nothing more satisfying than being greeted grandly when returning home. When Gervais was still dozens of meters away from the gentle slope, Thomas arrived before anyone else. Sir! You are finally back. I miss you all the time. Thomas's words were sincere, and the way he trotted along really made him look like a harem. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Gervais had the idea of making the unicorn rush directly towards Thomas and knock Thomas away. It would be fine if you were a beautiful butler. But Thomas, a grown man like you, insists on saying such immoral words. Gervais was funny and angry, and his flattery skills were getting better and better after not seeing Thomas for a few days. But this flattery made him a little uncomfortable. Thomas didn't know that his horse was lined up, and soon he was trotting up to the unicorn. Sir, thank you for your hard work. Well, it's not bad. I've gained a lot from going to Winterfell this time. It's worth the hard work. Gervais nodded, and seeing that Thomas was willing to take the reins from his hand, he directly handed the reins to Thomas. Thomas then happily led the unicorn down the gentle slope towards the red carpet. When they arrived on the red carpet, Thomas stopped and pulled the reins steady. After Gervais turned over and dismounted, two maids immediately came to Gervais carrying towels and copper basins. Gervais grabbed a towel and washed himself, feeling refreshed immediately, and then said to Thomas, Thomas, have you done what I asked someone to come back to notify you a few days ago? Sir, it has been done. The sheds have been erected, which can accommodate thousands of people part-time. In addition, the villagers in the seaside mountain village have also arranged for the villagers to start collecting stones, and they can start building houses at any time. Yeah, very good. When he sent people back to get the mithril a few days ago, Gervais asked Thomas to build some simple wooden sheds for the slaves to live in, so as not to have nowhere to house hundreds of slaves when they came back. Sir, the food has been prepared in the restaurant. You go and eat first. After answering, Thomas immediately bowed and led Gervais up the slope. Thomas knew that Gervais had always been casual about clothing, housing and transportation, but he attached great importance to food and drink. So when he received the message from the front, he came quickly, reporting the news that Gervais was about to arrive at the castle. Thomas's first order was for the cook to start cooking the food. Hearing that the food was ready, Gervais nodded to Thomas with satisfaction and walked towards his castle without hesitation. Soon Gervais was guided to the restaurant by the flattering Thomas. As soon as he walked into the restaurant, Gervais smelled the fragrant aroma and saw that a large table of delicious food had already filled the dining table. This made him rush to the restaurant. Gervais on Jotian Road moved his index finger. Thomas, who made this food? Looking at these delicacies, Gervais was a little surprised. In terms of appearance and smell, they were only slightly inferior to Chef Jimmy. Sir, Jimmy's two apprentices did these things. Seeing that Gervais was satisfied, Thomas felt happy and immediately answered, Oh, very good. Gervais nodded and then remembered his oyster team. They should have returned to the Storm Territory before Alice's birthday party, because all the seigneurs had gone to Rose Castle at that time. Next, Gervais stopped talking and started sweeping the food on the long table. Thomas, I have something here that you have to help me arrange tomorrow. Gervais, whose mouth was full of oil and had no image at all, wiped his hands with a square towel and said to Thomas solemnly, Sir, please give me your instructions. The little one will definitely do it for you. Thomas did not dare to neglect, and pricked up his ears to wait for Gervais's instructions. Every time he saw Gervais so serious, it meant that he was talking about the things that Gervais cared about most. This time I went to Rose Castle. All the wines have been sold out, and the prices have been repriced. 1 gold coin per bottle. More importantly, I heard from Alice that wild fruits, like grapes, are only found in the storm territory. I believe that when golden wine is known to the nobles of the entire principality, someone will definitely pay attention to the grapevines. So tomorrow you notify all the serfs in the territory and ask them to all move out. As long as they are thumb-thick grapevines, all grapevines will be transplanted near the residence. By then, the number of grapevines in each household will also be recorded. No. Anyone is allowed to buy and sell vines privately. Anyone who dares to buy or sell vines privately will be deprived of his status as a serf and reduced to a slave. Anyone who sells more than 5 vines privately can be hanged directly. As for the vines that are no thicker than your thumb, they will be destroyed. No one will be left. Remember? Thomas. Finally, Gervais arranged the top priority that he had been considering all the way. On this trip to Rose Castle, the golden wine allowed Gervais to see the wealth of the nobles. And he also regarded the golden wine as the biggest boost to the Storm Territory's takeoff. There are no vines elsewhere, which means that wine will be Gervais's exclusive business in the future. But with such considerable benefits ahead of him, no noble could turn a blind eye. Gervais estimated that there were many people with ulterior motives heading towards the Storm Territory at this moment. Although I don't know why grapevines are only found in Storm Territory. Grapevines can be artificially transplanted. This is currently the only loophole that other nobles can take advantage of in wine. In order to plug this only loophole, Gervais thought for a long time and made great determination. Especially the plan to destroy the small grape saplings. In fact, this was very inconsistent with the values of Gervais's previous life. However, in order to make wine his exclusive business and for the better development of the Storm Territory, Gervais had to do such a thing that was harmful to others and not beneficial to himself. Although Gervais could not collect 100% of all the grapevines in the territory, at least doing so would reduce the chance of the grapevines being acquired by other nobles. Even if other nobles occasionally obtained 1 or 2 vines, it would be of little use. It would probably not be enough to brew for themselves. Of course, in addition to ordering all grapevines in the wild to be collected, Gervais is also planning to set up checkpoints at the only 2 entrances to the Storm Territory and strengthen patrols in the territory, which can greatly reduce the chance of the grapevines flowing out. Gervais feels that with this strategy, he can at least make the sales of golden wine belong to him only in these 10 years. Through these 10 years, Gervais can already make a lot of money. As for 10 years later, then Gervais cannot predict now. One thing Gervais can be sure of is that if everything goes well, he might become a golden knight in 10 years, and the strength of the territory will not be too weak, and he will have the power to protect himself. Remember? Sir. Thomas put away his little notebook and answered Gervais solemnly, hearing that Gervais actually raised the price of gold wine to 1 gold coin, and that all the wine he brought was sold out. Thomas knew why Gervais was so serious now. Well, very good. Then go and do your work first. Gervais nodded. It was getting late now. Although the sun had not set yet, it would be dark in 2 hours. There were still a lot of things waiting for Thomas to arrange outside. So Gervais let it go. He retreats. After having a hearty meal that was not dinner, Gervais went to the 3rd floor and took a nice bath. After the bath, Gervais sat leisurely at the desk in the study. There are already many large and small boxes on the desk at this moment. In addition to a few jade boxes, there are also 2 small treasure boxes that were often seen in film and television works in previous lives. This small wooden treasure chest is not big, but it contains all the gold coins that Gervais earned in Winterfell this time. Wow! Opening the 2 small treasure chests, Gervais boldly poured all the gold coins onto the large desk. In an instant, Gervais felt a large area of golden light in front of his eyes, which almost blinded his titanium alloy Seignior eyes. Ha ha! No wonder everyone loves this thing. It makes people feel comfortable just looking at it. With a hearty laugh, Gervais began to count his gold coins. Chapter 293 Blue Kiwi Fruit. When going to Winterfell, Gervais brought a total of 2,300 jugs of wine, minus the 2 barrels given to Alice, which is 90 jugs, as well as the wine consumed by himself, Pat and others. Gervais finally sold the wine is about 2,150 jugs. The 2150 pot is 2,150 gold coins, plus the 1,000 gold coins won from Kevin and Boris. Gervais counted for a while, and finally determined the total number of gold coins he currently owned, excluding miscellaneous purchases of supplies, slaves and other consumption. He now has about 3,000 gold coins on the table, and some other fragments are still in his own pockets and Anna's pocket. It feels good to have money. Gervais beamed. He had earned these 3,000 gold coins in just a few months, which was more than the tax revenue of Gandalf's territory of tens of thousands of people in 10 years. Such gold coins have to be put into the castle's small treasury. As Lord Seignior's castle, the small vault is a standard feature of the castle, and is specially used to store Lord Seignior's massive wealth. The Golden Castle is of course no exception. There are 2 small vaults in the Golden Castle. A small vault is at the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor. It is a small room locked with a heavy iron door. That small vault is the visible part of the castle. As treasury, both Gervais and Thomas have the keys. But since it is a small vault on the surface, there is not a lot of money in it. It usually stores mostly copper plates, followed by silver coins, and even fewer gold coins. Of course, this also has something to do with Gervais's poverty. It was empty inside, with only a small box containing a lot of copper plates. As for the gold coins, there were really not many. Thomas took out the normal expenses of the castle from there. As for the other small vault, it is in the study where Gervais is. This small vault is a dark room. Only Gervais knows its existence and location in the castle. After Gervais put all the gold coins on the table back into 2 small treasure boxes, he picked up a small treasure box in his left and right hands and went to a corner deep in the study. There were still densely packed bookshelves in this corner, and Gervais walked to one of them. This bookshelf looked like any other and was filled with books. However, Gervais moved the 2 heavy books on the bookshelf with ease and skill, and immediately revealed a small keyhole at the back. Gervais inserted the key he had prepared into the keyhole. As the key was turned, a snapping sound came from the wall, and then the entire bookshelf in front of Gervais began to move slowly. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the moving bookshelf had completely shifted. A small door appeared in front of Gervais. Behind the small door was a closed darkroom of only 3 or 4 square meters. I finally need you today. Looking at the empty secret room, Gervais happily walked in carrying 2 small treasure boxes. This secret room was discovered by Gervais when he was rummaging through books some time ago. In fact, Gervais had discovered a heavy key in the study drawer a long time ago, and he never knew what it was used for. He happened to see this hidden keyhole some time ago, and he discovered the existence of the secret room after a try. But it was a pity that when Gervais opened the secret room with full expectations, he found that it was empty. Not to mention the treasures. There was not even a mouse. Gervais estimated that this secret room must have been searched by the old Earl. After all, as a nobleman, he knew these treasury secret rooms best. It was a pity, but now that he finally had gold coins to store, Gervais was still full of a sense of accomplishment. He neatly placed the 2 small treasure boxes filled with gold coins in the secret room, and then Gervais exited with satisfaction. A small treasury. After locking the vault and seeing the bookshelf restored to its original position, Gervais sat back at the desk again. Time to spend some energy points. Gervais sat at the desk and murmured passionately in his heart. Then with a thought, the system panel appeared in front of him. When the system panel appeared in front of him, Gervais first scanned the value of his energy points. 18 o'clock. But this time I left Rose Castle. It will not be so easy to obtain energy points in the future. Since the end of Alice's birthday party, Gervais has been going to the arena to earn energy points every day without missing a day. Through his persistence, the original 12 energy points have become 18 points. Then Gervais turned his attention to the system mall. Of course, Gervais did not look at the cheater who got the big carousel. As long as there were not too many energy points to spend, Gervais did not want to use this cheater again for the time being. Gervais's eyes stayed on the 4 kiwi fruit icons he had before upgrading. It's you, my blue kiwi. When Gervais focused his mind on the blue kiwi fruit, detailed instructions immediately appeared on the blue kiwi fruit icon. Blue kiwi fruit, after taking 1 elf bug, you can advance to become an elf. And after taking 10 elf bugs, you can advance to become a big elf. There is a certain chance that the elf bug space will mutate. As the instructions appeared, Gervais's mind moved again, and 10 energy points were immediately deducted from the system mall. And then the blue kiwi fruit appeared in Gervais's hand. Isn't this too small? When Gervais got the blue kiwi fruit, he was a little shocked. He saw that the blue kiwi fruit in Gervais's hand was only the size of a soybean. Faced with such a small size, Gervais felt a little shortchanged. However, he immediately thought that this kiwi fruit was for the elf bugs to eat. Compared with the elf bugs' small bodies, this soybean-sized kiwi fruit became normal. Then Gervais took a closer look at the appearance of the blue kiwi fruit. It looked a bit like blueberries in his previous life, but there was no smell on the fruit. It was neither fragrant nor smelly. What the HL? As long as the efficacy is okay. It's fine. For such a weird blue kiwi fruit. Gervais gave up and continued to look at it. No matter how it looked and tasted. The important thing was that it had the right effect. Carefully holding the blue kiwi fruit in his hands, Gervais came to the bookshelf of the jade box and picked out Cassie, who had opened up the grape space. Squeak! 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 When the jade box was opened, Cassie stared excitedly. Her whole body kept twisting, and her little mouth was squeaking. It was obvious that she had not seen her master for a long time, and she finally saw him at this moment. So let him extremely excited. Okay, Cassie, I know you guys miss me, but I'm going out to do business this time. Look, I brought you delicious food. Gervais clearly felt that the little guy was excited and resentful at the same time. It was obvious that Cassie had a lot of resentment towards his incompetent master. Gervais coaxed a few words to Cassie, and immediately placed the blue kiwi in his hand carefully in front of Cassie. Cassie looked at the small fruit in front of her with a vague understanding, and sniffed it first, but did not find any smell. Then he opened his small mouth and licked the soybean-sized blue kiwi fruit. Then his eyes widened. He squeaked, and then he swallowed the blue kiwi fruit into his belly without hesitation. Watching the little guy swallow the blue kiwi fruit, Gervais couldn't take his eyes off and began to wait for the little guy's changes. Chapter 294 Cassie the Elf. There are 2 reasons why Gervais spent 10 energy points to exchange for blue kiwi fruits as soon as he came back. The first is because when he was in Rose Castle, he saw the wonder of Alice's green elf bug after its transformation, which made Gervais a little jealous. If he was lucky enough to get a magic plant, he would be prosperous. The second is the current demand for grape production. Now golden wine has become a pillar industry in his territory. However, the current production is too low. So Gervais wants to expand the planting area of the grape space and transplant more grapevines. Go in. 10 acres of land. 3 ripe grapes a year, which can greatly increase wine production. This plan had actually been brewing for a long time when Gervais set out to return. After Cassie swallowed the blue kiwi fruit, Gervais began to observe its reaction attentively. The effect of the kiwi fruit came very quickly this time, and Gervais did not wait long. After 2 minutes, Kawaishi's spirit first appeared abnormal. Cassie was completely in a state of excitement at this moment, constantly giving Gervais strong mental fluctuations in his thoughts. This mental fluctuation was mixed with complex emotions of pleasure, pain, and expectation, which made Gervais a little worried. However, this strong mental fluctuation did not last long. Just more than 10 seconds later, as Cassie's body also changed, his mental fluctuations finally returned to normal. I saw light spots beginning to gather in Cassie's translucent green body. These light spots continued to move around in Cassie's body, as if there were veins in Cassie's body. As more and more light spots gathered, the light illuminated the entire room. However, the light this time is not the same as when the space was opened. The light when the space was opened was only white light, but this time it was a green light. The green light was projected on the surrounding walls, and the entire study seemed to be shrouded in green. In the ocean, this green light lasted for 5 or 6 seconds in total. When the light reached its peak, Gervais had to temporarily close his eyes. At this moment, a crisp voice came from Gervais's ear. Kashi Kashi Cluck. Hearing the sound, Gervais opened his eyes again, and saw an elf wearing a green dress, and holding a small staff floating in front of him. It was the transformed Cassie. Cassie Kashi Tweet Tweet. Seeing Gervais looking at her, Cassie's little face was covered with a friendly smile, spinning around as if she was feeling the magical feeling after her transformation. Suddenly, little Cassie sped up and flew towards Gervais's face. And before Gervais could react, he pecked him gently. Kick kick! Damn it! You little guy! Your master! I am still a pure boy, and this is the first time I am kissed away by you like this. Unprepared, Gervais only felt a slight chill on his face, which disappeared immediately. Although the feeling was very slight, Gervais knew what was going on. He was forcefully kissed by the little guy Cassie. Cackled Cassie. Faced with Gervais's strange scream, the little guy giggled even more happily, and immediately flew to Gervais's head, spinning constantly. Anna, did you follow the Lord to Rose Castle this time to see the Count? In the vestibule, Anna and Thomas were directing the servants and soldiers to carry the goods brought back by Gervais. Thomas saw that the maid outfit Anna was wearing was made of the material and style only worn by the maids of Roseburg, and he couldn't help but curiously asked. In fact, Anna followed Gervais to Winterfell, and Thomas was also quite worried. He was afraid that after the Earl found out about Anna, he would take back the brave scapegoat and hang him at the gate of the castle. It was only as time passed that Thomas gradually settled down. He hadn't seen anyone from Winterfell for such a long time. Thomas knew that Anna's incident should not cause any disturbance. It's just that Thomas didn't expect that instead of causing trouble, Anna's dress turned out to be a bit evil. Thomas, who was born in Rose Castle, knew best that the clothes of Rose Castle's personal maids were not only of high quality, but also exquisite in workmanship. They were made by a famous tailor in Winterfell. How could such clothes be worn on Anna? This made Thomas was confused. I saw it. Butler Thomas. After I went to Winterfell, I was asked by the Earl to be her personal maid. Anna didn't feel that there was any danger in meeting the Earl, but because Alice and Lena were both very kind to her during their stay at Rose Castle, she truly felt the majesty and honor of the mistress. The first time I saw the Earl, I was scared. But later I found out that the Earl was very kind. Knowing that I was your servant, he asked me to follow her first, and even asked the housekeeper Lena to teach me. There is a lot of knowledge about personal maids, and I even learned how to dance. The comfortable clothes I'm wearing now were also given by His Majesty the Earl, and His Majesty the Earl also gave me a beautiful dress. Thinking of her experience in Rose Castle, Anna was still excited until this moment. Going to Rose Castle was a dream trip for her. Not only did she see the majesty of Winterfell, but she also learned a lot of knowledge. The most important thing is when she left Rose Castle, His Excellency the Earl also gave her many sets of clothes. Not only maid clothes, but also the long dress she wore on the night of the banquet. Uh-huh. That's good. That's good. Hearing Lena speak so vividly, and looking at her extremely nostalgic expression, Thomas felt speechless. However, I feel more at ease, which means that from now on, I can throw away the big blame on my back, and no longer have to worry about the Earl making trouble for me. Anna, then you should work here first. I have to go to the town. Okay, Butler Thomas. After Anna responded, Thomas found Audrey riding a horse towards coastal town. Butler Thomas, the family getting married today lives in this alley. Well, let's go in. Captain Audrey, you have to be more vigilant later. I'm worried that the serfs here may be a little dishonest without Seignior's direct management for so many years. Thomas and his party were 5 people, all riding horses, and there was a carriage behind them. The place where they stood was the entrance to the alley where Gervais had stopped during the day. Okay, Butler Thomas. Audrey nodded to make it clear, and then said to the subordinates behind him, cheer up. Be smarter later. Yes, Captain. Although it was an alley, Benhai town was vast and sparsely populated, so the width of the alley could easily allow a carriage to enter. Thomas and others did not dismount, and rode their horses directly into the alley. Chapter 295 Seignior's Rights. As the sound of tapping horse hooves resounded in the alley, the serfs on both sides quickly closed their dilapidated house doors, and then carefully leaned on the window to secretly look at Thomas and the others. Is that the castle steward? It's finally here. I knew Jim's family couldn't escape today. It's also because they were unlucky. They didn't hold a wedding a few days ago, so they chose today. Master Seignior didn't come back a few days ago, but today he happened to be bumped into by Master Seignior. How could you possibly escape it? Shh! Keep your voice down. This is not to blame Jim's family. The main reason is that the girl's parents refused to make an agreement in advance. Jim's fields were harvested just the day before, and then they used food to make up for the gift money. The wedding was organized in just 2 days, which is already the fastest time. I just didn't expect Lord Seignior to come back at this time. It would have been better if it had been 1 day later. Hey, Jim's family is just the first family, and it will be like now in the future. The serfs in the houses were secretly looking at Thomas and others, and talking quietly. Apparently they had guessed what Thomas and others were here for. Is this the place? Go up and call the door. Thomas looked at the tables and chairs placed at the door. Although the tables and chairs had been packed away, the flowers used to decorate the door showed that this was the family holding the wedding today. Open the door! Open the door quickly! Butler Thomas is here! Thomas and Audrey all got off their horses. A guard pressed the long sword on his waist and started banging on the door under Thomas's instructions. Squeak! Following the guard's rude knocking and shouting, the door of the simple wooden house was finally opened, and a middle-aged woman with a look of fear on her face walked out. My lord! My lord! Please do your best. I have 1 silver coin and 20 copper plates here. Please be accommodating. The middle-aged woman obviously knew what Thomas and others were here for. When Lord Seignior saw their wedding in the afternoon, everyone expected this moment. But originally there was still a trace of luck. But now with the arrival of Thomas and others, The last trace of luck is gone. This is not our decision. The principality naturally has its own laws. Call that girl out! When Thomas saw a silver coin and a handful of tongue seeds in the middle-aged woman's hand, he stepped forward and shook his head at her, persuading her in a gentle tone. There used to be no Lord Seignior in the Storm territory. But now there is Lord Seignior. It is Lord Seignior's right to exercise the right of first night. And it is the same in other territories. Grown-ups? Of course. The middle-aged women knew about the rights of Lord Seignior. In the past, it was just because the Storm territory was remote and the Earl was in charge of this territory. Of course, there was no such thing. Now that there is a real Lord Seignior, of course they cannot escape this rule. The middle-aged woman pinched the silver coins and copper plates in her hands with a look of pain on her face. But in the end, she was forced to give way to a few guards who were watching eagerly. This law has been implemented on the mainland for hundreds of years, and she obviously knew it. Unable to resist. Go in. Bring that girl out. Seeing the middle-aged woman's appearance, Thomas knew that she would no longer stop her. After all, the consequences would be to lose her head. Just like a rebellion. Thomas stopped delaying and ordered to several guards. Yes, Butler Thomas. Several guards put their hands on the hilts of their swords at their waists and walked into the dim wooden house with a little vigilance. Although the swords were not unsheathed, they could draw them immediately when they encountered an attack. Oh no, I don't want to go to the castle. Soon, when several guards all poured into the wooden house, a girl's cry was heard inside. Hearing the movement inside, Thomas frowned slightly, and he and Audrey stepped through the door and walked into the wooden house. Although this house is a wooden house, the space inside is quite spacious. At this moment, two guards are grabbing a young woman's wrist and trying to pull her outside. But the woman is crying and struggling. If Gervais were here, this scene would definitely feel like a scene in a movie or TV show where a woman is raped. Abby, help me. I don't want to go to the castle. The young woman kept struggling. Although due to the special situation, the two guards did not dare to pull hard for fear of hurting the woman. But the woman's body was still slowly pulled toward the door by the two silent guards. The woman's strength gradually ran out, and when she saw that she was about to be pulled to the door of the cabin, she shouted desperately to a young man behind her. Lily. Ah! The young man had already been told by his mother not to resist. But when he heard Lily calling his name sadly, he finally aroused the blood in his heart. He suddenly picked up the stone that was used as a stove and shouted to him. The guards from the front attacked. Abby doesn't want it. The middle-aged woman standing at the door wiping tears saw her son's behavior and was immediately frightened out of her wits. She screamed miserably. Apparently she could foresee that her son would die under the sword of the guard in the next moment. Choking. Faced with Ade's violent resistance, the heavily armed guards were certainly not afraid. The sound of swords being unsheathed was instantly heard in the room. The two guards on guard at the rear did not hesitate to raise their swords and attack them. Abby slashed away. Don't kill him. Snapped. At this critical moment, Butler Thomas suddenly shouted. When the two guards with swords heard Thomas's words, they immediately rotated the sword blades, changing the sharp edge into a sword spine. The two sword spines hit Abby's face and abdomen respectively, instantly knocking him back several steps and sitting on the ground. If it weren't for Thomas's words, Abby's head would have been missing. When Abby fell to the ground, two guards quickly stepped forward and put their swords on his neck. Sir, please spare your life. Mr. Butler, Abby is still young and immature. Please spare your life. Please use this money to buy some delicious food as compensation. Please bypass my child. Abby's mother finally regained her composure when she saw that the guard did not kill him. She quickly ran to Abby's side, knelt on the ground and begged Thomas and others. I am willing to go. Please let Abby go. When the young woman saw her lover's appearance at this moment, she finally realized that she had almost killed him. Her face was covered with tears, and she did not dare to struggle anymore. Walk. Seeing that the young woman no longer struggled, Thomas apparently achieved his goal. He gave an order to several guards, and then led several guards to carry the woman named Lily out of the wooden house. Lily! Abby in the room wanted to get up, but was held down by his mother. After walking out of the wooden house, Lily was put on a horse by two guards. However, Lily had obviously become numb at this moment, but her eyes were red and motionless, and she did not run away or shout. After Thomas and Audrey left the house, they sat on the horses without saying a word. It was obvious that the two of them had complicated moods, but the laws of this world were like this. It was a mercy that they did not kill the young serf who dared to resist today. As a castle steward, these are the things Thomas needs to do. He has learned it when he was receiving steward training at Rose Castle. It is just the first time he has completed such a task. And he obviously feels bad. The matter was done. Thomas and Audrey took the lead in urging the horses to ride out of the alley. The carriage creaked behind them, and 3 other guards followed on horseback to prevent Lily from escaping. Chapter 296 Magic Grapes. Although Cassie's personality changed after becoming an elf, she finally signed a contract with Gervais. After playing with the little guy for a while, Gervais let the little guy hide back in the jade box, and then excitedly walked toward he ran outside the study. Grown-ups? Gervais couldn't wait to come to the vestibule. The little maid Anna was constantly recording the goods being transported from the carriage. Suddenly, she saw her master rushing around and shouted in confusion. Hey, Anna! I have something to go to the space courtyard. You can do your own thing. Gervais was focused on his grape space at the moment. When he heard the sweet and confused voice of Anna's little maid, he did not stop. He smiled and responded to Anna, and then continued towards the space courtyard. After the guards helped open the door of the small courtyard, Gervais quickly came to the small courtyard and looked at the space door opened by Cassie. He found that there was no change. But Gervais didn't care. The only thing inside the space was the most important. Ha ha! It is indeed worthy of being an elf space. When Gervais entered the space as far as the eye could see has indeed become larger. Gervais stood in it and felt very open and comfortable. It was much better than the original feeling of only 1 acre of land. After all, the elf insect space, the surroundings were hazy, and it could be considered a closed environment. The space was too small, and there was a slight sense of oppression. But now this feeling is gone. Although the land with extra space for grapes is still mud and sand. This mud and sand is exactly what Gervais wants. If it turns into black land, Gervais will cry without tears. After briefly glancing around, Gervais finally set his sights on the vines far ahead. If you want to mutate, you must mutate. Although he knew that plant mutation was rarer than the transformation of an elf bug into an elf, Gervais thought that he had spent 10 energy points and still had a lot of illusions. After the space expanded, the position of the grape tree has changed to the center of the space. At this moment, Gervais was standing at the door of the space, but he could not see whether the grape tree had mutated after it fell to the ground. Full of expectations, Gervais immediately walked towards the center. Only halfway through, Gervais discovered that the grapes were fully ripe due to the upgrade of the space. Yes, even if there is no mutation, you still make money. Normally, it would take at least 2 more months for these grapes to mature. But due to Cassie's transformation, the crops inside will mature instantly when the space is upgraded. So now Gervais has mature grapes again. This can solve his current urgent need. The sales of wine have almost run out. With these grapes, brewing can start immediately, which can shorten the window period of wine. Hey, something's wrong. Could it be that it's really mutated? Just when Gervais was secretly happy about the ripeness of the grapes, he discovered a situation that made his heart beat faster. Although Gervais still hadn't walked close to the grapevine, at this moment he discovered that the bunches of grapes hanging on the vine were surprisingly large. Gervais suppressed his excitement and immediately changed from walking slowly to running quickly, and also added fighting spirit. With the blessing of fighting spirit, Gervais reached the center of the space in less than 10 seconds. Gervais stood next to the grapevines, looking at the clusters of oversized grapes in the trees with some disbelief. These are not grapes. These are clearly bunches of big plums. Originally, the grapes in this world were no different from those in the previous life. Although due to the different environment, the grapes in this world were a little larger than those in the previous life. But the size was still limited. But the grapes in front of Gervais were ridiculously big. Each grape was as big as a plum on Earth. I'm afraid this bunch weighs 7 or 8 pounds. Right. Looking at these big grapes, Gervais finally couldn't help but stretch out his hand, grabbed a bunch of grapes, and directly tore off the bunch of grapes. Starting with a bunch of grapes, Gervais could immediately feel that the weight of the grape bunch was not light. In addition to the weight, when Gervais held the grapes in his hand, he also smelled a burst of fragrance emanating from them, which instantly made Gervais feel like moving his index finger. In addition to being large in size and full of fragrance, this grape has another special feature, and that is its color. After all, the original grapes are wild and have not been artificially cultivated. The color of many grapes is actually not completely purple, and most of the white and green are mixed in them, although the taste is no different from the previous life. In terms of sensory perception, it is mixed with white and green. Of course, The purple grapes are not as attractive as the deep purple ones. But the grapes in Gervais's hands were extremely purple, almost approaching black purple. Let's see how effective you are. I hope you won't disappoint me. Although based on the appearance of the grape, Gervais was able to confirm that he had a mutated potion grape. But potion plants were also divided into high, medium and low grade. Gervais needs to taste it himself to see how high the spiritual energy content of the grapes is, so as to determine the true value of the magic grape. He picked a large grape directly from the grape bunch. Gervais did not wash it. He just wiped it on his clothes, then opened his mouth wide and stuffed the whole grape into it. There were no bugs or pollution in the elf bug space. Gervais doesn't have to worry about hygiene issues at all. When the big grape entered his mouth, Gervais's teeth slightly knocked, and the thin skin of the grape immediately burst. Then Gervais was shocked, as if he was struck by lightning. His mouth was immediately filled with an incomparable sweetness. In addition to the sweetness, there was also a trace of warmth lingering between his mouth. It was the aura contained in this grape. Gervais has been able to confirm that his grapes are definitely the best among potion plants. Even better than Alice's potion wheat. Oh! Gervais's eyes were gleaming. Although his mouth was stuffed full of big grapes, and he couldn't speak, he still let out a moan of enjoyment from his nose. Puff puff. To eat grapes, you have to spit out the grape skins. This is the space where grapes are grown anyway. So Gervais didn't care so much and just spit out the grape seeds and grape skins on the ground. Delicious! After spitting out the grape skins, Gervais was still missing the sweetness of the big grape and the feeling of spiritual energy lingering in his mouth. So Gervais once again pulled a grape from the bunch of grapes in his hand. Without hesitation, he hesitated and stuffed it into his mouth. Woo! Gervais made a strange cry when he ate a grape. He repeated this process no less than dozens of times. Finally, there were not many grapes left in the large bunch of grapes in his hand, leaving only a pitiful dozen or so grapes at the tail. The hiccups are a bit overwhelming. Only at this moment did Gervais stop the urge to eat the remaining grapes, because he couldn't eat any more due to repeated burps. You must know that this bunch of grapes weighs 7 or 8 kilograms. Although grapes contain a lot of water, Gervais couldn't stand it after eating 5 or 6 kilograms in a row. Chapter 297 Sympathy and Understanding. I wonder what the wine made from these magic grapes tastes like. Gervais was already full at this moment, and instead began to imagine what it would be like to make wine from these magic grapes. No matter how you feel about it, the price will definitely increase greatly. There are just a few potion vines now. I wonder how long it will take for the seeds to sprout and bear fruit. The price of this potion wine will definitely increase after it is brewed. As for the final price, it depends on how effective the brewed potion wine is for the title night. If the aura content in the grapes does not decrease during the brewing, Gervais thinks that a pot worth 5 gold coins is a lot of people snapping up. Gervais is not worried about the sales of magic wine. But now a new problem has arisen that makes Gervais a little troubled. That is, although the space has been expanded, the magic grapes only exist in this acre. If you want to sell the magic grapes, as the number of grapes expands, Gervais has only one way to do it, and that is to collect the seeds of magic grapes for planting and cultivation. However, grapevines are no better than wheat, and their growth cycle is extremely slow. It takes 3 years to wait for a grapevine to mature and bear fruit. As for whether cuttings can be used to cultivate new plants, Gervais does not know. He can try it in the future. All this made Gervais a little melancholy, and he felt worried about gains and losses. Of course, after only being melancholy for a moment, Gervais returned to normal. After being in this world for so long, except for cultivation, his mind was not comparable to that of his previous life. No matter how long it takes, I will transplant some ordinary grapevines first, and set aside 2 acres of land to cultivate new plants of the magic grape. Later, I will slowly expand the number of magic grapes. With the decision made, Gervais stopped staying in the grape space, and walked out of the space with the remaining half bunch of grapes. Grown-ups! When Gervais walked out of the door of the small courtyard, the guard on duty at the door immediately saluted Gervais and greeted him. Well, keep an eye on the small courtyard. No one is allowed to enter the small courtyard without my order. Gervais nodded to the guards and gave serious instructions. Yes, sir. It was rare for the guard to see his master so serious. He immediately straightened up and responded loudly. Now that there are magic grapes in the grape space, Gervais will certainly not let the small courtyard relax as before. Now he is just giving a brief explanation to the guard. Later, Thomas will be asked to arrange for strengthening the control of the small courtyard in the space matter. After handing over the guards, Gervais walked towards the center of the vestibule, preparing to explain the matter about the space courtyard immediately. Such an important matter should be done sooner rather than later. Anna! Gervais came to the vestibule but did not find Thomas. So he walked to the little maid Anna, who was immersed in recording, and called out, "Where is Thomas?" "Sir! Butler Thomas seems to have just brought Captain Audrey and the others out of the castle." Anna raised her head to face Gervais and answered neatly, "Oh, did you take Audrey and others out of the castle? Do you know why you went there?" Gervais was a little confused. He took Audrey and others out just to prevent danger. But if there was anything dangerous, Thomas should report it to him. Tap, 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 tap. Just when Anna was about to answer that she didn't know, the sound of horse hooves was heard at the castle gate. Gervais immediately looked for the sound and saw Thomas and Audrey riding horses in front of them slowly. But when Thomas and the two rode horses out of the doorway, Gervais discovered that there was a creaking carriage following Thomas and the two. In the carriage sat a young woman with a dull expression and tears on her face. "What is this Thomas doing?" Gervais was still a little confused. But he didn't expect that Thomas, the butler, had to worry a lot about him. The Seignior. Grown-ups! When Gervais saw Thomas, Thomas had already seen Gervais. So he quickly got off the horse and ran to Gervais with a smile on his face. In Thomas's opinion, he did a great job today. Not only did he help his Lord Seignior get off to a good start, but he also brought him to the castle without any major conflict. Although the rite of first night has been practiced in this world for a long time, it is inevitable that you will encounter some people with strong resistance. In many territories, this incident occurs 1 or 2 times a year. And of course, in the end, serfs are killed. It ended up hanging in the square as a flag swaying in the wind. What's more, the Storm territory has not had a Seignior exercise this rite for 30 years. It is very difficult to be able to afford a major conflict. "Thomas, what happened to that woman?" Gervais saw that the woman clearly didn't want to do anything bad. But fortunately, the woman was not tied up. "Sir, there is a wedding held in the territory today." "Well, I know that. I even rewarded them with a piece of silver. Is this woman the bride?" Gervais finally remembered why this woman looked familiar to him. Wasn't this the newlywed woman he saw on the roadside in the afternoon? It's just that the woman's hair was a little messy at this moment, and there was a lot of dust and tears on her face. Gervais didn't notice it for a while. "Yes, sir. I just went to bring her here early so that the servants can help her wash up later." Thomas had a flattering look on his face, waiting for Gervais to praise his ability to do things. He thought that after Thomas came up with that bold idea, he had left a mark in his mind that his Seignior was male and had a strong preference for women. When Thomas thought about it, Gervais would definitely praise him for being flexible in thinking. Being flexible. Not just following orders, etc. for what happened today. "We are newlyweds. Can you bring them back early to wash up?" If Gervais still can't figure out why Thomas brought this woman here, then the original owner's years have been in vain. "The rite of the first night." Gervais sighed in his heart. But why did Gervais have the urge to pull out the knife when he looked at Thomas's flattering smile? "What the hell are you looking at? Do you think your master's taste can reach this level? It would be excusable if you brought back a beautiful girl like Anna. How do you ask me to start? Ah, wait. What nonsense did you just think of? I am a good young man, and I cannot accept this bad habit." Gervais felt that his style of painting was almost being led astray by that bastard Thomas. After clearing away the messy thoughts in his heart, Gervais glanced at the dark-skinned girl sitting in the carriage, and finally said to the housekeeper, who didn't know that the horse had patted the horse's hoof again, "Thomas, send her back." "Yes, sir." "Are you going to take her into the inner castle now?" "Sir." "Will you send her back?" Thomas was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what his master meant. This is not to blame Thomas. The rite of first night is most popular among the little country seigneurs in this world, because there are no entertainment activities for the small country seigneurs in this world. And this rite of first night is the best fun for them to pass the time. It's a pity that Gervais was influenced by the 3 views of his previous life, but he couldn't do such bad habits no matter what. Of course, Thomas had good intentions to help him, and Gervais would not blame him. After all, from serfs to nobles, everyone in this world is accustomed to this matter, just as normal as serfs paying taxes. In order not to dampen Thomas's enthusiasm, and not to want his incident to spread among the nobles and become unconventional, Gervais found an excuse to lower his voice and spoke to Thomas. "Thomas, I'm very satisfied with what you did today. But your lord, I am practicing an advanced fighting spirit technique. I can't do this kind of thing until I reach the Silver Knight level. So send her back. This is it." My lord. Thomas's eyes were a little wandering, and he obviously didn't quite believe what Gervais said. After all, it was only a few dozen days ago that he saw that his master and his little maid had an ulterior secret. It was just that his master had spoken, and Thomas had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, his master also praised him, and finally, his hard work was not in vain. Following Gervais's instructions, Thomas quickly summoned Audrey and others to turn around and leave the castle. After Thomas left, Gervais shook his head helplessly and returned his gaze to Anna. Unexpectedly, when Gervais' eyes fell on Anna's pretty little face, he saw Anna looking at him with a look of sympathy and understanding. Based on Anna's age, this world is neither too big nor too small. Anna also knew what Thomas had just said. So when she heard that Gervais was temporarily unable to get close to women because of his fighting spirit, her eyes showed sympathy and a hint of understanding. As for what that glimmer of clarity refers to, it's up to everyone to guess. Ahem. Anna, come on. Eat 2 of these grapes. When Butler Thomas comes back later, let him come to the study to find me. Gervais felt that he had the effect of eating coptis for a mute. So he picked 2 grapes and handed them to Anna, and walked to the inner castle without looking back. Chapter 298 Freestone House. Huh? Why is the carriage back? Yeah. Why is Lily back? When the carriage turned into the alley again, this time it attracted much more exclamations than when Thomas and others came just now. According to common sense, Lily needs to be sent back until tomorrow morning. In such a short time now, she might not even have time to enter the castle. Right? The serfs in the houses on both sides of the alley craned their necks to peek, fearing that some details would be missed. And they were all curious about what had happened. Master Butler! Lily? The carriage stopped at the door of Jim's house. This time, the door of Jim's house was not closed. Abby's mother was packing the various tables, chairs and utensils at the door with a sad face. When she saw Thomas returning with Lily, her expression was surprised again. Doubt again. Cough! Thomas did not dismount, but sat directly on the horse with a majestic expression. Master Seignior said that you are the first Sir family to hold a wedding after he became Seignior of the Storm Territory. So in addition to the 1 silver coin reward given to you in the afternoon, Lily will also be sent back now. This is the amnesty given to you by Master Seignior. Of course, Thomas would not use it to explain Gervais's practice. Instead, he would talk about Master Seignior in a condescending manner, making these serfs burst into tears of gratitude. This would also save the face of his steward. Thank you, Lord Seignior, for this gift. After hearing Thomas's words, Abby's mother felt like she was in a dream. But she still knelt down on the ground very knowingly, and excitedly shouted her thanks to Gervais. Lily, who was in the carriage over there, had also been helped out of the carriage by the guards. She was no longer sluggish. Immediately after getting off the carriage, she knelt down beside the middle-aged woman with tears in her eyes, and said words of thanks to Lord Seignior. Let's go! Thomas nodded to the 2 of them. Without saying anything else, he led a group of guards out of the alley. Lily, is that you? Lily! When Thomas and others walked away, an extremely excited figure ran out of Jim's wooden house. It was Lily's husband Abby. After seeing Lily, Abby quickly stepped forward and hugged Lily. A little unbelievable. Lily, how did you come back? It was Lord Seignior who showed mercy and pardoned Lily. Abby's mother was explaining to Abby what Thomas had just said. Lord Seignior! After listening to his mother's words, holding Lily in his arms, Abby looked towards the direction of the castle and murmured. Although there is still a bruise on Abby's face that is 1 finger wide, which was slapped by the guard with a long sword, Abby no longer holds any grudges at all. And all he has in his heart is immense gratitude to Lord Seignior. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it was 10 days after Gervais returned to the territory. According to the situation in previous years, at this time in the Storm Territory, the serfs will be idle, because they have finished harvesting the mature wheat in summer. They can still plant autumn seedlings in autumn elsewhere, but Storm Territory can only plant them for 1 season. However, this autumn in the Storm Territory has become different. The serfs in the entire territory are surprisingly busy, even busier than in previous springs. Since the steward issued many decrees 9 days ago, all the serfs have taken action. The steward's first decree is to ask all the serfs in the Storm Territory to find and transplant grapevines. Transplant as many grapevines as possible. After transplantation, the castle will register these vines. More importantly, the steward promises to purchase them next year. All grapefruits, and the price has doubled than before. This kind of temptation made all the serfs and their families join the battle. Many serfs even stayed away from home at night. They took dry food and wandered around the woods in the storm territory all day long, trying to find more vines. After more than a week of searching, the number of grapevines in the wild to storm territory has gradually decreased, and they have all been transplanted to the front and back of the serfs' houses. When the transplanting of the vines was almost completed, many young and strong men stopped searching, leaving only some old, weak women and children to continue searching, because these young serfs have better things to do. That is, Lord Seignior is going to build houses in Marina Town. And there are many houses on the outskirts of Benhai Town. Large tracts of woods and weeds have been cleared, and thousands of serfs and slaves have been working non-stop. Large blocks of rocks were transported here from the sea by horse-drawn carriages. And then the serfs and slaves worked under the craftsmen under his leadership. He began to build a stone house. The work of slaves is free, but the work of serfs is rewarded. According to the steward, the kind and generous Lord Seignior gave them two choices. The first option is that the serfs who participated in the construction of the stone house received wages of 4 copper coins per day. Such wages were truly generous. You must know that in the past, even if the serfs wanted to work for 2 copper coins per day, they might not be able to find the opportunity in the storm territory. However, the serfs did not choose to take the reward of 4 copper coins, because when they heard the second choice, they all chose the second one without hesitation. The second option is to participate in the construction of stone houses for free. When the stone houses outside Benhai Town are completed, Lord Seignior will help them renovate the houses for free and build brand new stone houses for them to live in. During the work, the castle will provide 1 meal a day, filling brown bread. When they heard this, all the serfs in the entire storm territory were shocked. This was like pie in the sky for them. That was a stone house. No one wanted to live in such a solid and majestic stone house. So they all went to the castle to register their names and addresses without hesitation, and chose the second condition. Of course, although those who participate in the labor can get the opportunity to build stone houses for free, the size of the new houses they can get in the future is equivalent to the labor they have paid. For example, if a family of serfs provided 2 laborers to work, the stone house would be larger than that of a family with only 1 laborer. For another example, you are not allowed to be lazy at work, and there are guards monitoring you at all times. If someone cheats, the size of his house will gradually shrink. If you are lazy, you will reduce it a little at a time. As long as you are brave enough, you may not have a new stone house in the end. Regarding this regulation, the serfs had mixed reactions. Some were happy, and some were worried, because some serf families have more male members. But some families have more women. Women cannot do heavy physical work such as carrying stones and wood, so they cannot be used as laborers to participate in the construction of stone houses. Some families may not even no chance of getting a free stone house. This matter was reported to Master Seignior by the housekeeper, and soon Master Seignior issued a new order. If the labor force involved in the construction of some families is less than 2, then adult women can be used to participate in the work of building stone houses. And the women can cut thatch as the roof of the stone house can also be used for logistical tasks such as baking bread. And you can still get a free stone house when the time comes. It is precisely because of Lord Seignior's generosity that all the serfs in the storm territory are busy and excited. Chapter 299 Recruitment Order. While the serfs were busy, Gervais did not rest for a moment. And he could not stay long when he returned to the storm territory this time. Just 2 days ago, Yigel, the herald of Rose Castle, had arrived in the storm territory and sent Alice's recruitment order. The date for the southern expedition has been set, which will be 20 days later. The southern expedition lasted at least 2 months. This was because the law of the principality stipulated that all vassals were obliged to serve their lord for free for 2 months every year. During these 2 months, the vassals are not allowed to give any benefits or compensation to their vassals. And even the food and drink rations of the vassals are prepared by themselves. Of course, if the time exceeds 2 months, if the vassal still wants the vassals to serve him, he will need to be responsible for the rations of the vassals and their soldiers, and even need to spend a certain amount of money as remuneration. Otherwise, the vassals he has the right to refuse the emperor's request to continue fighting. In the memory of the original owner, the annual southern expedition of the Principality of Jean to the Principality of Alban would not last more than 2 months. After all, if the king were to pay military salaries to all the nobles in the principality, the king would definitely not be able to bear it after a long time. After receiving Alice's recruitment order, in order to ensure the safety of this southern expedition, the first thing Gervais needed to do was to work hard to train his soldiers. The recruitment order Seignior has a minimum number of people who need to be recruited. For example, Gervais has now become Viscount Seignior. After receiving Alice's recruitment order, he must ensure that the number of people who go to fight is no less than 150. Of course, after all, Gervais and the other barons and viscounts are young seigneurs in the countryside. It would be a bit difficult to ask each viscount to send 150 well-trained soldiers. Therefore, this recruitment order only stipulates that the number of people participating in the war must be no less than 150. As for whether these people are well-trained soldiers or serfs holding wooden sticks, it depends on Lord Seignior's own wishes. If Gervais wanted to cheat, he could even pick out 150 shaky old serfs. However, if any seigneur does this, he will definitely die the fastest, because such a move obviously does not take his lord into consideration. Although the lord cannot punish you directly, he can send you to complete the most dangerous task. The mission will definitely be gone, and there will be no return when the time comes. The normal operation of the seigneur adults is to add half of their soldiers to the recruiting team, and let the serfs make up the other half. This can ensure a certain combat effectiveness, and will not offend their lord. It is actually very necessary to bring half of the well-trained soldiers, not only for your own safety, but also to gain some benefits in the war. The Southern Expedition happens every year. Although this year's official recruitment order arrived 2 days ago, Gervais started making preparations the day after he returned to the Storm Territory. In addition to the personnel to be recruited, sufficient supplies for the war must also be prepared. Although 150 people may not sound like a lot, it is also a huge consumption for a battle that lasts for at least 2 months. Although vassals are only obliged to serve the monarch for 2 months every year, no seigneur will take 2 months to prepare supplies. Under normal circumstances, seigneur adults will prepare supplies for 2.5 to 3 months. To prepare for unexpected situations, food is the top priority among supplies. Marching and fighting are the most demanding things, so food must be sufficient. Of course, whether it is nutritious or not depends on each seigneur. In short, the minimum requirement is that people should be fed. For this reason, the kitchen in the forecourt of the Golden Castle has been running day and night for 9 days, constantly twisting the freshly harvested wheat into wheat bran, and directly making long stick-shaped black bread without any filtering. Using black bread as rations does not mean that Gervais has a bad heart and is reluctant to provide better food for the soldiers. It is just that these black breads are prepared for 3 months. Only such black bread is the easiest to store and transport, and will not mold. It will not deteriorate, and will not melt even if it rains heavily. In fact, in addition to black bread that was so hard that it could kill someone, Gervais also prepared more than 30 wild boars, and a huge amount of seafood for this southern expedition. The soldiers had personally gone into the forest to hunt the wild boars these days. All the more than 30 wild boars were slaughtered, and not a single one was left. They were given to Jean and his apprentices to be cured into bacon. The sea fish was purchased from the seaside mountain villages. The children of the 3 seaside villages caught 3 carts of large and small sea fish in just 1 week. Under Jimmy's guidance, all these sea fish were wrapped in salt and dried at the seaside. Dried fish, wild boar bacon and black bread are not bad food, at least on a normal day. Even guards like Ike rarely eat meat a few times a month. Moreover, the food Gervais prepared this time was based on 3-month rations. Dried fish and bacon could satisfy the soldiers for every meal. Such good food treatment will definitely make most of the nobles blush. After the rations were arranged, Gervais also had to arrange weapons and equipment. When he was in Winterfell, Gervais had already seen the effect of volleys of muskets. Although muskets did not pose a great threat to the title knights, for ordinary soldiers, the killing effect was much better than that of bows and arrows. Of course, there were also the disadvantage is that loading is slow. However, the flaws are not concealed. This time Gervais still customized 14 long muskets in Bernard's blacksmith shop. These muskets Gervais prepared for ordinary guards. In addition to the guards, Gervais also upgraded the equipment of the slave soldiers. Although the slave soldiers were trained by slave owners to become killing machines, their equipment was too rudimentary. Each of them only had a pair of leather armor and their own weapons. Such equipment is not equivalent to the abilities displayed by the slave soldiers, and sending them to the battlefield like this is a waste of resources. Bathroom Gervais directly customized 100 helmets, 100 mithril arrows, 80 round shields and 30 mithril swords for the slave soldiers. Every slave has a helmet. As for the mithril arrows, they are of course prepared for the 20 longbowmen. These 20 mithril arrows are intended for them to use on the battlefield to shoot cold arrows at the title knights. 80 round shields were allocated to spearmen and swordsmen. In a cold weapon war, before a close encounter, both sides would inevitably fire several waves of arrows. Therefore, in order to prevent the opponent's bows and arrows from causing damage to the slave soldiers, the only option was to equip them with them. A round shield can defend against the opponent's arrow feathers. Next are 30 mithril swords, which were prepared for slave swordsmen. Since seeing their swordsmanship in the slave market, Gervais reluctantly spent money to equip them with mithril swords, used to improve their combat effectiveness. Their original ordinary long sword Gervais was not wasted, and the 20 best ones were selected and distributed to the almighty longbowmen. The above are the weapons and equipment that Gervais prepared for the southern expedition. Gervais spent a lot of money on these weapons and equipment. I just hope I have better luck and can get more benefits from the southern expedition. Otherwise, I will lose a lot of money. This was Gervais's words after he planned the weapons and equipment to be prepared. Among Gervais's supplies, it didn't cost much to prepare food. Wild boar was completely free, and dried fish was also very cheap. As for the wheat used to make black bread, it was all tax revenue just collected this year. Not even wheat bran. If you filter it out, it won't be much cheaper. It is these weapons and equipment that cost the most money, and most of them are spent on slave soldiers. Among them, for 30 mithril swords alone, Gervais would have to pay Bernard 3 gold coins as labor, while 100 mithril arrows would cost 1 gold coin, and each matchlock gun would cost 10 silver coins. A total of 14 guns. That is 1 gold coin and 4 silver coins, because the helmet and buckler were forged from ordinary materials. Although there were many of them, the total cost in the end was 1 gold coin and 32 silver coins. Adding everything up, Gervais consumed a total of about 6 gold coins. But this did not include the value of mithril. If mithril was included, Gervais paid at least 80 gold coins for these equipment. Similarly, the large number of weapons, this time made Bernard work late into the night every day. Even Alec was recently driven back to the blacksmith shop by Gervais to help. After the rations and weapons were arranged, Gervais was not personally responsible for other supplies, such as tents and carriages. Thomas sent people to other territories to order them, so Gervais was not too busy to get dizzy. Chapter 300 Pirate Traces. Boom, boom, boom. Come in! Gervais sat in the castle study, rubbed his head, and shouted outside. In the past few days, except for Gervais who would enter the training space to practice in the morning, he basically stayed in the study in the afternoon, thinking about whether there were any omissions in the preparations for the southern expedition, and whether the arrangement of the territory was reasonable. Thinking about these things consumes the most brain power. Even the title knight's physique couldn't help but feel a little tired. After Gervais finished speaking, Thomas opened the door and came to Gervais respectfully. Sir, another caravan has arrived in Benhai town today. Oh, where did it come from? Gervais asked, not surprised that his remote storm brought a caravan, because 3 caravans had arrived from the storm territory in just 9 days. Gervais didn't know whether this was a coincidence or related to the golden wine. However, when the caravan came, Gervais would send Thomas to check and confirm. The route was correct, and the identity was that of a regular caravan. These caravans have complete formalities and certificates, and they have obtained permission from Winterfell to conduct business in Jones territory. Sir, when I went to inquire, they said they were from the Earl of Lambury, and they also applied for a permit at Roseburg. The trade between different counts in this world is taxed, and in order to prevent unknown people from flowing within the territory, every time the caravan arrives in an earldom, it needs to go to the main city to apply for a certificate, so that it can flow smoothly within the earldom, unobstructed. Oh, Earl of Lambury. That's quite far away. But we in the Storm territory only have more than 2,000 people. Did they say why they came? There is an earldom between Lambury territory and Jones territory. They come here to do business, but they are really not close. Sir, they said they were originally going to the Baron of Zico, but the Baron of Zico was also attacked by pirates the day before yesterday. The entire Baron of Zico was under martial law. There were still some things in their caravan that were not sold for fun. So he went. Here comes the Storm territory. Has another barony been attacked by pirates? Hearing Thomas's answer, Gervais sat up straight, his face taking on a hint of seriousness. When Yael came to convey the recruitment order, he also brought news to Gervais. That was that pirates had appeared along the coast of Jones territory during this period, and 3 baronies had been attacked. Although the damage was not huge, only some mountain villages near the sea were plundered. But because the people in the territory had only harvested the last season's wheat some time ago, the pirates were all at an advantage now. According to Yael, these pirates number in the hundreds and move quickly. They attack 1 or 2 villages, and then retreat immediately. This makes the Seigniors unable to pursue the pirates even if they are attacked. This matter has been reported to Rose Castle by the barons. And Rose Castle is also mobilizing ships. But in general, it will take some time to have the power to deal with these pirates. There are not many ships on the sea in this world. It can even be said that there are almost none. Only a few major earl families have large ships. And most of them are used to transport goods. These ships are all old ships that have been used for an unknown number of years. There is no shipyard that builds ships in Neges, Jones territory. Gervais had also thought about using ships to transport goods for development. But after checking many books in his study, he found that there was no information about shipbuilding and navigation. Gervais thought it was because there were not enough books in his study. But a place as big as Roseburg, there seemed to be no books on this subject in his study. Shipbuilding technology and navigation knowledge seemed to be under control. And Gervais didn't know if this was a masterpiece of the church and the previous dynasty, or if there were other reasons.
Yes, sir. That's what the caravan manager said. It should be credible.
Thomas replied with a respectful nod.
Thomas, tomorrow is the harvest festival. You will pass my order to Laurie later and ask him to take his team to the beach. Always pay attention to the situation at sea. If anything happens, come back immediately to warn.
Gervais pondered for a moment and explained to Thomas. Although the pirates only dared to attack 1 or 2 villages, Gervais's territory only had more than 2,000 people, not counting slaves. He could not afford to lose the population. Not to mention that there had been so many cases of territory being attacked. Gervais had no choice but to be prepared. Even if his storm territory is famous for being poor, there is no guarantee that some pirates will be malicious because of the reputation of golden wine. Gervais actually had a speculation. Since there are so few ships in this world, but there are still pirates, it may not be that there are no shadows of nobles behind them. Although there are occasional reports of ships being seized by traders and escaping in the principality. Who knows if that is an act?
Yes, sir. In addition, we should also keep an eye on the 3 caravans. Although they all have valid reasons, I think their target is probably the grapevine.
The caravan has documents issued by Winterfell, which means it has a foothold. So Gervais is not worried about their actions that threaten the territory. However, Gervais would not believe that the 3 caravans were doing business honestly, and they were probably selling gold wine. Yael came to Rose Castle this time, and Gervais treated him to a meal at noon. At the long table, Yael was also an old acquaintance of Gervais, and began to explain to Gervais the discussions in the aristocratic circles in the principality. Among the most exciting things, the most concerning, was the king's order about the Jones territory. The other thing is about Gervais's golden wine. And Yael also focused on the noble's evaluation and desire for golden wine. Half of the gold wine sold by Gervais was bought by guests who attended Alice's birthday party. People never forget the deliciousness of wine after tasting it, especially because the quantity of wine is rare and is now out of stock. The price of gold wine has been speculated to a very high level. That is, it costs 5 gold coins for a pot. Don't be too expensive. Even 5 coins. There is no place where you can buy a pot of gold coins. Nowadays, if there are guests among the nobles, the host only needs to bring out the wine, which is a matter of great honor. There is no doubt that guests can drink a glass of wine at any house. This is definitely the highest standard of courtesy. Under the fuel of these various things, the nobles who had never drank wine became even more eager and crazy, trying every possible means to buy a jug of wine and taste it. It is a pity that the first batch of this wine only has a total of more than 2,000 bottles, which is still a drop in the bucket compared to the large and small nobles in the entire principality. Many clever nobles have seen the huge interests behind wine, and are offering high-priced rewards to obtain the raw materials and brewing technology of wine. The raw materials of wine have spread, and people know that if they want to make wine, they must obtain grapevines. So there are countless nobles who covet grapevines. If anyone can get a vine, there will definitely be a lot of nobles competing for it at a high price. Chapter 301 Ike's Opportunity. After Gervais explained everything, Thomas took the order and exited the study. After Thomas left, Gervais had no intention of continuing to sit in the study for a while. So he stood up and simply walked out of the study.
I originally thought that the appearance of the church would give the Jones family a chance to breathe. But unexpectedly something like this happened again. It seems that Alice can't relax during this time.
Obviously, when Gervais thought about it, there must be someone who still didn't want to let go of the Jones territory. He bet that there was a high chance that the pirates were related to some nobles. After all, most of the pirate attacks he heard about in the past occurred at sea. Pirates, they make a living by plundering passing merchant ships.
But at this juncture, the pirates went out of their way and plundered wherever they came, and even came to Jones' territory. It had to be said that there must be something fishy in this matter. What's more important is that 20 days later will be the day of the southern expedition. By then, the Jones territory's defenses will be empty. So Alice must find and destroy this group of pirates within these 20 days. Otherwise, when Jones leads most of the troops to the frontline battlefield, the pirates will a huge threat to the territory. With constant thoughts in his mind, Gervais had arrived at the vestibule of the castle. At this moment, the servants in the vestibule are still preparing various materials for the southern expedition. Anna was recently sent by Gervais to Ben High Town to manage various materials needed and consumed for statistical construction.
Go and see those wounded soldiers.
Standing in the vestibule, Gervais felt that he had nowhere to go. Suddenly he remembered the injured guards and slave soldiers. So he prepared to go to see their situation. Thinking of this, Gervais walked directly towards the wooden house on the right side of the castle, where the injured soldiers were resting. It is also lucky to say that when we were at Roseburg, the injured soldiers were all seriously injured, and most of them had the most feared bone injuries in the world. In this backward world, as long as a fracture occurs, it basically means a disability. However, when Gervais was in Roseburg, he suddenly thought of the method of using plaster to fix the fracture wound in his previous life. I didn't expect that these soldiers' fractures and injuries were actually cured, at least based on the current conclusions from appearance and bone examination. The recovery and position of the bones of the injured soldiers should not be a serious problem. This also means that after these soldiers recover from their injuries, they are likely to be able to recover as before. Now, after half a month of recuperation, the wounded soldiers have taken off their plasters and can move around carefully and perform recovery movements.
Grown-ups! Owner!
When Gervais walked into the wooden house where the soldiers were recovering from injuries, all the soldiers quickly greeted Gervais. Some only injured their arms, but their legs and feet were intact and quickly stood up from the bed to welcome Gervais' arrival.
No need to salute. How do you feel?
Gervais quickly stepped forward and waved his hand to stop them from saluting, especially several slave soldiers. Several of them had broken leg bones, but now they were struggling to stand up and prepare to salute Gervais. Of course, this is not to say that the guards did not respect Gervais, but because the slave soldiers were trained in this way. From that day at the slave market, the host used a knife to cut the slave soldier's arm, but the latter continued to, you can tell, without even frowning.
Thank you, sir. We feel very good. We will be able to serve you again in a few days and go into battle to kill the enemy. Master, we feel great.
Two completely different answers, but they also represent two different thoughts. It is an honor for the guards to become the personal guards of Gervais. Several injured guards are actually very nervous at the moment. They are worried that if their injuries do not recover well and leave hidden diseases, then not only the guards, but also the guards will be injured. They may not have a chance to continue. It would be fine if they died directly during the battle. Not only would they die with honor, but Sir Gervais would definitely treat their families favorably. However, if they become disabled and are discharged, even if they can get some compensation, they will not be able to get enough compensation from the personal guards, becoming serfs again. Such a huge gap is also what they fear most. This is what worries several guards. As for the slave soldiers, it is not an exaggeration to describe them as emotionless killing machines. They have no sense of honor or gap in their hearts. They only need one thing, and that is the order of their master. Gervais understands the emotions of the injured guards, but he can't say any words of comfort now. Just a simple word of encouragement.
Well, take good care of your injuries. Try to recover during this period. In 20 days, we will set off for the southern expedition. Yes, sir. Yes, master.
After seeing a few wounded soldiers, Gervais walked towards the small space courtyard, where Ike and others were. On the second day after returning to the storm territory, Gervais opened the training space of the Blue Elf. Dale. After opening the space, Gervais gathered Ike and others together and told them something important decisions. That was Gervais preparing to teach them.
Basic Dochiju.
After hearing Gervais's decision, several of the guards present were stunned, and some couldn't believe what they heard. Everyone is very clear about what
Basic Dochiju
represents, especially Ike, who had been a guard for more than 10 years when he was sent by Gandalf to follow Gervais. What was the purpose of his loyalty for more than 10 years? In addition to the generous salary of the guards, the greatest wish is to become a noble and get rid of the downtrodden class of civilian serfs. And this opportunity is the cultivation method of fighting spirit. But how could such an opportunity be so easy to obtain? As far as Ike knew, there was only one Lord Vassal in the Gale family, Nathan, for decades. Moreover, Gandalf's barony is not that big, and even Bonita, Gandalf's biological daughter, may not be able to obtain the title of Lord because of Gervais's existence. So many times, Seignior adults are more willing to reward their soldiers with money. Of course, Gervais taught them the basic fighting skills and did not plan to make them his vassals. At least for now. After all, the vassal territory is like the kingdom of Sia, and the storm territory belongs to Gervais's hometown. He likes to have the future in his hands. Gervais taught them how to cultivate fighting spirit just because he felt a huge threat and wanted to improve the strength of his subordinates. Otherwise, he would have to take the lead in every battle, which would be a really bad feeling. In fact, what Gervais was more happy with was that as long as he gave the order, "Destroy this beast for me," then his fierce generals would rush out and eliminate the enemy effortlessly. As for the territory, Gervais felt that when he had the strength in the future, he could consider acquiring some territories and then start canonizing vassals. As he got older, Ike originally thought that he would never be able to wait for this opportunity in his life, especially after being sent by Gandalf to follow Gervais. What he didn't expect was that after following Gervais, in just a few months, such an opportunity suddenly appeared in front of him. There was no huge credit, no particularly outstanding performance. So this opportunity made Ike and others a little flustered. This is what Gervais said at the time. "The moment you became personal guards, I told you that as long as you prove your abilities, I will give you matching treatment. Through the previous battles, you have shown me your bravery and your loyalty. It's just that your force is still too low and cannot meet my expectations. So I give you a chance now. Give you a chance to serve me better. Basic Dochiju can make you a titled knight. Tell me, do you want to become a titled knight? Do you want to have stronger power to serve me? Think." With a smile on his face, Gervais led his guards into the training space. Because the guards were all serfs and illiterate, Gervais could only use oral methods to explain the basic fighting skills to a few people piece by piece, so that they could start trying to practice. Facing such a kind and generous Lord Seignior, the guards listened attentively and looked at Gervais with grateful eyes. From that moment on, Gervais was their god. Chapter 302 Harvest Festival. When Gervais came to the door of the small space courtyard, there used to be only one guard on duty here, but now there were two. Then Gervais looked towards the city wall, and there were two guards standing there, paying attention. Space courtyard. This is the result of the arrangement between Gervais and Thomas. The guards of the small courtyard must be kept on guard by 4 people every day, and the 2 people standing on the wall are for the convenience of monitoring the situation in the small courtyard. After all, there are still those who are absent from work in the mining space, and even the guards will have to practice in the practice space every day in the future. So manpower to monitor in the small space courtyard is necessary. In addition to the personal guards, who can enter the space courtyard to practice within the specified time period, there are only 3 people who can freely enter and exit the space courtyard throughout the day: Gervais, Thomas and Anna's mother. Except for Gervais, everyone who enters and exits the space courtyard needs to be carefully searched. Even Butler Thomas. This was proposed by Butler Thomas himself to set an example. Arriving at Dale's training space, Ike and others were sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed to sense. All the guards cherished the time spent practicing in the training space, and no one was lazy or distracted. Seeing this, Gervais nodded with satisfaction and did not disturb their practice. With this training space, it could be as short as 1 year or as long as 2 or 3 years, and he would have many more titled knights under his hands. Although they are the lowest bronze knights, a dozen or so titular knights gathered together can be quite a force. Early the next morning, in Gervais's bedroom, little maid Anna was helping Gervais tidy up his clothes. Today is the Harvest Festival of Storm Territory. So Lord Seignior, Gervais, needs to go and give a speech. It doesn't matter whether it is inspiring or not. The main thing is to show the majesty of Lord Seignior and show off the heroic appearance of Lord Seignior. Under Anna's skillful service, Gervais wore a purple silk gown, a gold-forged dragon badge on his chest, and a mithril sword on his waist. After getting dressed, Gervais came to the vestibule, rode his tall unicorn majestically, and drove slowly towards Benhai town under the escort of 7 personal guards. The Harvest Festival can be said to be the most anticipated festival for every poor serf, whether a child or an adult, because on this day their Seignior will show his generosity. In the square at the moment, Thomas was busy with many servants and guards. In front of them was a whole cart of black bread
and 5 large wooden basins of wild boar meat. All the wild boar meat was evenly cut into egg-sized pieces. There is still a small wooden stick missing from it. At this time, Thomas and the others were surrounded by many serf children not far away, all looking directly at the large piece of meat in the tub. This was Master Seignior's gift today. The black bread and pieces of pork will be distributed to every serf in the territory after Lord Seignior has finished his speech. Everyone has a share. These bread and pieces of meat are the full amount of bread and pieces of meat that Lord Seignior has worked hard for as a serf for half a year. Tax incentives. Moreover, such food will be distributed twice today, once at noon and once in the evening, which can be regarded as covering the serfs' rations today. During the harvest festival of the Storm Territory in previous years, Rose Castle would also prepare black bread for them. But there would be no pieces of meat, because the funds allocated from Rose Castle had been exploited at all levels. And when they got their hands, they could only become a small fist-sized piece of brown bread. In addition to the serfs surrounding the square, there were also serfs wandering around in the streets not far away, attracted by the street stalls on the roadside. This year, 3 caravans rarely came from the Storm Territory, although most of the valuable goods in the caravans had already been sold in Winterfell or other wealthy territories. Since the Storm Territory came again, they naturally brought other cheap goods. The most popular products sold at the stalls on both sides of the road are linen gowns and shoes made of animal skins. In addition, there are needlework, children's toys, clay pots and bowls. Everything is included. These things are all necessities that the serfs can afford and need. They are like the scene of going to the countryside in the previous life. Moreover, the caravan also provides 2 trading methods. One is to pay directly with copper coins, and the other is to exchange wheat hides at a discount.
Ah! Master Seignior is here! Master Seignior is here!
When Gervais rode a unicorn and appeared at the edge of the town, the first people in the crowd to react were the children. Instead of kneeling down to greet him, they cheered and became excited.
Lord Seignior! Lord Seignior!
At this time, the serfs who were still wandering in front of the stalls realized what they were doing. They all moved to the side of the road, knelt on the ground, and saluted Gervais. The children who were shouting just now were also suddenly stopped by their parents. He was caught, covering his mouth and pressing him to the ground. The traders belonging to the caravan on the roadside did not kneel down. Their identities were all free names. They just bowed respectfully to Gervais. Gervais looked at the merchants in the caravan for a few times, but on the surface, he could see nothing strange. So he ignored them, and led his guards directly to the square without any hindrance. As Gervais advanced, the serfs at the rear immediately stood up and followed the team, because the arrival of Lord Seignior meant that the steward would start distributing food later, although it was only enough food for one meal. The black bread with the addition of large pieces of meat. It is a delicious and filling meal. In Storm Territory, in the woods beside the Dead Leaf River, Abi was crawling around in the dense forest. Today, most people in the town went to the square to participate in the harvest festival. But Abi did not go, because the bruises on his face were too obvious, and he was a little embarrassed to participate. More importantly, he got his wife Lily more than 10 days ago. Having a wife means having his own family and his own responsibilities. Maybe in the near future, he will also have his own lovely children. In order to prevent his wife from suffering and to have enough food for the child to be born, Abi wanted to take advantage of this time to come back to the woods to look for grapevines. After 10 days of searching, almost every place in the Storm Territory had been turned over by the serfs, and almost no trace of the vines could be seen anymore. Abi came to search in the dense forest on the edge of the Dead Leaf River today because the terrain along the river is steep. The woods are dense, and it is inaccessible. But what frustrated Abi was that he had been searching for nearly 2 hours and still found nothing. Abi sat down under a big tree a little depressed, ready to rest for a while before continuing to search. After sitting down, Abi took out a small piece of black bread from his arms, lowered his head, and started eating. Click! Click! Just when Abi was eating half of the black bread, he suddenly heard the sound of dead branches being trampled not far away. Abi was startled, thinking it was a wild animal, and immediately raised his head warily to hear the sound. When Abi raised his head and saw the scene clearly, he was so frightened that he dropped the remaining black bread in his hand to the ground. Abi ignored the black bread that fell on the ground and immediately lay down behind the tree stump. Not far from Abi, I saw a group of people walking through the woods. Although these people were extremely slovenly and looked like poor serfs, they were wearing armor and helmets, and had long swords in their hands. There are even more longbows. Although Abi didn't know where these people came from or why they were walking through this dense forest, He did understand one thing. Within the storm territory, as long as they are not Lord Seignior's guards, there are so many of them, and they are armed, then these people are either robbers or intruders. Chapter 303 Benny returns.
Benny, are you sure this road can lead to Marina Town?
A team not far from Abby is entering. This team is lined up in 2s and 3s, and you can't see the rear at a glance. You can only hear the sparse number of people. Probably hundreds of people. At this time, a tall man in iron armor, who was walking at the front, asked the man next to him.
Boss, don't worry. I have stayed in the storm territory for 2 years. Although I have never been to this forest, I can walk upstream along the dry leaf river next to it, and I will soon be able to reach the main road. You can go directly along the avenue to Marina Town and Decant Castle.
The person who replied was none other than Benny, who was wanted across the country. On the first day Gervais came to the storm territory, Benny and 2 of his subordinates entered the castle in the middle of the night, and it was discovered that he was the only one who escaped. Today, Benny has completely lost the majestic look he once had as the captain of the guard. He is dressed in a shabby linen robe with not even a piece of leather armor on the outside. His skin is also rough and dark, and his hair is messy. If the armored man hadn't called out his name, few people would have recognized him as Benny.
Very good. If you do well this time, I will promote you to squad leader when you get back. And I can also give you the skills to practice fighting spirit.
The armored man nodded and said encouragingly to Benny,
Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss.
Benny was so excited that he burst into tears of gratitude and bowed to express his thanks. It can be said that Benny has not been as excited as he is now for a long time. Since being hunted by Gervais, Benny can be said to have had bad luck and misery. After stealing the sampan from the seaside village that day, Benny carefully rowed along the coast. He didn't know where the pirate stronghold was at that time, so his only idea was to paddle away first on the sampan, within the scope of the storm territory, avoid being hunted by Gervais. But after Lanny rowed for a long time, he suddenly encountered a storm at sea. The sampan he stole was put together by children to catch lobsters on the beach. How could it withstand the waves under the storm? Within 4 or 5 waves, the small sampan was smashed into pieces. Fortunately, there was a thick hemp rope tied to the largest plank of the sampan boat, which was used by the children to fix the sampan boat. When the storm came, Benny used the rope to tie himself to the board. Benny, who stumbled and undulated in the sea, soon fainted, and when he woke up, it was already a clear sky. However, although he escaped, the coast in his sight was no longer visible, which plunged Benny into despair. After drifting in the boundless sea for 2 days relying on a piece of wood, Benny was lucky enough to be rescued by a passing merchant ship. He thought that with his fabricated identity, he could use this merchant ship to go to other places, even if he became better to be a serf or a sailor than to be caught by Gervais or Alice. Unexpectedly, by God's will, the merchant ship encountered pirates again 3 days later, and the merchant ship became the pirates' trophy. As for the crew, they were all tied hand and foot and pushed into the sea. Benny originally wanted to join the pirates, so he immediately shouted for mercy and wanted to join the pirates. At first, the pirates were not prepared to accept people of unknown origin. However, in order to show that his identity was reliable, Benny honestly explained what he had done in the storm territory and what was the reason why he ended up here. The leader of the pirates heard that Benny had served as a guard and knew a little bit about writing, so he finally agreed to keep him and brought him back to the stronghold. Since then, Lanny has become a glorious but hard-working pirate boy. Lanny's pirate life mostly consisted of washing, cooking and wiping the decks for the pirates. It wasn't until a few days ago that the pirate leader suddenly summoned him and said that he was going to take advantage of the recent bumper harvests in various territories to plunder, and the target was the richest Jones territory. Moreover, the pirate leader also heard that the original Viscounty of Macaur had been renamed the Storm Territory, and a remarkable thing had also been released. That is, golden wine. The pirate leader told Lanny that they were planning to make a big one. That is plunder Stormland. The main target of plundering the Storm Territory is not food and money, but the vines and the people who make wine. Benny was stunned by the pirate leader's words at that time. Although he was very happy that the pirates could plunder the Storm Territory and that he could be reused for it, but after hearing the value of that golden wine, Benny's thing is absolutely precious. Such precious things are usually found in Lord Seignior's castle. Benny has been the captain of the Storm Territory for 2 years. And of course, he knows how majestic the original Viscount Major's castle is, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. How could they, a group of more than 900 pirates, possibly attack the castle?
As long as there were still people alive in the castle, and only 10 guards were needed to close the castle gate, they could only stare. Because the pirates had no siege equipment at all. Not even stairs to climb the city wall. Benny immediately raised his doubts. But he found out that the pirate leader had already made a comprehensive plan. Which surprised Benny. These pirates, who usually go straight to the other side, knew how to use tricks. Their plan is actually very simple. That is, they will first go ashore and plunder several other territories in Jones's territory. The number of people involved cannot be large. 200 to 300 people is best. After they successfully attract everyone's attention and precautions, he drove the boat to the coast of Storm Territory. After arriving in the Storm Territory, they would not directly dock at the seaside villages to plunder as before. Instead, they landed in a sheltered place in advance. And then only a small number of pirates and crewmen appeared on the coast of those villages in their ships. The prepared Storm Territory will definitely discover the pirate ship as soon as possible. After they discover the ship, the Seignior of the Storm Territory will definitely lead people to the beach to provide support. After all, there are only 200 to 300 pirates in the rumor. And if the Jones leader wants to go to the south safely to fight, they must first eliminate these pirates. The pirate leader believed that the Earl's husband, Viscount Gervais, would definitely not avoid fighting and hide in the castle. As long as Viscount Gervais leads all the soldiers to the seaside, their plan to lure the snake out of the cave will be considered successful. By then, the castle's defenses will definitely be empty. And they can take the opportunity to capture the castle and plunder the vines and winemaking personnel. Even if you can't break into the castle, you can directly outflank Viscount Gervais from the back. As long as you capture Viscount Gervais alive, you can not only get the grapevines and winemaking technology, but also the castle. All wealth is taken away. Moreover, the Storm Territory is remote. Even if the news of the pirate attack on the Storm Territory spreads, the fastest support will take at least a day. They have more than 900 people, 10 named knights, and usually 1 or 2 small seigneurs come to support. Deliver food. After hearing the pirate leader's complete plan, Lanny became excited. If this robbery was really successful, then their group of pirates would be able to live at ease for several years. More importantly, this plan itself is the most important link. The pirates are not familiar with the terrain of Storm Territory. If the pirates who come ashore cannot reach Behind Town quickly, other situations are likely to occur. For example, Gervais will evacuate all serfs and supplies to or near the castle, and then send people for help. At that time, if you want to capture Gervais alive, you can. It's not easy anymore. And I am from the Storm Territory, and I can say that she is the best for the Storm Territory. With his guidance, the pirates can quickly detour from the Dead Leaf River back to Behind Town and block Gervais' back road, so that their plan can be successfully implemented. Chapter 3 for the real purpose. In fact, in addition to the huge benefits that the plan will bring to him if it succeeds, Benny also comes with a desire for revenge this time. Benny suffered a lot when he was hiding in the wild, especially when the old serf bit him. Lanny swore at that time that he would kill that old and lowly serf as quickly as possible, although he didn't know whether he could find the old serf this time. Benny came with a strong murderous intention. He didn't care even if he killed other innocent serfs. He felt that only killing could calm the hatred in his heart. Boss, when we arrive at Behind Town later, if the gate of the castle in the distance is open, I am willing to lead a few people disguised as serfs to break into the castle. Thinking that he would be able to wash away his shame with the blood of those lowly serfs later, Benny was indescribably excited. At the same time, he also wanted to use this rare opportunity to make great contributions to improve his status within the pirates in the future. Make some preparations. Ha. Good Benny. It seems I made the right decision to let you join us. The pirate leader was okay, and laughed heartily as he walked. The pirate leader's real name is Right Domini, and he is a silver mid-level knight. He defected after taking away the Lord's ship after robbing a passing caravan, and now his wanted order is still on every noble in the principality, attached to the inside of the collar. When Wright escaped, he took away all the wealth in the territory and his guards, and fled to an island 20 miles away from the Larkin family's territory. After more than 10 years of development, they are now pirates. There are already thousands of people in the gang, and there are even 10 titled knights. Among them, there are 4 silver knights and 6 bronze knights. This kind of strength can be said to be no worse than some old Viscount nobles. The reason why Wright's gang has developed to its current level is inseparable from the support of his original lord, Earl Avery Larkin. That's right. It was Avery's financial and resource support that made their pirate gang possible. It was true that Wright robbed a passing business group. There were 2 nobles in that business group, Wright killed one of the nobles, but was escaped by another noble. This is how his role-playing news it was leaked and reported to the king by the escaped nobleman. Pretending to be a bandit, he robbed a caravan and even killed a nobleman. The best outcome for Wright was to deprive him of the nobleman and send him to the royal capital to be imprisoned. Wright was already a junior knight of silver at that time. And of course, he did not want to be imprisoned. At the same time, his lord, Earl Avery, came up with a plan for him. That is, let him deliberately steal the Larkin family's fleet, and then go to the sea to a nearby island to become a pirate. Although Wright, who is used to living a life of fine clothes and fine food, is very reluctant to go to a desert island to become a pirate. He has no choice, but that is already the best choice. At least becoming a pirate still has personal freedom, which is better than being locked up in prison, or be sent to the gallows. So Avery and Wright had a rivalry, and successfully let Wright escape, and also took away all the guards in his original territory. Over the years, Wright has been under Avery's instructions to rob certain merchant ships of families that were at odds with the Larkin family. This not only caused huge losses to the other family, but also brought a lot of benefits to the Larkin family. The Larkin family did not treat Wright and the others badly. Food was always delivered from land. More importantly, the Larkin family also continuously provided the Larkin family's specialty magic coconut to Wright and several other title knights. Pomelo. Under the dual effects of the magic coconut grapefruit and sapphire blue elf bug, Wright has now transformed from a junior silver knight to an intermediate silver knight, and 3 of his men have also successfully broken through the bronze knights and become silver knights. The Larkin family has regarded them as their trump card. This time, Wright's action against Jones' territory was under the order of Earl Avery. Avery's third son Kevin was killed by Earl Alice and his husband Gervase, because the king had issued an order not to allow any family to continue attacking the Jones family. Avery sent them. As an earl, Alice was in Rose Castle. Of course, they, Wright, and the others, with their thousands of talents, would not dare to look for trouble. But the earl's husband, Viscount Gervase, was different. Judging from the information provided by Avery, Gervase's territory is not only on the seaside, but also at a remote location. More importantly, although Gervase is now a viscount, he does not have a single vassal under him. For Wright and others, Gervase's strength is too weak. Gervase himself is just a low-level bronze knight, and the only thing that needs attention is his unicorn mount. However, although the unicorn is powerful, they are not prepared to surrender the unicorn, but are prepared to kill the unicorn. At that time, they only need to send 2 silver knights and several bronze knights to surround and kill the unicorn. As for Gervase and his guards, they are completely unsatisfactory, as long as they are given a few minutes. He, as a silver knight, can kill hundreds of people. Earl Avery's information also contains descriptions of slave soldiers. But slave soldiers are terrible enemies to ordinary soldiers, and they are still no different from ordinary people. In fact, Wright did not come here this time as Benny said, but simply came for money and gold and wine. Their ultimate goal was to kill Gervase and burn down the Golden Castle. As for gold, wine and money, they come after the former. Benny is back. He is back with pirates and wants to plunder the Storm territory. Because it was in this inaccessible dense forest, Benny and Wright's conversation did not lower their voices, and everything reached Obby's ears. This shocked Obby. He felt that his heart could hardly beat, and he felt like he was suffocating. Of course, Captain Benny's name, Obby, was well known, and it could be said that he was very well known. I originally thought that I would never see Benny again in this life, but I never thought that not only would Benny come back, but he would also bring so many pirates with him. Obby was so frightened that he didn't know what to do. The pirate team in front of him was only a few dozen meters away from him. If he laid down in the grass, he might be able to escape safely. But if you just hide like this, the only one who is safe is you, your mother, your newly married wife, and Lord Seignior, who has a great kindness to you. No, Obby, you can't be afraid. You can't be afraid. You must tell Master Seignior the news, and you must escape with your mother and Lily. Thinking of the responsibilities on his shoulders and the great kindness of Master Seignior, Obby trembled and encouraged himself in his heart. He didn't know if the encouragement had an effect. Obby finally felt the strength of his limbs again. So, Obby carefully lay down on the ground and slowly retreated towards the back. After he had retreated 100 meters away and his sight was blocked by trees and grass, Obby slowly got up and ran towards the road. Go! Even though the front was full of weeds and thorns, Obby did not change the direction.
He knew that he did not have much time. If he could not tell Lord Seignior the news about Benny and the pirates quickly, maybe their life, which had just improved, would be ruined again, falling into an abyss. Lord Seignior, who is so generous and kind, may also be in danger. When Abi ran from the dense forest to the road, the linen gown he wore all over his body had become tattered, many of which were scratched by thorns and branches. There were many wounds on his knees and elbows. Abi didn't know how many times he had fallen while running in the rugged jungle. However, Abi was still desperate. When he came to the road, he immediately headed towards. He sped away at full speed in the direction of Benhai Town. Chapter 305 Tiangong Stone House. Today is my first harvest festival after becoming the Seignior of Stormland. I want to tell you here that I am very satisfied with your hard work in the past 6 months. All of you have paid your agricultural taxes in full. I hope you can keep it up. Looking at the black serfs below, Gervais spoke loudly. No. But to be honest, Gervais had nothing to say to them today. He just briefly praised the tax situation this year, and Gervais was ready to end his speech. After all, it is better to give the serfs chicken soup for their souls than to directly give them money or money. Food comes efficiently. I'm announcing that this year's harvest festival has officially begun. Everyone can receive lunch food from Butler Thomas. Thank you, Lord Seignior, for the reward. Thank you, Lord Seignior, for the reward. The serfs craned their necks, originally thinking that Lord Seignior might be nagging for a long time. But they didn't expect that he would end his speech in just a few seconds. When he heard that food was being distributed, all the serfs beamed with joy. Organized by the guards, they lined up in a long line to receive the black bread and large pieces of meat that Gervais had prepared for them. After making an appearance in front of the serfs to express his generosity, Gervais will have nothing to do with him during the harvest festival. After all, this is a festival for workers, and Gervais is now a vicious exploiter. After getting off the high platform, Gervais did not immediately return to the castle to practice. Now that he had arrived at Benhai Town, Gervais planned to go to the Tiangong stone house in the town to see what Gervais was thinking about. There are a total of 3 stone houses in Benhai Town, 2 of which were purchased and lived in by Bernard and Brian respectively. The other stone house used to be used by political officials to handle government affairs. But as the serfs of the storm territory slowly disappeared, there were only 2,000 people. The serfdom of the country had no need for administrative officers at all. So this room became vacant. Now this stone house has been reorganized and cleaned, and was named Tiangong Stone House by Gervais himself. The word Tiangong is taken from the Tiangong Kaiwu in the previous life. As the name suggests, Gervais planned to make this stone house a workshop for various tools in his territory. Gervais was just an ordinary person in his previous life. It would be unrealistic for him to invent glass and cement. After all, the ingredients of cement and glass are only slightly understood, and he would not know where to start if he wanted to experiment. There are special factors in the invention of black powder. As a man, Gervais was particularly interested in weapons such as gunpowder and guns in his previous life, which made him remember the production of black powder. But what about glass and cement? Although these 2 gadgets can be seen everywhere, people don't care how these ordinary and cheap gadgets are produced. For example, Gervais only vaguely remembers that glass can be fired with sand because there is quartz in the sand. But what about other than sand? Gervais was clueless. There is also cement. Gervais also remembers some of the raw materials of cement, including gypsum and iron ore. But he still only remembers these 2 incomplete raw materials. And more importantly, it takes thousands of degrees to bake cement and glass. Due to the high temperature, Gervais felt that he had better not think about these modern things in his life. Although Gervais could not invent modern products, there was a backward period in his previous life. Gervais felt that if some ancient tools in the past life that were not complicated in craftsmanship but could play a great role could be made, it would probably have a great impact on the world. The development of one's own territory plays a big influence. For example, the curved shaft plow was something that Gervais often saw when he was a child. A big buffalo dragged an iron plow, and a person drove the cattle behind it. It was many times faster than manual plowing, saving effort and time. So Gervais had drawn a crude drawing and handed it over to the carpenter and blacksmith, asking them to first create a sample and slowly improve it, so that it could be put to great use in the coming year. In addition to the curved shaft plow, Gervais also drew sickles, iron guillotines, water wheels, windmills, and other primitive tools from previous lives. Although these are the most primitive tools, they are more practical and reliable. After all, these tools are from previous lives. It took hundreds or even thousands of summaries
and accumulations to get it. For this backward society whose technology tree is suppressed by grudges and elf bugs, these tools can definitely improve the efficiency of farming by the serfs of Stormland. Gervais took the maid and bodyguard along the street and came directly to the Tiangong stone house. When Gervais walked into the house, the carpenter and blacksmith were busy. "Owner! Owner!" When Gervais approached them, the blacksmith and carpenter realized what they were doing. They quickly put down their things and knelt on the ground to salute Gervais. "Get up! You don't have to carry your luggage when you work from now on. Is this the scythe you just forged?" After Gervais asked the two of them to stand up, Gervais's eyes were attracted by a semi-finished product on the wooden table nearby. It was a crescent-shaped sickle with triangular teeth. But the wooden handle had not yet been pressed onto Gervais's hand. He picked up the sickle and touched it. It was exactly the same as the sickle in his memory. "Yes, master. I hammered out this sickle according to the note you gave me. But I haven't put the wooden handle on it yet." The slave blacksmith's forging skills were very average, and he couldn't even forge decent swords. But he was still able to forge these farm tools. So he answered Gervais carefully. "Very good. You can forge 50 sickles for me in the past 2 days. Stone houses are being built in the territory now. The roofs of the stone houses need thatch. And these sickles will come in handy." Gervais nodded with satisfaction, and then said to the carpenter on the side, "The curved shaft plow can be made in a few days. Let's make the wooden handles of these sickles first. Do you understand?" "Understood, master. The villain will start making it now." The carpenter on the side did not dare to neglect and immediately agreed humbly. Only then did Gervais walk toward the backyard of the stone house with satisfaction. Gervais came this time not for the sickle and the plow, but for the things in the backyard. There is a well in the backyard of this stone house. There is a stonemason sitting beside the well. This stonemason is not worried about Gervais's arrival at all. The thing in his hand is the crystal that Gervais begged from Alice. Stone. The mason was extremely focused, carefully polishing the crystal stone on the oil stone, when he suddenly noticed a figure blocking most of the sunlight. This time the mason discovered the existence of Gervais. "Owner! Well, how is the grinding of the crystal cake?" Gervais looked at the small crystal stone in the stonemason's hand. The crystal stone had been ground into the shape of a round cake, with a diameter of 7 or 8 centimeters and a thickness of about 2 centimeters. "Master, I just cut the crystal stone you gave me yesterday into fine pieces. This is the first piece of crystal cake I polished today. Now I just round the shape according to your request. Next the villain will grind the edges of these 2 sides into arcs." The stonemason didn't dare to neglect when he heard Gervais's question. He quickly put the crystal cake in his hand in the tub nearby and washed it, then handed it to Gervais for inspection. When Gervais was inspecting the crystal, the stonemason started reporting work progress to Gervais. Although the stonemason didn't know why his master cut the extremely precious and huge crystal stone into many pieces and asked him to grind the crystal into strange-shaped crystal cakes. These are not important. What is important is himself. As long as the craftsmanship can satisfy the owner. "Well, that's right. But one thing you have to pay attention to is that when you are grinding the arcs on both sides, you must look at it several times in the sun to make sure that the outline of the crystal cake through the sunlight is round and clear, and that the scenery cannot be deformed." "Yes, master. The villain will definitely pay attention." The stonemason quickly agreed. After receiving confirmation from the mason again, Gervais handed the crystal cake in his hand back to the mason. The mason carefully took back the crystal cake and then continued to grind it. Seeing that the mason continued to work, Gervais turned and left the heavenly stone house. The crystal cake polished by the stonemason just now was actually Gervais's random statement. The real name should be called concave and convex mirror. The reason why Gervais asked Alice for these crystal stones, which were of the highest quality and were as transparent as glass, was actually to make a telescope. There is no glass in this world, but the same applies to crystal stones with such high transparency. The only drawback is that the cost is too high. However, Gervais only planned to make a few monocular telescopes for himself and the people around him to use. So of course, he didn't care about the price. Although Gervais knew the principles of telescopes. In this backward world, turning large crystal stones into concave and convex lenses from previous lives had to be done entirely by hand. So Gervais chose one of the most skilled slave masons to help him grind lenses. The masons in this world are not just building houses and walls. Many skilled masons are actually half-artists. Many of them are half-artists. The reliefs on the walls of the mansion are their masterpieces. Chapter 306 Alice's Worry. An unusual scene appeared on the avenue led by Jones today. A team of more than 200 knights were galloping on the avenue.
stirring up countless smoke and dust. If you are knowledgeable, you can immediately recognize that these cavalry have rose badges on their chests. And they are the Knights of the Rose of the Jones family.
Nadine, how long does it take to get to the storm territory?
The speaker was a pretty young woman. Alice, the Earl of Jones. At this moment, Alice is wearing a beautiful set of silver armor. This silver armor, which is like a work of art, follows the curves of Alice's graceful figure. The red cloak behind her makes the already stunning Alice even more attractive. A heroic demeanor. But there was a hint of worry on Alice's beautiful face at this moment.
Sir, we can reach the storm territory in about half a day's journey.
Nadine, the newly appointed commander, did not dare to neglect and answered Alice's question loudly.
Will it take more than half a day?
Alice frowned when she heard this word, obviously dissatisfied with this for most of the day. So Alice immediately gave an order to Nadine.
Let everyone keep speeding up. No need to reserve horsepower.
When Nadine heard Alice's words, she did not immediately follow her instructions. Instead, she hesitated and reminded,
Sir, we have been on the road non-stop for a day and a night. Although the horse's leg strength can still persist, if the horse is allowed to use its full strength now, run, it is very likely that these war horses will be useless after reaching the storm territory.
Originally, he, the newly appointed commander, should express his obedience to the Earl when singing this song. But this was related to the consequences of more than 200 war horses. So Nadine could not hesitate. You must know that the horses of the Knights of the Rose are all fine war horses, each worth more than 10 gold coins. Apart from money, fine war horses are one of the most precious possessions of every great noble. A war horse like this will not hesitate to unleash its leg power unless it is really fighting on the battlefield. In normal times, even during training, one does not dare to overwork the horse to avoid injury.
I know. Just follow my orders.
Alice's face was cold, and she did not hesitate at all because of Nadine's reminder.
Yes, sir.
Nadine did not dare to say any more. The Earl had already given the order again. If he spoke again, the nature would be different. Nadine responded to Alice, turned around and shouted to the team behind.
The Earl has an order, no matter what the reason,
he said. Horsepower is on the road with all its strength.
As Nadine shouted, all the knights raised their whips and slapped the horses on the buttocks. The horses felt the whips and immediately began to accelerate. In an instant, the speed of this cavalry team of more than 200 people accelerated by 3 points. This time when Alice and I went to the storm territory, there were not only the Rose Knights, but also 4 or 5 vassals who were summoned by Alice on the way. Gandalf was one of them. Hearing the conversation between Alice and Nadine, Gandalf was really moved. These were more than 200 high-quality horses, but Alice didn't care at all for her little Gervais.
I hope it's not too late to rush over now. Gervais, you must stay in the castle.
As the horse's speed increased, the red cloak behind Alice's back was blown by the strong wind. Although Alice is a woman,
as a silver knight, riding a horse is not a hard task for her. The only thing she is worried about now is the safety of Gervais and the storm territory. When the pirates appeared a few days ago, Alice did not pay much attention at first, because reports from several vassals showed that this group of pirates only numbered 200 to 300 people and only dared to rob coastal villages. Although such things don't happen often, the principality occasionally encounters them every year during the harvest season. These weak pirates will basically stop and escape after a few plunders. Even if they don't stop and escape, what will happen next? After the ships are mobilized, as long as traces of pirates are found, they can be easily wiped out. So Alice handed over the pirate matters to Lena and asked her to arrange the mobilization of ships to fight against the pirates. Alice originally thought that the pirates' matter would be resolved soon, and all her attention was focused on the southern expedition and her own cultivation. Unexpectedly, just 2 days ago, Rose Castle received information from a spy. After receiving this information, Alice was so surprised that she could no longer sit still. The content of the spy's report can be said to be earth-shattering. The pirates who attacked Jones' territory were not a small group of weak pirates, but a large group of pirates related to the Larkin family. They were extremely powerful, and the real target of these pirates was her chief husband, Viscount Gervais. The pirates sent by Earl Avery numbered in the thousands, and there were 10 named knights, including 4 silver knights. They went specifically to intercept Gervais, and secondly for the vines of the storm territory. Alice did not question whether the content of this news was true or false, because this spy had been lurking in the Larkin family's castle for more than 10 years. He usually would not move easily, and would only take action when it was extremely important. Similarly,
If this news is passed on, it means that the identity of the spy is not far away, because there are very few people who know this kind of news, and only a little investigation can find out who did it. The spy was already on his way back to Joan's territory, and he sent someone to bring the news back in a caravan. If it had been before the birthday party, if Alice had known that someone was planning to kill Gervais, she would have taken action. But she would not have been so hasty and desperate to go there in person. But since getting along with Gervais some time ago, and since Gervais saved her from Roll regardless of danger, Alice has regarded Gervais as someone close to her. Moreover, Gervais himself and his golden wine are destined to bring endless benefits to Joan's tie. So Alice is not willing to have an accident with Gervais anyway. The moment she read the letter, Alice personally ordered to summon 2 teams of Rose Knights and immediately set off towards the Storm territory. Worried that there were too few Silver Knights on her side, Alice even sent people to summon her vassals on the road. Although the spies sent the information over, the journey was far away, and it was brought back in a caravan. Although the caravan could not be said to be moving slowly, it was definitely not as fast as a sea ship. According to the route taken by pirates in attacking Joan's territory in the past 2 days, Alice speculated that pirates would start attacking Gervais' territory today and tomorrow. Alice only hoped that Gervais would be lucky enough to hide in the castle and not go to war. These pirates knew how to show weakness to their enemies and deliberately sent 200 to 300 people to plunder other territories, giving them the impression that the pirates were not strong. It was probably in order to lure Gervais out of the castle, because as long as Gervais hides in the castle and does not move out, with the help of a strong castle and many soldiers and manpower, even if thousands of pirates want to capture Rose Castle, it will not be possible in a short time. As for in the wild, can Gervais defeat the pirates? Alice felt that there was not even a chance. You must know that the only titled knight in Gervais's territory is himself. And although the soldiers under his command are elite, facing the pirates' numerical advantage and many titled knights, the chance of winning is still slim. However, the more people are afraid of something, the more likely it is that things will develop in that direction. Just as Alice was rushing on her way, Gervais did not know that danger was about to come, and a huge conspiracy was slowly approaching him, which made him quite excited, because Lori, who was on duty at the beach, had already sent someone to report quickly. 5 large ships appeared in the sea. They were probably the pirates who plundered the Jones territory during this period. Chapter 307 Drooling. Are you sure there are only 5 sea ships? Gervais had returned to the castle at this moment, and in front of him were the guards who came back to report. Sir, I'm sure there are only 5 sea ships. According to the speed of the sea ships, we can reach the coast in half an hour. Lord Lorry will ask me to come back and report to you right away. Very good. Since these bastards, who are not afraid of death, have set their sights on the Storm Leader, let them know what it means to be kicked on the iron plate. It was once again confirmed that the pirates only had 5 ships, and Gervais became excited. The ships in this world are not big, and each ship can carry only about 50 or 60 people. Therefore, Gervais can infer the number of people on the other side from the number of these ships. For Gervais, pirates with 200 to 300 people are completely contemptuous. Now that these pirates come to the door, not only can Gervais solve his worries for this southern expedition, but more importantly, these ships can also be captured. Although I don't know what the sea of this world looks like, Gervais does not covet this huge natural treasure house. Originally, Gervais could only look at the ocean and sigh because of the lack of sea ships. But now he is dozing off. Someone came to deliver pillows to make Gervais unhappy. Ick. Odd. Let everyone bring their weapons and equipment. We are ready to fight. Gervais no longer hesitated. The pirates were about to land ashore. Gervais was afraid that his ship would run away, so he ordered the 2 of them. Yes, sir. Ike and Audrey took the order and immediately retreated. A few minutes later, Gervais stood in the vestibule wearing full body armor and riding a unicorn. In front of him were hundreds of fully armed soldiers, including slave soldiers. This time, Gervais can be said to have gathered all his troops. Even the guards in the castle have been removed, leaving only 2 guards on duty in the space courtyard and the castle gate. Sir, all personnel have been assembled. Very good. Let's go now. Gervais nodded and took the lead in riding the unicorn towards the castle gate. Ick and other personal guards all rode horses and followed behind Gervais, holding the flag of the storm god. Those ordinary people without horses, the guards and slave soldiers, were all placed on the carriage. Because the pirates were about to land, the only way to reach the seaside quickly and to save their strength was by letting these soldiers drive in carriages. On a cliff not far from the seaside mountain village,
Laurie was staring intently at the ship slowly approaching the coast in the distance. At this moment, he could already see the pirate flag on the huge hull with his naked eyes. But a few minutes later, the behavior of these pirate ships was a bit strange. These pirate ships stopped when they were still 700 or 800 meters away from the coast. And then, there was no movement.
Strange. How come there is no movement when the pirate ship is parked there?
Such an abnormal thing made Laurie, a veteran, feel a little weird. Logically speaking, pirates should attack land as quickly as possible. After stopping the ship, they immediately sent people ashore to start looting. But those 5 pirate ships parked just offshore for more than 10 minutes. But not a single pirate got off the ship, as if they were discovered there.
Captain, could it be those pirates who discovered us?
A guard next to Laurie scratched his head and whispered.
How is it possible? We can vaguely see the scene on the ship from here, and they can't see it more clearly than us. Moreover, we are all hiding behind the trees here, so they are even less likely to notice.
Laurie replied angrily to the guard. He and the others had deliberately concealed themselves, and Laurie was confident that the pirates would not be able to detect them.
Even if the pirates discover that there is an ambush, they have 2 choices, either to leave directly, or to launch an attack immediately. Can they still stop there and wait for him to come ashore after we leave? Captain, what should we do now?
The guard obviously had a good relationship with Laurie, and was not afraid of Laurie's tone. So he asked again.
What else can I do? I'll wait for the adults to decide. I should be here in more than an hour.
Laurie's prediction was very accurate. It took Gervais more than an hour to quickly arrive at the seaside mountain village, when they were still more than a mile away from the coast. Gervais and others met the guards waiting here.
How's the situation? How many pirates are there?
After seeing the responding guards and looking towards the seaside mountain village in the distance, Gervais breathed a sigh of relief when he saw no smoke, which meant that the seaside mountain village had not been set ablaze by the pirates. Although all the serfs went to Bahai town for the harvest festival today, if the pirates set the seaside mountain village on fire, it would still be a loss.
Sir, the pirates haven't landed yet. They just parked the pirate ship 700 to 800 meters away from the coast.
What?
You haven't landed yet?
Gervais was shocked and confused. It took the guards more than an hour and a half to return to the castle to report, and it took him more than 2 hours to come from the castle. In total, there were 3 days from the discovery of the pirate ship to the time Gervais arrived at the beach. It's been more than an hour and a half. But the pirates haven't landed yet, which makes Gervais not surprised.
Where is Laurie? Take me there and see.
Gervais also had doubts in his heart, so he immediately asked the soldier to lead the way to the beach to have a look. Soon, Gervais followed the guard to a cliff on the seaside. There were scattered bushes in front of it. Laurie and others hid behind the bushes and looked towards the sea.
Sir, you are here.
When Laurie saw Gervais coming, he immediately saluted respectfully and greeted him.
Well, Laurie, what's going on? Why haven't the pirates landed yet?
Laurie was helpless after hearing Gervais's words. He turned around and pointed at the ship on the beach and said to Gervais,
Sir, those pirate ships stopped there more than an hour ago, but no boats were put down. We could only see pirates moving around on the ships.
At this moment, Gervais also saw 5 pirate ships in the distance. These pirate ships were all of the same style. They were undoubtedly the sailing wooden ships of the Middle Ages in the past, with oval hulls and multiple masts. Gervais's eyesight was much better than that of Laurie and others. He could clearly see dozens of people walking around on the deck of the pirate ship. However, these people did not hold weapons. Instead, they looked comfortable. They did not look like them at all. It looked like he was going ashore to rob. More like he was just anchoring outside Gervais's territory to bask in the sun.
What the HL? What's the point of parking the boat at the gate of my territory if you don't fight me?
Seeing this scene, Gervais couldn't help but curse. The pirates doing this made him feel itchy. He took a fancy to the 5 ships at the first sight. But the pirates stopped 700 or 800 meters away. But he couldn't run over and seize them.
Boat, are we going to use the 4 or 5 small sampans on the beach to go to the sea to seize the boats?
Gervais turned his attention to the canoe parked on the beach. The small canoe was used by the serfs in the seaside mountain villages to catch lobsters and sea fish. Each boat could only carry 4 or 5 people at most. In other words, if Gervais of Seignior wants to take the initiative, he can only take more than 20 people there at a time.
No, there are 200 to 300 pirates. It is estimated that we will be shot by the pirates with bows and arrows before we get close.
Gervais immediately rejected his idea. He was not worried about his own safety.
The worst he could do was jump into the sea and run back. But his soldiers were ordinary people, and the casualties would definitely be considerable. Gervais was suddenly in an embarrassing situation. While Gervais was drooling over the 5 pirate ships on the beach, Abby, who was out of breath, finally ran back to coastal town. The high town is still very lively at the moment. Unfortunately, storm territory is still too poor. If it were in other territories, there would be acrobatic troops coming to perform at the harvest festival to make money. However, even if there is no acrobatic troupe, many and well-fed serfs will start to sit around. There was singing and dancing in the square.
Where is Lord Seignior? Have you seen Lord Seignior?
Abby was in such a state of embarrassment. He was wearing a tattered linen gown that made many serfs look at him in surprise. However, Abby ignored these people's gazes and just kept scanning the town, trying to find the guards or Lord Seignior figure. But Abby found nothing. He found that there was no guard on the street. Abby began to shout anxiously and ran towards the town square while shouting. Chapter 308 Pirates Attack.
Lord Seignior! Lord Seignior!
Abby's shouts became more and more anxious. Along the way, he didn't find any guards. At this moment, Abby had arrived in the square, and the nearby serfs were looking at him strangely. At this moment, Abby was hesitant. Should he shout out the news of the pirate attack and then go look for his wife and mother? This would be considered fulfilling his responsibility. But although Abby is a serf, he also knows that when he shouts, the crowd and the entire town will inevitably be in chaos. At that time, the chaotic crowd will stampede and collide, and saving people may turn into harm.
Why don't you go to the castle and tell the guards before coming back? It should be too late.
Right. Abby looked at the castle in the distance with some hesitation, fighting mentally.
Your name is Abby. What do you want to do with Master Seignior?
Just as Abby was making a decision, several people suddenly walked into the crowd not far away. It was Thomas and several male servants. Gervais received the news of the appearance of pirates and took all the soldiers to the seaside, because he was confident in himself and did not want to interrupt the harvest festival, lest the serfs in the seaside mountain village return to the mountain village because they were worried about their food being robbed. Gervais, instead of telling the serfs the news, Thomas was secretly tasked with maintaining order in the town with a few servants. Thomas had just patrolled the back part of the town. When he arrived at the square, he found someone shouting for Mr. Seignior. So Thomas squeezed through the crowd and saw Abby, and found that it was the husband of the girl he took away that day.
Master Butler! Master Butler!
The moment Abby saw Thomas, he seemed to have found a backbone and ran towards Thomas quickly.
Master Butler, I saw a lot of pirates on the bank of the Dead Leaf River. There were so many pirates that I couldn't even see them at a glance. And Benny was among them.
Abby came to Thomas and lowered his voice and spoke urgently.
What? How is this possible?
Thomas, who was originally calm, was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief, attracting many serfs to watch. After exclaiming, Thomas also realized that he had lost his composure and attracted the attention of the crowd. So he lowered his voice and said,
Abby, did you see it with your own eyes? Are you really sure that the pirates have landed on the Dead Leaf River? Are you still? Do you have Benny to lead the way?
Thomas knew about the pirate ship that appeared on the beach, but Abby said that pirates also appeared in the Dead Leaf River forest, which made Thomas feel incredible. Could it be that the pirates want to unite to deal with the storm territory?
Master Butler, I dare not lie. When I was looking for vines in the forest by the Dead Leaf River, I saw many pirates with my own eyes. They were heading here under the leadership of Benny. I ran all the way back just to find them. Lord Seignior reported the news.
Abby was a little anxious when she saw that Thomas didn't believe in her. Although she ran faster, the pirates would definitely arrive at Bahai Town in half an hour at most. She hadn't found Lily yet. After being confirmed again by Abby, Thomas's face turned a little pale. He was just a housekeeper, not a battlefield commander.
What to do? What to do? Sir, take all the guards to the beach.
Thomas looked at the cheerful crowds everywhere, and then thought that there were only 4 guards in the castle. If the pirates really came, these serfs would definitely suffer.
Master Butler, I will tell you the news now. I am going to find Lily and my mother.
Seeing Thomas's face, Abby knew that the housekeeper must have believed his words, so he boldly asked to resign.
Well, okay, Abby, you did a good job this time. You can come to the castle after finding your wife and mother.
Thomas nodded, watching Abby blend into the crowd. Thomas also made a move. Thomas quickly came to the high platform of the square, then took a few deep breaths, tried his best to stay calm, and shouted to the crowd. Quiet! Quiet, everyone! Butler Thomas's intimidation was still huge, and soon the serfs became quiet, stretching their necks and wondering what speech the steward was going to make at this time. Master Seignior has prepared a small event for today's harvest festival. That is to ask all of you to run to the southwest boundary of the territory and gather in the buffer zone there. But you must get there with your family. If you are the fastest, there will be no reward. Do you hear that? As for the rewards, the top 50 families with the fastest speed will get 10 pieces of brown bread and 10 pieces of barbecue. Wow! When Thomas said his words, all the serfs in the audience were in an uproar. This was an unexpected surprise. As long as the reward was obtained, it would be enough for a family of 4 to eat for 2 or 3 days. Especially the meat. Okay, now the event can begin. But you are not allowed to run before leaving the town. If anyone causes chaos and I see him, he will be immediately disqualified from the competition. He will also be arrested and given 10 whips. When they heard that it was time to start, the serfs could no longer sit still, and all took their families towards the buffer zone of Lanny's territory. Because of Thomas's warning, the serfs did not dare to run yet, but walked very fast. The families of some serfs were close by, but many serfs were separated from their families. Especially some children were wandering around the town. Their parents began to cry out anxiously for them, and the town was filled with shouts. However, although the town was a little noisy, there was no big trouble after all, which made Thomas sigh in relief. Of course, he also wanted what Abi could think of. If you directly shout that pirates are coming, the serfs will definitely get into chaos and push each other, and the children and the elderly will suffer. Akka! Seeing that the serfs were moving, Thomas quickly called a male servant. Now go to the castle and set up a carriage to wait for these serfs in the buffer zone in the southwest. When they arrive, let them wait for the notice. Tell them that the rewards will not be distributed until Lord Seignior returns. No one is allowed to mess with it. Run! Yes, Butler Thomas. The manservant named AKA quickly agreed. Ride the carriage with the black bread. If no one comes to notify you in the afternoon, you will give the bread to the serfs. But no one is allowed to return to the town. Thomas thought for a moment and added, Jim, go to the castle quickly and tell the guards there to ride to the beach to find Lord Seignior. Tell him that there is a large group of pirates on the Dryleaf River Road coming to the castle, and Benny is among them. Thomas had calmed down now, showed his demeanor as a butler, and began to issue orders in an orderly manner. Ah! These servants did not hear the conversation between Thomas and Abby, but now they were shocked and trembled when they heard the pirates. Idiot! Oh, what? Did you remember my instructions? The situation was critical now, and Thomas couldn't care less about his good temper. Remember? Remember. Master Butler. Seeing that Thomas was angry, Jim didn't care about being afraid. He immediately responded to Thomas, and then ran towards the castle quickly. Next, Thomas sent servants to search for Anna at the construction site outside the town, and arranged for the slaves to hide in the castle. The reason why Thomas did not let the serfs hide in the castle was that the vestibule of the castle was too small, and more than 3,000 people would definitely be packed into the castle. The second reason was that he was not sure whether there would be pirate spies among the serfs. Today's situation seems to be premeditated by the pirates. As for the slaves, there is no need to worry. These slaves were bought in Winterfell. It is impossible for pirates to work among the slaves. After everything was arranged, Thomas took the remaining servants and ran quickly towards the stone house in the small town. If the population is the most important thing in the town, the remaining ones are the blacksmith shop, the Tianong stone house, and Brian's reinforcement shop. Thomas is going to inform them now. 2 servants were sent to Brian and Tianong stone house respectively, while Thomas came to the blacksmith shop in person. Bernard, quickly take those forged weapons to the castle. Pirates are coming soon. What? There are pirates. Before Bernard could speak, Alec, who was shirtless and holding a small hammer, shouted first, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Yes, there are at least 2 groups of pirates. One group has a large number of people and comes from the Dryleaf River Avenue. The other group has 5 large ships and is in the seaside mountain village. Hurry up and take the weapons you made and go to the castle to hide. Your Excellency took all the guards to the seaside mountain village. Although I sent someone to inform you, Your Excellency will definitely not return so soon. I will be locked up soon. The castle gate is open. After listening to Thomas's words, Alec and Bernard realized the seriousness of the matter. So they and the 3 apprentices left the blacksmith shop with finished or semi-finished weapons and armor. More than 20 minutes later, except for the serfs who were deceived to the border of the territory, Everyone had hid in the castle, including Abi, who had already found his wife and mother. The originally bustling Benhai town became an empty town, and even the caravan finally received Thomas's notice and hid in the direction of Lanny's territory. Close the door and block the castle gate. Thomas gave an order, and the heavy castle gate was closed, and huge sleepers were buckled on both sides of the gate. When the castle gate was closed, outside the small town in the direction of Dry Leaf River, a huge team appeared in the sight of everyone on the city wall. Chapter 309. The troops are approaching the city. Boss, Benhai town is just ahead. Do you want me to take a few brothers there to take a look at the situation, so as not to be discovered by the guards in the castle? Less than a few hundred meters outside the intersection of the town, all the pirates were approaching the roadside. Benny, Wright, and others in front did not know that they had been discovered by Abi, and they were still thinking of sneaking into the town and castle. That's fine, Benny. If you do a good job this time, I'll count it as your first achievement, and you'll get gold coins, women, and status. Wright nodded and agreed to Benny's proposal. It would be the best thing to capture the castle in a sneak attack. As long as the castle is captured, Gervais will definitely be unable to fly. Later, Wright ordered more than a dozen pirates and said, "You guys follow Benny into the town. Be smart and don't show your face. It's the boss. Don't worry. Hee hee." The pirates have now seen the castle in the distance. They are all excited when they think that they and others can rob a castle one day. Just thinking about those smooth-skinned, clean and beautiful maids makes them impatient. Soon, Lanny led more than a dozen people and hid their weapons in wide gowns and walked towards the town. However, when they arrived at Benhai town, they found that there was no one on the long street. Benny, something's wrong. Why is there no one in such a big town? A slovenly pirate asked Lanny. The population of this storm territory is only over 2,000. It looked almost the same before. Let's go in and take a look first. Although Benny also felt that being quiet was a bit too much. It was often like this in the storm territory before. It was difficult to see anyone on the street, and he didn't dare to determine what was going on. Damn it! We should have been discovered. Look, the castle door over there has been closed, and there are many people above looking at us. Benny and the others carefully walked along the avenue through half of the town, but still did not find a single figure. At this time, everyone noticed something strange and looked towards the castle. They saw that the castle gate had been closed, and there were still people standing on the wall. Many people. Let's go back and report to the boss. Benny and the others had no choice but to run back to Wright in despair. What's going on? Have we been discovered? When Wright heard the reports from Benny and the others, he also sensed that something was wrong. He just hoped that Gervais was not in the castle. Otherwise today would be in vain. Let's go! Since they might have discovered us, we don't have to hide. We'll go to the town to check, and then we'll see if there are any of our people outside the castle. If there is, it means that Gervais has hid back in the castle. If we don't catch Gervais first, it will be useless even if the castle is closed by then. Wright roared, and all the pirates stood up again, and nearly 900 people poured into Benhai town in a dark crowd. This time the pirates no longer concealed their momentum. All the pirates spread out and began to search the town. There is no one! Boss! Boss! There is no one here! Hundreds of pirates quickly searched the coastal town, but found no one. They all returned to the main street to report to Wright. But boss, there is no one in the house. But we found that there is a kind of plant planted in their yards, and there are many of them. Do you think it is a grape tree? The search of these pirates was not fruitless. They knew about the mission before they landed. Wright told them that the storm leader has a kind of fruit that can brew gold and wine. Such vines are worth several gold coins when taken outside. Plants. So these pirates were keeping an eye on the fruit trees. Although there are no grapes on the vines, every household is planting grapevines, and they are more diligent than planting wheat. The pirates have already made a guess in their minds. Oh, take me to see it. Wright was also stunned. Were the vines planted here by the serfs with such great fanfare? It shouldn't be all collected into a castle or built into a manor for cultivation. Wright soon went to the small courtyards of those houses to check. And sure enough, he saw trees planted in every house. Boss, these trees used to be wild fruits on the roadside. I often ate them. Now they have been transplanted and carefully planted by these serfs. These must be grapevines. Benny had lived in Stormland for 2 years, and he immediately recognized the vines as the wild fruits that used to be on the roadside. Ha ha! We've made a fortune. Boss, should we start digging now? After hearing Benny's words, the pirate's eyes shone with stars. Each of these vines represented several golden coins. Everyone was burning in their hearts, and wanted to dig up these vines immediately. There are hundreds of families living in this town, and there are at least thousands of vines. While thinking about a lot of gold coins, some pirates are already ready to start digging. If we don't dig now, let's go find Viscount Gervais first. It won't be too late to dig after we finish the business. Wright immediately stopped his men's actions. Now let these people dig up the vines. Then when they fight later, they may only be thinking about these vines and how to fight Gervais. Wright was once a noble seigneur, so of course he knew how to lead troops. Let's go! We can't delay it any longer. Since the town is safe, let's go to the castle and see if there are any of our people. Wright gave the order. Although the pirates were eager for these vines, due to Wright's power, everyone still obeyed the order and rushed toward the castle with weapons in hand. Bernard, Thomas and others were standing on the city wall, and every move of the pirates in the town was under their gaze. At this moment, there are 7 or 8 male servants and more than 30 strong slaves standing on the city wall. These male servants and slaves have been regarded as guards by 0 Hour, and weapons have been issued to them. They were all captured by Gervais before, and spare weapons kept in the castle. The slaves all had longbows in their hands, while the male servants held long swords. Although neither the male servants nor the slaves had ever used these weapons, it did not prevent them from standing on them and shooting at random to intimidate the enemy. There are at least 800 or 900 people. How come there are so many pirates? Is Lord Gervais in danger? When Thomas saw the dark pirates coming from the direction of the town, his face was a little ugly, and he murmured, "There must be danger. There are several titled knights inside, and they are not weak at all." Bernard had a good ear and heard Thomas's murmur, and he frowned and answered, "Father, can you tell?" Alex suddenly became curious. "Oh, take a closer look at the ones walking at the front. What are they wearing? They are all armor. Can ordinary people wear such heavy armor and move freely?" Bernard knew that he had let something slip just now, but he did not panic. Instead, he said something to Alec angrily. "Bernard Blacksmith is right. The leading pirates are indeed not weak, and 4 of them are at least Bronze Peak Knights or Silver Knights." At this time, Brian added, he had already used his senses to check, and found that the aura of several pirates over there was much stronger than that of his own Bronze Intermediate Knight. Now several people nearby are old acquaintances, and Gervais has asked him to strengthen the inscription several times. His identity as Brian as an alchemist is semi-public, except for the serfs. Everyone like Bernard and Thomas know it, so he stopped hiding it. Then what should I do? Lord Gervais is still at the beach. Will it be dangerous if we meet him later? Yes. Your Excellency will be in danger. No. I'm going to inform Your Excellency and ask him not to come back. Butler Thomas, give me a rope. Before the pirates surround the castle, I'll go down now and inform Gway. Mr. C. Hearing Brian's more certain words, Thomas and Alec were both shocked and extremely anxious. Gervais is the seigneur they are loyal to, and everything they have now is also based on Gervais. Alec is Gervais's personal bodyguard. When he first joined the guards, Gervais stated that the bodyguards were specially established to protect his safety. At this moment, Alec could no longer stand and wanted to leave the castle to inform Gervais. Chapter 3:10 Retreat? Ding! Father! Let me go! I am your personal guard. I must inform you at this time. Alec had only taken 2 steps, but he was grabbed by Bernard. He couldn't break free for a while, and Alec began to become anxious. I'll go! In addition to the fact that you only have 4 trained guards here, the most important thing now is that you helped Lord Gervais defend the castle. Bernard patted the back of Alec's hand. His eyes filled with relief, but also some complexity. Alec's ability to leave the castle to inform Gervais regardless of danger shows that Alec has grown up and is responsible. However, it is precisely because of Alec's responsibility regardless of danger that Bernard, as a father, feels worry. No father would want his son to be in danger. But, there is no but. Helping Lord Gervais to defend the castle is your most correct choice now. No matter what happens, do not open the city gate or leave the castle until Lord Gervais comes back. I'm going now. Otherwise, I won't be able to outrun the pirates if they come. Although Alec was very strong, facing the hidden Bernard, he was like a chicken facing an eagle, with no power to resist. With Bernard's gentle push, Alec was pushed aside. Before he could stop him, Bernard had already slid down the rope Thomas had just tied. Father! Be careful! Alec looked at Bernard going away on the city wall with complicated emotions, and shouted. Bernard in the distance just turned around and smiled.
and waved to Alec with the long sword in his hand.
My sword!
Only then did Alec realize that his mithril sword had been taken away by Bernard for some unknown reason.
Boss! There's someone over there who ran out of the castle!
Bernard was hoisted down from the castle with the help of a rope and was immediately discovered by the pirates.
He must have gone to report the news. Gervais must not be in the castle.
Wright also saw Bernard's figure. Instead of being anxious, he felt relieved. When the group of people came to the underground of the castle and looked upward, they all felt a sense of powerlessness in their hearts when facing the towering castle.
Benny, take a good look to see if Gervais is there. If not, we will rush to the beach as quickly as possible. Boss, wait until I walk in and take a look.
Benny responded and slowly walked closer to the castle. Whoosh whoosh. Just when Benny came closer and stared carefully, the people on the city wall shot arrows at Benny. Although many of the arrows were horribly accurate, they also shocked Benny, especially the feathers of the arrow shot by Alec, which passed right next to Benny.
Boss, I haven't seen Gervais, and it seems that there aren't many guards wearing helmets on the city wall. Only 2 or 3.
Benny wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He didn't expect that arrow to shoot so far, and he almost had to confess here.
Very good. Everyone go to the beach. As long as we catch Gervais, everything in the castle will be ours.
Without further delay, Wright waved his arm and led his men towards the seaside.
Ha ha! Don't fight with me. I want the maid in the castle. I want to sleep in the noble lord's bedroom.
I want.
What AHL today? Are these pirates here to tease me?
The longer Gervais waited, the more depressed he became. He never imagined that at this moment, his escape route had been cut off by the pirates. After all, Gervais didn't believe that 200 to 300 pirates would dare to plot against him despite his preconceptions.
Sir, why don't you go back first? If there is any change among the pirates, I will send someone back to notify you.
Laurie saw Gervais yelling angrily from the side, so he suggested understandingly.
No, sir, I will fight them here today. If they are brave enough, they can wait here until dark and see how I deal with them.
Gervais rejected the suggestion of returning in vain. Since the pirates were parked there, Gervais now only hoped to wait until dark, and then take advantage of the night to take more than 20 people to board the ship in the dark, so that I can get the big ship that I coveted.
Audrey, send someone back to ask the castle to send some food. We all had dinner here. Yes, sir.
Audrey obeyed the order and immediately sent a guard to unload the horses from the carriage, and then rushed towards the castle.
Ugh, this full body armor is a bit stuffy to wear. Come on, take it off for me first.
Having made up his mind to wait, Gervais simply sat on a rock nearby, preparing to let his guards remove his armor. He estimated that these pirates would not dare to go ashore now. Anyway, I would see him then. It's not too late to wear it again if there is any unusual movement among the pirates.
Yes,
sir.
My lord. My lord.
But before the guards could take action, 2 guards on horses hurriedly appeared on the road not far away. One of them was the guard who had just left to deliver Gervais' order, while the other was sent by Thomas to inform Gervais about the pirate invasion of coastal town.
What happened?
Gervais recognized him at a glance as one of the guards of the small space courtyard. He had given a few special instructions when he was holding the unicorn in the morning, but now he saw him running over in a hurry, and he immediately knew what had happened in the castle. It was a big deal, which made Gervais's heart skip a beat.
Those 5 pirate ships are so abnormal. They are not trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Is there something going on in the castle?
Sure enough, the next moment the guard ran and shouted,
Sir, there are many pirates on the Dryleaf River Avenue, and they are heading towards Benhai Town and the castle. Holy shit! Your sister is really trying to lure a tiger away from the mountain.
Gervais's whole body was in bad shape. Without yelling loudly, his dignified time traveler was actually tricked by someone using 36 tactics.
How is the situation over there in Benhai Town? How many pirates are there?
Gervais stood up and quickly came to the guard who reported the news, and asked eagerly,
Sir, Butler Thomas asked me to report. The situation is urgent. He just said that there are a lot of pirates, and they will arrive at Benhai Town soon. Sir Thomas has arranged for the search to evacuate to the southwest border.
The guard who reported the news immediately reported what he knew to Gervais.
Audrey, everyone return to the castle with me immediately. Laurie, you continue to monitor the movements of the pirate ship here. If there are pirates disembarking, and there are a lot of them, you don't have to fight hard. Just hide and follow them. If they attack our rear, you can give us an early warning. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gervais didn't know how many pirates there were. Now that the pirates had used the method of moving the tiger away from the mountain, Gervais was not sure whether they would attack from both front and rear. So he had to leave Lori and others to watch the rear. Everyone aboard! Get ready for battle! Following the order, Gervais and his party headed towards the castle in a hurry. More than half an hour later, Gervais's team finally met Bernard, who came to report the news. Bernard, why are you here? How is the town and the castle? When he saw Bernard coming in a hurry, Gervais quickly turned over and dismounted. Seeing that there were no signs of fighting on his body, Gervais breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Alec didn't follow, and Bernard didn't fight. So the situation at the castle should be pretty stable for now. Sir, the pirates have arrived below the castle, and I'm here to tell you. Bernard ran for more than half an hour, without blushing or out of breath, and came to Gervais and whispered, There are 800 or 900 pirates, with 10 knights, one of whom is a silver intermediate knight. 3 are low-level silver knights, and the others are bronze knights. What? Aren't there only 200 or 300 people who plundered other territories? How come there are more than 3 times the number here? And there are even 4 silver knights? Isn't it possible that some Seignior is pretending to be? Gervais suddenly felt bad. He felt like he was being targeted by the glory boss. Every enemy he faced was abnormally stronger than others, whether it was pirates or orcs. That's not clear. But Lord Gervais, I advise you to take your people and withdraw from the storm territory. The origins of so many pirate gangs with knight titles must be unusual, and they are probably here for you. Retreat? Ding! The pirates are carnivaling in your territory, and your people are trembling. As Lord Seignior, you need to use your blood to defend your majesty. System mission, defeat the pirates who invade your territory and protect the security of your territory. Task reward, 10 energy points. Okay. You can just forget about the retreat. How could such an important thing not be systematically involved? Of course, even if there is no mission issued by the system, Gervais is not prepared to retreat. Not to mention that the defense of his castle is empty, and it is very likely to be invaded by pirates. If he escapes, what face will he have in the Jones territory in the future? He himself can't pass this test. More importantly, most of the grapevines are planted in coastal town. If the pirates are allowed to take them away, the wine production in other territories will probably be greater than that in his storm territory. A few days ago, he just ordered the transplanting of grapevines and the eradication of saplings. This means that in a few years, apart from the grapevines planted by the castle and the serfs, it is basically impossible to find many more grapevines in the wild. Stealing people's wealth is a life and death affair. Gervais felt that although he was weaker, there was no way he would be driven out of the territory by the pirates before they even faced him. Bernard, it is impossible to retreat. They want to plunder my territory. So the only way is to fight to the death. Chapter 3:11 Let your count's wife collect the body. Of course, Gervais spoke of great ambition. But in his heart, he was thinking about how to trick Bernard into helping him deal with the pirates. Lord Gervais, I admire your courage. But I have to remind you that the other party has 10 named knights. But on your side. Bernard couldn't speak anymore. If he hadn't known that Gervais usually didn't talk big, he would have wanted to say a stupid sentence to show his respect. Excluding the pirates' numerical advantage, the title knights alone could wipe out most of Gervais's soldiers. If there was enough time, even annihilating them all would not be a problem. So, Bernard, I need your help this time. Having said this, Gervais was no longer reserved. To be honest, if Bernard hadn't joined, he would have definitely lost today. But with Bernard's help, he might really be able to compete with the pirates. Fight 1 or 2. Lord Gervais, I haven't made a move in more than 20 years. I have already forgotten how to fight. And there are so many people here. As long as I take action, I will never be that ordinary blacksmith again. Bernard was not surprised that Gervais had targeted him, and looked at Gervais with a half smile. Bernard, the church is ready to take action against the Principality of Jean. Did Alec tell you what happened in Roseburg? The church wants to destroy the Jones family, and then plunge the entire principality into turmoil. There are intact eggs under the overturned nest. Even if you are hiding in my remote storm territory like this. But one day, the ship is going to sink. Where can you hide? Seeing Bernard's expression, Gervais couldn't tell whether the other party was willing to help him or not. So he got closer and softly told Bernard about the church's attack. After all, Bernard's biggest enemy was church. As for my men, don't worry. I will explain it later. and they won't see any clues. Bernard was also stunned when he heard what Gervais said about the church's attack on Rose Castle. Alec did not tell him about this. He just said that there was a battle in Rose Castle and simply passed it by. The most important thing is that the church is now starting to attack the big nobles, which means that the situation is already critical. Bernard, I'm not afraid to tell you. Now I also feel that the church is the biggest enemy of this continent. You only know that the church sucks blood from the nobles, but you don't know how terrible it will be once the church rules the entire continent with theocratic power. Although I am still weak now, I believe that in the near future, my storm territory may become a place that the church does not dare to touch. Gervais's face was calm, and these words seemed not to win over Bernard, but to elaborate on the small goals he had set. As for the big goals, of course they were the strange beings like orcs, elves, and dragons. In that case, let's fight. I just don't know if my skills have deteriorated. Looking at the confident expression on Gervais's face, Bernard almost thought that Gervais said that it was not the church that would be afraid of him in the future, but other minor nobles. After all, only the victims could truly understand the terror of the church. If it hadn't been a coincidence that he fled after most of the church members had left. Otherwise he would never have survived to this day. Ha ha. Then fight the capital with me, Bernard. Seeing Bernard agreeing, Gervais was immediately happy. Counting Bernard, although he only had 2 titled knights, he was still riding a unicorn. With the strength of the unicorn, dealing with a silver knight is no problem. After all, the little gold medal fighter from Warcraft is not just a braggart. Bernard, do you want to replace your long sword? Now that Bernard has joined, the weapons and equipment must be the best for everyone. The Silver Knight's Battle Plus the Mithril Sword has a combat bonus. I brought it! Alex! Bernard patted the long sword hanging on his waist, and then opened his coat with a swipe, only to see a piece of iron armor exposed underneath. For a moment, Gervais was speechless. Bernard must have been ready to help when he arrived. Otherwise, why would he even be wearing iron armor? Bernard is a blacksmith himself. Even though he has not fought for more than 20 years, he must be prepared for these things. After receiving the news from Thomas, Bernard put on the armor in the blacksmith shop. It was originally just a precaution. After all, it would be difficult for the pirates who dared to invade Seignior Castle. But now it just verified his idea. Sir, there are enemies ahead. While Gervais and Bernard were talking for a while, a dark team appeared at the end of the road 2 miles away. When several guards saw it, they immediately reported to Gervais. Prepare to fight. The pikemen form a formation. These pirates followed Bernard, although Bernard took up his fighting spirit and ran. In order to maintain his fighting power, Bernard did not dare to waste it. So the 2 sides finally encountered each other in such a short period of time. Gervais looked at the surrounding terrain. This place was good, just so that the opponent could not use their numerical advantage to surround him, but his own side could just expand. Muskets at the ready, longbowmen at the ready. Gervais issued orders one after another, and both the personal guards and the slave soldiers began to run quickly, and the carriages and horses were led to the rear. Gervais was not prepared to let his personal guards attack. After all, the venue was not spacious, and there were so many titled knights on the other side. If only a few cavalry fell in, there would be no return. Gervais's team has spearmen as the central axis, with slave swordsmen and longbowmen on the left, and bodyguards and 14 guards on the right. By the time Gervais set up his formation, the pirates on the opposite side had already arrived 200 meters away. Benny, go over and tell Viscount Gervais to surrender obediently, and I can spare his life. Wright couldn't help laughing when he saw Gervais actually putting up a formation. If Gervais ran away, he would be really worried. But if Gervais, the ignorant little Seignior, was prepared to fight to the death with him, he would definitely die. Okay, boss. As the saying goes, enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Although Benny hated those serfs, Gervais was the culprit who made him lose the captain of the guard and become a fugitive. Now that he has returned strong, Benny is extremely excited and grateful for the sword in his hand. Somewhat hungry and thirsty. Viscount Gervais, our boss asked me to tell you, if you want to survive, you must drop your weapons and surrender now. Otherwise you will be cut into pieces and your earl's wife will collect your body. Ha ha. Ha ha. Of course, Benny didn't want Gervais to surrender. It would be best if Gervais could fight to the death. So he walked to a place 100 meters away where bows and arrows could not reach him and shouted provocation. The pirates at the rear also laughed after hearing Benny's words. There were only more than 100 people on the other side, and in their eyes,
they were almost the same as dead people. Wright, and several title knights beside him were also joking. Wright said that sparing Gervais' life was of course a lie. Just to humiliate Gervais. Wright has turned on his perception and observed the other side. Gervais has only one titled knight. A bronze low-level knight. The only one with some combat power is the unicorn. But even a unicorn cannot face several knights. A silver knight also has no power to resist. Chapter 3:12 Passionate Shooting. Whether they were personal guards or ordinary guards, they all glared angrily when they heard that the pirates on the opposite side were humiliating Gervais. And they wanted to rush forward and pull Benny and others over and hack them to death with swords. However, after long-term training, they all knew that they could not speak without orders at this time, and could only be stunned. Especially Ike. Benny's sword almost killed him.
Benny! Why did you dare to come back and bark at me with the help of a few pirates? Have you forgotten how you escaped in the first place? By the way, your 5 gold coins fell in the castle. Your escape was difficult. A lot of hardship. Right.
Gervais still looked calm and was not affected by the provocation from the other side at all. Instead, he started teasing Benny rather playfully.
Humph. I will pay back the shame you brought to me that day. And those bastards, sirs. I will take care of you later. I will kill them in front of you. If you are sensible, surrender now. Maybe my boss will let you live. Otherwise you just wait to die.
Hearing Gervais's words suddenly reminded Benny of his unlucky escape journey. Especially when he lost his gold coins and was raped by an old serf. This has become a lingering shadow in his heart. Every time I rub my head unconsciously when I think about it.
Ha ha. If you want me to surrender, why don't you all come over and kneel on the ground to beg me and see if I will surrender?
Gervais' eyes had turned cold. Especially when Benny said he would kill someone in front of him. With that said, Gervais took off his long musket from the unicorn's saddle.
You're looking for death. Pretty boy, if you hadn't been so lucky, you would have been chosen by the Earl.
Bang.
Ah! My legs! Boss! Save me!
Benny's cruel words turned into screams. A bloody hole appeared on his thigh. Benny was rolling on the ground in pain while holding his thigh. Wailing. This was not because Gervais's shooting skills were not accurate enough, but because Gervais didn't want Benny, a scumbag, to die so happily, so he deliberately aimed at his thigh.
Wow! Lord Gervais, this musket is quite powerful.
Although the muskets were forged by Bernard himself, it was the first time to see the muskets fired at such a close range, and I couldn't help but sigh.
Ha ha! Thanks to Bernard for your craftsmanship. You are seeking death.
When Wright saw that Gervais dared to take the lead, he felt so insulted that he couldn't help but roared.
Just keep that Viscount. Don't keep the rest. Kill them for me! Kill! Kill!
Following Wright's order, all the pirates could no longer restrain themselves and immediately charged towards Gervais and the others with various weapons.
Hold on! Musketeers prepare!
Although more than 900 people may not sound like a lot, in this not-so-open wilderness, the momentum of a swarm of swarms charging at them was still very terrifying. The personal guards and slave soldiers were in better condition, but the guards under Audrey were already a little pale. If Gervais had not led them to participate in the orc battle in the space of 4 purple elf bugs a few days ago, there might be many more people will be so scared that they wet their pants.
Kill!
Soon, the black pirates rushed past Benny's location.
Musketeer shot!
Bang bang bang. As 7 clouds of white smoke erupted from the long muzzle of the gun, 7 of the pirates, who were charging on the opposite side, immediately fell to the ground. However, for the large number of pirates, these 7 people fell to the ground without making any waves. As soon as the pirates in front fell down, the pirates in the rear were pushed forward by the team. For the damage caused by invisible projectiles, it is not as great a deterrent as the arrow feathers, because the arrow feathers fall from the sky. People at the rear of the team can see it, but the direct fire of the musket is blocked by the friendly troops in front, and the people at the rear feel it instead. Feeling a sense of security, they push the person in front of them forward with all their strength.
Longbowmen prepare for volley. Shoot!
Whoosh whoosh. With the sound of arrow feathers breaking through the air, 20 arrow feathers drew an arc and shot rapidly towards the pirate crowd.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
The long archers did not deliberately aim this round, because the number of pirates was too dense, and there was no need to aim at all. But this time the arrow feathers made the pirates feel a little scared, because in addition to the pirates in the front, who were hit by the arrow feathers, several pirates in the back also suffered disaster and fell to the ground.
Shoot!
As soon as the longbowman finished shooting an arrow,
He quickly pulled out another arrow from the feathers stuck on the ground. Then opened a bow and knocked the arrow again, completing all these actions in just a few breaths of time. As Gervais gave another order, the whizzing arrow shot out again. Ah! Ah! 20 arrows are like death size, and each time they fall from the sky, they can knock down more than a dozen pirates. Damn it! You losers! The distance is enough! Stop fighting back! Of course, the pirates were more powerful than they were without longbowmen, but the longbow armed strength of Wright's men could not be compared with the slave soldiers. It was not until this moment that they reached their effective shooting range. So Wright cursed and urged him to let himself go. The more than 20 longbowmen began to fight back. Whoosh whoosh. The pirates' team finally flew arrow feathers visible to the naked eye. These arrow feathers were extremely fast in the eyes of ordinary soldiers, but in Gervais's eyes, they could capture the trajectory. Pay attention to the arrow feathers and raise your shield to defend. Muskets and longbowmen give priority to destroying the opponent's longbowmen. This was the first time Gervais experienced an enemy arrow attack. He immediately shouted at his men and ran to the front of the slave spearmen. Benedict! 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 The volley of more than 20 arrow feathers was quite powerful, and soon flew across the sky towards Gervais. Several arrow feathers were inserted into the small round shields of several guards, making a clicking sound. And Gervais was using his fighting spirit in front of the pikemen to pick up 2 flying arrows. The guards had bucklers, but the slave pikemen did not. When Bernard saw Gervais's actions, he also joined in blocking the arrow feathers. The two people's actions were like scenes from previous movie and television blockbusters. It seemed slow, but it all happened in a few breaths. Gervais and Bernard flew away 5 arrows in total, but 2 slave soldiers were still shot. But fortunately one of them was shot in the arm. One person was shot in the shoulder, but it was not a serious injury. The injured man moves to the rear. If an ordinary soldier was hit by an arrow, no matter where the injury was, he would start howling miserably at this moment. However, the 2 slave soldiers did not make any sound. They just grunted and staggered the moment they were hit by the arrow feathers, and finally managed to stabilize his body with the spear. Still standing upright, Gervais quickly came to the 2 of them, holding a long sword and breaking the arrow feathers that had penetrated. It was only at this moment that the 2 slave soldiers obeyed Gervais's order and slowly walked towards the rear. The slave soldiers at the back immediately stepped forward to fill their positions. The moment before a hand-to-hand encounter is the most dazzling moment for the long-range weapons of both sides. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Both sides continue to come passionately at each other. Bang bang bang. As the guards became more and more skilled in loading, the guards' muskets had been loaded again, and they shot at the pirates again. In an instant, 3 or 4 pirate archers were shot and fell to the ground. Not to mention the slave long archers, who can shoot a wave of arrows in just a few breaths. Tuck tuck. Ah! My feet! The small round shields of the guards were too small, and could only protect their vital parts. Another unlucky guard had his feet pierced by an arrow fletching. He immediately screamed and fell to the ground wailing. The longbowmen stay back. Shoot freely, and find the opportunity to use mithril arrow feathers to shoot the enemy's armored pirates. Lancer! Raise the gun! Kill! Puff! 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 With a popping sound, the pirate team, which had lost about 100 people, finally ran into Gervais's formation head-on. Many pirates were pushed forward by their teammates behind them, and they had no time to avoid the dense and flashing spearmen. Han Mang's spear tip was instantly forked into a plug. Chapter 313, Die from Talking Too Much. The real battle between the 2 sides really started at this moment. When watching the movie before, Gervais also thought about why so many soldiers in the platoon were not afraid of death and just bumped into the enemy's gun heads. Until this moment, he just known. Most people are not truly brave. They are brave. The pirates in front wanted to stop and use their weapons to deflect the spears pointed at them, but they did not expect to be pushed directly onto the tip of the spears by the pirates behind them. Die with eyes closed. Gervais and Bernard had not taken action at this moment, but occasionally swung their swords to kill the pirates who dared to rush towards them. But their eyes were always fixed on Wright and others not far away, because Bernard had practiced the stealth technique, secret technique of stealth too. In the eyes of Wright and others, he was no different from ordinary people, so they did not pay much attention to him at all. Wright and others mainly kept an eye on Gervais to prevent him from attacking. See escapes on a unicorn. Audrey! Take a few people under the phalanx. Don't let the pirates crawling on the ground get close to the pikemen. The long and dense phalanx of spears blocked the pirates' frontal attack very well, But several pirates also got smart, and secretly leaned down and crawled towards the slave soldiers from under the spears. The slave soldiers' spears were all pointing at the wave-like pirates in front of them, and they were unable to deal with these creeping pirates, who were slowly approaching. This is the biggest shortcoming of the pikemen. Although the 4-meter-long spear can well keep the enemy out of the formation, it is because of this length that even if the pikemen want to deal with the pirates lying here, they still need to retreat a few times. How many people can be hit by the spear only if he steps forward? Yes, sir! Audrey had killed 2 pirates at this moment, and a lot of blood was spattered on his face. Hearing Gervais's words, he touched the blood on his face, and immediately looked in front of the spear phalanx. Sure enough, there were 3. The 4 pirates were almost at the feet of the slave soldiers. You 4, go over there and block those people. Bernard, it's our turn. How many silver knights can you handle? Gervais asked. I'll wait and see if I can kill a silver knight secretly. Bernard's expression was calm, and he did not say how many he could deal with. Instead, he made up his mind to use his advantage of hiding his aura to kill one of the opponent's silver knights first. The phalanx has fallen into a stalemate, and the 2 fighting sides are constantly screaming. However, due to terrain restrictions, although the pirates have the advantage in numbers, they cannot defeat the spear phalanx. There are not only personal guards and ordinary guards on both sides of the spear phalanx. The guards included 30 slave swordsmen. These slave swordsmen can be said to be top-notch existences. Apart from having no fighting spirit, they are the best among the best. They kill the pirates who dare to come forward and scream in agony. At this moment, Wright also came close with several title knights. Gervais did not want these title knights to join the battle group of ordinary soldiers, because even if the bronze knight joins the battle group, it will cause a lot of casualties to his ordinary soldiers. So Gervais decided to take the initiative and led Bernard and the unicorn towards the edge of the battle group. Worried that Gervais would escape, Wright and others over there also moved with Gervais's movement. Are you the pirate leader? Who sent you here? The distance between the 2 sides was less than 5 meters, and Wright and others had already formed a vague tendency to surround Gervais. But Gervais did not show a trace of fear. It seems that the rumors outside are not accurate. Judging from Viscount Gervais's composure today, it is not just Count Alice who can achieve today's achievements. To be honest, Wright was really a little surprised. Is it true that Gervais was not afraid of death? Now surrounded by so many knights with his own name, he looked calm and could not see even a trace of nervousness. No one sent us here, but we heard that Viscount Gervais made a lot of money recently, so we plan to borrow some money from Viscount Gervais to spend. You want to borrow money? Then ask my sword first if he agrees. As he spoke, Gervais's right hand seemed to want to pull out a long sword, but the next moment he took out his short musket. This process was as fast as lightning. Boom. Phew. It looks like those cowboys' gun-shooting movements. They must be very cool. It's a pity that there are no beautiful girls cheering. Thump. One of the 10 title knights of the pirates immediately fell, and it was the bronze low-level knight with the lowest strength. At the moment when he rushed to the street, the pirate didn't even have time to see clearly the movements of Gervais's hands, and his forehead was already blown open. Destroy him and leave him breathless. I'll deal with the unicorn. Wright didn't know that villains die because they talk too much. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chatting awkwardly around Gervais just now. Choke. Gervais and Bernard immediately unsheathed their swords. The 3 silver knights were the first to come towards Gervais, with anger on their faces. On the contrary, several bronze knights disliked Bernard for being an eyesore and wanted to deal with Bernard first. Bernard ignored the bronze knights, moved 2 steps easily, avoided the bronze knight's slashes, and moved towards the nearest silver knight. Die! When the silver knight saw that an ordinary person was trying to attack him, he just turned around slightly and slashed towards Bernard seemingly casually. But when his long sword collided with Bernard's long sword, his expression immediately changed. No, you are not ordinary. I only know now. It's too late. Puff. Gervais had never seen Bernard take action, but when he saw it for the first time, he immediately understood that Bernard was definitely a master. Apart from his realm, he was definitely better than his father in terms of martial arts. When the silver knight was slashing towards Bernard, he was lifted up by Bernard with ease. Then the long sword in Bernard's hand turned around as fast as a swimming dragon, and the opponent was shocked. At that moment, it went down and struck him directly on the neck. In an instant, a huge head rolled in the air, and the silver knight refused to rest in peace. Despicable! You are looking for death! Wright had just escaped the impact of a unicorn, But he didn't expect to lose another subordinate in the blink of an eye. And it was also the Silver Knight. Wright roared instantly, ignored the unicorn, and charged towards Bernard with his sword.
Chuck, take a few of them to deal with the unicorn first.
Wright shouted at his Silver Knight while charging towards Bernard.
Win! Win! Win!
In an instant, Wright and Bernard were fighting together. Seeing that Bernard and Wright, who was a silver mid-level knight, were equally matched, Gervais breathed a sigh of relief and began to focus on dealing with the enemy in front of him. At this moment, there was a silver knight and 2 bronze intermediate knights in front of and behind Gervais. Wright and Bernard were fighting. Several people surrounding Gervais also reacted to their shock and quickly drew out their swords to attack Gervais.
Critical strike and slash with 1 sword.
Gervais swung his sword to block the Silver Knight's slash, but immediately felt a strong wind coming from his back. Without thinking, he bent down to avoid the blow, and then struck the Silver Knight with another sword.
Win!
For a moment, Gervais felt his arm was numb from the shock. Although this critical strike with 1 sword was not a combo, it was no worse than the critical strike with 3 swords. Moreover, Gervais vaguely felt that as long as his energy was strong enough, this violent attack would be possible. A single sword slash can even exert greater power than a critical 3-sword slash, because the critical strike of 3 sword cuts is a combo. A lot of fighting energy will be lost in the process of running the fighting spirit. However, the critical strike of 1 sword slash does not have such disadvantages. This is why the critical strike of 1 sword slash consumes more fighting energy than the critical strike of 3 sword cuts. The sword cuts the small one. Gervais's arm was numb from the shock, and the Silver Knight on the other side felt uncomfortable, and the tiger's mouth was in pain. The power of Gervais's blow just now was no less powerful than that of the Silver Junior Knight.
Let's see how many more times you can use it.
The Silver Knight knew in his heart that this must be Gervais's secret skill, and he concentrated on dealing with it.
Critical strike and slash with 1 sword.
Not paying attention to the pain in his arm, Gervais roared again and slashed with his long sword. However, the target of Gervais's attack this time was not the Silver Knight, but the Bronze Knight on the left who was stabbing towards him. Gervais's neck quickly moved out of the way, but the power of the sword in his hand remained unabated. With a squeak, he slashed at the Bronze Knight, who was about to stab his neck with a sneak attack. The Bronze Knight also wore a worn-out iron armor, but it was of no use against the mithril sword and critical strikes. A big hole was cut out of the iron armor in an instant, and then the long sword penetrated the flesh without losing its power, reaching 10 centimeters to the waist before stopping. After the long sword stopped, Gervais shouted loudly. His fighting spirit circulated, and he pulled out the long sword with all his strength, narrowly blocking the Silver Knight's attack. Chapter 3:14. A critical strike with 1 sword.
Lance, you idiot! Can't you even deal with a bronze low-level knight?
Wright, who was having a fierce fight with Bernard over there, noticed the situation here with his peripheral vision and couldn't help but curse. He never expected that a Silver Knight and 2 bronze intermediate knights were actually killed by Gervais.
You'd better take care of yourself first. Kill!
Bernard shouted violently, the glimmer of light flowing from his body, and the long sword slashed towards Wright with terrifying power, frightening Wright to retreat again and again, no longer daring to distract him.
Boy, you are looking for death.
Lance's face darkened when he was scolded by Wright. What was already a very embarrassing thing was now even more broken by Wright. The Bronze Knights glanced at him with complicated eyes from time to time. Lance knew that if he didn't get rid of this kid quickly, he would probably become the laughing stock of the pirate group in the future. The white light on Lance's body lit up instantly, and it was obvious that he no longer looked down upon Gervais, the little Bronze Knight. The white light flowing on the Silver Knight's body meant that he was going to use his full strength. Lance slashed hard with his sword, and in just a few breaths, he slashed more than 10 swords at Gervais. This allowed Gervais to truly see the difference between the Silver Knight and the Bronze Knight. Even if his critical strike and sword slash could resist them, they would still be able to withstand them. But there was a Bronze Knight behind him, who was firing cold knives from time to time. He had already hit Gervais's armor several times, but Gervais had skillfully removed a lot of the force so that he could not break through the defense. But still, it left deep dents on the mithril armor.
Damn it! You underestimated the Silver Knight!
Sweat broke out on Gervais's forehead. Just these few breaths made him feel extremely dangerous, and he wandered on the edge of death for several times.
Critical strike and slash with 1 sword,
Gervais roared, and once again held the long sword that Lance had chopped off. Taking advantage of this moment, Gervais glanced at the surrounding situation with his peripheral vision. The soldiers over there have been locked in a tough fight.
even if they are well equipped and have better weapons. The number of pirates is too many. In proportion, they are only 1 to 8. Fortunately, the terrain here is not broad, and with pikemen as the main force, they can barely resist the pirates' attack. Both sides are already furious, but they are afraid they can't help them. The situation on the unicorn side was not very good either. It was besieged by the silver knight named Chuck and 3 bronze knights, although it also pierced the shoulder of a bronze knight. The unicorn's hind legs had already appeared. A stab wound, obviously caused by a sneak attack by pirates. Go to H.L. Just when Gervais was looking around, Lance felt greatly insulted. He shouted again, withdrew the long sword suppressed by Gervais, and then quickly slashed towards Gervais's shoulder and neck. And his back, the bronze knight also seized the opportunity to cooperate with Lance and block Gervais's retreat. When? 2 crisp sounds came. One was the sound of long swords clashing, and the other was the sound of the bronze knight's sword striking Gervais's full body armor. I saw that a large gap had been cut out under the ribs of Gervais's mithril armor. If the bronze knight had been just half stronger, he would have been able to cut into Gervais's body. It's actually mithril armor? Come again! Lance realized when he saw that his teammate's sword only cut through Gervais's armor. No wonder the bronze knight's swords just now were blocked by Gervais's armor. While Lance exclaimed, his eyes were even more greedy. This is mithril armor. A set is worth at least tens or hundreds of gold coins, and can be regarded as a family heirloom. Lance roared again. The white light on his body became more powerful. His fighting spirit reached its peak. And then he struck Gervais with his sword again quickly and accurately. The bronze knight behind Gervais immediately understood and cooperated with this to attack Mithril again. He slashed hard at the gap under the ribs. Damn it! If you want my life, let's see who dies first! At this life and death moment, Gervais couldn't care less and frantically gathered fighting energy in his chi veins. Even though the chi pulses on his arms swelled and stung, they didn't stop. If Lance knew the state of Gervais's chi veins, he would definitely call him a madman. If the chi veins were exploded, he would be a useless person even if he didn't die. Violent! Strike! 1! Sword! Cut! Win! Gervais' long sword collided hard with Lance's long sword. And this time Lance's sword was not only blocked by Gervais, but was bounced away in an instant. After Gervais' long sword bounced off Lance's blade, it struck Lance's chest with unabated power, and finally hit the armor on Lance's chest hard. There was a muffled sound, and the tip of Gervais's long sword scratched Lance's armor, leaving a deep sword mark. This caught Lance by surprise. Although the sword did not seriously injure Lance, it caused a finger-long gash on Lance's chest, and blood was already oozing from the gash, while Gervais was causing damage to Lance. The long sword of the bronze knight behind Gervais was about to cut into Gervais's ribs. As long as this sword hit, it would definitely penetrate 3 points of the flesh. Gervais C will be hit hard soon. Whoosh whoosh. Just when the bronze knight was getting excited, anticipating the feeling of penetration, he suddenly felt 4 or 5 cold sensations coming from behind him, and the strength of his body seemed to be drained instantly. I saw 4 or 5 arrow feathers stuck in the back of the bronze knight. Each arrow feather was halfway into the flesh. 2 arrows were hit in the neck and back. The 2 arrows on the back penetrated the iron armor of the bronze knight and embedded themselves in the flesh. Of course, the most deadly arrow was the one stuck in his iron helmet. Well done! After forcing Lance back, Gervais, who narrowly escaped death, breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at the bronze knight lying dead on the ground, Gervais found that these slave soldiers were indeed worth the money. 5 arrows focused on the bronze knight at the same time, pushing the bronze knight half a meter sideways, as if he had been hit by a shotgun in his previous life. Such strength and timing all show that they are extraordinary. In fact, it is not that easy to use arrow feathers to sneak attack the title knight. The title knight's 5 senses are strengthened. Many times, the arrow feathers are noticed when they fly in midair. However, the slave soldier's arrow feathers fly too fast, and the bronze knight is because he was about to kill Gervais. But he suddenly relaxed his vigilance. Of course, this actually also includes the contribution of mithril arrows. You forced me to do it. I originally wanted to capture you alive, but now you have to die for me. Lance touched the blood on his chest, and it had soaked a large area. He didn't expect that a bronze knight could have such great power and cause harm to him. The moment the long sword collided with Gervais, he could clearly see I felt that the power was like a full blow that could only be achieved by the Silver Knight. Now that 2 teammates have died in the siege, Lance can foresee that after today's events are over, he will definitely be punished by right. Ha ha. If you have the ability,
Use it!
Gervais reluctantly sneered. Although the critical strike of the previous attack was only one move, Gervais gathered the fighting energy in his body crazily. The fighting energy on his arm at that moment was completely comparable to the critical strike of 3 sword strikes. Required consumption. At this moment, there are many cracks in the chi veins in Gervais's arms. This is because the fighting energy has gathered too much and is about to burst the chi veins. If Gervais hadn't swallowed the golden kiwi fruit, the energy in his body would be much tougher than ordinary people, and he wouldn't have been able to unleash this blow. Of course, even though Gervais's chi could barely hold on, he still suffered a lot of damage. Gervais's hands were already full of blood, and the blood continued to fall to the ground along the sword. And Gervais's arms were also injured, trembling slightly,
crushing with furious waves.
The reason why Lance talked nonsense with Gervais was just to delay time to gather his fighting spirit. 2 breaths later, when Gervais's words fell, Lance's face was ferocious, and with the force of the strong wind, he struck a sword towards Gervais. This sword was Lance's ultimate move. The moment Lance's ultimate move broke out, the smoke and dust stirred up by the battle formed a very fast vortex. Facing this sword, Gervais had the illusion that this sword was unstoppable.
Are you scared?
Lance's long sword had already cut through the air, but he found that Gervais in front of him didn't even move. He only looked horrified, as if he was frightened.
Lance?
Just as Lance was in excitement, Wright, who was fighting fiercely with Bernard at the side, shouted anxiously. Chapter 3:15 Escape. In Lance's eyes, Gervais was so frightened that he remained motionless in the face of his violent attacks. However, in the eyes of Wright and others, it was Wright who seemed to be in a daze, raising his long sword and slashing towards the open space, while his enemy Gervais had already moved aside and was quickly raising his long sword, preparing to slash lower Lance's head.
Lance!
Wright was anxious and frightened. He didn't know why Lance fell to the ground, but if Lance didn't react, he would die under Gervais's sword in a few breaths. Wright originally thought that this robbery mission would be able to deal with Gervais and others without any effort, but he did not expect that in just a few minutes of the battle, 3 of his title knights had already been lost.
I can't die anymore.
If Lance dies again, he will lose 2 silver knights today. Even if Gervais and others can be dealt with later, his pirate gang will definitely be greatly reduced in strength in the future, and it is likely that Avery will punishment. It's okay to say that the Bronze Knight is lost, and you can just train it again when the time comes. However, to become the Silver Knight, and indeed the core of the pirate group, requires extraordinary talent and long-term practice.
Lance must be saved.
Wright no longer hesitated, swung his sword and quickly blocked Bernard's attack, then changed his steps and fled towards Lance.
Want to leave?
Of course, it was not easy for Bernard to let Wright go to Lance's side to help, so he pushed the long sword forward in front of Wright, and then turned into a stab and slashed directly towards Wright's chest.
When?
Wright hurriedly swung his sword to block his chest, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. However, even though he blocked the fatal blow, he was not unscathed. With a stabbing sound, Bernard's sword passed through Wright's arm in front of him, and Wright's arm was immediately scratched with a deep wound. Blood spurted out instantly, but Wright still ignored him and continued to fly towards Lance without any hesitation.
When?
Wright finally rushed to Lance's side and blocked Gervais's heavy attack at the critical moment, which saved Lance's life. At this moment, Lance's long sword has also struck the ground. With a bang, it cut a deep sword mark in the mud, which was more than half a meter deep and nearly 10 centimeters wide. It can be seen that Lance was fighting furiously. Power. It wasn't until this moment that Lance, who had let go with his ultimate move, suddenly realized.
What's going on? I just saw you standing still.
Realizing that he had fallen into Gervais's trap and almost lost his head, Lance was extremely ashamed and angry. His majestic Silver Knight was tricked by the low-level Bronze Knight in front of him, and he almost died without a burial place.
Bernard, what's wrong with you? I almost killed this Lance.
Gervais was also extremely angry and ignored Lance's angry questions. Just now, Lance was talking to delay the time to unleash his ultimate move. Isn't it that Gervais was delaying the time to cast an illusion? He could have used this weird illusion to kill Lance, but he didn't expect that because of his injured arm. The speed of chopping it slowed down, but was destroyed by Wright even if he arrived.
Gervais, there's nothing I can do. I'm just a junior knight of silver. Wright wants to come to the rescue despite being injured. I can't stop him.
Bernard had a wry smile on his face. Although the martial arts skills he had practiced before were indeed superb, and they were all obtained from the previous dynasty. However,
in order to better disguise himself over the years. He has not done anything for more than 10 years. At the beginning, he was serious when he told Gervais that he didn't know if his skills were rusty. Hey! Now that they have reacted, it will not be so easy to trick them again. Illusion is not a 100% hit. If the opponent has strong mental strength or is shocked, it will still easily fail. Gervais also knew that Bernard didn't do it on purpose. He was able to match right with the Silver Junior Knight, which was already amazing. If Bernard had continued to practice for more than 10 years, then now, at least he has reached the peak of Silver Knight. While Gervais and Pat were talking, Wright and Lance were also standing together, both facing each other with swords raised, both making calculations. Wright frowned slightly at this moment. The battle situation was now in a stalemate, not only on his side, but also on the ordinary soldier's side. Both sides were locked in a bitter battle. This is not what Wright wants to see. Today's loss is too great for him. In fact, Wright now knows that all this was caused by his contempt for Gervais. If he had not fought separately when surrounding Gervais and others at the beginning, but had gone all out to swarm them, the result might not have been the same. So, we must find a way. Wright was thinking quickly, and couldn't help but cast his gaze to the side where the unicorn was fighting. At this moment, Chuck was leading 3 bronze knights to deal with the unicorn. Although the unicorn was obviously at a disadvantage, it was charging forward with the help of its huge body, still clinging to Chuck and the others. Babu! Go over and help those brothers break through the spear phalanx. Wright already knows where the fighter plane is at this moment. As long as the spear phalanx is broken, Gervais's more than 100 men will never be able to compete with hundreds of pirates. When the time comes, they will eliminate those ordinary soldiers and come here again, with the help of cold arrows or sneak attacks. Gervais and Bernard can definitely be easily eliminated. Sure enough, when Gervais heard Wright's words, his expression changed, and he obviously knew what Wright had planned. Moreover, Gervais only had such a small amount of wealth. If they were all killed by the pirates, he would have to invest a huge amount of money and energy in order to raise another elite army. How to do? Gervais kept thinking about countermeasures in his mind. He was facing a confrontation with Wright, and could not go to the ordinary guards to help. But now Ick and others were already fighting hard. If the bronze knight named Babu was allowed to fight again, joining the battle of ordinary soldiers, this Babu will become the last straw that breaks the camel's back, and can definitely break through the formation of slave soldiers in a short time. Ick! No one is allowed to take even one step back. We are all fighting to the death. Wait until I leave, and see the right moment before using the grenade. Gervais saw that the pirate named Babu had broken away from the unicorn's battle circle, and was walking towards Ike. Gervais gritted his teeth, and gave orders to Ike loudly. In fact, Gervais prepared 1 grenade for each of the guards before setting off. They were all made in these 9 days. They were originally prepared for the southern expedition. This time, just in case, I took it with me before setting off. The reason why they were not used just now was because Wright and others had so many title knights. Gervais was worried that the pirates would lose too much, and Wright would allocate manpower to deal with Ike and the others. But now that the pirates have killed 1 silver knight and 3 bronze knights, as long as they lure away 1 or 2 more, Wright and others will definitely not be able to allocate manpower to deal with Ike and others. Even Bernard, a highly skilled martial artist with the blacksmith here, he might be able to counterattack these title knights. After saying that, regardless of whether Ike heard it or not, Gervais and Bernard looked at each other and ran quickly towards the avenue behind the team. Want to escape? Wright was both surprised and confused. If Gervais had escaped before the war started, not only could he have saved these hundreds of subordinates, but he could also have escaped unscathed. But if he escaped now, these more than 100 subordinates would definitely not survive. Babu, come here first and help Lance deal with this man. I'll go after that Gervais. Just hold him back and wait for me to come back. Now that he has suffered so much loss, he would definitely not be willing to let Gervais run away. But after what he had just experienced, Wright was worried about Lance chasing Gervais. So he left Lance and Barb to hold Bernard back and prepare to deal with Gervais himself. Seeing that Gervais had run dozens of meters with his fighting spirit, Wright no longer cared about whether Gervais had any plans, and quickly chased Gervais with his fighting spirit. Soon, Gervais and Wright were chasing each other towards the seaside. Chapter 316: The Big Cheating Carousel. Gervais, who was running forward with all his strength and fighting spirit, noticed that someone was chasing him from behind. So he looked back slightly and breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that it was Wright chasing him. No matter what, at least after Wright is gone, Those title knights will be restrained by Bernard and the unicorn. Huh? What is that? A signal? Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Gervais saw thick smoke rising from the rear of the battlefield. And he immediately thought that this was probably the pirates notifying the people on the ship to come ashore. It is estimated that Wright and others did not expect that they would be discovered by Avi in the dense forest by the Dead Leaf River. And then the castle had already rushed to the beach to report. If they were discovered when they arrived at coastal town, no matter whether anyone informed Gervais or not, the place where the pirates and Gervais fought must be near the seaside. In that case, a front and rear pincer attack might not really work. But this place is quite far away from the seaside. When the pirates on the ship arrive, the battle will be almost over. The person who lit the fire probably saw that the war was stalemate and didn't care so much. He first notified the pirates on the ship. Of course, Gervais was being chased by Wright at the moment, so he couldn't worry so much. He just hoped that the pirates who came off the ship would arrive later. And Lori was still watching over there, so there should be no big problem. So Gervais was running while thinking about what he needed to think about most now, which was how to deal with Wright in the rear and fight with Wright head-on. Gervais thought that he had no chance of winning, with a 99% chance. He died under Wright's sword. If Gervais could still compete with Lance with his critical strikes and illusions, the Silver Intermediate Knight was not comparable to Lance. The strength of an Intermediate Silver Knight can at least be comparable to that of 3 to 4 Junior Silver Knights. If one has good family study martial arts and has been taught systematic martial arts, he can even be comparable to 5 Silver Knights. Gervais, do you think you can still run away? Wright ran after Gervais. Although the distance was getting closer, there was a gap of dozens of meters between the two sides. If he continued to chase like this, he would have to chase for at least 10 miles. So he shouted at Gervais, "If you surrender now, I promise not to kill you. After all, I'm just asking for money. And I don't want to be charged with killing a Seignior noble." "Ha ha," I said. "If you want money, ask my sword first if it will agree. Obviously, my sword will not agree." Gervais was not a fool. And of course, he could not be deceived by Wright's few words. Although he did not know that Wright ran away and became a pirate because of intercepting nobles. But when Wright and others came after Bernard, they did not dig up the vines, which showed that their purpose was definitely not simple. At least they were not just for money. As Wright said, "Do you believe that I will go back and kill all of your men now?" Seeing that being soft wouldn't work, Wright changed his approach and threatened. "Ha ha, I believe it. Then go back now. Anyway, I have led my subordinates to fight with you for so long. Even if I escape now, I won't be laughed at in the future." Gervais seemed to have heard a big joke and asked for it. He turned to Wright with a smile while running and said something. "Gervais, I will kill you today." Wright was furious. He felt humiliated by Gervais, a bitch who refused to eat anything. He was a dignified silver mid-level knight, and there was nothing he could do against Gervais, a bronze knight. With a loud shout, Wright ignored it and began to use his fighting spirit with all his strength. His running speed instantly increased by 3 points. Just now, he wanted to retain his fighting spirit to avoid unexpected situations. Now it seems that Gervais is determined to escape, and Wright just started going all out. "Here I go. I wasn't running at full speed just now." Gervais watched Wright's 3-pointer speed and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He tried his best. "No. If we continue like this, we will be caught up soon." Gervais was very worried. As long as he was caught up by Wright, the game would be over. Only now did Gervais know how awesome Bernard was. A Junior Silver Knight could fight with Wright with ease. How to do? Boom. Boom. Just when Gervais was eager to find a way to get rid of Wright, 3 or 4 huge explosions came from behind. Gervais didn't even have to think about it. It must have been Ike and others who used grenades. Gervais kept his head down and continued running wildly. But Wright was startled by the sudden explosion and couldn't help but look behind him. At this moment, he and Gervais had run 3 or 4 miles away. But here they could still see the huge smoke rising from behind. Although Wright didn't know what happened over there. If such a powerful movement was caused by Gervais's subordinates, then his side would definitely suffer heavy losses. Wright turned back and looked at Gervais in front of him with gritted teeth. He really had no choice now. If he didn't catch Gervais and plunder the castle, his pirate group would definitely collapse. Taking advantage of Wright's daze and slowing down, Gervais opened his system panel and looked towards the system mall. "Do you want to use this big cheating turntable?" Gervais still remembers the infinite fighting spirit effect of the black kiwi fruit last time. But the function of this black kiwi fruit is random. and he doesn't know what kind of effect he can get this time. And Gervais didn't have many energy points at the moment. Only 16 energy points. Among them, 8 points were left after exchanging blue kiwi fruits. And the other 8 points were obtained by opening for purple elf insect spaces in the past 10 days. Gervais himself already had one. And the other 3 were won from Boris. As for the purple elf, Gervais has not used it yet because there is no suitable venue. The elf has a relatively large number of orcs. Gervais is worried that running 1 or 2 may cause problems for the security of the territory.
Only one chance.
Gervais was a little hesitant to choose the big carousel. Or perhaps Gervais had another plan, which was to choose the purple kiwi fruit. Kiwi fruit can attract warcraft, and you may be able to escape temporarily by relying on these warcraft. However, there is also an unstable factor. That is, there is a greater chance that warcraft will stare at you. After all, you have the purple kiwi fruit in your hand.
Whatever. Let's take a gamble. What's more, if the purple kiwi only attracts 1 or 2 ordinary monsters, it won't pose a threat to Right.
Gervais felt furious and directly clicked on the start button of the big turntable. As 10 energy points were deducted, the big turntable began to rotate rapidly.
Congratulations on getting a black kiwi fruit.
As expected, it was black kiwi again. Gervais did not care to complain about the deception of this big turntable, and looked directly at the black kiwi fruit, wanting to see what effect it had. Black kiwi fruit. This is a fruit that is full of fatal temptations for warcraft. As long as you take it out, all warcraft within a radius of 50 miles will go crazy for it, no matter how high the level of the warcraft is. As long as you eat this fruit, I will recognize you as Lord within an hour.
Damn! Is this a castrated purple kiwi? Or an enhanced purple kiwi?
After reading the description of the black kiwi fruit, Gervais yelled, wondering if this was a detriment to his own energy points. After all, the effects of the purple kiwi fruit are permanent. But then I thought about it, and this description shows that the purple kiwi fruit can be mastered by low-level monsters at once. And maybe high-level monsters will not be able to do it. Of course, the most important thing at the moment was to deal with or get rid of Right. So Gervais immediately closed the system panel, turned around and ran down the dirt road, running wildly towards the dark forest in the wilderness. Chapter 317, Leading the Beast. If there is one thing that Storm Territory has the most, it is the most woods. The dark forest can be said to be endless. With such a forest, there are many magical beasts in it, although people don't usually see them. It can be seen from the unicorns and 3-colored deer attracted by the purple kiwi fruit that the seemingly peaceful dark forest is definitely lurking. Countless warcraft creatures. Gervais wanted to use warcraft to deal with Right, an intermediate silver knight. This was only possible with an intermediate warcraft. After running wildly for more than 10 minutes, Gervais came to the edge of the dark forest and dived in without hesitation. At this moment, Right was getting closer and closer to him, less than 5 meters away, and he would be overtaken in 2 or 3 minutes.
You still want to chase? This is already a dark forest. Let me tell you, there are monsters coming in and out of you. If you chase again, you will die together at worst.
Gervais shouted while running away. It was still the edge of the dark forest. Gervais had to buy himself some time. Otherwise, he would not be able to attract powerful monsters.
You are not afraid of this little bronze knight. Do you think I will be afraid? You are about to die, and you still want to play tricks.
Right sneered. He was really angry today. Gervais in front not only caused heavy losses to his pirate group, but also made him chase for so long. Right had some doubts about whether Gervais was a bronze knight. He could run so far in full body armor, and his speed was much faster than an ordinary bronze knight. Even his own silver knight had to chase him for so long. You must know that after becoming a silver knight, the degree of physical strengthening is not comparable to that of a bronze knight. Of course, Right didn't know that the reason why Gervais ran so far was because of the strengthening effect of the golden kiwi fruit. Although Gervais's level was still low, his physical strength had already reached the threshold of the silver knight. Coupled with a huge fighting spirit, Gervais was able to escape for so long under his pursuit.
No! If you continue like this, you will definitely be caught up.
At this moment, Gervais had only penetrated about 1 kilometer into the dark forest, and he had not taken out the black fruit. He wanted to wait until he got deeper before taking out the kiwi fruit. Otherwise the low-level monsters that would appear later might be his obstacle. While thinking about it, Gervais groped around on his body, and soon got a shiny grenade on his waist. The fuse of this grenade is about the length of a little finger. After long-term testing, the detonation time is basically 5 to 6 seconds. Gervais gritted his teeth and took out the fire starter. This fire starter was a bit like a fire stick from his previous life. Although it could not form a flame when there was wind, the inside burned as red as sandalwood. Gervais pressed the fuse directly on the ignition object, and then threw it in front of him. Snap! The ignited grenade was thrown more than 3 meters in front of Gervais. To be honest, at this moment, Gervais was a little trembling. After all, if this thing had exploded a second or two earlier, it might have blown him away. His grenade had double the gunpowder, making it an enhanced version. Wright also noticed Gervais's actions, but he didn't know what the grenade was. So he didn't pay attention and kept chasing after Gervais. With his heart pounding, Gervais finally stepped over the burning grenade on the ground 2 seconds later. Then came Wright. Without the obstruction of Gervais, Wright finally discovered the situation and saw the burning fuse. Wright immediately remembered the explosions that had just been heard. At this moment, thoughts were flowing in his mind, and Wright's hair stood up instantly. He was still 3 meters away from the grenade, so he turned a corner and swept to the side without hesitation. But just a breath later, the fuse of the grenade finally burned. Complete. Rumble. A huge explosion sounded in the dark forest, with the echo of the forest sea. It resounded throughout the world, and could be heard clearly from 10 miles away. Birds in the forest sea flew high in flocks. Deep in the dark forest, there is a huge cave. The cave is very large. The entrance of the cave alone is 6 or 7 meters long and wide. The explosion also woke up a huge figure in the cave from sleep. This is a giant flaming bear, brown all over, huge in size, and the overlord within a radius of 20 miles. Cough! Cough! Even though he was 5 or 6 meters away from the grenade, Gervais was staggered by the shock wave, and a mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. If he hadn't been wearing full body armor, Gervais would probably have a lot of shrapnel stuck in his back. At the moment of the explosion, Gervais could hear the clanging sound of shrapnel coming from his body armor. I wonder if Wright can be seriously injured. Gervais hoped that the grenade could seriously injure Wright, but he didn't know for sure. He just didn't turn his head to see if Wright was close to the grenade. But no matter what, Gervais will take advantage of this opportunity to escape dozens or hundreds of meters. Today I will make you unable to live or die. Just after Gervais ran more than 20 meters, Wright's hoarse roar came from the smoke. This startled Gervais, and couldn't help but turn his head slightly and look back. Wright looked extremely miserable at this moment. His clothes were in tatters, and most of his thighs and arms were exposed. His arms and thighs were covered with dense blood holes. Only his upper body and face were not damaged. Wright was wearing heavy armor on his upper body, and his face was not affected by the shrapnel because he blocked it with his arms in time. However, there was a lot of blood overflowing from his mouth and nose, and he was obviously severely shaken by the shock wave. Gervais was 5 or 6 meters away, and he was still vomiting blood as he was protected by full body armor. Wright was only 3 or 4 meters away from the center of the explosion, and even the Silver Knight felt uncomfortable. Wright had already fallen into madness. After shouting violently, he became even faster like a crazy buffalo. Seeing such a scene, Gervais's heart trembled, and he concentrated more on his escape. He took out the black kiwi fruit from the space while running. This time, Wright, and he really fought to the death. The moment the black kiwi fruit was taken out, Gervais retched twice. The unpleasant smell of the black kiwi fruit was not a bit stronger than the purple kiwi fruit. If he hadn't been on the run, Gervais would have definitely thrown the smelly kiwi fruit out. One smell of it could kill half of his life. Wright, who was behind him, also smelled the indescribable smell. He felt nauseated immediately, which made the blood at the corner of his mouth even more. He didn't know whether it was real blood or the bitter water from retching. However, although the taste of this black kiwi fruit is unpleasant, the effect is quite impressive. Just a moment after Gervais took the kiwi fruit, he heard the roar of beasts all around the forest. This stink was stronger than the purple kiwi fruit, and its attraction to the monsters increased exponentially, with Gervais as the center. As the smell spread, all the monsters moved with scarlet eyes. Chapter 318 Encircled by Beasts. Holding the purple kiwi fruit and running away, Gervais and Wright gradually ascended more than 10 kilometers into the dark forest. This distance of more than 10 kilometers is nothing to the endless dark forest. But for humans, this is a truly inaccessible place. Because of the invasion of orcs, even adventurers were unwilling to take risks in the dark forest. Gervais was also panicking while running, because at this moment, the beast roars in the distance were becoming more and more dense. More importantly, Gervais was running along the way. As I came running, I could clearly hear rustling sounds in the dense forest on both sides. but you can only hear its sound. But you can't see what it is at all. The unknown thing is the greatest terror. Gervais actually had some guesses in his mind. These rustling sounds were probably the monsters coming because of the black kiwi fruit. Probably the strength of these monsters is not very strong. Because of the existence of Right, they did not dare to take the lead for a while. If Gervais was the only one, he would have been robbed again by these monsters long ago. Of course, this state will not last long. As Gervais runs deeper and deeper, it is guaranteed that more advanced monsters will appear in front of him. Right. Why don't you stop chasing me? Otherwise, you are a silver mid-level knight. It is not worthwhile for me, a bronze knight, to die at the mouth of a monster. Right had once again caught up with Gervais, and was able to slash Gervais with his long sword in less than a minute. Gervais hoped that the powerful monster would appear soon. But he was also a little worried. It would be fine if only one powerful monster appeared. But if 2 or 3 appeared, I would probably be doomed. Gervais, today I will cut you into pieces. Even if you are eloquent, it will be useless. In fact, Right has also noticed the changes happening around him. But he was tricked by Gervais today. Now it only takes more than a minute to kill Gervais. Of course, Right is not willing to give up. Roar! At this moment, Gervais ran out of the dense forest, and a large open space appeared in front of him. There was a large lake in the center of the clearing. And to the left of the lake, Gervais saw a huge lizard. Holy crap! Mid-level poisonous dragon monitor lizard. Gervais's eyes almost popped out of his head. The poisonous dragon monitor in front of him was 8 or 9 meters long and more than 2 meters high. At this moment, the poisonous dragon monitor lizard had the body of a storm wolf in its mouth and was devouring it alive. The cow-sized one was the storm wolf, was like a chicken. It was bitten by the poisonous dragon monitor and swung towards the sky. Then the poisonous dragon monitor opened its mouth wide, and the whole storm wolf fell into the monitor lizard's bloody mouth. After eating the storm wolf, the poisonous dragon monitor stared closely at Gervais with its yellow eyes the size of a basin. Or more precisely at the black kiwi fruit in Gervais's hand. Seeing such a scene, Gervais simply changed direction and ran to the right without saying a word. Although this poisonous dragon monitor is a mid-level monster, it gets its name from its amazing defense power and venom. Its venom is chronic and takes at least 4 to 5 minutes to take effect. In addition, the poisonous dragon monitor lizard moves slowly, so Gervais didn't dare to give it the black kiwi fruit. After all, if Right wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't even take half a minute to kill him. Gervais was not very relieved to hand over his life to the poisonous dragon monitor. Roar! But after Gervais ran a few steps toward the right side of the lake, he found another dark leopard emerging from the woods ahead. This leopard's hair is dark and shiny, and its size is comparable to the frost white tiger in the arena. Gervais was overjoyed this time when he saw the leopard suddenly jumping out of the woods. Shadow cheetah! Ha ha! God help me! After seeing the shadow leopard, Gervais felt a sense of joy in his heart. The shadow leopard was also a mid-level warcraft, and it was a stronger being among the intermediate warcraft. It should be about the same against Right. At this moment, the shadow cheetah was still more than 100 meters away from Gervais. Gervais ran towards that direction without even thinking about it, using all his fighting energy. Why are there so many mid-level monsters? Right was shocked. It was recognized that there were few magical beasts in the entire continent, let alone 2 mid-level magical beasts appearing at the same time. Is this kid's fault? Right was already a little reluctant to retreat. He really wanted to kill Gervais. But there was a huge poisonous dragon monitor on the left, a shadow cheetah on the right, and there were rustling sounds in the surrounding woods. Come! He knows that this place is probably surrounded by monsters. Even with his silver knight cultivation, if he didn't retreat, he might not be able to get out of this dark forest. Seeing Gervais running towards the shadow cheetah, Right was even more surprised and confused. Won't these monsters hurt him? The fact that Gervais could attract these monsters made him unbelievable. But thinking about the weird thing that happened to Lance before, Right didn't think it was strange. Now seeing that Gervais was not afraid when he encountered the shadow cheetah, but instead went crazy and rushed towards the shadow cheetah, Right was a little murmuring in his heart. If these monsters knew Gervais and were Gervais's helpers, then he's dead. Right stopped and looked at Gervais's running figure quietly. It would only take a few seconds to confirm his suspicion. If Gervais and the shadow cheetah are not familiar with each other, there is no need to do it yourself. The shadow cheetah only needs a few scratches to kill Gervais. When Gervais saw Right stop, the stone in his heart finally fell. Hey, baby, let me give you this fruit. Gervais came to a place more than 20 meters in front of the swift shadow cheetah. At this time, The swift shadow cheetah's body was already arched, and its green eyes were staring at the kiwi fruit in Gervais's hand, ready to pounce on Gervais at any time. Gervais did not dare to neglect, and quickly threw the black kiwi fruit in his hand towards the shadow cheetah. When the shadow cheetah saw the black kiwi flying towards it, it immediately looked away from Gervais, then made a quick leap and opened its mouth to bite the black kiwi. As the shadow cheetah and the black kiwi got closer and closer, a smile slowly appeared on Gervais's lips. The shadow cheetah was named for its speed. With it, Gervais was confident that he could escape Wright's pursuit. Roar! Just when Gervais was filled with joy, a sudden change occurred, and a huge fireball suddenly shot out from the woods on the side. Not only was this fireball fast, but the continuous turbulence of lava fire during the flight made Gervais it's like facing a sun. Boom! The fireball arrived instantly and directly hit the shadow cheetah in midair. In just an instant, the shadow cheetah was blown away by the fireball. Gervais, who was more than 10 meters away, could feel the heat wave coming towards his face. Roar! As the shadow cheetah was blown away, a huge black shadow swooped out from the woods and caught the black fruit in his hand. When Gervais saw the scene, he was almost so frightened that he sat down on the ground. He saw a huge brown bear appearing in front of him. The bear's legs stood upright. Gervais stood in front of him as if he were a child. Average size. It should be effective if you eat this black kiwi fruit. Right. Gervais felt a little nervous. The black kiwi fruit was pinned in the hand by the two sharp claws of the brown bear. The giant bear did not eat the black kiwi fruit immediately. He first put it on the tip of his nose and slurped it, and then began to look at it carefully. Damn it! Boss, you should eat it quickly. Gervais also recognized the origin of this behemoth at this moment, the flaming giant bear. The flaming giant bears are born as mid-level monsters, and the one in front of Gervais is one. When the flaming giant bears reach adulthood, they are very likely to become high-level monsters. Each one can be said to be one of the overlords in the forest. There are only a few high-level monsters. Only level monsters can pose a threat to it. The entire body of the flame bear is covered in yellow-brown hair. The most recognizable thing is the ring of white hair on its chest and abdomen. If you ignore the size and powerful aura of the flame bear, it looks very much like those dolls from its previous life. So cute and cute. Of course, Gervais doesn't think there is anything cute about the flaming giant bear at the moment. He just hopes that the flaming giant bear eats the black kiwi fruit quickly. Otherwise, if he thinks he is an eyesore later, he will give it to himself first. One blow, and it will definitely be over. Chapter 319, Solving Right. The flaming giant bear seemed to hear Gervais's thoughts. After sizing up the black kiwi fruit for a while, it turned its fierce gaze towards Gervais. Gervais felt that his whole back was cold. Even when he was surrounded by Lance and others, he did not feel such a creepy feeling. The eyes of the flaming giant bear in front of him not only had the ferocious experience of Warcraft, but also mixed with the scrutiny of wisdom. Since the flame giant bear can basically become a high-level monster when it reaches adulthood, it means that its intelligence must not be low. At this moment, it is obviously considering whether to eat this black fruit. Reason told the blazing giant bear that there might be a problem with this fruit. But the smell from the black kiwi fruit tempted the blazing giant bear to not give up trying this fruit. Finally, after staring at Gervais for several seconds, the flaming giant bear couldn't resist the alluring smell of the black kiwi fruit and swallowed the smallest black kiwi fruit in his hand. Phew! You scared me to death! Until this moment, Gervais finally relaxed. Although the big lottery wheel was a bit deceptive, the effect of the kiwi fruit was verified by Gervais himself. Sure enough, when the flaming giant bear swallowed the black kiwi fruit, it reacted immediately. The exploding giant bear slowly began to show an irritable and restless look, which made Gervais quietly move back several times. As the flame bear's anxious state became more and more obvious, it even raised its two thick palms to cover its head and shook it, as if something unusual had entered its mind. Roar! When endurance reached the spiritual realm, the flaming giant roared towards the sky, obviously struggling. But just after the roar of the flaming giant bear, Gervais suddenly felt a mental wave in his mind. It should have come from the terrifying giant bear in front of him, because the last time he felt such a wave was when entering into a master-servant contract with a unicorn. Ha ha! It's done! As the fluctuations became stronger and stronger, Gervais could already feel the emotion coming from his thoughts. Gervais immediately looked towards the flaming giant bear, and saw that the flaming giant bear's eyes, which had always revealed a ferocious look, became extremely soft the moment they looked at Gervais, and also revealed a strong look. Intense closeness. Big bear! Well done! Gervais chuckled. Although his master-servant contract with the flame bear was only for an hour, it should be enough to deal with Wright. Then Gervais turned around with a smile and looked at Wright, who was dozens of meters away. Wright's face had turned pale at this moment. He didn't know what Gervais fell to the ground and gave the flaming bear to eat. But he knew he was in big trouble. Although the flaming giant bear in front of him was obviously not yet an adult, and was only an intermediate-level monster, the flaming giant bear that existed like a jungle overlord was also a terrifying enemy for him. Wright actually wanted to escape, but there were monsters in the nearby woods. It was even more dangerous at this moment. He could still fight head-on if he stayed in the open space. But if he entered the woods, those natural jungle killers would become very scary. Wright felt that he has become a turtle in an urn. Big Bear, kill that man for me! Gervais also noticed the presence of the monsters around him, because the smell of the black kiwi fruit had not yet been eliminated. So even if giant beasts like the flaming bear appeared, the monsters were still reluctant to leave. Gervais did not want to delay, hoping to get rid of Wright quickly, and then use the bear to escape. Otherwise, the bear would not recognize him after an hour. Roar! The flaming giant bear roared violently upon receiving Gervais's order, and immediately rushed towards Wright on all fours. The scene of the flaming giant sprinting is amazing. Although there is no earth shaking, every time it lands on all fours, it will leave a deep palm print on the mud. Even the poisonous dragon monitor in front sees the flaming giant bear. As he rushed away, he unconsciously stopped his progress and shrank his body on guard. Wright, who was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, was even more expressionless at the moment. But his years of robbery had given him a good psychological quality. At this critical moment, Wright did not turn around and run away, nor did he sit still and wait for death. Instead, he used his fighting spirit to the extreme. Storm Cross Slash! When the flaming giant bear was about to rush in front of him, the white light on Wright's body had become extremely dazzling, and the wind was swirling around him. Even the spying monsters in the woods couldn't help but stay away from Wright. Roar! When the explosive bear came 4 or 5 meters in front of Wright, it first shot out a huge fireball from its mouth, and then swooped down and slapped Wright hard with its giant palm, which was bigger than a millstone. Boom! Wright did not dodge in the face of the fireball. He first slashed his sword from left to right in front of him. The long sword slashed the air, and unexpectedly brought out a trace of sword light. This was the real sword light. This sword light left the sword body meter away. It collided with the fireball released by the flaming giant bear in the air. And then, there was a huge explosion, which was countless times more powerful than a grenade. Because of the huge fire, Gervais could not see clearly what Wright's condition was. But the giant flaming bear's huge paws came instantly after the explosion, mixed with terrifying power. Moved towards Wright just now. Smash it everywhere. When? After the flaming bear's palm fell, there was suddenly a sound of metal collision. Gervais looked intently, and saw that Wright was still standing, although his face was charred. The long sword in his hand blocked the flaming bear's slap. The sound of metal colliding just now was caused by the collision between the long sword in Wright's hand and the sharp claws of the flaming bear. However, Wright's long sword is an ordinary long sword after all. Although it caused a lot of damage to the flaming giant bear, his long sword has been broken, and the tip of the sword has been embedded in the palm of the flaming giant bear. Roar! The flaming giant bear felt the huge pain from the bear's paw, and immediately raised another giant paw and swept it directly towards Wright. Boom! Wright, who had used the most powerful secret technique of Stormcross Slash, had spent most of his fighting energy. At this moment, he was already at the end of his crossbow. In addition, the long sword in his hand was broken again. Finally, he could no longer fight against the flaming giant bear, and was sent flying to the sky by more than 10 people. Meters away, a burst of smoke and dust arose, and he lay motionless on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. After Wright was shot away, the flame bear still did not stop attacking. It continued to release 2 fireballs towards Wright before stopping the attack. Boom boom! The miserable Wright in front was directly hit by the fireball of the flaming giant bear, and his whole body became blackened. Gervais felt that it would be really bad if Wright didn't die like this. It wasn't until this moment that Gervais truly relaxed and came to the side of the unlucky shadow cheetah with a smile on his face. This shadow cheetah was amazing when it appeared. It was also the one that Gervais had just chosen. However, the shadow cheetah was not lucky enough. When it was flying in the air, it was directly attacked by the flaming giant bear, and the fireball directly hit its head. The shadow cheetah, which was not named for its defensive power, instantly lost its combat effectiveness. When Gervais came to the shadow cheetah, The shadow cheetah was not dead yet. Although his head was burned, he could still moan softly from his mouth. Man! I'm sorry! I didn't expect that there would be such an existence as a big bear. Now you can't survive. Let me give you a good time. With that said, Gervais pulled out the mithril sword. And then the sword flashed, completely ending the shadow cheetah's pain. After everything was done, Gervais dragged the body of the shadow cheetah and quickly walked towards the flaming giant bear. At this moment, the flaming giant bear wanted to pull out the broken sword embedded in its palm. But the broken sword was stuck in the gap between its claws, and the flaming giant bear was unable to do anything. Come on, Big Bear! Let me help you pull it out! Seeing this, Gervais immediately put down the body of the shadow leopard, quickly came to the flame bear, and shouted softly, Roar! The big bear seemed to feel Gervais's concern, and immediately growled obediently, and put his palm on the ground. Chapter 320 Sneak Attack. After the flaming giant obediently placed his palm on the ground, Gervais took 2 steps forward to determine the location of the broken sword. And then with his fighting spirit running, he pulled the broken sword out of the bear's paw with a pop. After everything was done, Gervais turned his attention to the charred Right not far away. It was necessary to check Right's body. But Gervais would not take this step lightly, and did not step forward personally. Instead, he directly asked the flaming giant bear to come forward and grab Right's body, and then added a claw. It was 100% sure that Right was really dead, and Gervais felt relieved. Gervais then searched Right all over, but found nothing. He had no way of knowing who sent Right to attack his territory. Big Bear! Let's go! Send me out of the dark forest! After confirming that there was no useful information on Right, Gervais no longer hesitated, lifted the body of the shadow cheetah, and came to the flame giant bear. Where the monster looked around, Gervais always felt like a light on his back, because the flame giant bear had just fought with Right. Its huge power scared away all the monsters, including the poisonous dragon monitor lizard. But obviously, the monsters such as the poisonous dragon monitor lizard were reluctant to part with the smell of kiwi fruit lingering in the air. They did not really leave. Instead, they retreated 100 meters away, where they watched Gervais and the flaming giant warily. The poisonous dragon monitor may not be a big threat to Right, but it is different to Gervais. Gervais did not dare to stay for a moment longer. If he waited for the black kiwi fruit to expire, his fate would probably be even more miserable than that of Right. Roar! Perhaps sensing the gaze of the poisonous dragon monitor, the flame giant bear roared in the direction of the poisonous dragon monitor in the distance, obviously with the intention of demonstrating. Fortunately, this area does not belong to its territory. Otherwise it would probably rush up and fight with the poisonous dragon monitor. Fight to the death. After the roar fell, the flaming giant slowly crawled to the ground under Gervais's instructions. Then Gervais first put the body of the shadow cheetah on top, and then he sat on the broad back of the flaming giant bear. It's quite soft. I'll see if I can take you in as my little brother if I have a chance in the future. The flaming giant bear is huge and has soft and smooth hair. Sitting on it feels like sitting on a soft cushion. Even if you lie down and sleep on the bear's back, you don't have to worry about falling. Although the speed cannot be compared with that of the unicorn, if you are not in a hurry. But it is also extremely comfortable to use the flame beast as a mount. Roar! Although the flaming giant bear didn't understand what Gervais meant by accepting his younger brother, he could feel Gervais's love for him, so he growled lightly in response. As the flaming giant bear walked into the jungle, the low-level monsters hidden in the jungle gave way. Sitting on the back of the tall bear, Gervais still couldn't see the figures of those monsters, but he could detect the rustling, the sound of fleeing in the distance. He deserves to be one of the jungle overlords. Boom. Holy shit! However, this safe situation did not last for 3 seconds. When the flaming giant bear carried Gervais on its back and marched more than 10 meters in the jungle, a terrifying electric light suddenly shot out from the grass on the side. The sound of this lightning was frightening. It was no weaker than the thunder and lightning in the sky. The thunder and lightning hit the flaming giant bear with a loud bang without being able to touch it, and instantly opened a huge blood hole in the neck of the flaming giant bear. The sound of the explosion after the sound, there was a strong electric arc that was instantly transmitted to the whole body of the flaming giant bear. Even Gervais on the back of the flaming giant bear was not immune. Gervais's full body armor was surrounded by this sudden huge current, and he only had time to say, "Holy shit," before losing consciousness. Before fainting, Gervais vaguely saw a huge white figure, which was a huge tiger. This tiger was 4 to 5 meters long and more than 2 meters tall. It had white hair and black stripes all over its body. This tiger was coming from a tree. The giant flaming bear flew towards the dense grass. Thunder Flying Tiger. High-level Warcraft. Roar! After the flaming giant bear was hit by the thick lightning, it staggered all over. Gervais and Shadow Cheetah on its back had rolled to the ground from above. The flaming giant bear did not dare to neglect. Stood up quickly and pounced towards Fei Fei. His own Thunder Flying Tiger sprayed out a huge fireball. Roar! However, the strength of this Thunder Flying Tiger is not even a bit stronger than that of the flaming giant bear. And a bolt of lightning instantly formed in its mouth. Boom! Lightning and fireballs met in the air. White light and red lava splashed. And the surrounding vegetation suddenly became charred. Fortunately, Gervais had the huge body of the flame bear in front of him to block it. Otherwise it might really become a complete piece of barbecue. At this time, the thunderous flying tiger in the sky finally pounced on the flaming giant bear. The huge body of the flaming giant bear was directly knocked down by the flying attack. For a moment, the beasts in the jungle roared to the sky, and the large trees in the jungle were destroyed by the two terrifying monsters. The battle spread, and the poisonous dragon monitor lizard by the clearing lake had already moved its huge body and fled into the distance. Under the high wall of the Golden Castle in Stormland, Alice and more than 200 cavalry finally arrived here after 2 days of sleepless raids. But even at this moment, her hanging heart still did not let go. When passing through Benhai town, no one was found in the town. So Alice led everyone to rush to the bottom of the castle. The castle gate had been closed, and there were many figures standing on the wall. But Alice did not see the one she was familiar with. People, where is your Seignior? This Count Gervais? Let him come out quickly. It's the Earl. Lord Earl. I am your steward Thomas. Go and save Lord Gervais. The pirates are heading towards the seaside road, and Lord Gervais is at the beach. A huge group of cavalry came to the town and had long been spotted by the people on the city wall. However, they were just far away, so it was impossible to determine where it came from. Now that they heard the voice, both Thomas and Alec recognized it. Alice's face is so beautiful that people will never forget it. But her voice is also perfect and easy to recognize. Walk! Alice didn't talk nonsense. When she saw that Gervais was not in the castle and the pirates had already landed, she became extremely anxious. With an order, she led 200 elite cavalry towards the road and rushed towards the seaside. Gervais, you have to live! After more than half an hour of running without hesitation, Alice and others finally saw the battlefield on the road in the distance. She saw that the road ahead was littered with corpses, and from a distance, it was just a large area of darkness. Seeing such a scene, Alice's mood fell to the bottom. Everyone is ready to fight. Leave no enemy behind. Kill! At this moment, Alice seemed to have become the god of war on the battlefield, without any hint of the nobility and detachment displayed by her beautiful face. Alice took out her long bow from the saddle. It was a strange long bow with a wooden keel as the main component and iron materials as the supplement. There were many strange patterns engraved on the top of the long bow, which seemed to be the same as the strengthening inscriptions. Carefully, but there is still a slight difference. Chapter 321 Alice arrives. Although there were a large number of casualties on the battlefield ahead, there were still small groups of fighting. It was Loriike and others who were dealing with hundreds of pirates who came from the seaside ships to attack them. It took these pirates more than half an hour to travel. But when they arrived, the pirates on the road had been attacked by a wait for them to be wiped out. Of course, this was because a few grenades played a huge role. After 4 or 5 grenades were thrown out in a row, a large number of pirates were killed immediately, and the grenades were an even greater deterrent to the pirates. As the pirates became timid, the battle tilted towards Gervais. The pirates wanted to escape, but the ship was on the beach, behind Ike and others. In addition, without the leadership of a titled knight, ordinary pirates could not. They had the courage to return to the hinterland of the storm territory. So although they wanted to retreat, the pirates did not flee behind them, but only changed from attack to defense. Lance and the others also discovered the situation of the pirates. During the battle, they kept shouting that they were not allowed to retreat and ordered a strong attack. Unfortunately, this was useless because he could not personally command it, and Wright was not around, which was a deterrent to the pirates. It's dropped a lot. As for Lance himself, he and the other Bronze Knight have been suppressed by Bernard and cannot make any unnecessary movements. If there is any oversight, it is likely that the head is missing. On the other hand, there was a Bronze Knight on the Unicorn side who wanted to leave the battle circle and go to help, but he was immediately attacked by all the longbowmen. After 2 rounds of arrow feathers from the slave soldiers, The title knight whose shoulder had been pierced by the unicorn had no choice but to retreat. There were 2 more arrow feathers on his body again, which were inserted into his arms and thighs respectively. Although he picked them up, he regained a life. But he was no longer able to continue fighting, so he was considered useless. As the pirates' offensive became weaker and weaker, Gervais's hundreds of subordinates began a one-sided massacre under Ike's order. It only took a moment for the pirates to truly collapse, and they would never again, regardless of whether there was a chance of escaping in the direction of the castle. They all fled, however, facing the slave-long archers, who were almost always accurate. Those who ran fast were shot to death one by one, and those who ran slowly were also shot by the bodyguards, and the slave swordsmen were cut down by the sword. When all the ordinary pirates were killed, several titled knights could no longer hold on and wanted to escape. However, how could Bernard give them this opportunity? With the help of the harassment of ordinary soldiers, Lance and the 2 men were quickly killed. Several title knights, who were killed by the sword and finally besieged the unicorn, also followed suit. Kill! 100 pirates were already being besieged by a team led by Ike and Lori. Looking at the pirate corpses all over the ground, they were frightened to death. They originally thought about breaking out and running back to the pirate ship. But when they saw 200 pirates not far away, when the silver-armored cavalry roared and charged, everyone instantly lost the courage to fight. Surrender! We surrender! Don't kill me! The first one was followed by the second one. Dozens of pirates stopped resisting. All dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. When Ike and others saw the pirates kneeling down and surrendering, they also stopped holding their swords. They also saw the menacing hundreds of cavalry behind them. But their follower Gervais had stayed in Rose Castle for so many days. He was very familiar with the dress and standard armor of the Knights of the Rose, and he immediately recognized the origin of these cavalrymen. Don't mention me later. Bernard cut off a piece of the pirate's clothes, carefully wiped the blood off the sword, and then came to Ike's side and whispered, "Okay, Mr. Bernard." Ike glanced at Bernard with complicated eyes. He really didn't expect that the seemingly ordinary blacksmith in the small town, the father of Alec, the magical boy, turned out to be a hidden master. "Thank you." Bernard heard Ike's answer, nodded and thanked him, and then walked to the edge of the crowd, his armor also covered by a long gown. "My Lord Count! My Lord Count!" Ike and the guards immediately recognized Alice, who was rushing to the front, holding a bow and arrow, and quickly saluted respectfully. They were shocked that the Earl actually came to this remote storm territory in person. "If Lord Gervais were here, I would be happy for a long time. By the way, where is your lord?" Because of the continuous battles, it was not until this moment that Ike realized that he seemed to have forgotten something huge. "You are the captain of Gervais' personal guard. Where has Gervais gone? How is the battle going? Are there any enemies left?" Alice and her group came closer with their swords drawn, but found that the small group of pirates who had been fighting just now were kneeling on the ground and shivering. Alice looked around the whole place, but did not see Gervais, so she immediately asked. Faced with Alice's 3 consecutive questions, Ike did not dare to neglect it all. Moreover, as a personal guard, his lord did not know the situation now. This was a serious dereliction of duty. He immediately replied, "My lord Earl, Lord Gervais, just now I lured the pirate leader away on my own and directed him toward the seaside." Alice's heart skipped a beat. Ike and others didn't know the origin of this pirate group, but Alice knew it, and even more so knew Wright's strength. Gervais dared to lure away the Silver Intermediate Knight alone. Alice was shocked. I don't know whether to call Gervais brave or stupid. "You idiot!" Alice cursed angrily in her heart, and then said quickly, "Leave half of us to help rescue the wounded, and the rest follow me." After saying that, Alice was ready to take the lead and head towards the seaside. "Lord Earl, this unicorn is Lord Gervais's mount, and it will definitely take you to find him." At this moment, Bernard, who was originally mixed in the crowd, said something. Alice then turned her attention to the unicorn, which was licking its wounds. There were already 4 or 5 stab wounds on the unicorn's body. The terrain here is too narrow for the unicorn to exert its combat advantages. Moreover, the unicorn's skill is detoxification, so it was besieged by a silver knight and 3 bronze knights for a long time, but could not kill the enemy. "Unicorn, do you know where your master is? Take us to find him quickly." Alice was surprised that this unicorn was so docile. You must know that the king's mount. If the king is not around, others will be in trouble if they dare to get close. Hiss. The unicorn seemed to understand Alice's words, and regardless of the wounds on his body, he hissed and ran towards the seaside. "Walk!" Alice did not dare to neglect and immediately urged her war horse to chase the unicorn. Holy crap! Where am I? Why am I so sore and weak all over? Gervais woke up slowly. But he was still in a daze now. He opened his eyes slightly and wanted to raise his hands to support himself and sit up, but found that his whole body was extremely sore, as if he had been ravaged by hundreds of big men with hammers. Generally. By the way, I seemed to be sitting on a big bear and was attacked by a thunderous flying tiger. Gervais, are you awake? Gervais, you are finally awake. Woohoo. Before Gervais could fully open his eyes, he heard Bonita's loud scream coming from his ears. Holy shit! Sister, don't press on my chest. I can't breathe. If Gervais had the strength, he would give this unreliable sister a good beating. If he wasn't electrocuted to death by the thunder-flying tiger, he would probably be crushed to death by his own sister instead. Chapter 322 Revenge Plan. Bonita, you crushed Gervais. Get up quickly. Gervais seems to be out of breath. Just when Gervais was about to shout loudly, another pleasant voice came to his ears. This voice was a little soft and a little urgent. It was Gervais's childhood sweetheart Vivian. Why is Vivian here too? Gervais felt as if he had missed a lot of things during his coma. Could it be that I have been in coma for a long time and have no strength in my body? Is it because my muscles have atrophied after being comatose for too long? Gervais frightened himself by filling his own brain. At this moment, his eyes adapted to the bright light outside the window. So Gervais slowly opened his eyes. Bonita! Vivian! Why are you here? How long have I been unconscious? Gervais was lying in his bedroom at the moment, with Vivian and Bonita looking at him in surprise. Brother, you have been in coma for 2 days. The main reason for coming here this time is because Vivian heard that you were in danger and immediately asked me to accompany her. She is also a titled knight now. Bonita was the first to speak, regardless of Vivian's hand to stop her. She directly stated the main reason for coming. Oh, thank you, Vivian. Hearing Bonita's words, Gervais was a little moved. When Vivian heard that she was in danger, she came from Gandalf's territory. It would take 2 or 3 days to ride without stopping. For these noble ladies, what a feat. How did you know that I was in danger? By the way, do Father and Lord Nathan know about your coming here? Looking at the shy Vivian, Gervais smiled at her tenderly, turned on his senses and took a look, and found that Vivian, who seemed weak in appearance, had actually successfully advanced and became a titled knight. The speed is also considered genius. Father is also here, but now he is wandering in your territory. Lord Nathan also chased me after knowing that Vivian and I came to you. I heard that you are in danger from my father. Bonita said it like she was pouring beans. With her by her side, Vivian basically only had to be responsible for being pretty. You two are just messing around. What if danger happens on such a long journey? We can't do this again. Gervais finally figured it out. The two of them ran out secretly without even notifying Nathan. Nathan finally chased after him after he found out. By the way, how did Father know that there was danger here? The pirates' attack seemed to have been carefully planned. Right. Gervais calculated the time and found that he had only been unconscious for 2 days, which meant that Gandalf and the others had received the news before the battle. It was the Earl who sent someone to inform Father. My father came with the Earl, and it was the Earl who rescued you. Alice? Alice came in person? Where is she? Gervais was getting more and more surprised. It was not surprising that his father or the Knights of the Rose came to rescue him. It was very surprising that Alice, a powerful and cold goddess, also came in person. The Earl is here. Speaking of this, Bonita couldn't help but cast her eyes to the other side of Gervais' bed. I'm here. Cough. Cough. Gervais almost choked when he heard the pleasant sound coming from the direction of the window. His cheap wife was actually in the room. Alice, you are here too. Ha ha. Thank you. Gervais turned his head with an unnatural expression. And sure enough, he saw the extremely beautiful Alice, and reluctantly thanked Alice. It's a little embarrassing now. This girl Bonita doesn't know the stakes. She has a cheap wife here, so she has to tell her what she just said about Vivian later. Bonita! Vivian! Go down first and ask the servant to bring me some food. Oh! Bonita and Vivian knew that Gervais was asking someone to leave. Bonita let out a somewhat dissatisfied voice. But because the Earl was there, Bonita did not dare to say anything more. Alice, how did you know that there was a pirate attack here? Did you receive any news? These conversations with Alice were basically considered secrets. So Gervais asked Bonita and the two to go out. Alice was sitting on a soft sofa next to the window, facing Gervais. The sunlight outside made Gervais feel like he was seeing a saint. A few days ago, Rose Castle received a report from a spy assigned to the Larkin family, saying that the pirates who attacked the Jones territory were sent by Earl Avery of the Larkin family. The real target was you. So I brought people over. But still it's too late, Alice said in a cold voice. Although she rushed over with the Knights of the Rose as soon as she received the news and stayed awake during the journey. She didn't expect that she was still a step too late. However, now that Gervais was only slightly injured, she felt relieved a lot. Sent by the Larkin family? To avenge Kevin? Gervais gritted his teeth. Originally, because of the number and strength of the pirates, Gervais had guessed that there must be other nobles behind it. But now it was really verified. Moreover, Gervais originally thought that the pirates came for the vines and the formula for making wine. But now it seems that what they want most is his own life. Yes, because the king gave the order. The Larkin family could not openly invade Jones' territory to avenge Kevin. So he thought of using pirates to attack your territory. There was a trace of apology in Alice's words. Although it was Gervais who killed Kevin. But speaking of it, the cause of all this was still because of the Jones family and her Alice. But don't worry, Gervais. I will submit a report to the king about this matter and ask the king to let the Larkin family compensate you. After all, Wright was his vassal at the beginning. Even if he defected, he would have to pay a certain amount of responsibility. Currently, the Jones family is not able to use other means of revenge. But one day the Jones family will definitely help you truly seek justice. Thank you, Alice. But can the report about this pirate be submitted to the king later? Let me see if there is a chance to teach the Larkin family a lesson. Now the Jones family is also on the verge of turmoil. Alice cannot use retaliatory means to avenge herself. And there must be many eyes staring at the Jones family. Gervais knows and understands it very well. What's more, Alice made a promise in the name of the Jones family, which shows that Alice will really keep this in mind. If the Jones family becomes strong again one day, she will definitely fulfill her promise. Of course, aristocratic heirs like Alice, who have been familiar with each other since childhood, can keep their composure. But Gervais feels that it is too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Since there is a clear murderer, Gervais already has an idea in his mind. It doesn't matter if it's a few days late. Just notify me directly when the time comes. Alice looked at Gervais. She wanted to remind the Larkin family that it was not that easy to deal with. But thinking of Gervais's various surprising performances, Alice gave up the idea of giving a warning. Okay, don't worry. I won't mess around. I know my strength very well. Gervais's plan is actually very simple. Didn't the Larkin family send pirates to plunder the Storm territory? And they also wanted to kill him. Then why don't you retaliate in kind and dress up as a pirate to plunder the Larkin family's territory? In the end, you can blame Wright, even if the Larkin family finds out in the end. If you make it yourself, then you are just a dumb person eating Coptus chinensis. Although it is very likely that there was no monetary gain in this revenge. The Larkin family's territory was robbed. The blame was placed on Wright, and Alice was asked to report to the king and ask the Larkin family to compensate for their losses. At that time, it will definitely discuss the Larkin family to death. As for offending the Larkin family, they had already sent people to kill him. So Gervais had nothing to worry about. Chapter 323 Red Kiwi Fruit. When Gervais finished speaking, the room fell into silence for a short time, and finally Alice continued to speak. Gervais, what happened to you and Wright in the forest? When the unicorn led us to find you, you were lying in the dense forest. The surroundings were in a mess, and all the trees were broken. And you were still there, extending towards the depths of the forest. This question has been pressing in Alice's mind for a long time. But she has never been the kind of person who likes to gossip and inquire about other people's secrets. So she didn't ask until now. Wright and I seem to be unlucky. We encountered many magical beasts in the forest, including the poisonous dragon monitor lizard, the shadow cheetah, and the flaming giant bear. In addition, there was a high-level magical beast thunder flying tiger. I was there. The thunder flying tiger was affected during the battle with the flame bear. But Wright was in a worse situation and was directly killed by the flame bear. After Gervais thought briefly, he came up with a hypothesis of 9 points of truth and 1 point of truth. In fact, there was nothing to hide. He only needed to hide the black kiwi fruit, and no one would explore why the Warcraft suddenly gathered there to fight. By the way, Alice, when you found me, did you find the body of the monster nearby? Gervais suddenly thought of his temporary younger brother, Big Bear. Although this younger brother only had 1 hour, he had made great achievements for himself. But he did not expect to be ambushed by the thunder-flying tiger. Gervais also planned to go there if he had the opportunity in the future. Take him as your real little brother.
Yes. When we found you, we found the body of the shadow cheetah next to you.
Alice nodded. Although she was surprised that Gervais and Wright had such bad luck and ran into the den of monsters, she was also surprised by Gervais's luck. After all, without these monsters, Gervais would probably have died. Death at the hands of Wright. Is there only the shadow cheetah? Have you seen the body of the flame bear? No. Except for the shadow cheetah, there is only Wright's body, because the battle nearby was too terrifying and it was deep in the dark forest. So after rescuing you, we took the shadow cheetah and Wright's body and exited immediately. The dark forest.
Alice thought that Gervais was greedy for the monster meat of the flaming giant bear. So she answered Gervais in detail.
That's a shame.
Gervais pretended to be distressed and sighed. But in fact, he felt a little relieved. No body of the flame bear was found nearby, which showed that the flame bear might still survive. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the bedroom door.
Come in!
Following Gervais's instructions, Maid Anna walked in with 2 servants holding dinner plates.
My lord! Lord Count!
Anna and others bowed respectfully to Gervais and Alice. Anna looked at Gervais with joy in her eyes, and she was obviously very happy that Gervais woke up. After greetings, Anna ordered 2 servants to put the food on the small table beside the bed. But what happened next made Anna squirm slightly, and couldn't help but glance at Alice secretly. Anna just learned from Vivian that Gervais might not have much strength due to his injury, so he needed someone to serve him at the meal. She also specifically asked the chef to cut the food before delivering it to avoid having to cut it again in the bedroom, delaying Gervais's eating.
Sir, don't move. I will serve you.
But after just twisting and turning for a moment, Anna saw Gervais trying to get up, and quickly stepped forward to help Gervais up and lean against the head of the bed. Then started feeding Gervais with a knife and fork.
Ahem. Ahem. Thank you. Anna!
Gervais was also a little helpless. The thunder-flying tiger was indeed a high-level monster, and the lightning was indeed powerful. He, a bronze intermediate knight, was also shocked and fainted on the spot, and his whole body is still numb to this day. But it was his luck to survive. The target of the thunder-flying tiger's attack at that time was the flame bear. Otherwise, Gervais might have jumped up on the spot and followed in Wright's footsteps. Gervais really didn't have much strength to move now, so he could only accept Anna's feeding. Originally, after such a long period of experience in the life of an aristocratic gentleman, Gervais could already be calm and composed. However, at this moment, Alice was still watching, and Gervais felt that there was a lot of pressure invisibly. Boom, boom, boom. Fortunately, at this moment, Gervais's bedroom was knocked again, because the door was not closed just after it was opened. Gervais saw that it was one of his servants, so he asked,
"What's the matter?" "Sir!" It was the Earl's subordinates, who asked the villain to come up and report that many of the war horses brought by the Earl might not be able to survive.
The footman answered respectfully at the door of the study.
"I understand. You go down first."
After hearing this, Alice said to the manservant,
"Yes, sir." "Alice, is it because you were in a hurry?"
After the manservant left, Gervais immediately thought of the key point. If only 1 or 2 war horses had an accident, it might be other reasons. But with a large number of war horses, and when you think about the time when Alice and the others came, it would be very difficult. Perhaps it was because of running out of horsepower on the road that it often happened that the horse died while traveling long distances at full speed.
"Yes, but I already expected it when I came here. Don't worry. Just rest and recover. I'll go take a look first."
After receiving the affirmation, Gervais didn't say anything. Alice was willing to lose so many war horses. It was really not something she could repay with just a thank you. After Alice finished speaking, she stood up from the sofa and came to the door of the bedroom. At this moment, Alice suddenly turned around and looked at Anna, who was carefully feeding Gervais. Suddenly, she said,
"That Dimian is very well. Anna is also very good. You are very happy."
After saying that, with Gervais looking confused, Alice left without looking back, leaving Gervais alone in a daze. After Alice left, Gervais, under Anna's service, emptied the food on both plates. After all, he had not eaten for 2 days. However, because of Alice's last sentence, Gervais felt a little bit overwhelmed. He was still thinking about what Alice's words meant, and whether there was any deep meaning, such as jealousy or something.
"Isn't it possible?" Gervais thought of Alice's cool goddess style and immediately rejected it. But let's not talk about it. If it really has a deep meaning. Gervais is still a little satisfied in his heart even though he is troubled. After Anna also exited the bedroom, Gervais gathered his thoughts and opened his system panel. At this moment, he already has 16 energy points again, and 10 energy points are the reward for completing the system task. Gervais directly set his sights on the purple kiwi fruit. Needless to say, the status of war horses in this world. Alice wanted to rush to support her as soon as possible this time, so she did not hesitate to use horsepower. Now many war horses may not be able to slow down, and will be in I will die slowly today and tomorrow. Of course, Gervais, who owns the system panel, cannot let Alice suffer such a big loss. Gervais still remembers that the 3 birds he caught were because they couldn't absorb such huge energy and exploded after eating the purple kiwi fruit. This also shows from the side that the kiwi fruit not only allows the warcraft to recognize its owner, but also increases the strength of the warcraft. If Gervais dilutes the purple kiwi fruit and feeds it to these war horses, it is estimated that these war horses can be saved. But there is another problem. That is, it is difficult for Gervais to move now. How can he get the purple kiwi fruit to the war horses without being discovered? Why don't you find a way to cure yourself first, and then open the purple elf insect space to kill the orcs? After killing the 4 orc leaders, you will have exactly 10 energy points, which can be exchanged for kiwi fruits. In fact, difficulty in movement also hindered Gervais' revenge plan. So what Gervais wants most now is to recover from the injury first. As long as the injury recovers, he can start arranging these things. Then Gervais set his sights on the big cheating carousel below, hoping to regain his mobility immediately. Gervais's current hope is probably on this big cheating wheel. Although it is very cheating, it may not really be that good. By chance, he picked up a kiwi fruit that could heal his injuries. But this was Gervais's only hope at the moment. Never mind him. Let's see if we can regain our strength first. If it really doesn't work, at worst, I'll ask my father to help capture those orc leaders alive, and then let me kill them. Gervais gritted his teeth and thought of the Larkin family and the revenge plan. In the end, he chose to try his luck first. After all, if he could resume action immediately, he could earn energy points, and the revenge plan could be started immediately. Then Gervais pressed the lottery start button with a thought, and the rotten wheel immediately started spinning. No black. No black. You're cheating the system. If you cheat me again, I won't need you anymore. Seeing the speed of the big turntable slowing down, Gervais was also very nervous. Ha ha! Good! I'm finally done with it again! I don't know if this cheating system heard Gervais's threat, but this time, there was no black kiwi fruit, but instead a small crimson fruit that looked a bit like a cherry. The dark red kiwi fruit occupies a very small area on the big wheel. It is very similar to the option with the highest payout rate in the gambling machines in the previous life. Gervais felt that he had picked something good. Did my character explode today? So, Gervais couldn't wait to turn his attention to the red cherry icon. Red kiwi fruit. This is a precious kiwi fruit, which is rarer than other kiwi fruits. After taking this fruit, your cultivation will increase tenfold within a month. There is a certain chance that the body will remember this feeling. Holy shit! Holy shit! Seeing the description of this red kiwi fruit, Gervais immediately started to tremble with excitement. Is there such a heaven-defying thing in the world? The increase is 10 times, which means that as long as you take this red kiwi fruit, 1 day of practice is equivalent to 10 days of practice, and it can last for a month in total, which is nearly a year of practice. Ha ha! I will be able to break through and become a bronze high-level knight in half a month. According to original expectations, Gervais's next breakthrough time would be half a year later. But now with this red kiwi fruit, it has been shortened by 10 times. But what the H, how is it like to let your body remember this feeling? And can this thing cure my current injuries? After the fun was over, another question appeared in Gervais's mind. The first was the description in parentheses behind the kiwi fruit, which made him a little confused. The second thing is that this fruit doesn't seem to be related to healing injuries. After all, Gervais's main purpose just now was to find a way to heal himself. Let's eat it first and see. If it doesn't work, I can only ask my cheap father to help. As for the revenge plan, it will probably be postponed for a few days. Chapter 3 24 Battle Casualties. Then Gervais put the red kiwi fruit into his mouth. It still melted in his mouth, and the sweet and warm current lingered on his tongue. Gervais found that eating this kiwi fruit was also a great enjoyment. When all the warmth from the red kiwi fruit entered his belly, Gervais suddenly felt something strange in his body. His whole body was filled with warmth and indescribable comfort. And the original feeling of numbness and weakness instantly weakened a lot.
Can it really heal injuries?
Gervais was overjoyed. After the numbness subsided, he could notice that his body's strength had recovered significantly. Just now, he had to lean on the head of the bed to sit. But now, he no longer needed to lean on it. As the warmth became more and more lasting, Gervais's strength gradually recovered. And when he felt the warmth flowing through his body seemed to have undergone extremely subtle changes. This change was very unpredictable, and Gervais immediately sensed it carefully, wanting to see which aspects were different from before. After concentrating for 4 or 5 minutes, Gervais finally realized the reason. He felt that he had become lighter. It seemed that there was an invisible pressure on him between heaven and earth. This suppression imprisoned the cultivation and evolution of every living being. But after eating the red kiwi fruit, this suppression changed extremely slightly, and the intensity became slightly weaker.
What is this pressure? The suppression of heavenly Tao? The suppression of glory boss? The suppression of the Lord God of the world?
This kind of suppression has been with humans since they were born. So Gervais couldn't detect it at all. But now it has weakened a little, and it was captured by the keen insight of his title knight. In fact, Gervais didn't know that the cultivation of the title knight was just like the cultivation in the novels of his previous life. And it also went against the will of heaven. Although this world does not pay attention to the laws of heaven, it goes against the law of growth of all things. So it will naturally be suppressed by some kind of force. However, most people cannot detect such suppression, and it is only possible to sense it after reaching the golden night. Gervais can sense it now, entirely because of the accomplishments of the red kiwi fruit.
It can't be atmospheric pressure. Right.
Gervais now feels more relaxed physically and mentally than ever before, as if a person suddenly returned to land from the water. His hands and feet are much more relaxed, and there is not so much resistance. Of course, this is a metaphor, and the pressure that Gervais has now weakened is not so obvious. Exaggerate.
But no matter what, the injury has finally recovered.
As the warm current gradually disappeared, Gervais no longer lay down. Now that he had gained energy points to exchange for purple kiwis 1 minute earlier, Alice could save one more horse. Gervais did not ring the bell and asked Anna to help him get up. He put on his clothes and armor, washed himself, picked up his sword and walked downstairs.
Grown-ups!
When Gervais came downstairs, the servants were all a little surprised when they saw Gervais walking downstairs. Fortunately, long-term training prevented them from being rude, and they all saluted respectfully.
Little Gervais?
After Gervais walked out of the gate of the inner castle, Gandalf, who happened to be walking towards the inner castle not far away, saw Gervais. He first shouted in surprise, then reacted and asked Gervais in an accusing tone,
"Why did you get to the ground so quickly? Why don't you just lie down and rest?" "Father, my injury has healed. Staying in bed is too boring."
Gervais could feel the concern of his rough and arrogant father, so he didn't dare to neglect and immediately replied. Gandalf came to Gervais and patted Gervais on the shoulder. Suddenly he realized that Gervais was wearing leather and chain mail, and he was very puzzled.
"Then why are you wearing armor? Even if your injury has healed, you only woke up after you were injured, so you should get more rest." "Father, after this battle with the pirates, I realized that I still have many shortcomings in my strength, so I want to activate the purple elf bug to fight the orcs right away."
Gervais is also helpless. If he meets other people, he doesn't need to explain too much. But when facing his father, he still needs to make up a reliable reason.
Cultivation depends on hard work and perseverance every day. Even if you want to improve your strength, you don't have to rush for a day or two.
Gandalf criticized Gervais with a straight face.
"I know. Father, I just feel itchy for a moment. I'm leaving. Father, I heard that there are many war horses in Alice that are about to die. Why don't you go and take a look?"
Gervais didn't want to stay any longer. Otherwise, he would have to be taught a lesson by Gandalf for a long time. So he quickly missed Gandalf and ran towards the center of the vestibule.
"Little Gervais, be careful."
Gandalf didn't have any good teaching experience when it came to his own children. Seeing Gervais running away, he could only give a helpless reminder. Then he changed direction and walked towards the stable, preparing to ride a horse, go to the racecourse, and see that his big flower is also there.
"Grown-ups."
When Gervais came to the wooden house in the front yard, Ike and others were still resting.
"Ike, you guys come with me."
Gervais had just woken up, and he still didn't know the casualties of his men in the battle 2 days ago. However, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that there were still 7 personal guards. Now he was going to earn energy points. It was important, so Gervais was going to ask on the road. Yes, sir. Soon Gervais led the 7 men and rode towards the seaside cage. Ike, after I lured right away that day, what was the battle like on your side? Because the unicorn also had 4 or 5 stab wounds. Gervais did not ride the unicorn, but directly replaced it with an ordinary horse. Now taking advantage of the break in a hurry, Gervais began to ask about the things he was most concerned about. Sir, after you lured that pirate leader away that day, Wright told everything that happened next in detail. You guys did a great job. You didn't let me down. After hearing that he not only killed all the pirates who attacked behind town, but also captured hundreds of pirates who came from the seaside, Gervais verbally praised Ike with satisfaction. This is the advantage of the Seignior War in this world. As long as the big forces are still stable, the chances of the soldiers below being defeated will become smaller, because most of these soldiers are selected from serfs. The laws of this world are more cruel to the serf class. As long as you become a deserter, not only will you be unlucky, but your family will also be implicated, ranging from becoming a slave to being a slave. Hang. Of course, in Gervais's battle that day, the slave soldiers were actually the main force in the battle. It was precisely because of them that they could steadily withstand the pirates' attack that was several times their own. How many casualties were there in the battle the day before yesterday? Have you calculated the statistics? After knowing the outcome of the battle, Gervais was most concerned about casualties. There were so many enemies that day that Gervais was still a little unsure. Sir, the statistics have been calculated. We lost 4 warriors in the battle that day. 2 of them were guards under Audrey, and the other 2 were slave spearmen. In addition, 7 people were seriously injured and more than 20 people were slightly injured. I carefully told the details of the casualties. Hearing this, Gervais couldn't help but remain silent for a while. Although compared to almost annihilating the invading pirates, his casualties were already considered a great victory. However, these soldiers are all real people, not numbers in movies and books. This is the first time Gervais has encountered the death of one of his subordinates, and it is inevitable that he will have some complicated emotions. After a moment of silence, Gervais took a deep breath and asked Ike, all the pirates who got off the pirate ship were captured. Have those ships been captured? It has been captured, sir. At that time, most of the pirates on the ship had already disembarked. So the 4 or 5 pirates they left behind could not drive away the ship. With the help of the Knights of the Rose, we quickly captured those pirate ships. People have been sent to guard the beach now. Count Alice has also sent 50 Rose Knights to help guard the sea. She said that there are so many pirates, there must be many ships somewhere outside the territory. Kindness. The number of pirates is close to 1,000. It is indeed impossible to have only such a few ships. These 5 ships are probably just bait in the plan to divert the tiger away from the mountain. Otherwise, if there were more than a dozen large ships, Gervais probably would not think of going to the seaside to annihilate the pirates. Having a sea ship means that his revenge plan can be truly implemented. This also makes Gervais truly convinced that the casualties of the soldiers must be well compensated after returning. But revenge is equally important. After nearly an hour of running rapidly, Gervais soon arrived at the seaside. Gervais glanced at the seaside from a distance and saw that there were indeed 5 ships parked not far from the beach. Gervais was not going to check it out now. At present, the most important thing was to earn energy points to treat the war horses. So Gervais took his guards directly to the seaside cage. The sparse orcs in the purple elf insect space now posed no threat to Gervais and his guards. Under Gervais's full strength, even the orc leader cannot withstand several of his critical strikes and slashes with his sword. It only took less than 20 minutes for Gervais to gain 4 energy points. Adding the original 6 points, it was exactly 10 energy points. Gervais immediately exchanged the energy points for purple in the space. Kiwi. Chapter 325 Treating the Warhorse. After exchanging the kiwi fruit, Gervais took Ike and others back the same way without stopping. A total of 2 teams of more than 200 people came from the Knights of the Rose. Because the stables in the Golden Castle did not have enough space to hold more than 200 horses, the horses they rode were all arranged in the racecourse. After returning, Gervais did not go to the racecourse immediately. Instead, he returned to the castle first. In the laboratory of the castle, Gervais took out the purple kiwi fruit from the panel. Suddenly an unpleasant smell filled the laboratory cabin. Gervais ignored the unpleasant smell of the purple kiwi fruit and directly cut off a piece of pulp the size of a pigeon egg with a knife, and then quickly cut the large purple kiwi fruit into pieces. Taken back into space. Phew! It really takes a lot of courage to take out the purple kiwi fruit every time. After taking the purple kiwi fruit back into space, Gervais quickly opened the window and door of the stone house, and then took a long breath. There shouldn't be any problem feeding this small piece to the warhorse, right? After taking 2 breaths of fresh air, Gervais looked at the small piece of purple kiwi pulp in his hand and began to think. This time, the horses he wanted to feed were warhorses, not birds. If he fed too much, the horses would explode. Gervais, I feel like it won't be able to end. There are more than 200 war horses sharing the food. It should be about the same. No matter what. I will try it on one of them later. The result will be seen soon. It only took a moment for Gervais to make up his mind, and there was no time for him to hesitate now. So, Gervais directly mashed the small piece of kiwi fruit in his hand, and then put it into the wine barrel that had been prepared nearby. The wine barrel was filled with water, which could just dilute the juice of the purple kiwi fruit. Give each war horse a drink. After putting the pulpy fruit in, Gervais immediately sealed the barrel with a stopper, and then shook the barrel vigorously. After doing all this, Gervais quickly came to the vestibule holding the wine barrel and placed the wine barrel on the carriage. Lord Gervais! Lord Gervais! Because they were worried about the condition of their horses, the Rose Knights stationed themselves near the racecourse. When Gervais came to the racecourse, none of the Rose Knights were resting in the tents. Instead, they all stood. The people at the fence looked inside with concern. These Rose Knights now knew Gervais's identity and appearance. When they discovered Gervais's arrival, they all saluted and greeted Gervais respectfully. Gervais nodded one by one, but did not stop, and drove directly into the racecourse with his bodyguards and carriage. There are several huge warehouses in the center of the racecourse, which were originally used to stack fodder. Now they are used to house the horses of the Rose Knights. Alice, the commander of the Rose Knights, and 2 captains are surrounding a war horse to comfort it. The war horse has fallen to the ground at this moment. Although it is still alive, it seems that it cannot last long. Alice, how's the situation? Quickly rushing to the warehouse, Gervais quickly dismounted and walked over, asking Alice eagerly, Gervais, why are you here? Alice was very surprised when she saw Gervais coming. Just now Gervais needed to be fed by Anna's maid to eat, but now he can ride a horse and walk, and his tone of voice is very normal. I'm feeling better, so I came over to see how many horses are doing this. Gervais turned his attention to the dying horse lying on the ground. Although the mounts of the Knights of the Rose are all high-quality war horses, there is always a distinction between the strengths and weaknesses of the horses. Some horses can recover after 2 days of rest, eating and drinking, but some horses cannot recover and can only die slowly. There are more than 80 horses. Although Alice's tone was similar to usual, Gervais clearly heard some low emotions in it. After all, these horses were in this state because of her order. After listening to Alice's words, Gervais said nothing more and quickly walked to the carriage he brought. Ike and others had already poured a small glass of water from the barrel. Although the water in the wooden cup was crystal clear, Gervais could still smell the faint unpleasant smell emanating from it. Alice also smelled the smell while standing 4 or 5 meters away, and couldn't help but be curious about what Gervais wanted to do. After Gervais got the wooden cup, he quickly came to the fallen horse and squatted down. Come on, man, have a drink of water. Gervais stretched out his hand and handed the wooden cup to the mouth of the dying war horse. Lord Gervais, the whistle can't drink anymore. Nadine had mixed feelings when she saw Gervais. This war horse was Nadine's mount, because the whistle would run back to him when he whistled. Nadine named it Whistle. The whistle was not the strongest of the war horses, but the one with whom he has the most affinity. The war horse was a priceless treasure to them. It was even more valuable than the supercar Gervais had in his previous life. It also had a brotherly bond. At this moment, seeing the whistle dying but unable to do anything, Nadine felt extremely uncomfortable. Nadine! Alice didn't understand why Gervais wanted to give the war horse water, but she knew Gervais very well. Gervais was a straightforward person, although he was a bit of a rogue, but he was very reliable. Since Gervais did this, he must have some intention, especially since there was a strange and unpleasant smell in the glass of water. Nadine did not notice anything strange because all her thoughts were on the whistle. Bah! Bah! When Gervais put the water glass to the mouth of the whistle, the eyes of the dying whistle suddenly became lively, and the big nose moved, as if he smelled some alluring fragrance. More than 10 seconds later, the dying whistle opened his mouth with difficulty, stuck out his tongue, and began to drink the water from Gervais' wooden cup. Whistle! Nadine couldn't help but get excited when she saw that Shazzy started to drink water. You know, no matter how he fed Shazzy in the past 2 days, Xiaozi had a loss of appetite and looked exhausted. Today, he started not to eat or drink. Now under the feeding of Gervais, Whistle opened his mouth and drank water by himself, which made Nadine seem to see hope. Soon, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Whistle licked a small cup of water clean. And then Gervais took back the cup and stood beside Alice silently. Gervais, do you have a way to save these warhorses? Looking at the empty wooden cup in Gervais's hand, Alice asked Gervais with a hint of hope in her eyes. I don't know if it will work or not, but we will get the answer in a minute or two. Although Gervais guessed that there was a high chance of saving these warhorses, seeing the expectant look in Alice's eyes, he did not dare to give her a guarantee, lest he failed in the future and made Alice's joy in vain. Thank you, Gervais. Facing Alice's thanks, Gervais just smiled. It was not appropriate to say anything now. At least wait until the effect was achieved. In fact, Gervais was very worried about what he would do if his treatment failed, and he exploded like the 3 experimental birds. Time passed by, and although the Whistle was still lying on the ground, his eyes seemed to be more agile and full of life than before. Whistle! Nadine was extremely excited at this moment. He really felt that his Whistle might survive. More than a minute later, under the expectant eyes of everyone, the dying Whistle suddenly hissed, struggled, and stood up from the ground. Whistle! Good man! You're okay! Great! You're okay! Nadine, a middle-aged man and the newly promoted commander of the Knights of the Rose, shed tears of excitement and hugged the Whistle's neck tightly. Gervais. Alice wanted to express her gratitude again, although she didn't know what was put in the water. It must be something very precious. After all, even she had never heard of such a thing. Come on! Let's go rescue the other warhorses! Seeing that his method was really successful, Gervais felt relieved. This way, at least Alice would not have to lose her warhorse. Otherwise she would really owe a huge favor. As for Alice's thanks, in fact, it was Gervais who wanted to thank Alice. Although the war was a foregone conclusion after arriving, Gervais would remember this in his heart. Kindness! Alice's words were interrupted by Gervais. But Alice was not angry. Instead, she showed a rare happy smile. For a moment, Gervais was a little trembling, saying that her cheap wife was so tempting. Seeing Gervais's demented appearance, Alice was uncharacteristically uncharacteristic. Instead of giving Gervais a big look, she used her slender hands to brush her hair, and then walked towards the warehouse ahead. Holy crap! You're trying to seduce me into committing a crime and want me to eat soft food. I have such a good appetite. What should I do? Chapter 326 The Pleasure of Practicing. With the success story of the Whistle, the next thing is much simpler. Even the matter of feeding water was left to Ike and others. The taste of purple kiwi fruit is irresistible to ordinary animals or magical beasts. So Ike and others only need to hold the wooden cups in front of the horses, and they will drink up on their own initiative. When Ike and others finish feeding them, all the horses in the stable have stood up and regained their spirits. Thank you, Lord Gervais. At this moment, Nadine walked in holding the Whistle. Just because she was so excited, Nadine forgot to thank Gervais. But now she did not dare to neglect and saluted Gervais very respectfully to thank her. Gervais! His name is Nadine, and he is the new commander of the Knights of the Rose. Alice knew that Gervais didn't know Nadine yet, so she took the initiative to introduce Gervais. It turns out to be Commander Nadine. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Gervais had just seen Nadine's feelings for the Whistle, and he was also very fond of this middle-aged man, and nodded to him with a smile. After the warhorse matter was resolved, Gervais and Alice returned to the castle. But Gervais did not accompany Alice. Alice went to Gervais's study to read, and Gervais went to check on himself first. Those wounded soldiers under my command. After telling the wounded soldiers to rest and recuperate, Gervais came to an underground entrance on the side of the castle. This underground entrance is not a secret room treasure house, but a few cells that were cleared out not long ago. There are more than 70 pirates who were captured, because Gervais never woke up. These pirates were all locked up in a narrow underground cell. When Gervais came to the underground cell passage, he immediately smelled an unpleasant smell. After all, there were only 4 or 5 cells of less than 30 square meters in this underground cell. More than 70 people were locked in it. The smell was terrible. Just imagine, when Gervais walked to several cells, the pirates leaned back timidly and crowded together. It was obvious that they knew their next fate, either becoming slaves or going to the gallows. Are there any crew members among you? Gervais didn't care what the pirates' reactions were. He glanced around and asked directly. However, No pirate dared to answer Gervais's question. No one knew Gervais's purpose, and no one dared to take the lead. Let me ask again. Who is the crew member who can control the ship? Anyone who is the crew member should stand in front of me. Gervais's words were a bit harsh, and he certainly didn't like the pirate Gervais, who plundered his territory. It was only for the revenge plan that Gervais came here in person. There are very few seagoing ships in this world, and there are even fewer sailors who can drive seagoing ships. Of course, none of Gervais's men can sail a ship. So if you want to rely on those pirate ships to attack Larkin territory, you must requisition these pirate ships. Member. Aren't there any crew members? Ick. Pull them all out and hang them later, leaving them to waste my food. Yes, sir. Hearing Gervais's words, all the pirates wanted to cry. Not because Gervais wanted to hang them, but because Gervais said they were wasting food. How pitiful it was that they had not eaten even a morsel of food since they were captured. The guards would only bring them a small amount of water. They were now so hungry that their chests were touching their backs. Sir! Noble sir! The villain is the crew. The villain is the crew. Please don't hang me! My noble lord. I am also a crew member. So am I. Knowing that a disaster was imminent, these pirates no longer dared to hesitate. Seeing that Gervais was about to walk outside, the pirates immediately began to scream. If you are a member of the crew, come to the front. If anyone dares to pretend, I will let you know that going to the gallows is actually a kind of relief. Gervais returned to several cells again, only to find that all the pirates were standing at the door of the cells, worried that someone was pretending to be a crew member. He unceremoniously told them the consequences of deceiving him. Sir, we are all crew members and can sail a ship. A seagoing ship requires at least 10 people to control it. We all take turns to control it on the ship. Seeing that Gervais didn't believe it, these pirates immediately explained. In fact, after many years of pirate life, these people basically have their own division of labor on the ship. So saying that they are crew members and can sail a ship is not a lie to Gervais. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Gervais ignored the pirates and returned to the ground with Ike. Ike, interrogate them later. Where are the other pirate ships hidden? And where are their bases? You need to ask them separately to prevent them from colluding in confession. If there are dishonest people, you can kill the chicken to scare others and give them some black bread at night. I will ask them to sail the ship for us tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Yes, sir. Next, Gervais went to the training space, preparing to give the remaining purple kiwi fruits to the unicorn. When he was in Rose Castle, Gervais promised the unicorn that he would give it another purple kiwi fruit to help it replenish the power it had consumed by detoxifying the bellflower poison. Arriving inside the space, Gervais saw the unicorn practicing alone. Although the unicorn was not seriously injured in the battle the day before yesterday, there were 4 or 5 long scars on its snow-white body. This also made Gervais feel distressed. So Gervais immediately took out the purple kiwi fruit and gave it to the unicorn. After the unicorn happily swallowed the purple kiwi fruit, Gervais comforted him a few words before disturbing the unicorn to continue practicing. However, although he left the unicorn, Gervais did not leave the training space. Instead, he sat down not far away and started practicing. The effect of this red kiwi fruit only lasts for a month. So wasting 1 day is equivalent to wasting 10 days. Gervais certainly did not dare to be lazy. Gervais randomly found a small grassy slope and sat down cross-legged. Then released his senses and began to capture the aura between heaven and earth. This step is no different from the past. But when Gervais said that the strict spiritual energy was absorbed into the body's energy channels, a different feeling immediately appeared. Originally, it took a long time for the spiritual energy to circulate within the air veins before it could be slowly absorbed by the body. This process was also the most time-consuming and mental-consuming. However, this time, when Gervais began to circulate the spiritual energy within the air veins a little, the spiritual energy is absorbed by the body immediately. This is so outrageous! Such a speed of cultivation is so refreshing. Faced with such an effect, Gervais was also extremely excited. The speed of practice was like changing from driving a car to flying an airplane. The originally boring practice became full of pleasure. Gervais only practiced for more than an hour, and you can clearly feel the growth in strength. Why are so many nobles unwilling to practice? Is it because they have no talent? Are they too lazy to cook? Maybe there is a little bit of both. But the main reason is that there is too much investment without obvious returns. Even if there is room for practice, it will take at least 2 years for a person with ordinary talent to become a titled knight. For 2 years, They have to spend their mind and energy every day to capture and peel off the spiritual energy, and then use their thoughts to guide the spiritual energy to circulate and absorb within the chi veins. Many noble children just procrastinate and waste halfway through. Some favored children will be urged to practice by their parents. But the nobles in this world are super talented. So once there are more children, one or two will always be ignored. This has caused some noble children to be unwilling to practice, and became a wine bag and rice bag. If other noble children could also enjoy the pleasure of practicing at such a speed, Gervais felt that there would no longer be any noble children in this world who were just waiting to die. Having tasted the benefits of rapid cultivation, Gervais did not want to waste time. So he continued to practice in this space. This practice lasted an afternoon. It was not until evening that Anna brought Alice to the practice space. Gervais stopped after noticing the movement.
Alice, why are you here? I heard that you have been practicing in the space since you came back. So I came to take a look.
When Alice saw Gervais' energetic look, her eyes also showed approval. No woman would appreciate a lazy, unmotivated man. However, Gervais only woke up from his injury this morning. But he immediately practiced in the training space all afternoon, which really made Alice look at Gervais with admiration.
By the way, Gervais, I didn't expect that in just a few months you would have so many elf bugs. I also heard from Anna that the elf named Cassie only transformed after you came back from Rose Castle.
Alice took the initiative to change the topic and stayed in the study room to read in the afternoon. Alice happened to see Anna letting the fairy bugs and elves out to play. Alice was shocked at the first sight. She really didn't expect Gervais to have so many elf bugs and elves now. Especially the green elf that was transformed from Gervais's own elf bug. When the elf bugs of other nobles transform into elves, there is a base number of elf bugs. For example, if a noble owns 50 elf bugs, then of course he has a better chance of getting the elf than a noble who only owns 10 elf bugs. But as for Gervais, excluding the elf bugs he got in Rose Castle, he originally owned only 5 elf bugs in total. But one of the 5 elf bugs transformed into an elf, which would make many nobles envious. What good luck this requires. Alice felt that there were more and more incredible things happening to Gervais. The original Gervais was like a peeled egg in front of her, so smooth that she could see clearly at a glance. Now Gervais has become like a mystery. The more Alice tries to understand Gervais, the more she discovers that there are more mysteries in Gervais. Faced with Alice's question, Gervais murmured in his heart,
I am a person with a system. If energy points were not too difficult to earn, maybe the elf bugs and elves in my castle would be as common as caterpillars and bees.
Of course, I could only mutter this to myself. And I definitely couldn't tell Alice. So Gervais said,
Luck. It should be better luck. I didn't expect that one of those elf bugs would transform into a little one.
Elf. There may be some contribution from rose powder in this.
Of course, Alice was not very satisfied with Gervais's snake oil answer. But Alice just gave Gervais a big eye roll and did not pursue the matter further.
Come on, Alice. I'll take you to my grape space. Let you try something delicious.
At this moment, the spiritual energy in the training space was almost exhausted by Gervais. So he was not going to continue practicing, but took advantage of Alice's rare visit to his territory to accompany her for a walk. When she just returned to the castle, Alice had already informed Gervais that she was going to return to Rose Castle early tomorrow morning. After all, the southern expedition is imminent, and Alice is still the lord of the entire Jones territory. And there are countless things waiting for her to arrange and solve. Chapter 327 Wealth and danger always go hand in hand. After leaving the training space, Gervais took Alice and Anna to Cassie's grape space. Even Anna was Cassie's first time entering this space after becoming an elf, and her eyes were full of curiosity.
Gervais, why is Cassie's terrain so muddy and sandy?
The moment Alice walked into grape space and saw the scene inside, she immediately frowned. In Cassie's rather extreme space environment, even a woman like Alice, who doesn't know how to farm, can see that the soil and climate in this space are not suitable for growing valuable plants. Soft soil means that it is difficult to retain water and nutrients. Even if plants can grow on it, it will affect the harvest and growth. Now nearly 10 acres of land in Cass's space are covered with such mud and sand. And Alice doesn't know whether Gervais is lucky or bad.
Alice, you didn't know this? If there are no grapevines, such a space environment is indeed harsh. But if you want to plant grapevines, this kind of land is the best and most suitable.
Gervais smiled. In this technologically backward world, the standard for what kind of land is high quality is land suitable for growing food crops, especially black soil. Alice heard Gervais's words.
although she didn't understand the reason. She did see that the entire space was full of grapevines, and she could only change Gervais' bad luck. It seemed that Gervais was still lots of luck. Let's go, Alice. Let's go to the center of the space and have a look. There are a few bunches of good things there. I stayed here to prepare some food. With that said, Gervais led Alice and Anna towards the center of the grape space. Soon Gervais led the two of them to the potion grapes. At this moment, there were not many fruits left on the potion grapevines. Most of the grapes were picked by Gervais's order and used to brew golden wine. There were only less than a dozen bunches of grapes left for Gervais to enjoy. In fact, another function was that Gervais interrupted and left the seeds to try to see if they could be planted. After all, the grape seeds would definitely not be able to germinate after making wine. As for planting cuttings, Gervais is already experimenting. The 1.5 acres of sandy land next to it are planted with branches cut from the magic medicine grapevine. Although these branches also have green leaves before new shoots grow. Gervais is not sure whether the cuttings can be successfully cultivated. Gervais, are these grapes? Such big ones? No wonder they can produce such delicious and magical golden wine. Just looking at it makes you feel delicious. Alice had never seen grapes before, so when she saw the dozens of bunches of grapes, all round, plump and crystal clear, she rarely let out an exclamation of surprise. Ahem! Alice, ordinary grapes are not so big. These are mutated magic grapes. Gervais didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His cheap wife used to look very knowledgeable. What she knew could completely defeat him. A country bumpkin. Now he finally saw that Alice also had a blind spot in knowledge. Potion grape? Gervais, is it when Cassie transforms? Yes, it was mutated when Cassie became an elf. Just like your magic wheat. Alice, come and try it. Seeing Alice's surprised expression, Gervais nodded proudly, then picked a large bunch of grapes with his own hands, and gave most of the bunch to Alice, and the other half to himself and Anna. Gervais often eats these grapes in the past 2 days, and Anna can often get some from Gervais. This is the first time Alice has eaten it, so Gervais is not stingy, holding several kilograms of bunches of grapes. Alice wanted to ask, Gervais, have you been favored by the glory of the night for a long time? But in the end, she didn't ask. But now Gervais's label of being lucky and possessing strange and eccentric knowledge has been deeply imprinted in Alice's heart. After Alice got the grapes, she saw Gervais looking at her expectantly, so she stopped being polite. She raised her slender hand to pick a grape from the bunch, then put it elegantly to her mouth, opened and closed the teeth, and gently took a bite. When the extremely sweet juice of the potion grape flowed between her mouth and mouth, Alice's beautiful eyes instantly shined. This is so delicious. To be honest, as an Earl's heir, Alice has never tasted many kinds of fruits with this kind of taste. There are very few magic plants in this world that can be eaten by people. As long as you have one, you can make a fortune and earn a huge amount of money. Wealth. Moreover, Gervais's magic medicine grape is not only sweet, but also contains rich spiritual energy. After Alice took the first bite, she was sure that this magic medicine grape must be a high-quality magic medicine plant. How's it going, Alice? It's not bad. Right. Alice is truly an extremely beautiful being. Even the action of biting a grape with her toothy red lips just now made the old driver Gervais almost tremble inwardly. In order not to let Alice notice his embarrassment, Gervais also looked away and began to eat grapes. However, his eating style was not elegant. He swallowed a plum-sized grape in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. It's like swallowing jujube. According to Alice's elegant eating method of small bites and slow pecks, it would take more than a dozen bites to finish one. Gervais, your wealth is about to roll in. Alice no longer needs to comment on whether it tastes good or not. The look in her eyes just now made it clear. However, she solemnly raised another topic to Gervais. Now that ordinary golden wine itself has become popular throughout the principality, Gervais's fortune is just around the corner. Now Gervais has the best magic grapes. The status of the wine brewed from this magic grape will definitely not be worse than that of rose powder. As long as Gervais increases the output of magic grapes, it will not be long. In 2008, Gervais may have a wealth comparable to that of the Jones family. But Gervais, in a short period of time, you'd better control the sales volume of your magic wine. Because once the output of magic grapes reaches the level of rose powder, those who covet it will do anything they can. With such wealth, you must also possess the same level of force. Otherwise even the Jones family will be coveted, let alone Gervais. This is what Alice thought of. Alice, wealth and danger coexist. I know this. Don't worry. Even if I want to brew a large amount of potion wine, I won't be able to do it for the time being. You have also seen that my potion vine only has 1 acre of land. Planting grapevines is no different than other crops. It takes at least 2 or 3 years for new grapevines to grow and bear fruit.
Of course, Gervais saw through this. But even without the magic grape, Gervais is still working hard to improve himself and the strength of his territory. So even if Alice doesn't say it, Gervais will keep the sense of crisis in mind. Chapter 328 Alice leaves. After chatting in the space for a while, Gervais and the others left the space. At this moment, it was getting dark outside the space, and the dinner in the castle had been prepared. Today's dinner can be said to be richer than ever before, and it is comparable to Rose Castle. The long table is filled with all kinds of delicacies, such as golden grilled oysters, steamed lobster, mushroom stew, charcoal grilled Warcraft meat, etc. Wait. Of course, the most attractive thing on the long table is still the meat of monsters. Tonight, Jimmy cooked a total of 2 kinds of meat of monsters. One is the meat of tricolor deer, and the other is the meat of shadow cheetah. The 3-color deer's monster meat is for Nathan, Bonita, and others to eat. As for the shadow cheetah's monster meat, only Gervais, Alice, and Gandalf can eat it. Gandalf can eat it because he is the father of Gervais. Alice is present now, and it is not a banquet, so the priority still needs to be distinguished. However, Nathan, Bonita, and Vivian did not care about this detail. They had long been attracted by the nearly 1 kilogram of 3-color venison in front of them. Both Nathan and Bonita were lucky enough to eat it once or twice. Especially Bonita. Gandalf was reluctant to eat the monster meat that Gervais gave to Gandalf, so he often used it to add food to Bonita and Driss. Meal. This was Vivian's first taste of Warcraft meat. Initially, she was not used to the greasy barbecue. But once she tasted the taste of Warcraft meat, she could no longer put down her knife and fork. Everyone had a harmonious dinner. Although Alice didn't talk much during the meal, it was basically Gervais and Gandalf who talked. However, Alice was not as cold and majestic as usual, but more. They are a bit approachable. If Gandalf and Nathan didn't know that Gervais and Alice were only a couple in name, otherwise they would really look like the host and hostess of the castle. After dinner, they read for a while in the study. Alice and Gervais both went to rest early because they were both very busy tomorrow. The horses of the Rose Knights are all safe, so Alice can return to Rose Castle tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, Gervais will also summon the serfs of the Storm Territory to publicly compensate the fallen soldiers and reward the meritorious soldiers. In addition, tomorrow afternoon Gervais is also planning to let the pirate crew drive them around in a sea ship to make final preparations for his revenge plan. Because Gervais was worried that other pirate ships might still be near the Storm Territory. Even if the number was small, they were still a threat. The next morning, Gervais woke up early and pulled the bell on the bedside as a habit. However, Gervais pulled it twice but found that no one came in.
Huh? Where did Anna go today? It's a bit depraved. Forget it. Just wear it yourself.
After waiting for a while, Anna still did not appear. Gervais was a little surprised, but in the end, he dressed and washed himself. Gervais was now truly used to the corrupt life of the noble lord. I remember that when he first came to the Storm Territory, Gervais was not used to being served by servants. Later, he accepted it calmly, and now he is even used to being served by Anna's little maid. After sighing, Gervais walked out of the bedroom directly after washing up.
Alice! Morning!
When Gervais walked out of the bedroom door, he knew where Anna had gone. It turned out that Anna, the little maid, had been requisitioned by Alice again. No wonder no one came after she waited for a long time. At this moment, Anna was following Alice out of the bedroom opposite. Of course, Alice did not share a bedroom with Gervais when she stayed in the Golden Castle for the past 2 days. Nor did she stay in the guest room on the 2nd floor. Instead, she cleared out a bedroom directly opposite Gervais' door for temporary accommodation. Anyway, Gervais has no children, but there are plenty of rooms on the 3rd floor of the castle.
Morning, Gervais!
Alice may have also heard the sound of Gervais ringing the bell just now. Now she took Anna out and was caught by Gervais. Her expression slightly unnatural.
Come on, let's go have breakfast.
Gervais smiled and guessed what Alice was embarrassed about. But he was a grown man, so it was okay to do it himself. After all, he just put on clothes and washed his face. But noble ladies like Alice are different. Their hairstyles need to be combed by servants, and their clothes and accessories also need to be taken care of by servants. Fortunately, Alice is naturally beautiful, with fair and smooth skin, so she doesn't need to apply pearl powder or blush.
Gervais, you'd better prepare more food and grass for this southern expedition. I heard that the king has made up his mind to solve the Alban Principality as soon as possible, so you have to be mentally prepared. This southern expedition may be extended.
Down the gentle slope of the Golden Castle, Alice was already on horseback, and behind him were more than 150 knights of the Rose Knights. After breakfast, Alice officially set off to return to Rose Castle.
Okay, Alice. I'll be ready. Just be careful on the road.
Gervais nodded and wrote it down. Although the Lord's recruitment order lasts for more than 2 months, the king needs to pay for their food and grass. But sometimes they still need to bring their own food and grass. After the war is over, it will be converted into coins and distributed to them. After all, there are so many soldiers and horses under different nobles, and there is no unified logistics. If the king really wants to distribute food and grass on the spot, it will inevitably cause a lot of chaos.
Well, thank you for your gift. Gervais, let's go!
After speaking, Alice said no more and gave an order behind her. The team of more than 150 people slowly started to move, and slowly moved towards Benhai town with the rose flag fluttering. Gervais stood under the gentle slope and watched Alice's team slowly go away. It wasn't until the team left Benhai town that Gervais looked away. The fact that Alice was able to come in person this time really exceeded Gervais's expectations, and it almost caused Alice to lose dozens of high-quality war horses. Therefore, when Alice left, Gervais generously gave Alice half the meat of a shadow cheetah and 2 large bottles of unfinished potion wine. After sending Alice off, Gervais, Gandalf and others returned directly to the castle. Gandalf and others were free to move around, but Gervais entered the training space. After practicing in the training space until noon, Gervais came to the front hall again.
Sir, things in the town have been arranged, and all the citizens are waiting in the town square as you ordered.
Gervais had just arrived in the vestibule, and Thomas immediately ran over and reported to Gervais.
Very well, Thomas. I'm going to take a shower first, and I'll be there soon. You can take the carriage over first. Yes, sir.
What Thomas reported was that Gervais wanted to provide pensions and rewards for the soldiers. Although Gervais's pension and reward activities were a bit of a show, such a ceremony was necessary, not only to strengthen the loyalty of the soldiers, but also it can also inspire serfs to have a sense of belonging to their territory. Soon, Gervais took a simple shower, dressed neatly, and came to the square of the town. At this moment, the town square was densely packed with serfs, and there were several corpses hanging on a few wooden poles at the edge of the town. These corpses were several titled knights of the pirate group. There is also another body belonging to Benny. Gervais deliberately shot Benny in the thigh that day in order to capture Benny alive. But who knows? Benny did not die under Gervais's gun, but was trampled to death by the charging pirates. Of course, the pirates did not deliberately trample Benny to death, but the charging team was already dense. The few people in the front could avoid Benny, but the view of the people behind was completely blocked. At least dozens of people stepped on him during the charge. He killed Benny's body and directly ended Benny's sinful life.
Lord Seignior! Lord Seignior!
When Gervais came to the high platform, all the serfs knelt down respectfully and knelt down with cheers. That day, they were deceived by Thomas to go to the edge of the territory and escape the fate of being robbed and killed by pirates. Only after they returned did everyone realize the existence of pirates. Later, they heard that Lord Seignior was injured, which made the serfs worry, fearing that Gervais would pass away somehow, and in that case, they would have to return to their previous poor lives. In the past few days, many serfs have been secretly praying to the gods, hoping that the gods can bless their Lord Seignior to recover, because they are reluctant to part with the bread that is given out once a week, and they are reluctant to part with the sturdy stone houses that Gervais built for them. It's a good thing that I can't bear to exchange grapes for money next year. Although Gervais did not put too much energy into the serfs when he came to the territory, Gervais unknowingly really affected the lives of the serfs. Chapter 329 Pensions and Rewards.
I believe everyone already knows that on the day of the Harvest Festival, thousands of vicious pirates came to the Storm territory and wanted to rob my territory, your food and property. And not only are there many pirates, they are also pirate leaders with 10 knights.
Gervais stood on the high platform, without a warm smile, but with the majesty of Lord Seignior.
There were thousands of people. It was terrible. Fortunately, we went to the edge of the territory that day. There is also a title knight. That is someone as powerful as Lord Seignior. Shh! Keep your voice down. Do you want to be whipped? How dare you compare Lord Seignior with the pirate leader?
After finishing 2 sentences,
Gervais paused deliberately, just to prepare these serfs to sigh and communicate. The serfs had originally only heard that pirates were attacking the storm territory, but most of them didn't know the number and strength of the pirates. Now when they heard Gervais's description, they were all extremely surprised. But the Stormland has brave guards and heroes who are fearless in sacrifice. No matter how powerful the pirates are, the guards fought bloody battles with the pirates under my leadership. We killed more than 900 pirates with more than 100 people, and captured more than 900 pirates. More than 70 people. Gervais stopped talking again. When the serfs below heard this, they also cooperated and started shouting below. Lord Seignior is mighty! Lord Seignior is mighty! This was the tacit cooperation between the nobles and the serfs. Although Gervais didn't know whether the serfs were cheering sincerely, he did enjoy this moment. However, although we won a huge victory against the extremely vicious pirates and wiped out all the pirates who dared to plunder the storm territory, we also paid for the lives of 4 brave soldiers. I called everyone here today just to commend these soldiers who fought bravely in front of you. I want to tell them and tell you too. They fought for me and died for me. I will not forget them. I will remember their loyalty and bravery, and I will stand for them in the town square. Put down the stone tablet, and their names will be engraved on it. Moreover, I will give their wives, children, and parents the most generous life, so that the sacrificed soldiers can return to the embrace of God with peace of mind. Thomas, please invite the families of the fallen soldiers over here. I will award the honor to them in front of everyone today. Yes, sir. As Gervais finished speaking, Thomas soon led more than a dozen men, women, and children to the front of the high platform. At this moment, Gervais immediately walked down from the high platform and came to them. Lord Seignior, Lord Seignior, I'm sorry that I couldn't return Bonnie and Raj to you, as the monarch they are loyal to. I feel ashamed of this. Facing these dozen men, women, and children, as well as the family members of the 2 fallen soldiers, Gervais also said sorry to them in a sincere tone with a touch of sadness, although Gervais's expression on the high platform was disguised. At this moment, facing the families of these fallen soldiers, Gervais was sincere. Barney, Raj, and the 2 guards Gervais have also met several times. But apart from their greetings to him, Gervais has not had a private conversation with them. However, these 2 people died fighting for themselves. Weiss didn't feel good for a while. Lord Seignior, you gave him the opportunity to become a guard and brought a prosperous life to our family. Bonnie, Raj can serve you. Even if he dies in battle, it will be honorable. Although several family members are also grieving. In this world, death is common. People die of starvation, freezing, and illness anytime and anywhere. So they also feel sad. But more they accept their fate. Don't worry. Although Bonnie and Raj died, but I will guarantee your future life. Gervais comforted a few people again, and then returned to the high platform. Stormland decree. All warriors who die in battle can receive a pension of 30 silver coins. Their families can be exempted from taxes for 3 years. After returning to the high platform, Gervais loudly expressed his condolences to the fallen soldiers. Wow! In an instant, everyone in the audience exploded. Whether they were serfs or guards on duty, their eyes were moved when they looked at Gervais. They did not expect that Lord Seignior would give such a high pension. 30 silver coins! That's enough to sell a dozen big wild boars. Yes! It's enough for our family to use for several years. And you'll be exempt from taxes for 3 years. The serfs were all whispering to each other, although they didn't know how much other nobles' pensions were for fallen soldiers. 30 silver coins was really a sky-high price for them. Compared to the serfs, the guards knew more. Many guards had been on duty at the construction sites outside the town in the past few days, curiously asking about various aspects of the slaves' conditions. So they knew that the maximum price of an adult male slave was about 18 silver coins, which meant that the pension given by Gervais could already buy 2 adult slaves. Moreover, Gervais also provided a 3-year tax exemption policy. At this moment, these guards were really moved beyond measure, and they really felt Gervais's compassion for them. Since becoming guards, although the guards have enjoyed generous treatment, they have also lived their lives with their heads off their belts. Their families are their biggest worries. Today, everything Gervais has done has truly solved their problems. No worries. These guards can truly fight without fear in the future. Thank you, Lord Seignior, for the gift. Thank you, Lord Seignior, for the gift. Under the high platform, the family members of Barney and Raj were stunned for a moment when they heard the pension amount mentioned by Gervais. When they came to their senses, They all knelt on the ground and covered their faces and cried bitterly. These family members originally thought that after losing the family's largest source of income, the family would fall into embarrassment again. But when they heard about the 30 silver coins and 3 years of tax-free pension, their worries instantly disappeared. At this moment, they really felt that it was worthwhile and glorious for their son, husband, to die fighting for Lord Seignior. Get up quickly, Thomas. Give them the silver coins for the pension. And tell all the guards that if anyone dares to take advantage of their pension, they will be hanged. Yes, sir. Thomas had already stood aside, with 2 male servants holding trays. On the 2 trays, 30 shining silver coins were neatly placed, plus a tax-free certificate signed and stamped by Gervais himself. Note: thank you for the gift, sir. When the family members all stood up, 2 male servants quickly stepped forward and handed the silver coin tray into their hands in front of everyone. When the nearby serfs saw the pile of silver coins, they couldn't stop their envy and longing in their eyes. But when they thought of Gervais's warning words just now, no one had other thoughts. A pension of 30 silver coins is indeed very high in this world. Gervais learned from Gandalf that Gandalf's pension for ordinary soldiers was generally around 20 silver coins. Although the difference was 10 silver coins compared to Gervais's, it was still considered a kind and considerate seigneur, a somewhat stingy nobleman. The pension for guards is generally about 10 silver coins. With many thanks, these family members were taken out of the square by Thomas, and the guards took them home in carriages. Next, Gervais announced the rewards for other soldiers. Several seriously injured soldiers were rewarded with 8 silver coins each. If they become physically disabled afterwards, and are unable to do heavy physical work or continue to be guards, Gervais will receive an additional 7 silver coins, and give priority to those who are relaxed in the territory. Give them work. Soldiers who were slightly injured and participated in frontal combat were rewarded with 3 silver coins. Finally, there were the 3 soldiers and Alec, who did not participate in the battle and stayed behind in the castle. Gervais was not stingy and rewarded them with 50 copper coins. When Gervais announced the rewards, all the serfs looked envious again, and the guards were also overjoyed. Gervais's rewards this time were given to almost all his subordinates except the slave soldiers. Even those soldiers who were injured in Roseburg were the same. After all, they were also injured in the battle. Gervais simply took advantage of the opportunity. The rewards were distributed together today. In fact, Gervais has one more person to thank, and that is Bernard. However, in order to keep it secret, Gervais certainly could not reward Bernard openly. Gervais planned to ask Thomas to give him 1 gold coin and 2 kilograms of World of Warcraft later. The reason why this battle was successful with so few casualties was that Bernard also played a big role. Chapter 330 Going to Sea. After lunch in the afternoon, Gervais gathered all the guards in his territory, and Gandalf and Nathan were also present. The reason why Gandalf and Nathan did not follow Alice back to the territory today was because they learned about Gervais's revenge plan. After hearing about Gervais's revenge plan, Gandalf slapped the table on the spot and said, "Little Gervais, Father supports you." Obviously, Gandalf also hated the Larkin family for wanting to murder his most promising youngest son. Gervais's trip this afternoon was not to carry out a revenge plan, but to inspect the situation in the nearby sea areas. Yesterday afternoon, in accordance with Gervais's order, Ike conducted individual interrogations on the captured pirates. According to the information obtained from the pirates, there were actually 15 ships coming this time. However, when they arrived at the mouth of the Dry Leaf River, after putting the pirates off the ship in accordance with Wright's order, the other 10 ships separated and disappeared when they were about to reach the seaside mountain village. The 5 of them followed Wright's order and came outside the seaside mountain village to attract attention. Of course, the interrogation was not useless. One of the pirate team captains confessed that when they came, they saw a small island far away on the seashore. If those pirate ships had not left, they probably went to that small island to dock and wait. After all, the sea ships in this world are not as advanced as in the previous life. It is impossible to anchor and stabilize the ship without finding a shallow place to dock. Therefore, Gervais's main target today is the small island. Soon Gervais and his party arrived at the beach. When they arrived at the beach, the guards responsible for the reception and several captains of the Rose Knights were already waiting here. After seeing Gervais, they immediately came to Gervais. Salute and greet. "Lord Gervais! Grown-ups!" These soldiers of the Knights of the Rose were not brought back by Alice, but intentionally left with Gervais. Alice also learned about Gervais's revenge plan last night. Although she could not participate in person, she still left 5 soldiers behind. Giving 10 people to Gervis can also be considered as an expression of one's feelings. Among these 50 soldiers of the Rose Knights, there are also 5 Bronze Knights. It can be said that their combat power is absolutely extraordinary.
Well, are the water and food ready?
Gervais dismounted, nodded to several captains of the Rose Knights, then looked at his guards and asked,
Sir, we are ready. Butler Thomas arranged for the villagers to help us carry it onto the boat last night. We can set off at any time now.
The guard replied quickly.
Very good. Everyone, let's go.
Following Gervais's order, all the soldiers came to the seaside. Because the water near the beach is too shallow, sea ships cannot dock at all. So small wooden boats provided by pirate ships are used to transfer boarding personnel. Each pirate ship has 2 small boats, which can carry about 10 people at a time. Gervais's 200 people needed to be divided into 4 groups to board the ship. The first 2 groups to board the ship were slave soldiers and several captains of the Rose Knights. The pirate prisoners were arranged to board the ship in the middle. Although these pirates seemed to be extremely honest now, Gervais did not dare to take it lightly, lest these people escape or cause trouble. As long as they board the ship and are suppressed by the title knights, there will be no trouble.
We have to build a simple pier on the beach in the future. Otherwise it will be too much trouble.
It took more than half an hour for nearly 200 people to board the ship. And this was even after preparing supplies in advance. Sitting on the boat, Gervais took a look at the terrain around the coast. His own coast was considered a good harbor. It happened to be a concave shape, wide on the inside and narrow on the outside. Moreover, the seawater is relatively deep on the rocks on the left coast. As long as a smooth road is open there, and a simple wooden bridge tens of meters long is built in the sea, ships like these can be docked. A few minutes later, Gervais finally boarded a wooden ship in this world for the first time, which made Gervais feel extremely novel. In previous lives, the most common sight of such ships was in Western medieval movies. The hulls were oval, and the decks were covered with strong and thick hemp ropes.
Who among you is at the helm?
After Gervais briefly looked at the deck of the ship, he asked loudly to the 10 pirates in front of him.
Sir, it's the little man. The little man was in charge of the helm before.
A tall, thin and ragged pirate replied timidly.
May I have your name? Sir, the villain's name is Leal. Leal Seignior. It was the villain who told the traces of the island yesterday. Oh, it's you? Lear, let's sail. First sail along the coast of Stormland. If you don't find anything, go to the island you mentioned.
Gervais wanted to laugh a little, but he held it back in the end. He was really a master of naming. He could even use salted fish as his surname.
You'd better be honest with me and don't play tricks. Otherwise, you definitely don't want to know the consequences of playing tricks. If you behave well during this period, you may be spared the death penalty. I don't dare. I don't dare. Don't worry. Sir, I will do a good job in the future and be loyal to you.
The reason why Leal and the others became pirates was because of Wright's coercion. Now that they can save their lives and live on land again, they certainly don't want to lose this opportunity. The life of a pirate is actually not as good as the legend says, especially for low-level pirates like them. If it were not for the funding of the Larkin family, they would probably be no different from the refugees.
Raise the sail!
As Lear came to the rudder at the stern of the ship, with a shout, the pirates responsible for other tasks immediately began to operate on the deck neatly. When the sails were opened, the ship began to move slowly with the sea breeze. Although these pirates are despicable and deserve to be killed, they have been making a living at sea all year round, and their sailing skills are not bad. Under their control, the ship gradually accelerates and heads towards the sea. Gervais took advantage of this opportunity and first went around the captain's cabin. He was a little disappointed. It was not as unique as what he saw in the movie. The captain's cabin of this pirate ship is just a simple small room. Because the room has been cleaned up in advance, there is no strange smell. There is a small bed and a table inside. And the windows are also made of wood. They can be pushed up and supported by wooden sticks to let in light. There is a crooked nautical chart on the table, but it is more accurate to say that it is a simple topographic map than a nautical chart. Most of the charts on this chart are the outlines of the land and the distribution of forces. In the sea, there are only a few black spots representing islands, making the land more detailed than the sea. As for more information overseas, it is completely blank. It is estimated that even these pirates have never been to far seas. After coming out of the captain's cabin disappointed, Gervais stood directly on the deck. Because it had entered autumn, the sun was no longer harsh, but the sea breeze was very cool. As the ship sailed along the coastline, Gervais realized why Wright and others chose to land at the edge of the Dead Leaf River. Because from Gervais's perspective, most of the seaside edges of the storm territory were rocky cliffs, which were not suitable for landing on the shore at all. Only when they arrived near the Dry Leaf River did the terrain become gentle and a large beach appeared. This is all the result of the Dry Leaf River, which created a large mudflat at the mouth of the sea. After circling around the seaside without finding anything, Gervais ordered again, asking Lear to drive the ship towards the island he was talking about. There are only two possibilities now. Or the other pirate ships noticed that the situation was not good and sailed back to the pirates' nest regardless of Wright and others. Another situation is that these pirates are still waiting on that island.
There's an island ahead.
The ship turned back towards the seaside mountain village, and then gradually sailed away from the coast. After more than an hour of high-speed sailing, the pirate responsible for observing on the mast shouted loudly,
"Sir, that is the only island we found on your side when we sailed here,"
Lear said to Gervais carefully while controlling the rudder. Gervais immediately looked forward, and sure enough, he saw an island in the distance. The island was covered in green, and it was obviously an island with dense forests.
"Inform the ships behind to prepare for battle."
Although Gervais was not sure whether the remaining pirates were on the island, he gave the order first. Now only these pirates can speak semaphore on the ship, in case there really is a large group of pirates who rebel and deliberately pass orders randomly. Chapter 331, Boarding Battle. As the ship moved forward rapidly, Gervais finally saw the appearance of the island clearly. The island was surrounded by rock walls and covered with dense forests. There were groups of seabirds flying and playing in the woods. This island is not small. Gervais and others have been riding close to the island for more than 20 minutes. It is roughly estimated that the diameter of the island is at least 7 or 8 kilometers. The ships have circled half a circle around the island, but they still haven't found any trace of the pirate ship. And they haven't found a place to dock the ship, because all they can see is the steep cliff.
"Lil, have you ever landed on this island before?"
Even if the remaining pirate ships are not on this island, Gervais actually wants to board it and have a look. This island is not far from Baofenlingbing, and the straight line distance is less than 20 nautical miles. If there is fresh water or other valuable materials on it, Gervais can take it for himself. After all, these islands are unclaimed lands, so there is no need to worry about any disputes. Now they have walked half a circle around the island, but they have not found a suitable place to land. This makes Gervais a little disappointed. If there is no suitable parking location, it will definitely be inconvenient to land on this island in the future.
"Sir, we have never landed before, and this is our first time in the waters here. There is no trading port here, and merchant ships will not pass by here. So Wright always takes us along the waterway on the Larkinland coast."
After hearing Leal's answer, Gervais did not continue speaking, but looked forward. Ahead is a protruding cliff, which is at least more than 10 meters high. The waves hitting the cliff look spectacular. Just as the ship passed this corner of the cliff, the scenery ahead suddenly became brighter. There are no towering rock walls ahead, replaced by a concave harbor with a 400 to 500 meter white beach.
"There's a ship ahead! There's a ship ahead!"
This urgent shout came from the mast. But in fact, without him shouting, Gervais and others also saw the scene ahead. More than 100 meters away from the beach, more than 10 pirate ships were parked in a row in the harbor. Not far from the pirate ship, more than a dozen small wooden boats were rowing desperately from the beach towards the pirate ship.
"Quick! Get directly to the pirate ship!"
At this moment, Gervais was extremely excited. Judging from the dozen or so small wooden boats, the number of these pirates was not large. No more than 100 at most. The most important thing is that they did not stay on the ship, but camped on the beach. For Gervais, this was the best opportunity to capture all the pirate ships. While shouting, Gervais quickly ran towards the stern of the ship and came to Lear's side. Gervais' long sword was already unsheathed.
"Yes, sir!"
Seeing Gervais pull out his long sword, Leal did not dare to neglect it all. He quickly turned the wheel and moved straight towards the pirate ships anchored in the sea.
"Tell the ships behind that everyone is ready to board. If the small wooden boats try to board, just shoot the pirates on those small wooden boats with bows and arrows."
Gervais saw that Lear was not playing tricks, and his big sea ship quickly approached the nearest pirate ship with the help of the wind. So he shouted to the observer on the mast. He only has 5 ships in total. If he doesn't control the 10 pirate ships quickly, it will not be so easy to catch up with the pirates on the small wooden ships after they board the ship. Pirate ships are no different from merchant ships. Merchant ships are loaded with cargo and move slowly due to their deep draft. so they are easily overtaken by pirates. But the pirate ship had no cargo at all except living supplies. The ship was light and fast, and when it ran into the sea, there was nothing that could be done to them. There is no such thing as a cannon in this world. You can only rely on longbows for long distances. So don't expect to be able to sink and deal with them at long distances. Everyone, prepare to fight. When we get close to the pirate ship, leave 10 people on the ship and jump to the opposite ship. Quickly take control of the pirate ship. If anyone resists, kill them directly. Be fast. As Gervais finished speaking, Gervais's ship finally approached the nearest pirate ship. At this moment, there were 3 pirates on the pirate ship who were turning the winch with terrified faces, trying to retrieve the anchor from the sea. Boom. Finally, as the hull stopped, the sides of the 2 ships collided with each other. When the swing of the hull stopped, Ike and others stabilized their bodies, then raised the ramp that had been prepared long ago and added it. Naval battles in this world are basically boarding battles, and pirate ships exist specifically to rob merchant ships, so there is no shortage of boarding ladders on ships. This kind of gangway connection ladder is actually like a single plank bridge, except that 2 iron curved hooks are installed on one end of the single plank bridge. When connecting the side of the ship, the hooks can be firmly fixed on the side of the enemy's ship without worrying about moving or being pushed off the boat by the opponent. After Ike and others set up 5 wooden ladders one after another, everyone pulled out their swords and quickly jumped onto the pirate ship using the wooden ladders. Surrender without killing! In order to save as much time as possible, Gervais directly shouted the slogan to persuade him to surrender. If he saves one more minute now, he may be able to capture one more ship. We surrender! We surrender! Don't kill us! The 3 pirates on the pirate ship were still turning the winch just now. After Ike and others set up the gangway and boarded the ship, they reluctantly gave up on retrieving the anchor and cowered against the other side of the ship with their weapons in hand. After hearing Gervais's words of persuasion to surrender, he felt as if he had been granted amnesty. Without a second thought, he dropped the weapon in his hand without hesitation, knelt on the ground and begged loudly for mercy. The next thing was much simpler. Ike and others quickly stepped forward to find a rope and tied the 3 of them to the mast. The first pirate ship was easily captured by Gervais. Leave 5 people to watch this ship. Others get back on the ship and we move on to the next one. Seeing that the pirate ship fell into his hands, Gervais became even more excited and quickly gave orders to Ike and others. This pirate ship was the closest to de Gervais's ship, but it was also the farthest from the coast. Therefore, the small wooden boats that the pirates were riding in did not row this way from the beginning, but rowed quickly towards several ships on the other end. Go! Leal! Hurry up! Don't worry about the ships in the middle. Go directly to the ship where the pirates are landing. Don't let them escape. At this time, a small boat in front had already leaned against the pirate ship. The pirates had already leaned against the pirate ship and began to board the ship. Gervais quickly came down to Lear. If the pirate succeeded in setting sail, he wanted to pursue him again. It will definitely take a lot of effort. To Gervais, these pirate ships have now become his trophies. How could he let them escape? Yes, sir! Seeing Gervais urging urgently, Leal waited for Ike and the others to retract the gangway, and after the sailors adjusted the sails, they immediately rushed towards the other side. Whoosh whoosh. Under Zyral's helm, Gervais and the others skipped the pirate ship docked in the middle and came to the other end. At least 20 pirates had already logged on to the pirate ship here. When the 2 ships were dozens of meters apart, the pirates on the pirate ship also discovered Gervais's actions, and immediately began to attack Gervais and the others with longbows. Fight back! Shoot the pirates raising the sails first, and then shoot the longbowmen! There were not many longbowmen on the other side's ship. Only 4 or 5 longbowmen. Although most of the arrows hit the deck, the rustling was unable to cause harm to Gervais and the others. However, Gervais's ship had 10 slave long archers, plus 7 personal guards of it. Whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. After receiving Gervais's order, the slave longbowmen, Ike and others quickly fired back. In an instant, more than a dozen arrow feathers and lead pellets fired from matchlock guns were fired towards the pirate ship dozens of meters away. Ah! Although the ship was a little bumpy, such a short distance was nothing to the slave longbowmen. One round of arrow feathers took away more than 10 pirates on the pirate ship. However, most of the lead shot fired by Ike and others missed, hitting the side of the pirate ship, stirring up a lot of wood chips. The longbowmen continued to suppress. Yike! You are ready to engage in a battle. Lil, just lean over. The pirate ship that originally had less than 30 people was shot down in an instant. More than 10 people were shot down. The pirates on the ship could no longer calm down and began to take over the pirates, who fell to the ground, trying to continue raising the sails. Boom. It's a pity that all this was in vain. At a distance of tens of meters, under the blow of the sea breeze, Gervais's ship slammed into the pirate ship in just a few seconds.
Kill!
Yike and others quickly set up the ramp and rushed up.
Surrender without killing! Surrender without killing!
Chapter 332 Landing on the Island. However, the pirates on this ship were not as cowardly as the pirates on the previous ship. They ignored Gervais's persuasion to surrender. Instead, they directly picked up their weapons, shouted and charged towards Ike and others. In an instant, a battle broke out on the ship. Make a ball. When Gervais started the boarding battle on the second ship, the other 4 ships also started the boarding battle under the leadership of Gandalf, Nathan and others. They also specially picked out the pirates who had boarded ship vessel. At this moment, there were already several pirate ships, and pirates ranging from 10 to 20 people boarded them. However, Gandalf and others were not like Gervais, who surrendered without killing them. The moment the gangway was set up, the first ones to rush over were Gandalf and Nathan himself. They were like a herd of sheep. Before the pirates could kneel down and beg for mercy, 4 or 5 pirates were cut in half.
Damn! Those are the best coolies. Each one is worth more than 20 silver coins.
Gervais suddenly felt that it was a waste. Those ships were caught in the middle, and the pirates had not had time to raise the sails. So they were not worried about escaping. If they could kill 1 or 2, they could capture these pirates. Storm territory still has so many things to build, and they can be used as coolies.
Tell other ships that they don't have to kill the pirates if they surrender.
Gervais felt that he must inform them. Otherwise these hundreds of pirates might be killed by Gandalf and others.
We surrender! We surrender!
Just after Gervais finished shouting to the pirates on the mast, a cry for mercy finally came from the pirate ship next to him. There were not many of them in the first place. When they encountered the guards and slave soldiers, it was a one-sided fight. In less than a minute, the pirates were crushed to pieces, jumping into the sea and begging for mercy.
Tie them all up!
Gervais heard the cry for mercy, and then nodded with satisfaction, and earned a few more gold coins. Mosquitoes are still meat no matter how small they are, and the gold coins are not mosquitoes, but really meat. Next, after successfully capturing the second pirate ship and leaving 5 people to guard it, Gervais headed towards the next pirate ship. At this moment, there were not many pirates left. Seeing Gervais's menacing approach, many pirates did not dare to board the pirate ship. They rowed boats and fled quickly towards the island, hoping to use the dense woods to avoid Gervais and the others. Seeing such a situation, Gervais was of course unwilling to let these people escape to the island. They could easily be caught at sea. But if these people were allowed to escape to the island, they might also be a hidden danger. He would hide in the woods and try to find them. But it takes a lot of effort.
Don't worry about the pirate ship. Lear, stop the ship now. Put down the boat. We have to approach the shore and stop the pirates who are escaping to the beach.
Gervais immediately changed his order.
Yes, sir.
Lear responded quickly.
Retract the sails. Quickly retract the sails. Anchor in place and prepare to land.
As several crew members slowly lowered the sails, the speed of the ship finally slowed down. After the ship came to a complete stop, Gervais and his men immediately placed the boat on the sea, and then immediately climbed down.
Paddle with all your strength toward the shore.
Even though Gervais and others were riding in small wooden boats, rowing a small boat was actually a technical job. So Leal and the others rowed the 2 boats, while Gervais took his own bodyguards and 10 the longbowmen prepared to disembark. Leal and others knew that if they wanted to survive now, whether they would live well in the future all depended on the young Lord Seignior in front of them. So they rowed the oars with all their strength. And after a while, the boat had arrived at the shore. Whoosh! The 3 small wooden boats that fled to the beach have now reached the coast. Several pirates were about to jump off the boats and escape into the woods. The first pirate just took a step, but heard a whooshing sound, and his calf was already penetrated, holding an arrow feather.
Ah! Kneel on the ground and surrender without killing. If you dare to move again, you will be shot without mercy.
With just an empty word, the hope of escape is right in front of you. Of course, the pirates will not stop. Whoever stops is a fool. Whoosh! 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 But at the next moment, there were a few whooshes, and 6 or 7 arrow feathers were shot from the sky again, directly hitting the heads of the pirates running at the front, killing several of them on the spot. When the other pirates at the back saw this situation, they froze and stood on the spot.
I say it again. Kneel on the ground and surrender without killing.
If it weren't for the lack of coolies, Gervais wouldn't be so long-winded in persuading them to surrender. These pirates are not good people either, and it would be absolutely right to simply attack them.
We surrender. We surrender.
At this point, dozens of pirates on the beach were kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. When Gervais dealt with the pirates who came ashore, Gandalf and others in the sea had completed control of all pirate ships, and Gervais was not ready to return to the ship immediately. Looking around, I saw white sand, blue sea, and green trees. If I were in my previous life, this would definitely be a good place to travel. At this moment, there are many tents and other debris on the beach, which are all items that the pirates did not take care of when they escaped. Gervais walked over and took a look. They were full of food and drinks, including a lot of beer and barbecue.
No wonder I can stay on this island for so many days. It turns out I am so happy that I don't miss you.
The actual situation was just as Gervais had guessed. The pirates were ordered to wait in the sea for Wright's order before approaching the storm territory, because Wright was worried that these idiots would not be able to wait and rush to the storm territory in advance. By then, if they haven't arrived yet, it would be bad if these pirate ships scared Gervais back to the castle. So these pirates were happy and relaxed. Anyway, the environment here was beautiful, and the ship was loaded with all kinds of delicious food and beer plundered from other territories. They just lived a drunken life on the island. The drunken pirates didn't care why Wright and the others hadn't returned for 2 or 3 days, because Wright had explained in advance that it would take at least more than a day for them to land this time. In this way, these pirates were completely at ease. As long as the food and beer were not exhausted, they were not prepared to set out.
Little Gervais. Ha ha. You've made a lot of money this time.
A few minutes later, Gandalf also arrived at the beach in a small wooden boat. As soon as he got off the boat, Gandalf's heroic voice came over.
Father! What's wrong?
Gervais heard that Gandalf was definitely not talking about sea ships. After all, there was no need for Gandalf to mention this at all. Capturing 10 sea ships again would definitely be considered a big fortune.
Guess what I found on the pirate ship? A lot of serfs robbed by pirates, and a lot of wheat.
Gandalf happily came to Gervais and continued.
Huh? The pirates even plundered the serfs?
In order to show weakness and lower Gervais's vigilance, Wright and others used the tactic of driving the tiger away from the mountain. Before coming to the storm territory, they had plundered 4 or 5 coastal villages in the Jones territory. Therefore, it was very difficult for the pirates to plunder wheat or a small amount of property. It's normal. After all, this summer's great harvest has only been a few days. Even the poorest serfs can be considered rich in these 2 days. It's just that Gervais didn't expect that Wright and others would also spend time and effort to plunder the population on the ship.
Gervais, these serfs are worth more than their little wheat. I have had several ships searched. There are more than 100 serfs in total, and they are all women. If they are sold to slave traders, they will be worth more. Dozens of gold coins. That's true. Father, are there any casualties among our soldiers tonight? There were no casualties, but an unlucky guy fell into the sea while walking up the wooden gangway. Fortunately, he was rescued in time. Otherwise, he would really have drowned.
Gandalf shook his head and said there were no casualties. In fact, Gervais didn't even need to ask. On his side, Ike and others boarded the ship to fight, and there were no casualties, not to mention Gandalf and the others. Gandalf and Nathan took the lead and rushed to the front. Before other soldiers could catch up, they had already killed the pirates. All the other soldiers had to do was come over to collect the corpses or tie up the pirates. Chapter 333 Sea Fortress.
Father, do you think there will be any trouble if I take this island as my own?
Although he already knew what was going on, for the sake of safety, Gervais still had to ask Gandalf. After all, old nobles like Gandalf knew the truth best.
As long as you don't publicize it, there will be no problem. Although these islands on the coast of the principality still belong to the king in name, the king does not look down on such islands.
Gandalf didn't think about it and quickly gave Gervais the answer. But then Gandalf asked curiously,
Little Gervais, you want to develop this island? This is not cost-effective. There is still so much land in your territory that has not been developed. Why do you want this island?
Gandalf raised his head and glanced around. The area of the pirate island was not small, nor was it a desert island. The woods were dense and lush, but the only way to travel to and from land was by sea ships, which was very inconvenient. After all, there were very few sea ships in this world, With this effort, it would be better to organize serfs to dig ditches and cultivate a few more acres of land in the territory.
Ha ha. Father, I'm just saying that. I don't know if there is fresh water on this island yet. I just want to build a manor here and visit here when I have time.
What Gandalf said makes sense. The world does not lack land. It only lacks population. The land utilization rate in Gervais's territory has not reached 10%. The rest of the land is completely covered with weeds and woods, so it consumes energy. Developing this island is completely useless. But Gandalf didn't understand Gervais's situation. The main reason why Gervais wanted to develop the island was that he had too many secrets. Gervais wanted to move some things that were invisible to people or that needed to be kept secret, such as winemaking, saltpeter boiling, and the miners who came from Lanny's territory, etc. If the island had not been discovered late, Gervais would have planned to plant grapevines from outside space on it. Another point is that orcs invade Gervais's territory every year. If he builds this island, will he be able to develop life on the island in the future? In this way, even if orcs attack, the trade in his territory will not completely come to a standstill.
So that's the case. Then there's no problem, little Gervais. But you're still young now, so you can't build a lot of construction projects just for enjoyment. You have to know how to accumulate wealth if you waste money and people.
Gervais's explanation sounded very reasonable to Gandalf. Nobles did like to build manors. And this island has a beautiful environment and is really a good place for leisure and entertainment.
Father, don't worry. I know.
Gervais almost vomited blood. He seemed to be an extravagant nobleman, but his excuse was to build a manor, so he could only make a promise obediently. In this world, the Seignior has the complete autonomy of the territory, so even the youngest baron is a local emperor. With such rights, it is inevitable that some Seignior will feel swollen and enjoy it to the fullest. Originally, there was nothing wrong with aristocrats enjoying themselves, but enjoying luxury and building gorgeous manors required massive amounts of funds to support them. What should Seignior do when he runs out of money and can't collect or pay? That can only exploit the serfs. The serfs are already poor and will continue to be exploited. Even the docile serfs will resist if there is no way to survive. Although the serfs' resistance will not have good results, the Seignior will not have any good fruits. Will also suffer punishment from the feudal lord. It just depends on the severity of the punishment.
Father, let's go back first.
Gervais originally wanted to explore the entire island, but unfortunately it was getting late now. If he didn't go back, he would probably have to sail at night. There are no searchlights in this world, and sailing at night is very dangerous. Anyway, the island has been occupied at this moment, and Gervais is not in a hurry. It is okay to wait until the revenge plan is completed before exploring the island. Next, Gervais ordered people to escort the pirates on the beach back to the ship. Gervais did not even let go of the beer and other items left by the pirates on the beach. He did not drink the beer himself, but he could give it to himself. These men drink. After being busy for nearly half an hour, Gervais took a full 15 ships towards the storm territory. Standing on the bow of the ship, Gervais still reluctantly looked towards the island. Although the island is not large, it can be used as a secret base. If possible, Gervais would like to build it into a sea fortress.
My lord, this island belongs to you now. You should give it a name.
Gervais found that Lear was really unworthy of being a pirate. This pirate captain really had the potential to be a scumbag. He saw that Gervais had thoughts about the island, and Lear immediately mentioned it carefully to Gervais.
No, I'm not ready to name it now. I won't name it until I really explore it. After all, as a noble, you must have a sense of ceremony when doing things.
Gervais withdrew his gaze, looked at Leal, shook his head, and said to Leal loudly. Under Leal's awe-inspiring eyes, Gervais walked into the captain's room. Now that everything was settled, he could take a good rest. In fact, Leal didn't know that Gervais also wanted to name the island now. However, naming was Gervais's weakness. He felt that he would have to think about it for a few days. The name of the Golden Castle was even named Alice. They all asked Gervais, who was also a noble, why he was so good. Because it was traveling in a straight line. It took less than an hour for the sea vessel to reach the beach of storm territory again. The ship anchored directly and stopped more than 100 meters away from the beach. And then Gervais and others were the first to land on land in a small boat. But what happened next gave Gervais a bit of a headache. Not only did he capture 10 ships, but he also discovered an island. Gervais should have gained a lot, and he was very happy. But when the serfs constantly transported from the sea ships came to the shore, Gervais felt a headache. These serfs were all young women. and there were more than 150 of them. When these women knew that they had left the pirates' den, they all began to cry. Even the guards' persuasion was of no use. They were obviously frightened to the extreme. Hundreds of people cried together. This was the first time for Gervais to see such a spectacle. "Father, I asked their families to take these women back. Will their Seignior pay me for this?" Gervais rubbed his head and looked at Gandalf. "Little Gervais, I'm afraid your idea is going to fail. Their family members are probably all dead," Gandalf said to Gervais somewhat unbearably. "I heard from Baron Quaker that when pirates plundered a village, they basically killed all the men, women, and children in the entire village, so no one would come to claim them. As for their Seignior, if you are a young man, they will give you a reward to redeem it. But you are all women, so there is probably no hope." Gandalf's meaning was clear. Gervais now had two options. Either sell these women to slave traders, or arrange for them himself. Most nobles would choose the first option when encountering such a thing, selling them to slaves in exchange for payment. So Gandalf said on the island that Gervais had made money. In this world, there is no shame in selling captives to slave traders, just like selling captured serfs and soldiers from enemy countries to slave traders. Although these women came back from pirates, they are similar. After hearing Gandalf's words, Gervais did not answer Gandalf immediately, but instead focused his attention on Lear, who was always cautious a few meters away. "Sir, that was all done by the people led by the third leader of Chialda. None of us participated. You can ask other people. We have been on the boat the whole time. Even if I wanted to participate, no one was willing to take us there." Without Gervais making a sound, Leal knew what was going on in Gervais's eyes, and he immediately knelt on the ground and trembled in fear. What he said was indeed the truth. He was a fat messenger who could go ashore and plunder the village. It was not their turn at all. They were envious of him for several days while on the boat. After hearing Lear's words, the fierce light in Gervais's eyes subsided. Although he is not the world policeman of this world, if Leal and others really participated in the massacre of women, children, then he would never use these people. At the very least, he would really treat these people as coolies, the kind where slaves are miserable. "Then take it back and place it first, and I will think of a solution. I will make arrangements after this matter is over." Gervais couldn't sell these women to slave traders. After all, he didn't lack such a little money now. And these women were all poor people whose families were killed by pirates. If he did this, he would have nothing to do with the pirates. Different. Just when it was about to get dark, all the materials and personnel had been unloaded, and Gervais led everyone slowly towards the castle. Gervais did not leave anyone on each ship, but only left 10 people on the shore to keep them on duty. Wright and others came to the storm territory this time on purpose. Otherwise, no ships would pass by the coast of Gervais all year round, and there would be no fear of being stolen. Chapter 334 Tax Statistics. When they returned to the castle, it was completely dark. Thomas was shocked when he saw Gervais returning with more than 100 young women. "Could it be that my lord is gone to rob civilian girls? Aren't you practicing some exercises as promised?" Even Chu Yi Quan has temporarily stopped fulfilling his action. Of course, Thomas could only think about this in his mind, but he didn't dare to ask it out loud. "Thomas, I leave these people to you. I'm going to have dinner first." "Yes, sir." Now that he had returned to the castle, Gervais certainly did not need to arrange these things personally. So Thomas was left alone to face these serf women, and Gervais went directly to the restaurant. Perhaps because of today's fruitful harvest, Gervais had a very good appetite and ate 2 kilograms of Warcraft meat. Then he wiped his hands with a square towel and prepared to get up. "Grown-ups!" At this moment, Thomas came back. "Well, Thomas, how are things arranged?" Gervais nodded kindly to Thomas and asked him, "Sir, arrangements have been made for the women you brought back, and the food has been distributed to them." Because there were so many of these women, there was no place for them to live in the town. So Thomas had no choice but to let these women live in the wooden house in the front yard. The Golden Castle is also a Viscount castle after all, and the wooden cabin in the front courtyard is enough to accommodate more than 300 people. And when these women entered the castle, in order to avoid losing the majesty of the castle, Thomas specifically asked Anna to take these people to the river to wash up. "Well, very good. By the way, Thomas, I still have something to tell you. Please remember it. I'm going to build a small dock on the beach." Suddenly, Gervais remembered the idea of spending the afternoon at the beach. So he began to tell Thomas about his plan to build a dock on the beach, and asked him to start construction after the stone house plan in Storm Territory was completed. Moreover, during this period, we can take advantage of the opportunity to collect stones to dig out the rock cliffs. By then, we will avoid the construction period of opening the road, and we can directly build a strong wooden bridge in the sea, so that it can become a simple dock. After explaining the matter at the pier, Gervais also asked about the rewards of Bernard and Abby. It is his principle to reward those who have merit. If Bernard and Abby were not there this time, coastal town and castle might not be the best. No longer guaranteed. Neither Abby nor Bernard belonged to the guards. So Gervais did not reward them when he compensated and rewarded the soldiers in the morning, but directly asked Thomas to take the rewards privately. Bernard has 1 gold coin and 2 pounds of monster meat, while Abby has 10 silver coins. After making sure that all these things were done, Gervais walked out of the dining room and went to the study. Boom, boom, boom. Come in! Thomas, it's so late. Is there anything else you can do? At night, in the study room of the castle. Gervais was sitting at his desk. There was a knock on the door of the study room. Gervais responded and looked up. The person who came in was his butler Thomas, which made Gervais a little bit curious. After all, he had been talking to Thomas in the restaurant for a long time, and now he still had something to ask of him. Sir, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm here to report to you on the summer tax situation. As a butler, although Gervais went to Roseburg some time ago and became the hands-off shopkeeper, Thomas must report these important things to Gervais. After all, Gervais does not have a political officer yet. Otherwise, the political officer would report these matters to Gervais. Okay, Thomas, just say it. When Gervais heard Thomas's words, he understood, so he continued to lower his head, looking at the chart on the desk, and ordered Thomas. The chart Gervais saw was obtained from the captain's room during the day. Sir, the storm territory has a total of 3,000 acres of fields, all of which are planted with wheat. The weather is good today, so the harvest is very good. A total of 1.5 million kilograms of wheat has been harvested from the 3,000 acres of fields. Thomas held his notepad and read quietly. Only 3,000 acres of land can produce 1.5 million kilograms of wheat. It's still a bumper harvest. The yield per moo in this world is really pitifully low. Gervais was also stunned when he heard Thomas's report. This is too low. Although Gervais doesn't know much about farming, he seems to have heard in his previous life that the yield of wheat per moo is basically about 1,000 kilograms. Even without fertilization, it was about 700 kilograms in ancient times. However, this year's bumper harvest in the storm territory was 500 kilograms per moo, a difference of 200 kilograms. Thomas didn't know that his master was muttering in his heart and continued to report. 5 days ago, all taxes were collected, because taxes were collected according to the standards stipulated by the principality. 3,000 acres of field should be collected based on 1.2 million caddies of wheat. So the total tax this time is 600,000 caddies of wheat. Oh, you can just keep the statistics and store them in the warehouse. Gervais nodded. From the beginning, he was not planning to get rich by collecting taxes from serfs farming, so he did not raise taxes like other nobles. Instead, he maintained the minimum standards set by the principality. His chief father gone the same goes for Dolph. The serfs harvested 1.5 million kilograms of wheat during this bumper harvest, but Gervais only harvested the minimum standard of 1.2 million kilograms, which means that for the extra 300,000 kilograms, the serfs did not have to hand over an extra grain to Gervais. Sir, the church taxes. Thomas saw that Gervais had no reaction, so he reminded him carefully. Oh, I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Then take inventory and prepare 300,000 kilograms of wheat. I will take it with me when I go to Rose Castle in 2 days. With the limit of 1.2 million jeans, Gervais only collects 5 levels of tax from these 1.2 million jeans of wheat, which is 600,000 jeans. Before the church appeared, this tax was not so high. Basically, it was enough to charge 3 levels. But after the church appeared, it had to collect another 2.5 levels of tax. Of course, the nobles would not bear this burden alone, so most of it was passed on to the serfs. It becomes 2.5 levels for nobles, 2.5 levels for churches, and 5 levels for serfs. Moreover, according to the fertility of the land, the tax limit will also be adjusted upwards. Yes, sir! That little guy has to leave first. After the tax affairs were reported, Thomas did not dare to disturb him anymore when he saw that his master was busy, so he bowed and prepared to leave. By the way, Thomas, how many kilograms of wheat do the servants in the castle receive for a year? Just when Thomas was about to leave, Gervais couldn't help but ask. Sir, servants eat 2 meals a day, and they can eat the equivalent of a pound of wheat in a day. That's 365 pounds in a year. Thomas didn't know why Gervais asked this, but he still answered Gervais's question in detail. As a housekeeper, Thomas knew this very well. Well, okay, Thomas. Then go down. When you get down, let someone bring up a pirate named Leal. Gervais nodded and didn't ask anything else. Yes, sir. Thomas saluted again and then carefully closed the study door. There are about 2,000 serfs in the territory. After paying taxes, there are 900,000 kilograms of wheat left. On average, each person can get 450 kilograms of rations per year, even excluding the consumption of wheat for clothing and other daily necessities. This year's storm territory serfs shouldn't have to go hungry. When Gervais asked Thomas about the rations, he was calculating whether the serfs could have enough to eat. According to calculations, the serfs should be able to eat enough this year. But Gervais knew that such calculations were actually not accurate. The serfs not only needed to eat throughout the year, but also needed to use wheat to buy other supplies. And even if you are sick or something, you will need to consume wheat. Another point is that this year is a bumper harvest with good weather, and only the serfs can have such a harvest. If there is no harvest in some years, then the serfs will never survive the next year. What? You said that other territories have 2 wheat growing seasons, so you can't worry about food and clothing. That means you are too naive. Mr. Seignior is not an idiot. Gervais is not short of the serfs' hard-earned rations. So he harvests 1.2 million kilograms of wheat from the principality's minimum limit of 3,000 acres. Some cruel nobles may be able to directly raise the standard to 2 million jeans, or even 3 million jeans. As long as the serfs are not starved to death, the nobles can exploit them as much as they like. Just like if Gervais collects taxes for this quarter based on 1.5 million kilograms. Then the serfs in the storm territory will only have 750,000 kilograms of grain left. On average, each person will have 375 kilograms of grain. This food is unworthy. As for letting the serfs starve to death, they would not be able to eat enough. But Gervais could get an extra 150,000 kilograms of wheat out of thin air. Chapter 335 Attack the Target. After Thomas left, Leal was led by a servant to the door of the study in a short while. After the servant announced and Gervais confirmed again, Leal walked into the study. Leal bowed with a restrained look on his face. Although he really wanted to see what the noble master's study looked like, he still restrained himself and never dared to look around. Sir, you are looking for a villain. Lear came to Gervais's desk and bowed respectfully. Well, Lear, come here and take a look at this chart. Gervais ignored Leal's nervous expression and directly pushed the chart to the center of the desk so that Leal could see it more clearly. Leal, do you know about Qajar City? Gervais asked, pointing to a small dot on the chart. Sir, the little people in Qajar City know that it is the territory of Viscount Chad. Every time we have money, we will dress up as ordinary people and go there to have fun. Although Leal was illiterate and couldn't read nautical charts, when Gervais said the name of the small town, he nodded and answered, Oh, do you know the situation in Qajar City? How many soldiers are there? Is the Viscount Castle named Chad in Qajar City? Sir, last time we went to Qajar City to have fun, we heard from the 5th leader that there were 300 guards in Qajar City. But Viscount Chad's castle was not there. I heard it was because the humidity on the seaside was too heavy. Viscount Chad's castle is inland. This kind of question was also asked to the 5 leaders at the beginning. After all, the harbor city with nearly 10,000 people was considered prosperous, and the ordinary small nobles must personally guard it to prevent anything from happening. So Leal was particularly impressed. Sir, do you want to go there? Leal actually already had some guesses in his mind at this moment. That's right. I'm going to take revenge on the Larkin family's territory this time, since he set right to plunder my place. Then I will go to his place and plunder it. At that time, it would still be people like Leal who would go to sea and drive ships. So Gervais did not hide anything and said it directly. Sir, if you want to plunder, I dare to say, you'd better not plunder the city of Qajar, because the port of Qajar City is very strange, like a wine pot, with a small opening and towering towers on both sides. The cliff is only 70 or 80 meters wide, and in order to prevent enemy attacks, Chad Seignior also ordered chains to be hung on the cliffs on both sides. Once an enemy attacks, they can put down the chains to block the exit. At that time, whether they want to attack or evacuate, they will be unable to. We can do it. And there are stone castles built on the steep cliffs on both sides of the mountain, with many guards stationed on them. making it impossible to break through. Seeing that Gervais actually told him the matter, Leal stopped hiding it. If he really made a contribution to this matter, he would be able to truly become the master of this master in the future. After all, this master now, he didn't even have his own crew. So Lear carefully put forward his opinions. Oh, such a strange terrain. Gervais had never been to the city of Kagger, but he saw it marked on the chart and saw that it was on the seaside. So he asked Leal about it, but he didn't expect that Leal knew so much about it. Leal, that's where you came from. If you want to plunder the coast of Larkin territory, which place do you think is the most suitable? Since Leal is familiar with that place, Gervais simply listens to Leal's thoughts first. Of course, Gervais won't completely believe Leal. It's just a reference. Hearing Gervais's inquiry, Leal fell into silence. But Gervais did not rush him. After all, there were too many things to consider. Sir, if you just want to rob wealth, you can go to a small town called Yinching. The sea salt produced in that town is very famous in Larkin territory. So there are many rich people there. After thinking for a long time, Lear finally spoke. Gervais did not answer immediately. He knew that Leal must have another goal. So he waited patiently for Leal to finish speaking. After a pause for a few seconds, Leal continued. If you want to make the Larkin family angry, you can plunder Gib town. There is a dock in this town. Our ships are usually repaired there. And the merchant ships we plunder will also be delivered there. Larkin family. In exchange for supplies. Dockyard? Hearing this, a look of excitement appeared in Gervais's eyes. Of course, sea ships cannot be used permanently. Normally, even if there is no damage, repairs and maintenance must be carried out after a certain period of time. However, Gervais's men did not have it at all. A craftsman who knows how to build and repair ships. Originally, Gervais planned to ask Alice for help in the future. But now that he heard the news, he suddenly had an idea. If he kidnapped all the craftsmen from the shipyard, he would not be able to repair ships in the future. Even shipbuilding would be possible. Leal, how many defenders are there in this Gib town? Sir, I don't know about this little guy. But because it is the territory of the Larkin family, and it is the only shipyard of the Larkin family, there should be a lot of defenders. I saw people from the Coconut Gold Knights there last time. Leal replied cautiously. Coconut Knights? Gervais frowned slightly. He knew that the Coconut Gold Knights were the most elite knight corps of the Larkin family, with the same status as the Rose Knights. This is a bit tricky. Although Gervais really wants to bring a few craftsmen back and destroy the Larkin family's only shipyard, which is also the best revenge, the risk is obviously much higher than attacking the small town called Salt City. Okay, Lear, you go back first. After initially locking the target, Gervais stopped studying the chart. After all, he knew nothing about the situation in La Jinling, and he couldn't see any tricks when looking at the chart. The real situation will have to be decided at that time. Early the next morning, hundreds of people were densely gathered on the beach of the seaside mountain village. They were all fully armed soldiers waiting to board the ship. Gervais used almost all his strength in this revenge plan, including 98 slave soldiers, 20 ordinary guards, 8 personal guards. The foreign aides were Gandalf and Nathan, as well as 50 soldiers from the Order of the Rose. The total number of people including Gervais reached 178. In addition to Gervais himself, there were 50 pirate prisoners responsible for sailing the ship. Gervais is still planning to sail away with only 5 ships this time. After all, there are not enough manpower, and more ships will get in the way. Besides, his revenge this time is more meaningful, and he is not going to plunder wealth. So there is no need to prepare. Ship loading. Thomas, the castle will be handed over to you these days. Remember my instructions. If there is no special matter, the gate of the castle will be closed. The soldiers over there were boarding the ship in batches, and Gervais took advantage of this gap to solemnly explain to Thomas. Today Thomas brought the serfs to assemble supplies such as water bread for Gervais and the others. In addition, Gervais wants to tell Thomas the location of the dock, so that the slaves can start mining stones from there in the next 2 days. At this moment, the supplies have already been loaded on the ship, and the location of the dock is also known. Thomas will return to the castle as long as he gets orders from Gervais. Yes, sir. I must remember your instructions. Thomas responded quickly. Wright's attack a few days ago frightened him so much that he almost ended up being a butler. Of course, he was extremely convinced of Gervais's order to close the castle. Very good. Then go back. Yes, sir. I wish you a great victory on your return. Thomas bowed respectfully to Gervais. then slowly turned around and led the serfs to pull the carriage back towards the main road. Half an hour later, all the people finally boarded the ship. Gervais stood on the bow and looked around, and then shouted to the sailors on the deck, "Sail! Set sail!" In an instant, all the sailors moved, pulling the hemp rope neatly, and quickly raised the sail. As the sail was raised, the sea breeze blew, and Gervais embarked on his first sea expedition. Chapter 336 Night Attack on Gib Town. It takes about 10 days to reach Larkin territory by land, because the two places are separated by the entire Jones territory, and the road is not straight. However, Gervais and others took a sea ship and moved forward quickly by taking advantage of the sea breeze. It only took a little more than 3 days to arrive at the outer sea of Larkin territory at noon 3 days later. It was already evening, and 5 ships were docked at a desert island half an hour's sail from the coast. Gervais and others arrived at this sea area at noon today, because they did not know the specific situation of the target, and what Gervais planned to plunder was not a small seaside village. So when they arrived at noon, Ike had already sent by Gervais to go ashore to investigate the situation. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Gervais couldn't help but put down the book in his hand. He was about to walk out of the captain's room to see if there was any news from Ike and others. But there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. "Come in, grown-ups!" The door of the captain's room was opened, and it was the Star that had just returned. Ike quickly came to Gervais's table and bowed respectfully. "How's the investigation going? Why is it so late?" "Sir, there is indeed a huge dock in Budgie Town. It is extremely busy and has several large ships docked in it. However, the defense of this dock is also very strict. Next to the dock, there is a military camp surrounded by logs. There is at least a large group of Coconut Gold Knights stationed inside. There should be more than 100 people. The specific number of ordinary guards is unknown, but there must be more than 50 people." Ike reported the afternoon's exploration to Gervais. "About the craftsmen you told us. We originally wanted to sneak into the dock to find out more, but since strangers are not allowed to approach the area, we were unable to get a clearer picture. In desperation, we could only inquire in the tavern, and finally found out those craftsmen usually live together in the shipyard, and their residences are also in the shipyard. Just because we were looking for this news, we came back a little late this time. It seems that the Larkin family really attaches great importance to the dockyard." "Very good. Ike, you go have dinner first. There will be a big battle tonight." Ever since he heard Lear say that there is a shipyard in Gib Town, Gervais chose this place as his first target. However, Gervais still couldn't believe Lear at the moment, so he asked Ike and the others to take risks in disguise to find out the situation. Now it seems that the situation is indeed what Lear said. There is basically no difference. Night. Because it is autumn at this time. The rainfall has decreased significantly, and tonight is another clear night. The bright moon and starlight on the sea are filled with starry sky, and the gentle sea breeze is simply beautiful. But obviously, as a person who can see these scenes every day for people living on the beach, this is the most common appearance, but it is not as comfortable as sleeping. Gib Town, as the location of the shipyard, of course has a pier. Although this pier is small, it can accommodate dozens of seagoing ships. However, it is the summer grain harvest recently. So many seagoing ships are busy leaving the port. There is a watchtower at the corner of the pier. This watchtower is 5 or 6 meters high. The guard on duty is curled up and dozing off against the fence. This is an important dock for the Larkin family, and there is a large team behind it. The guards of the Coconut Gold Knights are confident that no one without a good eye will come to attack here. But what the guard didn't expect was that such a blind person would come slowly under this beautiful dark night. In the sea outside Gib Town, there are 5 sea ships heading towards Budgie Town quietly at this time. It is Gervais who is preparing to carry out his revenge plan. Budgie Town can be chosen as the location of the shipyard, and the water depth will naturally allow sea ships to dock. Gervais's 5 sea ships have long extinguished all the lights, and have approached less than 100 meters away from the dock under the cover of night. The night sky was completely silent except for the sound of the waves crashing one after another. Crunch, crunch, crunch. At noon, Gervais's ship was the first to arrive at the shore. Because of its high speed, it instantly hit the wooden bridge of the pier, making a muffled sound. "Disembark! Disembark quickly!" This sound of landing was not a slight one, and it soon woke up the guards on duty, who were still napping. "Who the hell is this? Whose boat is not tied up?" After the guard was woken up, he was filled with unhappiness, because such things happen from time to time.
Some small fishing boats were also parked at the edge of the pier. Because the small fishing boats were not tied up properly, they would occasionally hit the pier and make sounds like this due to the crash of the waves. Muffled sound. Angry as HL. Now that he was awake, the guard still stood up, rubbed his eyes, and looked towards the seaside. But this look frightened the guard, who was about to continue dozing off. He saw that on the pier not far away from him, at some time, several large ships were docked. The guard could still see them through the luminous light. A steady stream of soldiers were getting off the ship. These people were all wearing armor, because the iron pieces of the armor were so conspicuous under the reflection of the bright moonlight.
No! Something bad is happening! There are enemies! This thought flashed through the guard's mind, and he began to hurriedly look for the rope in front of him. When? Enemy attacker. The guard finally touched the cord of the alarm bell and rang the bell quickly. The piercing sound of the bell instantly cut through the night sky. Perhaps he was too anxious. After ringing the alarm, the guard still stood upright and shouted loudly. However, he stayed upright for too long. After 2 breaths, the guard's shouting suddenly stopped, because a powerful arrow had penetrated his neck, and he could no longer make any sound.
Lori, you are responsible for leading people to set fires everywhere. Lord Nathan, you are responsible for leading people to attack the dock gates. Father, come with me. Let's go to the barracks of the Coconut Gold Knights and ambush them. Ike, lead the way.
Kill. As the alarm bell was sounded, Gervais no longer made any cover-ups. Quickly asked everyone to perform their respective tasks according to the original plan, and then followed Ike and rushed towards the dock. The biggest obstacle to tonight's operation is the Coconut Gold Knights.
So Gervais and others need to divide the work to carry out tonight's robbery. And Gervais's main force is to deal with the Coconut Gold Knights. It is best to attack them as soon as possible. Wipe out all the Coconut Gold Knights. And then it can be said that there is no threat in the entire town.
What happened?
In the barracks next to the shipyard, Seignior was awakened by the noise in his sweet sleep. He quickly pushed away the woman who was still pressing on his arm. Seignior stood up and put on his clothes while loudly asking outside.
Captain, it seems there are enemies at the dock, and there's already a fire over there. Damn it! How can there be enemies at the dock? It's hard to lead right.
Nem cursed, saying that his place could be said to be the safest place in Larkin territory. The inland was the territory of the Larkin family, and the seaside was safer. Ride was entrenched on an island dozens of miles overseas. They were the only ones to beat others. No blind person would dare to come to their idea. As the Centurion captain of the Coconut Gold Knights, Seignior knew it all too well.
Wake up, everyone! I want to see who is the blind person who comes to make trouble in my place.
Knowing that he almost spilled the beans about Right, Naim immediately stopped talking and shouted an order to his men at the door. Then Seignior quickly put on his armor and was ready to go out.
My lord! Baby, wait here for a while. I'll be back in a minute.
Naim glanced hard at the snow-white breasts of the woman in front of him for a few times, then opened the door and hurried away. Chapter 337 Wright's Hat. After running all the way and killing a few scattered guards, Gervais finally saw the towering camp in front of him. Although the camp was made of wood, just like Lanny's original camp, a lot of effort was put into it. Every fiber in the camp was a log is as thick as a person's arms, and its strength is not much weaker than a masonry wall. The most important thing is that the camp is built on a hillside, and a 3 to 4 meter wide moat is dug around it. The water in the moat is directly brought from the sea. The suspension bridge has been retracted, and Gervais and others can't move at all, unable to cross.
Little Gervais, a strong attack will definitely not work.
After just one glance at the camp ahead, Gandalf said to Gervais simply,
Well, Father, we won't attack by force. We'll just wait here for them to come out. Lori and the others are setting fire over there, so I don't believe they can stay.
As the fires on the dock soared into the sky, the walls of the camp were filled with soldiers. These people were very vigilant, in order to prevent being hurt by Gervais and the others' hidden arrows. Everyone did not light torches, and just looked outside in the night light.
Slave swordsmen and longbowmen, follow me. You follow the plan you made before departure and place grenades on the road in front of the camp. Yes, sir.
After ordering Ike, Gervais led the slave soldiers to the front of the camp, and the slave swordsman held up his shield to block Gervais tightly.
Hey! Upstairs! Who of you here can talk effectively?
Arriving more than 30 meters in front of the camp, Gervais shouted loudly to the people on the wooden wall, guarded by slave soldiers. The reason why Gervais did not show off today
and had to hide under the protection of the slave soldiers was entirely because his weapon for showing off, the mithril full body armor, was being repaired. In the battle with Wright and others a few days ago, Gervais's full body armor was damaged in several places. He had sent it to Bernard, and has not gotten it back yet.
I am the highest officer here. Who are you? Do you know where you are coming tonight?
Seignior looked at the people setting fires in the direction of the dock. Although he was angry, he was not anxious yet, because there was no fire on the dock side yet. There are more than 70 guards guarding the dock. And there are also walls. If the number of enemies is not large, they should be able to hold it for a while.
Ha ha! We are pirates! My name is Wright. Have you heard of it? Of course I know where this place is. Isn't it the old immortal Avery's territory? I came here specifically to plunder Gibtown today. If you come out and surrender,
I won't kill you.
Although Gervais was hiding among the guards of the slave soldiers, his momentum was not weak at all. He wanted to draw hatred and lure Seignior and others out as soon as possible.
Right?
Nem's eyes flickered for a moment, with a hint of panic. But after a moment, he realized that the person in front of him was definitely not Wright. Although he is based in Gibtown, he already knows that Wright was sent to the Storm territory by the Earl. What's more, he has met the real Wright and knows Wright's private identity. It is absolutely impossible to rob Gib. Cloth Town.
You are seeking death. I advise you to retreat quickly. Otherwise you will offend the Larkin family, and none of you will be able to escape afterwards.
Naim didn't expose Gervais' lie, but frowned and replied.
So we can't reach an agreement? Shoot the arrow.
Gervais sneered, and then gave an abrupt order. Following Gervais's order, 20 slave longbowmen who were more than 30 meters behind instantly released their bowstrings. Whoosh whoosh. 20 arrows shot rapidly towards the wooden wall. Tuck tuck tuck.
Ah!
This wave of arrow feathers came suddenly. Seignior and others did not expect that the other party would be so mean. He would fire arrows at the slightest disagreement. In an instant, 2 or 3 soldiers were shot unprepared and screamed. Of course, more than 20 arrows hit only 2 or 3 people. It was not because the slave longbowmen had poor accuracy, but because these elites of the Coconut Gold Knights were indeed different from ordinary soldiers. Although it was dark night, many arrows were missed. They avoided it, or simply blocked it with their long swords.
Shoot them.
Nem was furious. The loss on his side was not big, but he, the captain of the Coconut Gold Knights, had never suffered such a loss. Seeing Gervais and others retreating towards the rear, he immediately ordered the long archers beside him fight back. Whoosh whoosh. Hearing the sound of arrow feathers breaking through the air, Gervais quickly raised his small buckler. In this dark night, if he was unlucky and was shot by an arrow, he would be in big trouble. Tuck tuck tuck. The arrow feather shot from the wooden wall came instantly, and Gervais immediately felt that his buckler was hit twice in succession. This wave of arrow feathers was more than twice as powerful as the slave longbow. After retreating 70 to 80 meters, the opponent finally stopped shooting. Only then did Gervais put down the small buckler in his hand, because at this distance, both sides could no longer see their figures at all. So it would be a waste to continue shooting.
Father, the other party seems to be very cunning, and will not open the camp easily. There must be many guards guarding the dock. If there is no problem at the dock, these Coconut Gold Knights are going to be a tortoise.
After retreating, Gervais came to Gandalf and said,
Little Gervais, if not, you can bring some men over there and storm the dock over there, and I will continue to ambush you here. No, Father, I guess there are only 60 or 70 people at the dock at most. I'll let the people from the Knights of the Rose pass.
Gervais shook his head. The Coconut Gold Knights here were the biggest threat, and Gervais would naturally not leave.
Ender, if you go to the dock and attack by force, you'd better make more noise. If you attack by force, start setting fire to it,
Gervais said to a squad leader of the Knights of the Rose.
Yes, sir.
The team leader named Ander quickly responded that Alice had already told him to obey Gervais before she left. So Ander quickly called the other 4 team leaders, and together they groped in the dark towards the dock. Rush over.
Kill.
A few minutes later, Gervais heard a series of shouts of death coming from the dock. Although the dock also had a wall, it was only to prevent ordinary thieves or idlers, and the guards were all ordinary guards. With Ender, the 5 knights taking the lead, it only took about 7 or 8 minutes to break open the door and rush in. Ender also followed Gervais's instructions and started setting fires with Lori and others.
My lord, I'm sorry. The dock seems to have been breached, and they are setting fire to it. The soldiers who had been standing on the wooden wall and paying attention to the movements of the dock shouted at Seignior. At this moment, Seignior was putting on full body armor with the help of his men. The soldier finished speaking. And just when Nem was about to say something, a female scream came from a large wooden house in the camp. "Nem! Go to the dock quickly! Our ship is still being repaired in the dock. If the saplings of the coconut palm trees are burned, Lord Avery will never spare us." After the woman finished speaking, Nem couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and his face turned blue and white. This woman was not Nem's wife, but Wright's wife. Yes, it was Wright who was killed by Gervais just 2 days ago. Although Wright was deprived of his title and defected to become a pirate overseas, he still obeyed Earl Avery. In order to better control Wright, Earl Avery made Wright's eldest son a new baron, which was a change of direction. However, Wright's son was only more than 10 years old, so now it is Wright who makes the decision. Wife. This time, in order to deceive others, the instructions given to Wright by the Earl were personally sent by Wright's wife, and it was nominally to help the Earl transport a batch of supplies. These supplies are the saplings from the Magic Coconut Pomelo book. The Larkin family's Magic Coconut Pomelo tree is actually naturally formed, although the reason for its formation is not known. The patch of Magic Coconut Pomelo will naturally multiply and grow. For the safety of these Magic Coconut Palm trees, the Larkin family transplants new Magic Coconut Palm saplings every year. Because the coconut palm trees are tall and can only grow on the beaches of the sea, the Larkin family's Magic Coconut Palm trees cannot be planted in the space. Instead, several trees are specially built along the coast for tight defense, just like a fortress-like seaside estate. This time, Wright's wife was responsible for transporting this year's batch of potion coconut palm saplings. Nem had been having an affair with Wright's wife for more than a day or two, so taking this opportunity, Wright's wife deliberately made excuses. "I was doing maintenance on the ship and rested here for a night, but I didn't expect to encounter something like this." When Gervais said he was right, Nem had a moment of panic. He thought that the affair between himself and Wright's wife had come to light, and that Wright was here to trouble him. Only when he reacted did he realize that something was wrong. Even if Wright were real, he wouldn't set fire to the pier. "Go and get your horses out and prepare to fight." Originally, Nem didn't want to leave the camp. After all, it was dark now, and he didn't know if the enemy had arranged an ambush outside. But now that the dock has been breached, he was stationed here to protect the dock. If the dock was burned down, he would be dead. Not to mention that there were still saplings of the Magic Coconut Palm tree there. Soon, more than 90 members of Seignior's Coconut Gold Knights mounted their war horses and assembled, leaving only 4 or 5 people in the camp. "Open the door and lower the drawbridge." Wright slowly put on his helmet visor. The reason why the elites of these great nobles are all knights is because they can truly display their combat power when they are on horseback. Chapter 338, Killing the Coconut Gold Knight. "Sir, they seem to be coming out." Not long after the fire broke out over the dock, Ike, who was squatting in front, suddenly whispered excitedly to Gervais. Gervais looked at the gate of the camp. Sure enough, the suspension bridge over there was slowly being lowered. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It would be best if these members of the Coconut Gold Knights came out. Only by solving them can Gervais have no worries. Pillage of the dockyard and Gib Town. "Ike, take your bodyguards and go to the front quickly to prepare. Calculate the opponent's speed and start the fire." For this revenge plan, Gervais prepared a total of 20 refueling grenades, which cost a lot of money and almost spent all the gunpowder produced during the time Gervais went to Roseburg. 10 grenades have been buried 20 meters ahead. When the Coconut Gold Knights charge, those grenades will be detonated first. The second batch of grenades by Ike and others will be thrown out by hand. This can not only ensure that the opponent's charge is ineffective, but also destroy the enemy to the maximum extent. After receiving Gervais's instructions, it quickly ran to the roadside ahead with 4 or 5 people. The 10 grenades were not buried in the soil, but directly placed side by side on both sides of the road. And the leads were also deliberately arranged. Lengthened. "Pikemen, form your formation where you are." Gervais and the others all came by ship and naturally had no horses. Therefore, if the infantry wanted to fight the cavalry, the only way was to use pikemen to form a formation, so that they could withstand the cavalry's surprise attack. There was an ambush with grenades in front of Gervais, and Gervais was confident that he could withstand the cavalry charge. Following Gervais's order, the slave spearmen quickly began to form a formation. Although due to deaths and injuries, the original 50-man spear phalanx now only had 45 people. Gervais had no choice but to intelligently reduce the number of people in the final platoon.
There is no problem with this for 1 or 2 people. But the appearance is a bit ugly. Gervais is also planning to see if there is a chance to make up for it in the future.
Boom! Come out with me and kill all enemies who dare to attack.
Gervais formed a formation and prepared an ambush. And Ninu's camp gate was also fully opened, as the suspension bridge was placed heavily on the ground. Ninu wore full body armor, roared, and took the lead in charging. Got out. Although the Larkin family is hateful and greedy, but it has to be said that they have invested a lot in the Coconut Gold Knights. There are 10 title knights in this 100-man brigade of Coconut Gold Knights. And Ninu himself is also a junior silver knight. It is for this reason that he was sent to guard the dock. The other 9 named knights are also very powerful, including 1 high-level bronze knight, 3 intermediate bronze knights, and 5 junior bronze knights.
Kill!
As Ninu took the lead and rushed out, all the Coconut Gold Knights in the rear also drew their long swords and filed out of the camp gate. In an instant, the sound of horse hooves sounded loudly and powerfully.
Hold on! Hold on!
This was the first time for Gervais to face the impact of a group of knights. Seeing the charging horses rolling in like a torrent of steel, Gervais felt as if he would be torn apart by the enemy in the next second. Fortunately, Gervais had experienced more than a dozen battles, large and small, so he was not so frightened that he turned pale. But he was still able to calm down and speak to comfort his subordinates. Of course, Gervais could only appease his personal guards and himself. The slave soldiers and Gandalf showed no fear at all when facing the dozens or hundreds of cavalry charging towards them. Their expressions were calm, as if they were a herd of sheep in front of them.
80 meters! 70 meters! Fire!
In order to find something to do for himself and not be so depressed, Gervais simply calculated the charging speed of the Coconut Gold Knight. He originally asked Ike and others to light the fire on their own. But now Gervais saw the time correctly and gave an order. Down. Ike's accurate time calculation was similar to Gervais's. So after Gervais gave the order, he immediately lit the grenade fuse without any hesitation. After lighting the fuse, Ike and others quickly ran to the spear phalanx. On both sides, he took out his own grenades from his waist.
Longbowman! Shoot!
Whoosh whoosh. The longbowman had already bent his bow and stringed his bow. And after hearing Gervais's order, he immediately shot a wave of arrow feathers.
Shoot 3 waves quickly, then switch to a long sword to fight.
Whoosh whoosh. A few breaths later, the longbowman fired another round of arrow feathers. When the arrow feathers fell on the charging team of Coconut Gold Knights, Gervais finally saw obvious damage. I saw that there were already 7 or 8 empty horses in the charging team. They were obviously shot by arrows and fell off their horses. The long archers of these 2 rounds of arrows used mithril arrows. Even those Coconut Gold Knights wore iron armor, but they still couldn't guard against mithril arrows.
Kill! Kill them all!
Ninu also heard the screams coming from his subordinates behind him. He couldn't figure it out. His subordinates were wearing 2 layers of armor. 1 layer of chain armor, and another layer of slightly thin iron armor. Although this thin armor, it cannot be compared with the iron armor worn by the title knight. But it is enough to protect against attacks from ordinary arrows. Even if some of the arrow feathers could penetrate, it would not cause them to lose their combat effectiveness on the spot and fall off their horses. But it happened. Seeing that he was still more than 30 meters away from Gervais' spear formation, Nem roared and rushed towards the spear formation at full speed. Although the dense formation of spears in the front is quite scary, the number of people is too small. With 1 charge and 4 or 5 horses damaged, the cavalry in the rear will definitely be able to cut through the enemy's formation, and it will be a one-sided massacre. As for his own warhorse, Ninu is not even worried. His warhorse is heavily armored, and the opponent's spear will never hurt his horse at all.
Closer! Closer!
The inner anger is getting more and more excited, and a ferocious smile has been put on his face. If the enemies dispersed earlier, they would have to spend more time to deal with it. But in this situation, they can just use their war horses to trample them later. A big piece of death.
Kill!
Boom! 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 Just when Ninu was approaching about 20 meters on his horse, he suddenly felt something explode around him. The dazzling white light and the devastating explosion made him a little dazed, and he felt like a bolt from the blue.
What's going on? Is it thundering? No. The sky is clear tonight.
Then, Ninu felt that his center of gravity was empty, and he fell forward. Apparently, the horse under him was injured and fell to the ground. Behind Ninu, there were screams, horses neighing, and people howling, and it was extremely chaotic.
Personal guards, light the grenade and throw it to me.
However, Gervais felt that this was not enough.
because now only the Coconut Gold Knight charging forward was damaged by the explosion. And the Coconut Gold Knight behind was still intact. Boom! Boom! This time the grenade still resounded throughout the world, exploding in the middle and rear sections of the cavalry team. Suddenly, on this dirt road, another wave of people fell on their backs. Naim and others were already numb, because at the previous moment, they could only hear buzzing in their ears, and other sounds seemed to have disappeared. They could see the people around them opening their mouths, and shouting, and screaming something. But I just can't hear the sound clearly. Lancers! Forward! Come for the others, and kill them all! While Nem was still at a loss, Gervais did not hesitate, and shouted out orders one after another. Father! Hurry up! While those title knights are still in a trap! Let's go and deal with them! When Gervais was about to rush out, he saw Gandalf standing in a daze beside him with his mouth wide open. Well, facing the hundreds of cavalry rushing towards them, Gandalf could not even frown, because he had seen such scenes so many times that it was nothing. But the shocking explosions just now made Gandalf stunned. What were they? Such power made him tremble. He knew the miserable state of the cavalry over there. The elite cavalry, which originally numbered nearly 100 people, was reduced by more than half in the explosion just now, although most of them fell off their horses and were trampled to death by other horses. They were the Coconut Gold Knights and wore the best armor. Ride a superior war horse. Kill! As Gervais shouted and rushed away, Gandalf quickly put aside the countless thoughts in his mind, drew his sword and quickly killed him. Kill! Although it was not a one-sided massacre that followed, it was still a smooth battle, and the elite group of 100 people from the Larkin family was wiped out in just a short time. Because of the power of the grenade, most of the knights of the Coconut Gold family were defeated, and even the 4 or 5 titled knights who rushed to the front were overturned and stunned on the spot. Gervais rushed forward and used his fighting spirit to the extreme. He struck with a critical strike and slashed with his sword quickly. He quickly eliminated several bronze knights, whose heads were still trapped due to the shock wave. Then he ignored Nimue and directly participated in other ordinary soldiers. In the battle, Nimue naturally had Gandalf to deal with him. Nimue was a silver knight. Although he was also affected by the explosion, he was wearing heavy full-body armor, and was not seriously injured. He immediately fought with Gandalf. But it was obvious that Nem was not satisfied with the experienced Gandalf. The two fought hard for 5 or 6 minutes before deciding the winner. At the last moment, Gandalf caught Nem's slashing sword, and then kicked Nem in the abdomen. After Nem fell to the ground, Gandalf took advantage of the victory and pressed directly on Nem's body. The tip of the sword penetrated through the gap at the neck of Nimue's armor. Chapter 339 Magic Potion Coconut Pomelo Tree. After the Coconut Gold Knights are completely eliminated, there will no longer be any military force that can threaten Gervais and Gib Town. Gervais can finally launch a plunder plan in a big way. Ike, go to the dock and inform Ender, and ask them to send a team of 10 people to guard the camp. In addition, let the Leo pirates on the ship disembark. Come here to clean the battlefield, and collect all the things that can still be used. Move back to the ship. After the notice is given, you come back and take the slave soldiers to Budgie Town and bring back all the young adults and children. Yes, sir. Leo and Gervais did not let them disembark, but let them all enter the cabins of each ship after landing, and then lock the cabins, leaving a Rose Knight on each ship to guard them. Now this group of Coconut Gold Knights has been eliminated. The armors and weapons on them are good things, although they are not forged by Mithril. They are also the most sophisticated weapons and equipment. There are also many war horses wandering nearby because they have no owners, which is also a wealth. Father, the matter here has been solved. Let's go to the dock first and take a look. Gervais glanced at the camp in the distance. The gate of the camp over there had been closed again, although there were only 2 cats and 2 dogs inside at the moment. Gervais felt that the robbery was the most important thing, so he was not ready to pay attention to it for the time being. Go to the shipyard and tie up the craftsman first. After all, that was the main purpose of choosing Gib Town. And half a mile away, that is the real Gib Town. Gervais has to send Ike and others to plunder it first. It is best to plunder more people and go back, so as not to drag out the town for too long. All the civilians have fled. Gervais has made up his mind to develop the island outside the storm territory. It is suitable to kidnap the townspeople of Gib Town and use them as island residents. And there is no need to worry about these people escaping on the island. Afterwards, Gervais took Gandalf towards the dock. When Gervais arrived at the dock, the gate to the dock's wall had been opened, and the wood and other debris stored in the open space inside had been set alight. illuminating the entire dock so that the situation inside could be seen clearly. At this moment, Nathan and the Rose Knight were in front of a row of wooden houses, escorting the people inside, while Laurie continued to set fires. Grown-ups! My lord! Master Gervais! When Gervais and Gandalf walked over, Laurie and the Rose Knight quickly saluted and greeted them. Well, you did a good job. Gervais nodded to Nathan and the Rose Knight, and then turned his attention to the 40 or 50 people squatting on the ground. Which of you are craftsmen in the shipyard and know how to repair and build ships? If you are a craftsman, you can survive. But don't lie. The consequences of lying can be very serious. Sir, I can. I can do it too. Sir, we are the craftsmen of the dock. Please don't kill us. As soon as Gervais finished speaking, more than 20 people hurriedly raised their hands and begged loudly for mercy. Others who were not craftsmen looked at the many Rose Knights around them. And after all, they did not dare to identify themselves. But they turned pale with fright, thinking that they had no chance of survival. Very good. Tie them up and send them to the boat first. Gervais nodded. Now, his main goal has been achieved. Then Gervais turned his attention to those people still squatting on the ground. Then what do you know? These people all lived in the dock. Gervais felt that they must not be ordinary civilians, so he asked more questions. Sir, we are crew members, and we can sail the ship. One of these people, a man in his 50s, raised his hand timidly. Crew? Then why do you live here? To be honest, now that Gervais has so many pirate prisoners, he is no longer very rare among the crew. And after all, the captured crew members were not so safe to use. Gervais planned to let the pirates help him retrain a group of Storm Territory crew members so that they could truly use them with peace of mind. If these people in front of them really only know how to sail a boat, then there's really nothing special about it. And Gervais is slightly disappointed. Perhaps sensing the disappointed look on Gervais's face, the man struggled for a moment, but in the end his desire to survive prevailed. So he continued to speak. Sir, we will also plant coconut palm trees. Magic coconut pomelo. Oh, we will also plant magic coconut and grapefruit trees. But I don't have any magic coconut and grapefruit trees for you to plant. Gervais was stunned. Indeed, a little surprised. But this was still of no use to him. Sir, it's useful. It's useful for little people. The 2 ships in the dock are carrying magic coconut palm trees. The Earl sent us to escort them to ensure the health of the saplings during the transportation. Next, the middle-aged man told Gervais in detail about the Larkin family's annual transplantation of the magic coconut palm tree. Really? Are they those 2 ships? On the surface, Gervais still maintained the majesty of a noble lord. But his heart was pounding a little. His grandma was so stupid. How could he be so lucky? Originally he only wanted to get some ship repair craftsmen and ordinary laborers. But he didn't expect it. It was here that we obtained the saplings of the magic coconut palm tree. This magic potion coconut tree is an important economic lifeline of the Larkin family. The magic potion that can be taken by humans is much more valuable than the potion that can only be eaten by elf bugs. It's absolutely true. Sir, I dare not lie. Those saplings are on the ship. In fact, there is no need to continue to ask. Gervais also knows that this middle-aged man will definitely not dare to deceive him. And this question is just to cover up his excitement. Then take me to have a look. If what you say is true, then you can survive too. Soon, Gervais was led by the middle-aged man to one of the ships. When we arrived at the cabin, we saw that coconut palm trees were carefully fixed in the cabin. The roots of these coconut palm trees were also wrapped with several layers of sand and linen, which was obviously used to retain moisture. Gervais initially counted and found that there were more than 50 saplings in this ship alone. The 2 ships put together probably had more than 100 saplings, although the number was not large. With the saplings, as long as they were cultivated for a few years, it would definitely be the number of plantings will be gradually expanded. Sir, these magic coconut palmo trees cannot be planted in the fairy bug space. They can only be planted on the seaside. Transplanting them also requires some skills. As long as you give these coconut palmo saplings to us, the villain promises to give you all the magic coconut and grapefruit trees are planted. When the middle-aged man finally saw a trace of satisfaction on Gervais' majestic face, he quickly found the opportunity to speak carefully. Oh, then I'll keep you. Gervais nodded, reluctantly agreeing to let them live. Tie them all up and put them on this ship. If you need to take care of these coconut palm trees at any time, let them go at any time. Yes, sir. In fact, even if these people know nothing, Gervais is not prepared to kill them. After all, these people can become the labor force for the development of the island. It's just that Gervais saw that they were all living in the dock and wanted to scare them. But he didn't expect to receive an unexpected reward. The Larkin family. This robbery is just the first step. When I cultivate the magic palm grapefruit tree to produce a yield, I will sell it for 1 copper per pound. And I guarantee that you will drink from the northwest wind in the future. How dare you take my idea? How dare you coveting my cheap wife's territory? Gervais felt secretly happy. Although it was impossible to sell it at such a low price, it was still possible to use this method to attack the Larkin family. When the time came, he would definitely make people like Avery vomit blood. Anyway, Gervais had the magic grape, and also golden wine. He didn't feel bad at all when doing such a thing that was harmful to others and not beneficial to oneself. Later, the middle-aged man was tied up by the Rose Knight. After tying him up, Gervais left the cabin with his gratitude. Chapter 340 Return. When the 2 ships carrying the magical coconut palm trees were driven to the dock outside, the entire dock was set on fire, and everything that could be burned or destroyed was taken care of by Lori. Gervais glanced at the burning dock, which was lighting up most of the sea, and wondered whether Avery would be furious when he received the news in 2 days. Then Gervais looked at Gibb Town in the distance, which was also in flames at the moment. It was estimated that in less than half an hour, Ike and others would come back with the residents of the town. Father, let's go and take care of the remaining soldiers in that camp. The overall situation tonight has been settled. Gervais finally has free time to deal with the barracks. After all, the Coconut Gold Knights all use high-quality war horses as mounts. Gervais estimates that there are at least 4 or 5 horses in there. A fine war horse. This is also a big piece of meat. Ha ha. Let's go, little Gervais. Gandalf was also very happy about the rich results of this battle. Although all the spoils belonged to Gervais in the end, Gandalf was also very happy. The further Gervais can go, the greater the backing of the Gale family will be in the future. Although he does not need to rely on Gervais now. Driss and Bonita always need Gervais's care. After saying that, the 2 of them walked along the dirt road towards the camp. However, before they could take a few steps, a Rose Knight ran from the front. Sir, there were a few people in the camp who just tried to escape over the wall from behind. We captured them all and have been tied up now. Captain Cotter asked me to report and ask for your instructions. The Rose Knight came to Gervais and reported directly. What an unexpected surprise. Although the camp is now empty, Gervais and Gandalf can quickly break through it, but they cannot avoid swimming in the moat. Now is the perfect time. They can run out by themselves to prevent Gervais from soaking in the seawater. Inside, under the leadership of this Rose Knight, Gervais quickly arrived in front of the camp. At this moment, several escaped Coconut Gold Knights had been tied up and brought to the gate. Grown-ups! Well, why is there a woman? When Gervais came to several Coconut Gold Knights, he found that there was a thinly dressed woman among the 5 in total. My lord, my son is a baron. Don't kill me. My son will pay the ransom for me. Seeing several armor-piercing soldiers calling Gervais my lord, knowing that Gervais was the one who could really make the decision, the 4 Coconut Gold Knights had some backbone and remained silent. However, this thinly dressed woman had a desire to survive and immediately spoke. This woman is of average appearance and has a pretty hot figure, but she is a bit older. Oh, what's your son's name? As soon as Gervais heard that he could receive a ransom, he immediately became interested. He would not be troubled by the gold coins. My son's name is Samson Nick, and he is a vassal baron of the Larkin family. As long as you don't kill me, my son will definitely pay a large ransom for me. The woman had a strong desire to survive and immediately assured Gervais. Very good. I hope you won't lie to me. Send her to the ship and keep an eye on her. Gervais didn't ask any more questions. Just leave this matter to Ike and the others. Yes, sir. Sir, what should we do with these people? Captain Court of the Rose Knights immediately asked respectfully after receiving Gervais's order. Give them a good time. Gervais has no mercy. These people are enemies to him, and kindness to his enemies is cruelty to himself. Moreover, these 4 people have been silent and are obviously loyal to the Larkin family. If they are taken away if you go back to work as a coolie, you will definitely cause trouble. Yes, sir. Soon, Court escorted the 4 people to the side, then drew out his long sword and raised the sword with his hand, killing the 4 people simply and quickly, which was considered a pleasure for them. When the woman who was waiting to be taken away saw the scene, she shivered and was so scared that she lost her mind. Leal! Gervais shouted to Leal.
who was cleaning up the battlefield on the roadside not far away.
Sir, what are your orders? Why, you know that woman.
Gervais originally called Leal over, took the gangway and climbed to the camp to open the door. But he found that Leal looked at the woman, who was being taken away several times when he walked past her.
Sir, that woman is Wright's wife.
Lear didn't hide anything and said it immediately.
What? Wright's wife? Why is his wife in this military camp?
Gervais was a little confused. Why did Wright's wife go to a barracks full of men instead of staying in Wright's old house? Also, since the woman was Wright's wife, how could he say that he had a barren son? Not kidding yourself.
Ahem. Ahem. Sir, this villain happens to know that Wright's wife usually lives in the territory of her son in Larkin. Once the boss asked us to sail a boat here for repairs. We also met once. Originally. I was very curious as to why the boss's wife came here. And later, I asked the craftsman and found out that she seemed to have that kind of relationship with the captain of the Coconut Gold Knights here.
Lear told Gervais about the matter with a mean smile on his face.
Although we know about this, we don't dare to tell it. Otherwise Wright will definitely deal with us before killing her. It turns out to be a hat.
Gervais's words were full of pity. Poor Wright led thousands of pirates on the sea and was invincible. But he could not escape a green hat after all.
Sir, now Wright has been killed by you. In fact,
you can.
Go away. Get the ramp and open the gate of this camp.
Gervais kicked Leal in the butt, kicking Leal into the dirt as he tried to lower his taste. The reason why Gervais kept this woman was just for the gold coins. He really looked down upon such a woman. Not only had he passed away earlier, but even in this life, Gervais had seen goddesses like Alice, as well as Vivian and Anna, who were also first-rate pretty cuties. Although her figure is not as mature as that of the woman just now, Gervais couldn't help but think of Caroline. Maybe only that woman's figure can compete with her. But that is the fiancée of the eldest prince. And Gervais is not brave enough yet. So fat. An hour later, Gib Town, the dock, and the military camp on the hillside were still shrouded in raging fire. But Gervais and others had already boarded the ship. At this moment, the sail of the ship had been raised, and Gervais officially ready to return. In the next hour, Ike and others looted a lot of food and money from Gib Town, plus more than 200 people, including men, women, old and young. They were all loaded into the cabin by Gervais. As for the camp, there really isn't much. Apart from the 6 intact high-grade war horses, there are only some grains and personal belongings of the Coconut Gold Knights. There is not much grain. Only enough to feed 100 people for a week. But there are more than 10 gold coins, among which Nam made the greatest contribution, with 9 gold coins found in his room. Return. After confirming that nothing was missing, and looking at the faint red light shining at the end of the seaside, Gervais gave an order, and the ship he was on left the dock first and slowly sailed towards the sea. Chapter 341: The Secret on the Island. 3 days later in the morning, a storm hit an island more than 20 nautical miles away, and 7 ships docked not far from the beach. There were crowds of people on the beach and on the boats, and more than a dozen small boats were shuttled back and forth between the beach and the boats. Small boats kept transporting people and goods from the sea to the shore. There were majestic soldiers and weeping women and children. This was the fleet that had just returned from the Larkin territory. Mr. Gervais is currently on the beach with a face full of pride. This robbery can be regarded as a bumper harvest. It not only brings enough labor force to develop the island, but also allows him to plant the magic coconut pomelo on the island tree. Gervais was not prepared to let the people in the storm territory know about these people and coconut palm trees. After all, there were many people, and he was still too weak. Being caught by others would be a big trouble.
Sir! Water and food are ready.
I quickly jumped off the boat. The 8 guards were all carrying backpacks made of animal skins.
Well, let's go then.
Gervais nodded, and then turned to Gandalf and said,
Father, I'm sorry to trouble you. I'll go explore the island and I should be back before dark. Ha ha. Go. Little Gervais. Father is watching here.
Gandalf sat on a wooden box, drinking the wine that Gervais brought with him on the ship together with Nathan, and happily waved to Gervais. Ever since he left Gib Town, Gandalf has been in this state, looking overjoyed. Obviously, this time he has truly seen what his son is capable of, and he no longer has to worry about it. After bidding farewell to Gandalf, Gervais took Ike and the others into the dense woods. The island was not big, but it was covered with woods, and there were no passable roads. Gervais' main purpose this time is to explore the water source.
and also to determine whether there are any dangerous creatures on the island, such as Warcraft. Gervais's exploration plan was to first search around the edge of the pirates, and finally go to the center of the island. The terrain of the island is relatively flat, and there are no mountains in sight. This is the main reason why Gervais is determined to develop the island. The absence of mountains means that the island was not formed by a volcanic eruption. Otherwise, after spending a lot of energy to develop the island, the Rongwang boss will be unhappy. If the volcano erupts, the entire island will be reduced to nothing, and he will definitely cry without tears. It was difficult to walk through the dense woods. Even though Ike and others took turns to open the way ahead, it still took the group a whole morning to complete the exploration around the pirates. I didn't find anything strange or dangerous along the way, but I did find 2 flowing streams. The water flow is not big, about 2 meters wide, and the shallowest part only reaches a person's knees. But this has made Gervais extremely happy. This water source is enough. There is no need for too much water source. Just enough for drinking and irrigating crops. After a short rest at noon, Gervais and others changed their direction to head towards the center of the island, and they kept moving along the creek they had just discovered. "Sir, there is a lake ahead." After marching for about an hour, the guard who was leading the way excitedly turned back and reported loudly to Gervais. "Oh!" Gervais immediately quickened his pace, and it suddenly became clear behind the dense forest. There was a lake in front of him with an area the size of 4 basketball courts. The water in the lake was crystal clear, and the deepest part was green. It was impossible to see how deep the lake was. There was still water in the water. You can see some small fish swimming and playing. The stream just flowed out of this clear lake. Gervais walked directly to the lake and put his hand into the water. He immediately felt a refreshing feeling. He didn't care if there were any bacteria in the lake water. He just took a hand and started drinking. Anyway, he was a knight with a title, so this thing couldn't do anything to him. As the clear lake water descended into his stomach, Gervais suddenly felt refreshed. After walking in the woods for a long time, he was already bored. "Sir, there is a stone house over here." At this moment, Ike, who was scattered around, shouted again, "Stone house?" There was a strange look in Gervais's eyes. He really didn't expect that there was a stone house on this island. Gervais did not care about feeling comfortable, stood up and ran towards Ike quickly. The place where Ike is not far away, only more than 20 meters away from the lake. However, because there has been no human activity all year round, as the woods grow, the stone house has been surrounded by dense forests. Gervais originally thought it was just a simple small stone house. But when he actually saw the stone house, he found that the scale of the stone house was much larger than he had imagined. The stone house covered an area of at least 100 square meters. And it was not 4 square meters. Instead of being square, they are arranged in a straight line. Did this place once belong to a certain noble? The style of this building became more and more familiar to Gervais. And finally he saw the clues. Isn't the style of this house the typical stone house in the Lord's Manor? Just because of the obstruction of tree vines and numerical values, Gervais did not recognize it for a moment. The appearance of this stone house is exactly the same as that of Nathan's house. On the left is the big house for living, and then the stone house extends 7 or 8 meters to the right. At 7 or 8 meters, there is a 5 or 6 meter high stone tower. Such a building it is both habitable and somewhat defensive. Once the door of the house is closed, it becomes a small fortress. It was a necessity for small nobles who did not have enough land or money to build a castle. Soon Gervais came to the interior of this stone house. The furniture and various objects in the interior were covered with dust and grass, obviously because they had not been inhabited for a long time. But what's weird is that the house seemed to have been rummaged around, and all the tables, chairs and furniture were overturned and scattered everywhere. Gervais went to Nathan's house not once or twice. For such a stone house, the layout is very clear. After all, these stone houses have basically the same structure for solid defense. Gervais just glanced at the door of the hall casually for a few times, then stopped and continued walking towards the stairs of the stone house. Gervais felt that if he wanted to find any useful information in the stone house, he could only go to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor of the stone house was the private space of the little noble, and servants were not allowed to go up there without permission. When Gervais came to the 2nd floor, it was still messy and dusty everywhere. Gervais covered his mouth and nose and opened the first room, which should be a small bedroom. But the bedroom was empty except for a broken bed frame. Gervais went to the 2nd room, which was considered the noble master's master bedroom. It was very spacious. "Were you attacked? Or something happened?"
Gervais still found some useful information in this bedroom. Although the bedroom was messy, he saw a silk blouse hanging on a crooked hanger. Before a noble goes to bed, the servant will hang the prepared clean clothes on a hanger so that the noble master can get up in the middle of the night or wear them in the morning. Obviously, the dusty blouse looks like this. Another point is the bedding on the floor. If you get up normally in the morning, the bedding will be taken away and stored by the servant. Obviously, when the owner of this stone house left, the bedding was still on the bed. It should be night, and it must be what emergency happened. Gervais carefully walked into the bedroom and searched around, but found nothing except dust. He even opened the bedroom window and took apart the bedding with a long sword and found nothing. Even if Gervais guessed that the owner here must have encountered some unexpected situation, he had no way of knowing what exactly happened. Next, Gervais exited the bedroom and went to the next room. The door of this room was open. This was a study room. Although the space was not as big as the bedroom, there were 4 or 5 bookshelves against the wall. There wasn't even a book on any of the bookshelves.
Meet pirates!
Gervais frowned and thought for a moment. There were so many bookshelves but not a single book, which was strange. Moreover, the owner of the stone house obviously encountered an emergency. There was no way he would have time to move all the books. Right? Gervais first guessed that this place had been robbed by pirates. After all, books could be sold for money. But Gervais then gave up this idea. Although the books were valuable, the silk bedding, silk clothes, and some copper furnishings were also valuable. But they were thrown on the ground in a mess, which did not look like pirates at all. What's more, if such a thing happened, Gandalf would definitely know about it and would mention it to himself. Gervais walked into the study and examined it carefully. If there was any place where he was most likely to learn information about a noble, it was definitely the study. For example, Gervais's study contains many of his personal belongings. Thomas was planning to find a painter for Gervais to draw a majestic portrait of him and hang it in the study. But Gervais refused. Sir, I haven't even done anything yet. But I'm hanging a portrait of myself on the wall. How can I look at this? Of course, this kind of idea is only thought by Gervais, who came from time to time. All the nobles in this world like this kind of tone. After all, there are no cameras in this world, and portraits are the only thing that can allow people to retain their youth. There is a portrait of the old count hanging in Alice's study. Gervais looked at the surrounding walls, but there were no portraits. Bookshelves, desks, drawers, still nothing.
Is there a secret room? It shouldn't be possible. At most it's just a secret room.
Soon, Gervais began to move the bookshelves and furniture against the wall in the study room. And sure enough, he soon discovered a small hidden compartment behind a bookshelf. Unfortunately, this secret compartment has been opened. The secret compartment is not large, just the size of a wooden box, but it has been completely destroyed at this moment, and it is empty inside.
His grandma is so stupid and cruel. He didn't leave anything behind.
Gervais let go of the bookshelf and kicked the still intact desk to the side angrily. Click.
Huh?
Suddenly, Gervais heard the sound of wood splitting. It was a warning to heaven and earth. His kick just now was not very forceful. After all, he still couldn't destroy other people's relics.
It looks so strong. But he's a Shibe guy. No, it's a secret.
So Gervais took out his long sword and dug into the crack. And sure enough, he found a small hidden compartment inside. This secret compartment was very small, only enough to fit a book in. Gervais took out the contents of the secret compartment, and it turned out to be a book. Gervais quickly picked up the book and checked it, because it was placed in the dark compartment of the desk. The book was still brand new and undamaged, so Gervais couldn't wait to open the book and check it out.
Who is the owner of this stone house? Is it written in that kind of writing?
Gervais was shocked after opening the book. The text on the book was not the text commonly used in mainland China, but the same text as the
Brazier race detailed
in Alice's study. More importantly, this book is still handwritten and is a diary. Gervais began to flip through the books quickly, feeling a little excited in his heart.
In the year 197 of the Gregorian calendar, after my hard work, today I finally obtained the title of Lord, and my territory was sealed on an island. This is also my own request. Only in this way can I avoid their pursuit. This will facilitate my search for my return. The way home. After 2 months of hard work, my stone house is built, but my heart still doesn't belong here. I miss my wife and children. Today is already the 35th day at sea. I took 2 sea ships to the farthest point I have ever seen, but I still haven't seen land. The vastness of the ocean is beyond my imagination. It's hard to imagine that people back then were how to escape to this island. Today is the 39th day. I lost a seagoing ship. Without any warning, a huge hole appeared in the bottom of its hull. Seawater poured into the entire ship. In just over 10 minutes, the entire ship was destroyed. It had already sunk. Fortunately, one of the sail ropes of my ship suddenly broke, and we were 4 to 5 nautical miles away from them. So we escaped disaster. I returned to my fiefdom again, but one of my only 2 seagoing ships, which I spent all my savings to buy, was lost. During the return trip, I kept thinking. I seemed to see hope of returning home, because I felt that the sinking of the ship must be related to the Sea Clan. The existence of the Sea Clan means that I am going in the right direction. But just because of the existence of the Sea Clan, it has become an obstacle for me to go home. The hateful Sea Clan is overbearing and unkind, and it is impossible for human ships to pass through their waters. No, I have to think of other ways. By the way, I thought of a better way today. They build a teleportation array every year. I can use this channel to return to my home. I must make their crimes public and submit them to the Alliance. However, when the teleportation array is activated, there are countless orcs. And it's just me. No one will believe me when I go back. I felt that I needed to find allies. I would not hesitate to go home. I told the prince who consecrated me what I knew. The prince couldn't believe it. I could only tell him my cultivation method. He is already practicing the cultivation method I told him. He believes in me. It only took him half a year to go from silver intermediate to peak silver. He no longer has any doubts. My prince finally decided to go back with me. He is full of longing for my hometown. What a pitiful man. In just over 200 years, he has forgotten where he came from. In the year 203 of the Gregorian calendar, I have 1 month to go home. I am so excited, but at the same time, I feel a little uneasy. Sometimes when I go to the Lord's castle, I feel someone is staring at me. Will someone discover me? Probably not. If they discover me, they will definitely arrest me as soon as possible.
Then, the text in the book stopped abruptly and was followed by blank spaces. In fact, this is not so much a diary as it is a notepad for casually recording moods, because there are very few clear times and dates on it, and most of them are just random thoughts and written down as they come to mind. Chapter 342: The Real Cause of Death of Viscount Macau. After reading this book that looked like a diary, but was actually just a notepad with random thoughts, Gervais fell into deep thought. Although the exact year on this notepad rarely appears, it can be seen from the only few year dates that the owner who wrote this book was only about 30 or 40 years ago. You can guess where the owner of the book comes from. He should be someone who does not belong to this continent, or according to his own description, someone who does not belong to this island. 30 or 40 years ago, who was still the master of the storm territory was undoubtedly Viscount Major. What's even more strange is that the date on this book ended in 203, which was 30 years ago. It was also in this year that Viscount Major chose to lead his soldiers to resist the invasion of the orcs in the territory. In the end, the orcs broke into the castle and died, and no one survived, including his wife and children. Continuing with this information, Gervais came to a surprising conclusion. The church is probably not a local force, but a force from other places. After all, Alice also told Gervais that the emergence and rise of the church was very sudden and rapid. Only with the support of a huge force behind it can it have enough manpower and material resources to rise under the eyes of the nobles. Otherwise, the nobles are not fools and would have perished long ago. The owner of this notepad said that they were chasing him. This they probably refers to the church. The owner of this notepad defected from the church for unknown reasons. The church set people to hunt him down in order to keep the secret. This man finally fled to Mashor's territory, and through his hard work, he obtained a title of Lord from Makor, and deliberately chose this island to make it easier for him to go to sea and find his way back to his hometown. But later, due to the obstacles written by the Sea tribe on the notepad, the owner of the notepad had no choice but to think of another way. In the end, he focused on the teleportation array. This teleportation array is probably the reason why orcs appear every year, and because of the existence of the orcs and the instigator church, it is difficult for the owner of the notepad to escape through the teleportation array alone. In the end, I could only tell the whole story to Viscount Major, and use more advanced cultivation methods to gain Viscount Major's trust. This would not only increase the chance of escaping, but also allow Viscount Major to be trusted after returning. These people serve as witnesses to bring down the real power behind the church. That's why Viscount Major went against the norm 30 years ago, and stayed in the territory to deal with the orcs. He also unwisely left his family behind,
while the serfs in his territory were put on the other side of the Dead Leaf River to take refuge. There were no serfs left to fight against the orcs. From this, it can be proved that Viscount Major was not trying to defend his territory at all. Instead, he wanted to take the opportunity to leave this continent and take his family to the unknown, but more prosperous new world. In the end, I don't know what happened, and I couldn't escape with the help of the teleportation array. Instead, the owner of this notepad was discovered and silenced by the church. And then the cause of death was blamed on the orcs. And nothing happened in the end. When Gervais came to Stormland, Gandalf, in order to frighten Gervais and prevent his passion, followed Viscount Major's footsteps, and even told the tragic death of Viscount Major's family in detail. Gervais, the more than 300 people in the Major family, including his 2 vassal barons, all had broken corpses, and only a few dozen people could barely recognize their appearance. Damn! I'm being serious this time. It turns out that the church is not a good person. Now the reason for the appearance of the orcs is very clear. They are sent by the church every year using the teleportation array. Otherwise, how could they really come and go without a trace? Moreover, it was by helping the mainland to resist the invasion of orcs that the church gradually gained the support of the people and the tolerance of some nobles. His grandma is a jerk. She's a good double act. Although there was still some cold sweat on Gervais's back, he was also angry at the church's actions. He was angry for no other reason than that his territory would be invaded by orcs in the future. Of course, Gervais is also ashamed of the fact that the church does not take human life seriously, and has harmed so many innocent civilians. Then the book in Alice Castle was obtained from Major Castle? Does the old Earl also know these things? Then, Gervais now firmly believes in the record on the notepad. Even though he has never seen the Sea Tribe or the teleportation array, he can be sure that this text does not belong to this continent. And the language of the orcs can also be confirm all this. Damn it! I'm still too weak. I can only grow like a dog first. When he thought that the old Earl's peak night cultivation might have been plotted and disappeared by the church, Gervais shuddered again. And Gervais felt that the stone house was a bit colder. The current strength of the church is even thicker than is even if you pull out the hair on your legs. My lord! Where are you? At this time, the shouts of the guards came from downstairs of the stone house. Gervais quickly stuffed the notepad into his arms. This thing must not be discovered by anyone except himself. If the church sees it, his end will definitely not be better than that of Viscount Major. I'm upstairs. How's the search outside? Did you find anything else? After Gervais hid the notepad, he grabbed a handful of thick plaster from the ground and stuffed it into the hidden compartment, pretending to be dilapidated. Then he took a deep breath and headed upstairs. Go down. Sir, I have checked around and found nothing. This place must have been abandoned for a long time. There are vines and weeds everywhere. Yike and the others were looking around downstairs at the moment, and they were also very curious about the things in the house. Oh, then go back. The upstairs is full of dust. From now on, we will use this place as the center of the island and let the serfs clean it up later. Although the news that Gervais landed on the island would definitely attract the attention of the church, there was no way out at this moment. If he changes his attention temporarily and does not develop this island, it will be abnormal, and it will be more likely to arouse suspicion. It is better to develop it openly and pretend that it doesn't know what to do. The church searched this place and took away all the books. If you act like this, they will not be suspicious. As for the teleportation array, Gervais made up his mind. When the orcs attacked, he had to run far away. It was best to go to Rose Castle to find his cheap wife. Originally, Gervais planned to rely on sea ships to see if there was a chance to go ashore to enjoy the autumn breeze and earn some energy points. But now he has given up this idea. Although the energy points are tempting, life is more important. The worst thing to do is to get more purple elf bugs in the future and farm the orc space to obtain energy points. Afterwards, Gervais took Ike and others back to the beach. When Gervais returned to the beach, all the supplies and serfs were transferred to the island. Little Gervais, have you found any fresh water? When Gandalf saw Gervais coming back, he immediately stood up and asked Gervais. I discovered it. Father! And it's a big lake! Gervais was full of excitement. If he could discover fresh water, his plan to develop the island would be easier and smoother. Besides, Father, do you know what else I found on this island? Did you discover another pirate treasure? Little Gervais, don't be serious. Otherwise, your father and Uncle Nathan will be jealous of you. Gandalf was obviously also interested, and joked to Gervais expectantly. I found a large stone house that is exactly the same as Lord Nathan's. Father, Do you know which noble's fiefdom this place used to be? What? Was there a Seignior here before?
Gandalf and Nathan were also stunned. Apparently they had never heard of it. After all, no lord would entrust a small island to his subordinates as a fief. For this backward world, this is completely deceptive.
Yes, father. But the stone house must be very old and overgrown with vines and weeds. I have never heard of this, father. But Gervais, if you are curious, you can ask the Earl. There should be records there.
Although this island once had an owner, Gandalf didn't think much about it, and finally gave Gervais an idea. Although noble barons can confer territories and titles on their own, they still need to report to their feudal lord after being conferred. This is also for the convenience of management. Therefore, if the owner of this island is canonized by Viscount Major, there will definitely be official records in Rose Castle.
Okay. Thank you, father. But I'm just curious. Ha. After all, the existence of that stone house can save me a lot of work hours.
Gervais laughed loudly, and was not prepared to tell Gandalf what he had discovered. The more people who knew about such things, the more dangerous it would be. And if something unexpected happens, it is very likely that he will cheat his cheap father. Chapter 343, You Can't Flatter Anyone Randomly. In the Larkin family, in the Yejin Castle, Earl Avery's face was extremely gloomy, and the Charmian steward in front of him was bending carefully, reading the report on Gib Town that had just been delivered.
The entire dock was destroyed and burned, and it can no longer be repaired. The entire town of Gib was burned and turned into ruins, and the garrison camp was also burned down and turned into ruins. A total of 50 garrison guards and 30 ship guards were all killed in the battle, and no one survived. There were a total of 386 townspeople in Gib Town, and only 130 escaped. The rest of the townspeople were all missing. Shipbuilding in the dock, there are 20 craftsmen in total, and they are all missing. There were more than 100 people in the garrison of the Coconut Gold Knights. All of them, including Captain Nemu, were killed in the battle. No one survived. A total of 68 war horse corpses were found, and the rest of the war horses were missing.
After reading this, Butler Charmian couldn't help but paused and glanced at Earl Avery cautiously, not daring to continue reading.
Read!
Although Avery's face was ashen as water, he was after all an experienced earl who had been in office for many years. Although his tone was cold, there was still not much emotion to be heard.
Yes, sir!
Charmian has been following Avery for more than 20 years. He knows that Avery is actually furious at this moment. But under the current situation, he can only bite the bullet and continue to read.
2 seagoing ships carrying coconut palm trees were docked at the dock for repairs that night and disappeared after the war. In addition to the ship's guards who died in the battle, Wright's wife and the serf responsible for taking care of the coconut palm trees also disappeared.
Charmian finally read out the last one. To be honest, this loss was unprecedented for the Larkin family, especially when the shipyard craftsmen, the Coconut Gold Knights, and the magic potion coconut pomelo tree were put together at the same time. Problems arose, which simply detonated the Larkin family's oil pan.
Have you found any clues as to who did it?
After a long silence, Avery finally spoke.
Sir, no clues were found in Gib Town. Not even the corpses of the enemies. The only thing that is certain is that these enemies landed from the sea.
Charmian broke out in a cold sweat. He felt guilty when such results were submitted to Avery, although he was not responsible for the investigation report. It was he, the housekeeper, who faced Avery at this moment. The loss was so big now, but they don't even know the identity of the enemy. Someone will definitely be unlucky this time.
Maritime?
Avery closed his eyes, thinking about what force could annihilate the Coconut Gold Knights so quickly and completely, without even running out to report the news.
Has Wright come back?
After thinking for a long time, Avery could only think of 2 possible enemies. The first one was that other counts took action and launched an attack on Gib Town. After all, only when the enemy was strong enough to a certain extent could they be able to calmly and confidently carry out the robbery. Clean up sight. Of course, Avery would not have thought that none of Gervais' subordinates were killed in battle, and only a few unlucky ones were slightly injured. The second type is Wright. Wright has this strength and the possibility of this motive. The matter between his wife and Naim is not very secret. It is just because Wright has been unable to land for many years that he was kept in the dark. It was also one of the reasons Avery suspected Wright, because he had the motive and strength to attack Nem's camp. Of course, one thing that doesn't make sense here is that if Wright really wanted revenge, why would he burn down the dockyard and Gib Town? After all, his son was still a vassal baron of the Larkin family.
Sir, I haven't received any news from Wright. Our only 5 remaining sea ships are all transporting items to various places. So there is no way to send people to the island to check on Wright's situation for the time being.
Butler Charmian answered truthfully.
Send someone to keep an eye on Wright's son, Baron Samson. If there is any sign of wanting to escape, capture him and bring him to Yejin Castle,
Avery said in a deep voice. At this moment, Avery could not control so much. He just wanted to catch these murderers quickly, so that he could vent the overwhelming anger in his heart.
Yes, sir. In addition, the investigation of this matter must continue. Go and explore the movements of other counties during this period. In addition, a reward of 50 gold coins will be issued for anyone who can provide information about the attacker. Yes, sir.
50 gold coins is really a huge bounty. If the attacker hadn't not only killed the 100-man brigade of the Coconut Gold Knights, but also robbed the saplings of the magic coconut pomo tree, one of the heritage of the Coconut Gold family, the Larkin family will never pay such a price. Because if the enemy is not found quickly, and the magic coconut pomo tree is recovered, it is very likely that one day in the future, the enemy will be able to use the magic coconut pomo tree to attack the economic lifeline of the Larkin family. After the exploration of the island was completed, Gervais left Laurie's guard team to supervise the serfs to open up the island. First, some of the woods on the island need to be cut down, extending from the beach to the stone houses by the lake. Then build a gathering place around this small lake. Once the gathering place is completed, a small amount of land can be reclaimed to plant crops. If the speed is fast enough, maybe the food can be harvested in the next quarter of this year. And then these serfs will be completely self-sufficient. Self-sufficient? As for Laurie's team, which only has 14 people, facing the more than 200 serfs who came to plunder, will they be too small to suppress them? Gervais is very relieved about this. The serfs in this world have actually been captured by the nobles. Completely domesticated, they will not resist as long as there is a way to survive. In fact, it makes no difference to them whether they work as serfs for the Larkin family or as serfs for Gervais. Moreover, Gervais has issued a decree that no taxes will be collected on the cultivated fields on this island for 3 years. Many serfs were moved on the spot. Recultivating fields was not a big deal for them, compared with not collecting taxes for 3 years. It would at least guarantee them a stable life for several years. At the same time, Gervais did not let the workers who were responsible for taking care of the coconut palm trees and the craftsmen who built the boats idle. He had already assigned them to wait until the serfs began to cut down the trees, and there would be excess open space and wood. A few people who know how to plant coconut pomo trees are responsible for finding a suitable location to plant the magic coconut pomo saplings and ensuring the survival of the coconut pomo trees. If they do well, they can receive a salary of 1 copper per day in the future. As for the craftsmen, they need to use the newly felled wood to build a wooden bridge outside the beach. It can be regarded as a simple dock. After all, anyone who can build a ship is also an excellent carpenter. As for the construction of the dock, Gervais does not have that much manpower to build it this year. He can only wait until next year to start construction, as soon as there are sufficient manpower. After explaining everything, Gervais left the island with 7 ships and headed towards the storm territory. Standing on the ship, Gervais looked at the island with an expression of expectation. Even if orcs invade every year in the future, after he transfers some industries here, the impact will be minimal. And at most it will only affect serfs. They cannot cultivate food for 2 seasons. Lil, tell me what are the names of the islands you encountered on the sea? Standing at the stern of the boat, now that the island was officially occupied by him and began to develop, Gervais felt that the matter of naming could no longer be postponed. Sir, many small islands in the sea have no names. We usually choose them ourselves, such as Wright Island, Turtle Island, and Banana Island. Lear quickly and respectfully answered. After answering, seeing that Gervais did not speak, Lear carefully flattered him. Sir, look at this island. It's so beautiful. It's so green. I think it should be named Viscount Gervais Island. This will show your majesty. But it's obvious that there is a generation gap between Leal's level of flattery and Gervais. Leal did not receive praise from Gervais. Instead, he suddenly felt an inexplicable chill on his neck, as if his head was about to be destroyed. Lear quickly shrank his head and looked around secretly, but found nothing unusual. Viscount Gervais Island? How green is it? Is this what people will call it in the future? Viscount Gervais is green and beautiful. Ah, no. We need to add an island. What a great flattery. Leal didn't know that his feeling was true, and he was almost about to lose his hair. Gervais had the urge to send Leal to serve the glory boss. After all, it would be too humiliating for such a talented person to stay with him.
Let's call it Golden Island.
Finally, Gervais held back. In the end, Gervais ignored Leal and walked directly towards the captain's cabin. Leal hissed for a long time and didn't know how to praise him. Golden Island. This name is really not aristocratic. Chapter 344 Vivian's Decision. One day later, in the guest room of the Golden Castle.
Vivian, I can't bear to leave you. How about you go back with me? Bonita, didn't you also say that after I became the Bronze Knight, you would support me to come to Gervais and become his affiliated knight? So I am not going back. But Gervais is already the husband of the Earl. Even if you stay here, you can only become his subordinate knight. Do you still want him to give you a fief? You need to go to the battlefield to get it. Aren't you afraid?
Bonita looked hopeless and could only continue to persuade her. After Gervais left, Bonita saw Vivian sad and tried different ways to coax her. At that time, I did give Vivian an idea. Let Vivian work hard to practice. After becoming a title knight, she can become a vassal knight for Gervais. Then she can be with Gervais. Maybe when the Earl just got rid of Gervais. After all, Gervais is not only a weakling in practice, but also has a cowardly personality. Only Vivian, a girl who has eaten some ecstasy soup, will regard Gervais as a treasure. But when she said this, Bonita was planning to let Vivian use time to forget the feelings between her and Gervais. But she didn't expect that Vivian's talent in cultivation was so good. And she really got it in just a few months. Having become a title knight, I am really ready to serve as a vassal knight for Gervais.
Vivian, now we are all titled knights. As long as we are willing, we can choose whether it is a baron or even a viscount. Then we will become a noble lady. Bonita.
Vivian never thought about asking Gervais to grant her a fiefdom. After all, it would require a lot of effort. Although she and Bonita can also practice martial arts, they really don't have the courage to kill people yet. All Vivian wants is to be closer to Gervais, so that she will be happy.
I don't want a fief. I just need Gervais to give me a title.
Vivian still insisted on her own idea. A titled knight, no matter which noble he joins, can obtain the lowest title. However, this is really just a title. The gold content of a noble without a territory is actually not high. After all, Bonita still didn't have anything to say about you. Vivian looked weak on the outside, but in fact she was very strong and decisive in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Bonita secretly tell her that Gervais was in danger. Brought her here, in the restaurant of the Golden Castle. Gervais, Gandalf and others gathered together. The revenge plan has been successfully completed. Gandalf and others are also preparing to get up and return to the territory this afternoon. But it was on this long table that Vivian whispered a bomb-like news. The originally harmonious atmosphere of the restaurant suddenly became extremely silent. The shadowed sheet of barbecue in Gervais' hand was left in midair for a long time. Not knowing what to do, both Nathan and Gandalf looked at Gervais. Gandalf, little Gervais, what did you do to Nathan's daughter? This makes Dad very embarrassed. After all, Vivian is Nathan's daughter. If you let her be your lover, how can your father explain to Nathan? Nathan, I only have this daughter. And she is still a bronze knight. And you still want to kidnap me. Gervais, I was wronged. I'm shocked too. Like you, I have only met Vivian 3 times since I came back. I really didn't do anything to her. Seeing the complicated looks in Nathan and Gandalf's eyes, Gervais felt like yellow mud had fallen into his crotch. A feeling that was either shit or shit. He was really more unjust than Doi. Putting down the barbecue and calming down, Gervais said softly,
Cough! Cough! Vivian, for girls, being a vassal knight is not an easy thing. If you want to obtain a fief, it is a must join the fight.
Gervais is very eager to have a titled knight under his command. Even the lowest bronze knight. After all, even the lowest bronze knight is an enemy of 10 people, which can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of his subordinates. However, Vivian and Gervais knew that this girl had a kind heart and would bandage the injured cattle and sheep herself. As for letting her charge into the battle and kill the enemy, that would definitely be a dead end. Not to mention that Gervais was reluctant to send Vivian to the battlefield.
Gervais, Vivian said that she doesn't want a fiefdom. Just give her a title and that'll be fine.
Bonita was furious and called Gervais's name again at this moment. Although he did not want Vivian to stay in the storm territory. But when she saw Gervais objecting, she suddenly became angry. She felt unfair for Vivian. Vivian was willing to stay so far away from home to become a vassal knight for Gervais. What was the reason for this? The reason? Don't you have some idea in your mind? It makes Vivian so sad to still try to persuade Vivian like this.
Gervis, I don't need a fiefdom. I see that your territory doesn't have an administrator. If possible, you can leave it to me.
Vivian mustered up the courage and said it directly.
Vivian, I have no problem with you staying in the Storm territory. But has your father, Lord Nathan, agreed?
Gervais also knew the reason why Vivian wanted to become his vassal knight. So he really couldn't persuade her anymore. Otherwise it would hurt Vivian twice. So Gervais might as well leave the decision-making power to Nathan. After all, Nathan is Vivian's father, and it would be most appropriate for him to make the decision.
Vivian, you are still young, and managing the territory is not as simple as you think. Otherwise, you can go back to the manor with your father to learn how to manage things. After 2 years, you still want to come to the Storm territory. Father, promise not to object.
Nathan was of course unwilling to let Vivian stay in the Storm territory. His daughter had such a talent for cultivation, and had already become a bronze knight. Even if she married the Viscount, there would be no problem. But if she stayed in Gwei here, it is definitely a meat bun beating a dog. This is not because Nathan is snobbish. The main reason is that Gervais is already the husband of the Earl, and cannot give Vivian a status at all. No father wants to see his daughter being wronged.
Father, in the past few months, I have been reading books on how to manage the territory. Gervais's territory has a small population, so there should be no problems. Please don't persuade your daughter.
Vivian's eyes were a little red. She knew that Nathan must be very sad because she was so willful. But regarding this matter, she had already buried it in her heart the moment after Gervais left. Therefore, Vivian's ability to break through and become a bronze knight so quickly is not only due to her excellent talent, but also due to the belief in her heart that drives her to practice hard. Suddenly, the long table fell into silence again. Of course, Nathan knew best what kind of character his daughter had. But a rough guy like Nathan usually wouldn't teach his daughter. It was Vivian's mother who taught her. Now that Vivian had made up her mind, Nathan really didn't know how to continue persuading her. Seeing Nathan and Vivian's father and daughter fall into silence, Gervais and Gandalf looked at each other, extremely embarrassed, and didn't know how to explain to Nathan. Chapter 345 Zotz's Thoughts.
Little Gervais, please come out for a moment. Father has something to tell you.
The silence in the restaurant lasted for more than half a minute. Gandalf, who was considered the highest-ranking person among them, finally stood up unable to sit still and shouted to Gervais in a slightly stern tone. Gandalf's stern tone was of course meant for Nathan. After all, it would be impossible to say that Nathan didn't blame Gervais for what happened. However, it was certainly not Gervais's intention. All I can say is that this is all a joke from the gods. Hearing Gandalf shout, Gervais stood up obediently and followed Gandalf out of the restaurant without saying a word. Although he was now a Viscount and was in his own castle, his cheap father, Gervais is still willing to respect it.
Father!
When Gervais came outside the restaurant, he shouted to Gandalf with a wry smile.
You? Little Gervais, you are making it difficult for your father to deal with this. After all, your Uncle Nathan only has one daughter, and she has become a title knight. It would be okay if you could marry Vivian. But now you how wronged it is to Vivian like this.
Standing outside the restaurant, Gandalf's face no longer had a stern expression. Although there was blame in his words, there was only helplessness on his face. Gandalf felt that if he were Vivian's father, he would definitely break Gervais's legs. So he poured ecstasy soup into Vivian at a young age. But Gervais was his son.
Father! I know I'm sorry for Vivian. But Vivian's temperament is just like this. And she won't change if she knows it for sure.
Gervais kept talking, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. It is definitely a blessing to be loved by such a girl. But at present, he is unable to give Vivian any reward or promise.
If only it were in ancient times on Earth.
Gervais couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If it really happened in ancient times, then there would be no need to worry about this matter so much.
Gervais, if this is not the case, I will talk to Nathan later and ask him to agree temporarily. After returning to the territory, I will ask Vivian's mother to come here to persuade me. However, you have to make a promise to your father. If you cannot explain to Vivian,
you will not do anything excessive to her. Otherwise, my father will not be able to explain to Nathan. And he will also feel sorry for your Uncle Nathan.
Gandalf solemnly explained to Gervais.
That's all we can do now.
Gervais thought for a while. And this is the only feasible method at present. Anyway, the vassal knight can terminate the allegiance between the two of them at any time as long as Gervais is willing.
Father, don't worry. I still understand these things. and I won't harm Vivian.
After all, after experiencing 2 lives, Gervais is not a fool. Of course, he will not give Vivian, who loves him deeply, to Woho without any sense of responsibility. After all, he cannot bear this responsibility now. No man would be willing to hurt such a pure and lovely girl.
Little Gervais, it's settled. My father will tell Nathan later that he will guarantee it.
Gandalf patted Gervais on the shoulder happily. Gandalf still trusted him very much in his conduct this time. After saying that, the 2 father and son walked back to the dining room and came to the long table. When Gandalf sat down, he immediately leaned into Nathan's ear and whispered a few words. Then Nathan glanced at Gervais with complicated eyes. And when Gervais nodded to him, he reluctantly said to Vivian,
Vivian, you have grown up now. You have your own decisions. Then father will no longer advise you. But if you want to go home one day, you can come back directly. Father and mother will be waiting for you at home. Thank you, father.
When Vivian heard her father's words, tears kept rolling in her eyes. Everyone present couldn't help but feel heartache. It really takes a lot of courage for a 15 or 16-year-old girl to make such a decision. Seeing this scene, Gervais immediately winked at the maid on the side. The servant just lowered her head and did not dare to make any sound. After seeing Gervais's look, she immediately took the tray and gave away the square scarf. Past, Bonita took the square towel handed by the servant, began to wipe Vivian's tears, and whispered comfort in her ear. Next, the lunch only lasted for half an hour. Although the long table was full of delicious food, everyone lost their original appetite. Nathan and Gandalf just clinked their glasses frequently and drank Gervais directly. Jug of wine in stock. After finishing lunch, Gandalf and others continued to rest for half an hour before preparing to return.
Father, Lord Nathan, be careful all the way. Little Gervais, see you in Roseburg. Master Gervais, thank you for your gift. I hope you can help me take good care of Vivian.
Nathan and Gandalf both responded to Gervais. As the saying goes, one's hands are short when taking people, and one's mouth is short on eating people. Although Nathan was very upset because of Vivian's incident just now, when he saw a whole carriage of items on the side, Nathan's mood improved again at this moment. Although Vivian's decision to stay was made by herself, it was ultimately because of Gervais. So the gift Gervais gave to Nathan this time was not unimportant. Of course, this also included the fact that Nathan was this is because I also put in a lot of effort. Not only this time, Nathan also helped him a lot when he came last time. So now he is better off. And Gervais is no longer petty. This time I gave Nathan 20 pounds of 3-color venison, 2 bottles of golden wine, and weapons and equipment seized from pirates. These weapons and equipment were all selected from more than 900 pirates. Leather armor, the long sword is no worse than the standard equipment of ordinary guards. The gift of this carriage alone is worth 5 or 6 gold coins. In addition to the gifts on the carriage, Gervais also gave Nathan a high-quality warhorse, which was a warhorse captured from the Coconut Gold Knights. Therefore, the gift Gervais gave this time was definitely a generous one for Nathan. As for Gandalf, let alone that, in addition to the same carriage of goods as Nathan, the warhorse Gervais directly gave Gandalf 5 horses, 2 of which were prepared for Bonita and Driss.
Heh. Where's me? Gervais, why don't you say hello to me?
After Gervais and Gandalf Nathan finished greeting, Bonita had been waiting for Gervais to say hello to her, but she didn't wait for a long time,
and finally couldn't help but take the initiative to speak.
Oh, Bonita, bye.
Gervais intended to tease Bonita, so he reluctantly replied,
Father, look at Gervais. Set off.
However, Gandalf turned a deaf ear to Bonita's accusations. When Gervais sent them to the gentle slope of the castle, Gandalf mounted his horse, nodded to Gervais, and then shouted, and the huge team started slowly heading towards Benhai town. It is worth mentioning that the taxes Gervais needs to pay to the church this year are also among Gandalf and his team. Gervais handed over the food to the Rose Knights for consignment, and they will escort them to Winterfell. When the time comes, let Alice help her make arrangements and hand them over to the church. Ever since he saw the notepad on the Golden Island, Gervais has been deeply wary of the church. He felt that until he was not strong enough, it was best to avoid hanging out in places like the church. Gervais also gave them benefits among the 50 members of the Rose Knights. As the saying goes, the Emperor is not short of hungry soldiers, and Gervais would not let these Rose Knights fight for themselves in vain. Gervais rewarded each of them with 2 silver coin can be regarded as their hard-earned money this time. Watching the team disappear at the end of the town, Gervais turned around and looked at the pitiful Vivian beside him, with slightly red eyes.
Vivian! They're gone! Let's go back to the castle. If you want to go home one day, just tell me and I will send someone to take you back. Thank you, Gervais. But I have made up my mind to be a political officer in Storm Territory.
Vivian's eyes became determined.
Well, then I will knight you in the town tomorrow and announce your position as consul.
Gervais sighed and felt even more pity for this girl. Chapter 346. Canonizing Vivian. After Gandalf and others left, Gervais returned to his study. It has been 8 days since he last opened the workspace. And now he can open the workspace again to gain energy points. Gervais planned to save enough energy points that could be exchanged for a kiwi fruit before the southern expedition. So he had to pay attention. After using the cheating wheel in the last battle, Gervais only had 6 energy points left. When he came back yesterday, he spent another 2 energy points and activated the search function to find 2 elf insect ambers again. And now there are only 4 points left in his panel. Due to the demand for kiwi fruit some time ago, Gervais has not used the search function for a long time. This time I will be gone for at least 2 months. So I took advantage of this last moment to bring out 2 elf bugs. At that time, no matter what kind of elf insect it is, it will be able to bring some help to the development of the territory after I leave. 2 transparent fairy bug ambers were placed on the bookshelf nearby. Gervais just glanced at them, then picked up the jade boxes containing 4 purple fairy bugs and hurriedly walked out of the study. The next day, the square in Benhai town was crowded with people. A large group of serfs were watching the Storm Territory's first canonization ceremony. At this moment, Gervais was on the high platform in the square, dressed gorgeously and with extraordinary bearing. In front of him, Vivian also had a serious look on her face, half kneeling in front of Gervais.
I, Vivian, only swear in the name of the God of Glory. In my career as a knight, I will uphold the glory of knights, integrity, sacrifice, justice, and bravery. I am willing to swear allegiance to Viscount Gervais and become Viscount Gervais's vassal knight. I accept your allegiance. At the same time, I now canonize Vivian as the Lord Knight of Storm Territory.
Gervais's mood was a bit complicated. The first lord under him turned out to be Vivian, his childhood sweetheart. But there is nothing that can be done about it. This girl is now a titled knight. If he is not knighted, Vivian will have no legitimate reason to stay in the Storm Territory, and the girl's reputation will be greatly damaged in the future. Today, Vivian is canonized as a Lord Knight, which is like adding an official reason to Vivian. No one will dare to make irresponsible remarks about this in the future. After all, every year, the second son from a small noble family, or the heir, who cannot inherit the title, they will all take this path. They also wander around, going to other noble Seignior to seek allegiance in order to obtain a title status and later gain territory through military exploits.
Vivian, get up. Yes, sir. Vivian, you are not allowed to call me sir in the future. You just need to call me by my first name, Gervais.
Gervais helped Vivian up with pity, and then said to Vivian in a serious tone,
You are different from them. Do you understand? Thank you, Gervais.
Vivian's expression was filled with tenderness for a moment, especially when she heard the following sentence.
You are different from them.
A trace of blush appeared on her face.
I'm going. Neezy. There are hundreds of people watching. You can't do this. If my father and Nathan find out, they think I'm not keeping my word. Ahem. Ahem. Everyone, listen up. The newly promoted Lord Knight next to me is named Vivian. From today on, she will officially become the political officer of the Storm Territory, responsible for managing various civil affairs in the territory for me. Matter. No one is allowed to offend Lord Vivian. Do you hear me? Yes, sir. I hear you, Lord Seignior.
Gervais's words are actually redundant, because in his territory, except for guards and serfs, there are no other people with titles at all. Therefore, regardless of Gervais's words, the status of a Lord Knight can be everyone must be submissive. After canonizing Vivian, Gervais was originally planning to take Vivian back to the castle. But it was obvious that Vivian didn't come to Gervais just to mess around. Vivian rejected the suggestion to return to the castle with Gervais, saying that now that she has become the political officer of Storm Territory, the first thing she needs to do is to check the situation in the territory. Gervais also had no objection. Vivian's responsible attitude made him very happy. So he sent 2 guards to follow Vivian to protect her safety. Gervais himself returned to the castle. He was about to start today's training. The 30-day red kiwi fruit had been effective for 8 days unknowingly. He must cherish it. Although Gervais did not stop practicing on the ship a few days ago. It was not in space after all. And the effect was not even the slightest bit worse. When Gervais returned to the castle and was about to enter the space courtyard, he was stopped by Thomas first.
Grown-ups! Well, Thomas, what's the matter?
Gervais nodded. The castle steward has been very busy recently and rarely sees anyone. Now that he is actively looking for him, there must be something going on.
My lord, it's like this. The more than 100 women you brought back last time have been living in the castle for many days. I wonder if your lord has any plans.
Thomas also had a headache. So many women had been brought back, and it was not easy for them to move around in a place like the castle. But locking people in the house all the time was not an option. So Thomas took the initiative to ask Gervais about his arrangements.
Oh, Thomas, if you didn't tell me, I almost forgot.
Gervais was really busy. He had already forgotten these rescued surf girls. After all, the girls' daily life was arranged by Thomas. Gervais didn't see them in person, so he couldn't remember them at all.
Come on, let's go over and take a look now.
Gervais doesn't know what to do with these girls at the moment. Let them fend for themselves. After all, they are women, and most of them are under 15 or 16 years old. It's fine if you let them do fine work, but it is definitely impossible to let them farm the land. The problem is that there is no detailed work for these women to do in Gervais's territory.
It looks like we need to create some new projects so that these girls can do handicrafts and support themselves.
Gervais thought quickly in his mind, and then walked in the direction of the wooden house under the leadership of Thomas. The place where these girls live is in the same location as the place where the guards live. That area was originally used for servants and soldiers to live. When Gervais walked to the area of the wooden house, he found that some girls were outside the wooden house at the moment, and some were coming in and out of the soldiers' wooden house, holding a lot of clothes and bedding in their hands.
Sir, there are many wounded soldiers living in the wooden house. I'm afraid that these girls will get bored if they are locked in the house every day. So 20 of them can come out of the house every day to take care of these wounded soldiers and clean them up. Wounds! And then you can also clean their clothes.
Thomas immediately spoke to Gervais and explained.
Thomas, you are such a talent. You can even think of a little nurse.
After listening to Thomas's words, Gervais' eyes widened and he suddenly had a good idea. Chapter 347 Battlefield Rescue Team. Originally, Gervais was a little worried about finding some kind of job for these poor girls. But now he came up with a good idea.
Thomas, please ask all the girls to meet in the vestibule now. Sir, I have something to tell them.
Gervais stopped immediately. Now that there is a solution, there is no need to stay in the past.
Yes, sir. I will call them to the vestibule right now.
Thomas was a little confused, but after his master spoke, he immediately responded and quickly walked towards the wooden houses. Gervais's idea is very simple. That is, to select some of these women and let them become the rescuers of this other world. In this era of cold weapons, many soldiers' casualties were not caused on the battlefield, but were lost after the war, because there is no such thing as battlefield rescue in this backward world. As far as Gervais knows, when all the small nobles in this world participate in wars, there are basically very few military doctors accompanying the army. Only 3 or 5 military doctors are equipped under the great nobles. They are all prepared for the noble lords. Therefore, in the army, the presence of doctors is no less rare than that of pandas. There are 2 reasons for this. The first is, of course, that there are relatively few doctors in this world. Sometimes a small town with a few thousand people only has the pastor in the church and 1 or 2 crappy doctors who know how to treat diseases. The second reason is that church pastors will not follow the army to the battlefield to rescue any soldiers. This is clear in church canon. As for those crappy doctors, it might be more practical to ask them to dance with the gods or to save the dead. Let them help soldiers treat sword wounds. That will definitely make them more helpful. It is very likely that those who can survive will not be able to survive, tortured to death by them. Therefore, many times, the small nobles simply do not bring doctors. If someone is injured, they just ask other soldiers to help. As the saying goes, a long-term illness can make a doctor. But in fact, a long-term battle can also make a good doctor. There are 3 treasures for rescuing wounded soldiers on the battlefield: saw, soldering iron, and sword. The saw can be used to amputate the wounded soldiers, and can be used to saw off unrecoverable or infected limbs. The soldering iron can be used to stop the bleeding of wounds. As for the long sword, it can be used to give teammates a break, so as to prevent the wounded soldiers who cannot be treated from having to endure the slow process. The torture of slow death. Therefore, inspired by Thomas's words, Gervais thought that he could set up a battlefield rescue team. By then, whether it was to rescue his own people or his teammates, it would reduce the number of soldiers who died slowly because they did not receive help. Of course, Gervais is not that great and selfless. He is prepared to pay for the rescue of his teammates. When the time comes to save people, you have to give me benefits. You are not my vassal. I am busy here and consume medicinal materials and other rescue supplies. You must be kind to me at least. Gold coins, prisoners, whatever. Gervais would never mind. While thinking about it, Gervais came to the vestibule and waited. Soon, Thomas came to the vestibule with a large group of ragged women. Sir, all the women have been brought. After these 7 or 8 days of buffering, these women are no longer crying as before. The expressions of these women at this moment are timid and uneasy. Kindness! Gervais nodded to Thomas. And after Thomas stepped aside, he focused on the 150 women in front of him. My name is Gervais, and I am the Seignior of the Storm Territory. It was I who led the soldiers to destroy the pirates and rescued you from the hands of the pirates. Gervais's words were majestic but also slightly soft, and he spoke of his life-saving grace to them very naturally. I could have sold you to slave traders for a handsome sum of money. Upon hearing Gervais's words, all the girls shivered unconsciously, obviously knowing how miserable it was to be a slave. After becoming a serf, you still have the protection of Mr. Seignior. But after becoming a slave, it is really more miserable than the livestock in the wild. Whether it is a beating or life or death, it all depends on the mood of the master. However, after I heard what happened to you, I couldn't bear it. As a glorious knight, I now give you 2 choices. First, you can leave the Storm Territory, and I will provide you with free food so that you can have enough food to return to your homeland. Second, stay and become the serfs of the Storm Territory. The people I will become. Gervais's words were like a roller coaster ride for these already uneasy women. After hearing Gervais's words, all the women looked in disbelief. Now I will give you 2 minutes to think about it. You must make a decision after 2 minutes. Thomas, who was standing aside, was a little confused. His master brought these women back, raised them for more than a week, and spent so much food. Could he really let them go now? The faces of the women below also became complicated. They should have been happy to meet such a kind and generous Master Seignior. But the problem is that their homes have been destroyed by pirates, and their families have been slaughtered by pirates. Even if Master Seignior is willing to let them go back home, where can they go back? How will you survive after you go back? Lord Seignior, I want to stay with you. Become your serf. Only a few dozen seconds after Gervais finished speaking, a weak voice came from the crowd below. However, because the speaker did not raise his head and raised his hand, it was impossible to know who said it. You have to raise your hand when speaking to Lord Seignior. You can only speak after your permission. Thomas stood up immediately and explained loudly. Gervais raised his hand indifferently, asking Thomas to step back, and then said to the women in front of him, Who said what just now? You can raise your hand and speak louder. I allow you to speak. Mercy, Lord Seignior. I want to stay in your territory. My relatives were all killed by pirates. I have nowhere to go. Yes. Generous and kind Lord Seignior. You let us stay with you. We are willing to do anything. Lord Seignior, I also want to stay and become your serf. As soon as the first person spoke, several women followed, all kneeling on the ground and pleading to Gervais. You can stay here if you want, but you are all women, so you can't farm. If you want to stay, you must follow my arrangements. Do you understand? Thank you, Lord Seignior, for your kindness. Thank you, Lord Seignior, for your kindness. Gervais has become the only life-saving straw for these women at this moment. Although they have been locked up in the wooden house these days, the food provided by the castle is sufficient. Moreover, Gervais was willing to provide free food for them to return home, which already made him feel that the adult in front of him was kind and generous. Of course, no one wanted to leave. Very good. Since all of you are willing to stay, then I will start arranging what you need to do in the future. Next, Gervais first asked Thomas to select 10 of these girls as maids in the castle. Now that Gervais's family has become rich, there are more things to take care of in the castle. He will select 10 from these girls. A maid is just right. After Thomas selected the 10 most suitable girls, Gervais selected 10 older women. These 10 people were not used as rescuers, but as Gervais prepared for Vivian, the new administrative officer. Yes, Vivian is a girl after all.
Using these people as her subordinates makes it easier for her to arouse them. After selecting 20 people, there were still 130 women left. Gervais thought of his plan to make money on the battlefield and gain population. So he simply gritted his teeth and worked as ambulance soldiers part-time. Anyway, there is no prescribed number of people for this southern expedition. Bringing more people will only consume more rations. But if the role of these medical soldiers is seen by other nobles, it is estimated that they can make a small fortune. Of course, getting rich is not the main thing. Gervais actually prefers that they use the prisoners of war and soldiers they captured to pay off their debts. From today on, you are the world's first battlefield ambulance soldiers. Looking at the 130 ignorant girls in front of him, Gervais announced to them boldly, regardless of whether they understood or not. Chapter 348 Training the Little Nurse. In the next few days, Gervais would take time out every afternoon to personally teach these girls how to rescue the wounded and treat trauma. This includes subjects such as how to stop bleeding, clean and suture wounds, change dressings afterwards to keep them clean and prevent infection, etc. Although Gervais was just an ordinary person in his previous life, he had never eaten pork and had seen pigs running away. He knew a little bit about these little things. After all, as long as he knew the general structure of the human body, he would know how to deal with these injuries caused by swords and swords. All the knowledge that Gervais taught was not available in this world. Unfortunately, the little nurses had not been exposed to this knowledge before, so they just listened obediently to what Gervais said. At the beginning, it was quite smooth teaching the girls. But the smooth teaching stopped after 2 days. The problem arose when Gervais was about to hold a physical object for these little nurses to watch or do it themselves. Did you see? This wound is very deep, and it is bleeding. If you want to cover it with your hands, you can't cover it. Now, let's talk about how we should start to save it based on what I taught you 2 days ago. Gervais lowered his head and stabbed a knife into the thigh of the poor wild boar in front of him. The wild boar's blood immediately surged out from the wound. However, the wild boar had already been fixed with a thick hemp rope. No matter how hard it struggled, it's all in vain. This is not because Gervais is cruel, but now we are talking about how to stop bleeding. So we must keep the wild second brother alive so that we can give a realistic demonstration. Later, when practicing suturing wounds, Gervais will first give the wild the second senior brother was very happy. These 2 senior brothers have made outstanding contributions to the benefit of mankind in this world. I believe that they will return to the arms of the glorious boss after death and become a glorious boar knight. But after Gervais finished speaking, he found that no one in front of him answered his question. Gervais couldn't help but look up and looked ahead. He saw that all the girls had already taken several steps back after seeing the boar struggle. Some even dared not look at the bloody look on the mountain boar's thighs. Suddenly, a black line hung on Gervais' forehead. Everyone, come forward. If you continue to stay back, no one will be able to eat dinner tonight. These girls are now wearing brand new clothes provided by the castle. They are even groomed neatly, and their hair is cut short at the request of Gervais. Although they are not pretty, hundreds of neat and clean girls standing together are still pretty. Yin. However, Gervais does not have any pity now. He took out such precious time to teach them personally, and the southern expedition is just a few days away. So Gervais must strictly demand these girls so that they can learn before setting off. Minimal rescue knowledge. When the girls heard Gervais's words, they couldn't help but think of the white bread and broth provided by the castle in the past 2 days. In addition, Master Seignior's face had darkened, and he finally endured the discomfort and returned to his original position. Someone tell me, how should I save this wild boar now? Seeing these young nurses move forward again, Gervais' tone became better, and he continued to ask, Sir, now you should tie his thighs tightly with a tourniquet, then wipe his wound clean with warm water and cloth, and then suture it to stop the bleeding. After the wound is sutured, apply medicated powder on the wound and you can bandage it. This group of girls was timid, but there was still a brave and clever one at last. This girl raised her little hand and carefully answered Gervais's question. Very good. You answered very well. What is your name? Gervais nodded with satisfaction. The girl who answered the question is pretty in appearance, although there is still a gap between her and Anna and Vivian. That is because of long-term hard work. If she raises one, she can still get one. Beautiful little lowly protector. Cough. Digress. Sir, my name is Lilia. Very good. Lilia, your performance is very good. You can get a piece of me tonight. Keep up your performance. In a few days, I will choose 2 people among you to be the captain of your medical team. Gervais praised Lilia a few words, then picked up the tools on the side
and prepared to give the first demonstration to these girls.
You all have to pay attention. The rope here must be tightened and tied firmly. Otherwise, it will not have the effect of stopping bleeding. Be sure to use boiled warm water to wipe the wound. The same is true for this cloth. It must be boiled before use. The stitches should be sewn more closely so that the bleeding can be better stopped.
Gervais slowly completed a process, and the scalps of the girls who were watching were all numb. Although they were poor serfs and could do dirty and tiring work, many people were tired of suturing the flesh like this. He doesn't have the guts. Just looking at it makes people tremble. After finishing a process, Gervais looked up again and saw the girls' expressions. He finally understood that if he wanted these girls to become real battlefield nurses, he must let them overcome their fear of blood and flesh. After all, he is still using animals to demonstrate to the little nurses. But when the time comes on the battlefield, it will be all white human flesh and blood, and the wounds will be even more terrifying and responsible. And the injured soldiers will wail loudly. If the quality of their hearts is not up to par, maybe these little nurses collapsed first. So, in the next few days, Gervais frantically asked Jimmy to kill and skin all the captured small animals, and then disembowel them. However, the internal organs of the animals were not processed, and the entire small animals became bloody. During the day, let the girls practice how to treat and suture wounds on these little animals. When they eat, they also let them watch the treated little animals eat. Except during the day, Gervais was not prepared to let them go even at night, and still hung these little animals in the wooden house where they lived. In short, Gervais wanted these girls to get used to this bloody scene in the shortest possible time. Gervais' time was limited, and of course he couldn't teach these girls all day, so Gervais would only spare 1.5 hours a day to teach them. The rest of the time was spent on Brian pretending to be a doctor. Now that I'm a battlefield nurse, I can't just deal with wounds. So Brian, a physician who was not a doctor, was hired by Gervais to teach these girls how to use simple herbs to treat some simple illnesses. Gervais doesn't expect these girls to become experienced doctors, but occasionally they only need to know what herbs to use to treat individual minor illnesses. It doesn't matter whether they are cured well or not, but at least there is an idea, and occasionally they can be fooled. That's it. Well, we are title knights anyway, so we probably won't get any ordinary injuries or anything like that in this life. Chapter 349 Preparations before the Southern Expedition. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is more than 10 days later, and there is only 1 day left before Gervais sets off to Winterfell to meet Alice. At this moment, Gervais had just come out of the practice space, with an unstoppable smile of joy on his face. After Gervais's hard training these days, and with the help of the red kiwi fruit's tenfold bonus, he finally broke through and became a high-level bronze knight. Finally, I have some self-protection in front of me. I have broken through 3 realms in a few months. If I tell anyone, I will scare people to death. Ha ha! I am indeed a genius. Gervais was proud of himself, and at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the nobles of the Principality of Jean, big and small, all hope to gain merit and benefits in the southern expedition, the Principality of Alban is not the kind of lamb to be slaughtered without any resistance. Every year during the southern expedition, the Principality's nobles, large and small, gather in the Principality of Alban. There are not a few damaged ones either. After Gervais broke through and became a bronze high-level knight, with a critical strike and a sword slash, he was already facing a silver junior knight, so his confidence was greatly increased at this time. Grown-ups! When Gervais came to the vestibule, Thomas was directing a group of slaves to load goods into the carriage. When he saw Gervais' face full of joy, he immediately stepped forward to salute respectfully. Well, Thomas, how are the supplies prepared? Sir, the supplies have been inventoried and are being loaded into the truck now. You can set off directly when you set out tomorrow. Well done, Thomas. Gervais looked at the 15 carriages in front of him that were slowly being filled, and praised Thomas with satisfaction. Gervais's number of people in this southern expedition is estimated to be the largest among the small nobles, with the total number reaching 293. You must know that the minimum number of viscounts required in the conscription order is 150, which means that Gervais's number has already reached 293, twice the minimum requirement. This is rare among nobles. Even if other small nobles have sufficient troops, most of them will only bring the required number of people, as long as they do not violate the minimum requirement. After all, the food and drink expenses are included in the 2-month expedition. No nobleman would be so generous on his own head. Of course,
Most of Gervais's 293 people were non-combatants. Among them, there are 11 personal guards, 14 members of Laurie's guard team, a total of 98 slave soldiers, the remaining 130 battlefield rescue teams, 30 slaves responsible for baggage supplies, and finally 10 people selected from the storm territory specifically to serve as soldiers. They buried pots for 10 serfs to cook. Sir, blacksmith Bernard has just come to the castle. He said that the weapons and equipment you customized at his place have been forged. I just asked the servant to ride the carriage to pick them up. Being praised by Gervais, Thomas's smile became brighter and his figure became more humble. Oh, after this batch of weapons and equipment is shipped back, you ask Ike to be responsible for distributing it to the soldiers. As for the forging wages, you can just settle it directly to Bernard after verifying that it is correct. Yes, sir. By the way, Thomas, did Bernard tell you whether the small steel cannon I asked him to work on a few days ago is ready? Gervais suddenly remembered something about artillery. This small steel cannon was the front-loaded artillery in the previous life. Originally, Gervais had no idea of forging artillery. After all, such a thing consumes too much gunpowder, and Gervais's little inventory could not support the massive consumption of artillery. However, since the capture of Wright's ship some time ago and the occupation of Golden Island, Gervais had the idea of building a cannon. Of course, he didn't plan to build too many. Just 4 or 5 small cannons. These small caliber artillery were prepared for the defense of Golden Island. After all, Golden Island is isolated overseas. If an enemy attacks by boat, the troops on the storm territory may not be able to support it so quickly. At this time, artillery becomes crucial to protecting the safety of Golden Island. The artillery can bombard enemy ships from hundreds of meters away, which can effectively prevent enemy ships from approaching the landing. In order to verify the practicality of the artillery, Gervais found Bernard again a few days ago and handed the 6-pound front-loading gun and paper he had drawn to Bernard, hoping that he could get it before he set off. Completely forged, artillery is actually no different from muskets. The only difficulty lies in the materials. If the materials are not up to standard, no one will be willing to try to explode the barrel of the artillery. However, Gervais has such a heaven-defying thing as mithril, so this is the difficulty can be ignored directly. What limits the development of Gervais' artillery is the scale of the saltpeter mine. Sir, it's been forged. Blacksmith Bernard just asked me to send a few more people because your little steel cannon weighs several hundred kilograms. He said it can't be lifted without a few people. Thomas answered quickly. Very well. Thomas, you will send someone to Tiandong Stone House later and ask them to deliver the gun mount I arranged to make a few days ago. When he heard that his small steel cannon was completed, Gervais was eager to try it. But the gunpowder was too precious, so he gave up the idea of testing the cannon. He still trusted Bernard's craftsmanship. Yes, sir. I will send someone to the Tiandong Stone House later, Thomas responded respectfully. Well, then get busy first. After confirming everything, Gervais returned to the inner castle. First, he took a comfortable bath, then walked to the study and sat at the desk. The woods between the beach and the small lake on Golden Island have been cleared, and camp construction is already underway. The docks in Storm Territory and Golden Island are already being built and will be completed in a while. Gervais held a notepad in his hand, which was densely filled with various projects that needed to be arranged or had been arranged. These projects were summarized and planned by Gervais during this period, in order to prevent the development of the territory from stagnating after he set off. For projects that are already in progress or completed, Gervais will put a check mark on the back to ensure that he can see at a glance which things have not yet been arranged. Recruit 14 guards. We will arrange for Audrey to complete this later. We will take advantage of this time to let them train on the gentle slope. Gervais set his sights on the last item on the docket. A guard recruiting program. In the last battle with the pirates, 2 of Audrey's subordinates were killed, reducing the number from the original 14 to 12. Gervais plans to recruit 14 more soldiers this time, and then combine the 2 teams of Laurie and Audrey. The number of people has been expanded to a small team of 20 people. Build an earth wall at the edge of the deep dark forest. Should I cross this out? After all, I now know that the emergence of the orcs is a conspiracy of the church, and I am not prepared to resist the orc invasion in the storm territory. Turning the notepad forward to a page, Gervais hesitated a little when he saw the to-do items he had written down some time ago. This plan was written by Gervais before Wright's attack. At that time, he did not know the real reason for the orcs' appearance. Therefore, after the construction of the stone houses in the town is completed, the idle citizens and slaves will be sent to the edge of the dark forest to build a 4-meter-high earth wall there. At that time, Gervais can use the earth wall to tentatively resist the invasion of the orcs, and gain a wave of energy points at the same time. Gervais's territory is on the edge of the deep dark forest, but due to the mountains, the area bordering Gervais's territory and the deep dark forest is only less than 10 kilometers. Gervais has only one requirement for this earth wall, and that is height. As for the solidity, Gervais has no requirements, as long as it does not collapse when people step on it. Because if you want to build a wall as strong as a castle, then this section of the earth wall will take not only 1 or 2 months, but even half a year, and the territory of more than 2,000 people is enough. As for whether it is useful to build such a weak earth wall, of course it is useful. Gervais's earth wall is specially prepared for the orcs, and the orcs appear in the winter season every year. The reason why winter in this world is called cold winter is because once winter comes, the temperature will become extremely low. The most extreme temperature can sometimes be as low as 30 or 40 degrees below zero. At such a low temperature, it is no exaggeration to say that drops of water turn into ice, and urine turns into columns without any problems. Therefore, as long as the temperature drops, Gervais will have people pour water on the earth wall, as long as it is poured continuously for half a month. The originally soft earth wall will definitely not be weaker than the copper wall and iron wall. Moreover, the wall is frozen and its surface is extremely smooth, and its defense has been greatly improved. Let's build it! These people are idle anyway, so why not find something for them to do? Although I may not resist the invasion of orcs, having an earth wall can make it more difficult for orcs to invade. Maybe these orcs will go to Lanny's territory along the earth wall. After thinking for a moment, Gervais decided to build this earth wall as a way to provide some benefits to the serfs, so that they would have work and be paid in the autumn. There is a place to consume the energy of these serfs and slaves, and to prevent them from being destabilized when they are full. After Gervais led his team on the southern expedition, the territory was only defended by Audrey's 12-man guard team during this period, and they also needed to dedicate manpower to patrol the island, which was an absolute defense void. Although Bernard, a master who hides his identity, is in charge, it is best not to cause trouble. After all, Bernard is at risk of being exposed if he takes action all day long. Chapter 350 is more like going to work on a construction site. After continuing to read the notepad for a while to make sure there were no omissions, Gervais stood up and walked to the bookshelf. There are 2 cute elf bugs on the bookshelf that are constantly eating amber fragments. They are the little ones that broke out of the 2 amber crystals that Gervais obtained through the search function more than 10 days ago. Gervais's luck was not as good as before. He did not get any mutated elf bugs. The 2 cute elf bugs were both green. At this moment, their feeding was coming to an end. Gervais just continued to wait for more than 10 minutes, and 2 friendly mental fluctuations immediately appeared in his mind. Gervais named the 2 little guys Cuddy and Kaka as usual. After picking up the names, Gervais asked all the elf bugs and elves to have a big meeting. After chattering for a while, Gervais brought Katie and Kaka to the small space courtyard. When the 2 little guys' spaces were opened, Gervais got 2 spaces with high-quality farmland, which was an unexpected surprise. After all, even if there was no mutation, it was still very satisfying to get a space with high-quality farmland. Overjoyed, Gervais unceremoniously scooped 2 tablespoons of rose powder for Katie and Kaka to eat as a reward for them. The next day, on the main road of Stormland, a team of more than 300 people walked slowly. It was the Southern Expedition team that set off for Winterfell today. Among the team, the most eye-catching thing, apart from the dozens of colorful flags embroidered with dragons fluttering in the wind, were the more than 100 women in strange clothes that caught the eye. These women were wearing uniform linen uniforms. The linen uniforms had wide trouser legs, but the upper body had a waist design, and each of them had a weird-looking hat on their head. This hat is said to be used to block the sun, but it has no brim at all. Instead, it looks like a decoration. But not to mention, those women looked much more beautiful after wearing these weird hats. After all, the hats were made of silk material. In addition to their hats, each of these women carried a bulging leather pouch made of animal skin around their waist, and they also had white sleeves on their arms with a big red cross embroidered on them. The team marched all morning, and Gervais and others finally arrived at the Dry Leaf River. But this time Pat's team did not arrive before Gervais. Everyone rest where they are. You are allowed to take out dry food and eat. Gervais looked at the road in the direction of Fatty Pat's territory, and found smoke and dust 2 miles away, and birds flying high, although the view was blocked by trees and no one could be seen.
That was probably where Fatty was. So he simply ordered to rest where he was for a while. Sure enough, more than 10 minutes later, Fatty Pat slowly appeared at the end of the road ahead in a carriage, followed by 30 fully armed cavalry, plus dozens of accompanying troops dressed as serfs.
Ha ha. Gervais. Sorry. The serfs walk a little slowly, so I kept you waiting.
Fatty Pat jumped out of the carriage. The carriage he rode this time was not the luxurious and exquisite version like last time. The appearance of the carriage this time was very low-key, but the materials were very strong at first glance, and the space was larger than that of ordinary carriages. It is large, but it is still pulled by 6 horses in the front.
It's okay. I just arrived a while ago. Pat, why did you come in a carriage this time?
The last time I went to Alice's birthday party, this little fat guy didn't ride in a carriage. Instead, he went to fight and came in a carriage. He really didn't follow common sense.
Ha ha. Gervais, you don't understand this.
The little fat man smiled happily, and then explained proudly.
The last time I went to Rose Castle, the journey on horseback was only 3 or 4 days. But this time, I went to the border of the principality. The journey took at least half a month. It was exposed to sun and rain all the way. If we were all riding horses, we would have been gone by the time we got there. He's grown up now. So in addition to riding horses, you have also seen that my carriage has been modified. The cushions inside are very soft and spacious. You can sleep comfortably in it without worrying about bumps.
Gervais was speechless for a moment. Are you going to fight or travel? You damn fat guy? It's tiring to go all the way. No wonder a titled knight can grow so fat and strong. Gervais looked at his team again. Except for the 30 cavalrymen who protected him. All the others in Pat's team were serfs. It was obvious at a glance that they were probably still working in the fields yesterday. Most of these serfs did not even have weapons and equipment. Only about 20 serfs wore worn-out leather armor, and a miscellaneous mess of worn-out iron weapons could be seen on their waists or in their hands. However, none of them had a helmet. It can be seen from this scene that Pat is completely prepared to fish.
Huh?
Suddenly, Pat saw something and let out a cry of surprise. Pat's eyes undoubtedly fell on the 130 battlefield medics.
Gervais, where are you going to take these women? Why are their costumes so weird? But they still look good.
Pat carefully looked at the women behind him. Although these women's clothes were loose, they looked carefully designed. The cloth belt around their waists and the white hats on their heads made them stand out. Such a temperament.
Of course, I took it to the battlefield. What's wrong with the clothes? Let me ask you, are these clothes pretty?
Just kidding. This is one of the most beautiful uniforms recognized in the past life. Gervais rolled his eyes at the little fat man angrily. The clothes of his medical team were imitated from his previous life. Apart from the difference in color, the styles were basically the same.
Take them to the battlefield? Them?
Pat was a little confused, saying that there were only 200 to 300 people in Gervais's team. They didn't need these people to make up the number?
Okay, let's get on our way. Later you will know why I took them to the battlefield.
Gervais was not prepared to explain to Pat. After all, it was all empty talk. When his medical team showed its value in the future, he was sure that the fat man would admire him greatly.
Oh!
Fatty Pat nodded ignorantly. And then he and Gervais urged their subordinates to cross the Dead Leaf River at the same time. Gervais and Pat were not alone on their way to Winterfell this time. Every time they passed through a territory along the way, they would encounter teams heading to Winterfell. After seeing these teams, Gervais clearly knew that Fatty Pat was indeed worthy of being a tycoon among the small nobles. And the serfs under him were already good-looking soldiers. Fatty Pat's 20 serfs also had worn-out armor and weapons. However, the individual teams of small nobles encountered on the road did not look like they were going to fight at all, but more like owners rushing to work on a certain construction site. For example, a baron named Quarter has 30 guards. The weapons and equipment of these guards are quite satisfactory, except for the lack of horses. They all have armor, swords and bows. However, the other dozens of serfs accompanying him are just as different. Not only were these serfs dressed in rags like beggars, but they had all kinds of weapons on hand, including wooden sticks, wooden forks, and stones as spears, swords, and short spears. The only weapons that could be called sophisticated were the 3 or 5 woodcutting tools. The hatchet is gone. Of course. When Gervais raised his head and looked around at the other noble teams, they were also looking at Gervais' team.
Now there are rumors outside that although Gervais is not a real pretty boy, he is an extremely lustful aristocrat. Even his personal servants are maids. Now it seems to be true. How can anyone go to the battlefield with so many women? If they are really lustful, there will be many prostitutes brought by the caravan in the military camp. What is this Gervais's plan?
The thoughts of those nobles were constantly changing, and they even speculated in some malicious directions. After all, the medical team was truly the first of its kind in this world, and all of Gervais' team were made up of women. Gervais didn't know that his move had attracted so much malicious speculation. He just wanted to solve the livelihood problems of those poor women. And using women as a medical team could actually have a greater comfort effect on the injured soldiers.